After speaking, she straightens her posture, smiles, and looks at the two people with grim faces opposite her. Don't think that because I live well, you're heroes. That's just my own ability, Lan Hanlu. I was forced into a tough situation but didn't hang myself with a rope. That's because I have a strong will. But if I don't live well, your Wu family shouldn't expect to have a good life. After all, you have to bear the consequences of controlling my work and my life, right? I want to see how you will behave when I have the power to control your family. I am kind-hearted and doing this for your own good. Isn't that right? As she continued speaking, Yan Ernie could no longer stand and collapsed into Lao Wu's arms, her face pale and gasping for breath. Wu Shitao was a bit more alert. After hearing Lan Hanlu's words, he turned his gaze directly to Yun Yuran. Yun Yuran was frowning and looking at Lan Hanlu with pity. Wu Shitao's heart skipped a beat. He slowly closed his eyes and then opened them again. His voice was hoarse and weak when he spoke, but he tried to make his expression gentle. Hanlu, your sister-in-law can be a bit extreme, but her intentions are good. She saw that you and Yuran are a good match, so she wanted to help, but she was wrong. As her husband, I sincerely apologize to you both. He was determined not to let his family relationship with the Yun family become strained. However, when faced with Lan Hanlu's sarcastic and stubborn look, he couldn't continue. If apologies could fix everything, then what's the point of laws? Yun Yuran truly felt sorry for this young girl. She was the person he had his eye on from the start, the one he planned to spend his life with since he submitted his marriage application. He never expected that the greatest hurt she received would come from himself. Knowing she suffered because of him, he realized it was not just unfair but humiliating. Having experienced such humiliation himself, he understood how his wife must feel. The Yun family and Wu Shirling shared a deep bond, and he understood the intentions behind Wu and his wife's actions. But the more he understood, the more guilty he felt. He was also angry at Yan Ernie's actions. She was using an innocent girl's life to tie the two families together. During their argument, Yun Tao and Yun Ling had taken Yun Miao to hide nearby, but they heard everything in the restaurant clearly. In the end, the couple didn't stay to eat and helped each other back home. Yun Yuran supported Lan Hanlu as they returned to the bedroom. He soaked a towel and gently wiped away her tears on her face.
Lulu, I'm sorry.
It's all my fault. I was careless and didn't think things through. Lan Hanlu grabbed the towel and wiped her face casually. If you really feel sorry, do me a favor. I heard Wu Shitao's daughter wants to transfer back to the Beijing art troupe. I don't want her to go to the Northwest. After saying this, Lan Hanlu looked at Yun Yuran, who paused to think before responding. I can choose not to involve myself with the Wu family from now on, but I really cannot abandon Lulu. After all, I was raised by Teacher Wu. Lan Hanlu suddenly slapped Yun Yuran across the face. Yun Yuran, do you really think you're innocent in this? Was it not your idea to be attracted by her? Or was it you who arranged the marriage between them? Don't make promises about things you can't do in the future. Your way of wanting both sides is disgusting. No wonder you were raised by Teacher Wu. You are exactly the same. Yun Yuran's face tilted to the right from the slap, quickly turning red with a fingerprint. He just turned his head and gently pressed his tongue against his cheek where he was hit. Then he grabbed Lan Hanlu's hand, softly rubbing the red mark. Lulu, I can promise not to have anything to do with the Wu family anymore, but the bond between two generations can't be broken just like that. But I can promise you that as long as you and I are together, this home will be yours to decide. Including me, everyone in the family will listen to you, and you won't feel uncomfortable. Lan Hanlu pulled her hand back and turned around. Get out. I don't want to see you right now. Yun Yuran looked at her for a long time while she didn't react. Only then did he slowly straighten up and leave. After hearing the door close, Lan Hanlu slowly turned around. Was there still anger and sadness on her face? The slap she gave Yun Yuran was just a test. The outcome would affect her future choices. Although leaving the Yun family would make her path harder, if Yun Yuran was not satisfied with her, she was not afraid. She was just lazy. What she wanted was to cut off Yan Ernie's delusions and test Yun Yuran's attitude to decide her future life. From a romantic perspective, Yun Yuran's appearance and figure were quite good. In this era, divorce and remarriage could have a big impact on her. So, her future depended on Yun Yuran's attitude and her own feelings. Meanwhile, the couple Wu Shirtao was driven home by the security guard. After entering the house, Yan Ernie collapsed on the sofa, crying. This Lan Hanlu is ungrateful. With her status, marrying Yun Yuran is already a step up for her. Now that she's married into the Yun family, she's turning around and attacking me, the matchmaker. She felt very wronged. Wu Shirtao was originally angry about his wife's overreach, but when he saw the white hair at her hairline, he just sighed deeply. Old Yen, you really made a mistake this time. You didn't tell me that the girl was unwilling. The main problem is that she's strongly opposed, yet you still insisted on bringing the two together. This isn't about forming a family. It's about making enemies. The best outcome now is for the two families to reduce contact gradually and become strangers. If not handled carefully, it could turn into a real feud. Wu Shirtao felt a bit regretful. Their long-standing relationship was now broken. But he knew that if he explained things well to the old man, their relationship wouldn't return to what it was, but they wouldn't be completely estranged either. However, his plan depended on Lan Hanlu having no strong foundation and Yun Yuran not caring about her. Unfortunately, both situations changed. Yan Ernie listened to Wu Shirtao and wiped her face with a handkerchief. Wu, there's really no way back now. She's a new wife, and she can become the head of the Yun family. Old Yan, haven't you seen it clearly? Yun Yuran is completely focused on Comrade Lan. If Comrade Lan keeps whispering in his ear, our two families will naturally drift apart. In the future, try not to appear in front of Comrade Lan or else. Wu Shirtao, having seen many people, knew what to expect. Although Lan Hanlu is a woman, she's not an ordinary woman. If the wife gets too close to her, she might suffer a big setback. Li Yong is 30 years old, the youngest son of Old Man Li. His eldest son went to join the army and now holds a government position. The second son works at the Armed Forces Department. The third son is said to be at a research institute. Only the youngest, the fourth son, stays at home to show filial piety. He is currently the accountant of the local team. Hey, Li family boy, no need to be so polite. Your father and I are old friends. No need for all those formalities, said the man on the wagon, sitting on a straw mat. Although the ride was bumpy, it wasn't uncomfortable. They arrived at the big courtyard of the Li family. Yes, a big yard with 2 acres of land in front and 2 acres behind. The house was partly brick and looked bright and spacious. In this era, rural areas were quite bright and decent. Honestly, their village wasn't very poor. There were years of famine, and some people went hungry, but no one died from starvation. Every year after harvest, they organized hunting trips in the mountains. Some of the game was sent to the county, and the rest was sold at high prices. Any family with able-bodied men was willing to join. They also dug small plots at the mountain foot to grow some food. If anyone still went hungry or had a hard life, it was either because their family had suffered a big disaster or because they were lazy. There was no other reason. When they heard the sound of the wagon, the old man and woman came out. Old Mr. Yun helped Mrs. Yun down from the carriage, and the guard carried their luggage. The couple turned around and quickly greeted Old Man Li warmly. As for Mr. Yun and his wife, they stayed overnight here and left the next day for the sanatorium. When they arrived, they carried many bags. When they left, they only took a small bag. As soon as they left, Old Man Li called his son, Li Yong, inside. Fourth son, go find your maternal aunt's family. The one with the son. Wait for the medicine to arrive. You two should go to Beijing. Our family's eldest daughter-in-law got married, and we can't just stay silent without showing any sign. Tonight, I'll hold a meeting to set the schedule, and you can go buy the train tickets. Li Yong clenched his fists and waved them twice. Dad, don't worry. My little sister, who grew up on my back, won't be let down. Do you think Yun's kid just wants to quietly take our cabbage? Dream on. Yun, with a slap mark on his face, came out of the room. The 3 children peeked out from the storage room. Dad, you got hit, said Yun Tao quickly. Yun reached out and touched her face. You might say that the young wife was quite fierce with her hand, and she glared at him. Don't ask about things you shouldn't. You might forget the confidentiality rules. The three children came out and Yun Tao pouted. At this moment, Yun Ling interrupted, saying, I think you deserved that slap. From Aunt Lan's point of view, all of you are the ones causing trouble, disregarding her wishes, ignoring her feelings and body, forcing her to live according to your plans. In other words, you haven't really treated her as a person. Hearing this, Yun was deeply breathless, turned around, and looked at the three children. I'm not a bad person. Although I unintentionally caused the current situation, I will take all the blame. I will treat her well from now on. Very well. Extremely well. The children nodded when they heard their father say this. They had admired their father since they were young, but their time with Aunt Lan for over 10 days was real. After finishing the talk, all 6 eyes looked at the slap mark on his face. Yun touched it again. Then, with a stern face, he said, Hurry up and take your sister to eat. What are you meddling in? He himself went ahead to the dining table, took a bowl, served rice, and picked out some dishes. There were 2 chicken legs on the plate. He took one and put it into a bowl. Dad, Aunt Lan doesn't like chicken legs. She prefers chicken wings, Yun Tao said as he finished serving his sister and saw his father adding a chicken leg. Yun was momentarily stunned, then looked at his son. Seeing his son's approval, he added 2 chicken wings to the bowl, leaving the chicken leg untouched. Then he carried the food and went to his room. After Yun left, Lan Hanlu changed her clothes, washed her face, and casually braided her hair to the side. Just as she finished tidying up, there's a knock on the door, and it was pushed open. Yun came in carrying food, placing it on the dressing table. Lulu, it's hot today, so the dishes aren't cold.
They're just right now.
Yun Tao said you like chicken wings, so I specially picked some for you. Although Lan Hanlu didn't look at him, she sat down at the dressing table to eat. Why starve herself? Being angry was already enough to punish herself, and now she was starving herself again. Was she stupid? Seeing that Lan Hanlu ignored him but started eating, Yun felt a little relieved inside. Lulu, I am going to the study to make a phone call. After you finish eating, just wait here for a while, and I will come back to tidy up. Lu Hanlu didn't need to answer him, and left directly. She called the nursing home, and learned that her father and mother were visiting friends. She helplessly hung up the phone. Because of this incident, she planned to take 2 more days off. While she had the time, she made a few calls to arrange her work first. When she came out to clean the dishes, she heard voices coming from the storage room. Aunt Blue, do you think I installed this correctly? Yun Tao's lively voice sounded. Yes, the installation is correct, but you need to be careful when installing the scope. It's tricky, and if you break it, you'll have to do it again. Lu Hanlu glanced at what Yun Tao was holding. It was a part of her design for a rapid-fire compound bow, inspired by modern fishing bows. The parts were made by a craftsman, and the most difficult parts were the scope and the steel balls. They were currently assembling it. She had given the design drawings to Yun Tao and Yun Ling. Both of them were very interested and had been fiddling with it for a long time. Seeing that they had no problems, Lu Hanlu sat nearby drawing her own design plans. In her previous life, she studied mechanical design in a technical school, but she never used that knowledge. Later, in other worlds, she worked hard to learn more. That was a kind of regret, and a different way of making up for it. Yun was standing at the door, watching the 3 busy with their tasks. The not-so-small storage room had been decorated quite differently. On the right side, there was a small sandbox. Opposite it, a shelf lined the wall, holding various parts, old machines, and some toys he brought back for the children. On the left side, 2 rectangular tables faced each other, with books on top and a pen holder filled with different pens. Lu Hanlu was sitting at one of the tables, focused on drawing something. On the ground beside her, there was a mat woven from corn leaves. Yun Ting and Yun Tao sat on it, with a box nearby containing some parts. The 2 children were playing there seriously. Occasionally, they would ask Lu Hanlu questions, and she would patiently explain. Near the left side of the table, there was a rack holding items similar to experimental tools. Everything was clean, tidy, and well organized. I didn't see Yin Miao, so I guess she might have already fallen asleep. Indeed, she was sleeping. This child had been neglected before, but Lan Hanlu has been giving her medicine recently. Sleeping is the best way for her to recover. Yun suddenly felt very peaceful and happy. It's funny, after living for 33 years, this was the first time he truly felt the warmth of home. When he was a child, he was handed over to others by his mother. He ate like an adult, with his mother coming to feed him 3 times a day. As he grew older, he followed his father's bodyguards or his mother's colleagues. They were always busy, so even when he was nearby, he had no time to care for him. When he became an adult and met such a woman, he didn't feel the warmth of family. Sometimes just hearing the word home made him break out in a cold sweat. Thinking of this, he lowered his eyes. This was his home, his wife, his children. He would do everything he could to protect this family. No one could destroy it, including. He needed to contact his father quickly. While he was lost in thought, Yun Ling and Yun Tao had already assembled the fish shooting device and the compound bow. They showed them to Lan Hanlu, who checked each one carefully and nodded, indicating they were fine. The cheers of the 2 children drew Yun's suddenly's attention. His gaze was also attracted by those 2 items. Just as he was about to step inside, he saw the row of shoes at the door. He quickly took off his leather shoes and stepped onto the cool floor, moving onto the mat. The mat was rough but comfortable to sit on. However, he didn't have time to notice these details now. He reached out and took the compound bow Yun Tao had just finished. He examined it inch by inch, even fiddled with it a few times, then aimed it out the window. The item in Yun Tao's hand was taken away, making him anxious and scratching his head, but he didn't dare to fight his father for it. So, he moved closer to Yun Ling, watching him handle the equipment. When Lan Hanlu was tired of drawing her bow, she saw him dismantle and reassemble the 2 bows and crossbows, discussing intensely. She moved her wrists and shoulders, checked the time. It's already past 8, almost 9 o'clock. She decided not to do anything else. It was time to go back and rest. She had to work tomorrow. She stood up and kicked Yun suddenly. It's getting late. Let them go back and rest too. If they like, they can play again tomorrow. If you want, you can go hunting. Her reminder made all 3 of the boys look at her with bright eyes. Yun was the first to react, quickly placing the item in his hand into Yun Tao's hand. Then he stood up. Hurry up and get ready for bed. Don't you see what time it is? All you do is play all day. If you want to play, tomorrow I will drive you to Shishan. Seeing Lan Hanlu leave the door, he also hurriedly followed out. Yun Tao and Yun Ling both pouted, feeling that their father was very hard to describe. Lan Hanlu returned to his room. Just as he was about to close the door, a hand reached out from the wife, hand. Hearing his shout, Hanlu let go of the door. He knew he was pretending, but Lan Hanlu really didn't want to cause a big fight between the 2. But having the initiative also made his future days easier. He turned and went to bed, planning to rest because he had to get up early tomorrow. Yun was a little nervous, pursed his lips, took off his clothes, and climbed onto the bed. But as soon as he got on, Lan Hanlu kicked him down. Yun was about to catch his breath when a foot kicked into his side, making him quite tired. He lost his balance and rolled off the bed. He sat on the floor, supporting himself with his hands, looked up at Lan Hanlu sitting on the bed. Lan Hanlu reached out and threw a pillow at his face. Yun quickly caught it and hugged it. Lan Hanlu glared at him, pulled the blanket over his head, and lay down. Yun reached out to touch his nose, then slowly stood up, hugging the pillow. He stood on the floor, perfectly demonstrating his soldier-like posture. After a few minutes, when Lan Hanlu's breathing was steady and calm, Yun knew he was asleep. He then placed the pillow beside another pillow, slowly climbed onto the bed, trying not to wake the person sleeping there. Only when he was safely lying down and saw that Lan Hanlu's breathing hadn't changed did he let out a long breath of relief. It wasn't that he couldn't go to Yun Ling or Yun Tao's room to deal with things, but today if he left this room, he believed he wouldn't be able to come back easily for a while. So he stubbornly stayed, taking a slap and a kick without leaving. He hummed to himself, thinking that since his wife was now married to him, if she blamed him or was upset, she could just hit him a few times. If one hit didn't work, then 2. If two didn't work, then several more. Anyway, he was tough-skinned and thick-skinned, so at worst, he'd just lose some face and feel a little pain. Thinking about it differently, I could end up with a wife. What does having a wife say about face? Besides, my wife is more beautiful than others, more educated, and more capable. She's worth any look. I thought I would have trouble sleeping because of the busy day, but then a faint, lovely scent came over me. It was so relaxing that I fell asleep too. When Lon Hanlu rolled over to my side, I woke up. I've been through tough times, so I stayed alert. But when I saw her small, blushing face, I couldn't help but smile. Carefully, I reached out and placed my hand on her. Lon Hanlu was used to sleeping alone. After a while, she felt a bit uncomfortable with my arm around her and started to wake up. She responded with her chin. When she looked up, she saw my face, which was very detailed and attractive. Without thinking, she raised her hand to slap me. I quickly grabbed her wrist. If I had been fully awake, I would have just taken the slap. But I was a little confused, so I reflexively reacted. When I fully woke up, I saw her furious eyes. Wow, the comments have been increasing quickly these past few days. Seeing this, I quickly grabbed her wrist and gently patted her face. Honey, hit me if you want. I'm still a bit dazed, so it's a reflex. Lon Hanlu pulled back her hand and tried to kick me again. But her kick was off and I caught her leg. Then I heard her say, "Honey, calm down. If you kick me, our future happiness might be gone." Yunyeon, do you have no shame? Doing something like climbing into bed together, she thought I had done that, and she was upset. She's a master, but even she wouldn't want to lose face over this. She'd probably find her own room to sleep in. But to her surprise, this shameless guy actually climbed into bed. Yunyeon continued with a playful smile. Honey, we're married. Isn't it natural for me to climb into your bed? Hearing this, Lon Hanlu raised her hand to hit him again. But she quickly leaned in and said, if you're not satisfied, you can hit me more. But try to hit me on the body, not the face. I still need to look good outside, and if I get hurt, it won't look good. Yunyeon, get out of here. He growled through clenched teeth. Yun, at this moment, seemed a little hesitant. Lulu, can you not roll around? If I go out now, I might wake up Yunling and Yuntao. Seeing Lon Hanlu's face about to change again, he quickly grabbed his pillow, threw it on the ground, and lay down himself. I'll sleep on the floor. Don't worry, I won't climb onto the bed. Lon Hanlu's teeth itched with anger, and her eyes gradually turned red. Tears filled her eyes, streaming down her beautiful face. Although Yun wanted to sleep on the floor, he kept watching Lon Hanlu out of the corner of his eye. When he saw her tears, he suddenly stood up. He nervously spun around on the ground, then got onto the bed and held Lon Hanlu in his arms. Lulu, don't cry, don't cry. He pulled at his sleeve to wipe her face. Lon Hanlu struggled angrily in his arms, hitting him with her hands. Honestly, she was trained in martial arts and was quite strong. But Yun showed no sign of discomfort and kept gently patting her back to comfort her. Lulu, I know you're upset and wronged. All of this is because of me. If I hadn't had feelings for you back then, none of this would have happened. But Lulu, you have to know we are already married. In this current situation, if we separate, it wouldn't be good for either of us. Look at me, Lulu. I, Yun, am no worse than other men. I will treat you well, very well. I will protect your happiness for the rest of your life. If you're angry or upset and want to punish me, you can do anything. I won't resist. But please don't leave, okay? Maybe his words had some effect, or perhaps Lon Hanlu was tired from struggling and fighting, so she gradually stopped. But Yun still held her arm tightly and didn't let go. He kissed her on the top of her head, saying, Lulu, let's live a good life together from now on. Make our days prosperous and let those two people see how angry they are. Hearing this, Lon Hanlu angrily hit him twice. He clenched her fists, then said, Go to sleep now. It's late. I heard from the two boys that you train them in martial arts every day. I just got back today, and if you get up late tomorrow, it won't be good. Lon Hanlu hit him twice with her other hand. Yun quickly pulled her into his arms again. Lulu, stop hitting me. It doesn't hurt. Doesn't your hand hurt? Lon Hanlu, convinced by his coaxing. fell asleep. She was tired and her energy was low. Maybe because she subconsciously felt there was no danger in this world, she would sleep deeply once she closed her eyes. Her biological clock, which had been set for over 10 days, made her wake up early. Yun was actually up before her and was now in the kitchen cooking with the guard. Lan Hanlu took her small stick and started teaching the two children how to stand properly. Yun Tao was very talented at practicing martial arts. After just 15 minutes of standing, he was already very relaxed. Based on his abilities, Lan Hanlu had him stand for another 10 minutes and then began correcting their moves. After finishing, the two kids, sweaty and tired, went to wash up. She went to check on Yun Miao. She only brought Yun Miao out after hearing Yun Yuran call her. The whole family was eating together. Later, I will take you to work and also drop Miao Miao at school. Then you need to come pick me up tonight, or I'll have to walk back alone, which is too far, Lan Hanlu asked directly. Yun Yuran was very happy. Don't worry, I will pick you up on time. It won't delay your work. Dad, aren't you taking us to West Mountain to hunt? Are we still going today? Yun Tao kept thinking about it. We all go together. First, I'll take Miao Miao and Aunt Lan, then after that, we'll go hunting. We'll try to come back by noon. Yun Yuran arranged. The two kids were happy to hear that. After breakfast, Lan Hanlu went back to her room to change clothes and grab her bag. Yun Yuran went to clean the dishes. The two children packed their compound bows. Yun Ling casually grabbed some bags and a bundle of rope. Even Miao Miao packed her small backpack and waited at the door. When they went out, the guard drove the car. Yun Yuran sat in the front passenger seat, while Lan Hanlu held Miao Miao and the brothers in the back. After dropping off Miao Miao at the factory entrance, she headed to work. It was rush hour, and many people saw her get out of the jeep. Yun Yuran also got out to see her inside the gate. Nowadays, only important people could ride in cars. As she entered the factory, news spread about her strong background. But Lan Hanlu didn't know this yet. When she entered the office, Bai Shuang was already there, mopping the floor. Lan Hanlu quickly put down her bag and took the mop. White Jia, let me do it. You came so early today, Lan Hanlu said while working and chatting. It's not that Sister Bai arrived early. It's that you came later than usual, Shen Liyue said as she pushed the door open. As soon as she entered the steel factory, she heard many rumors about Lan Hanlu. People wondered how a high-ranking officer was driving a military vehicle to pick her up. She put down her belongings and used a towel to wipe the tables and chairs. She didn't forget to share what she knew about Lan Hanlu. Lan Hanlu didn't mind. She believed it was true and that she would find out sooner or later. However, Lan Hanlu didn't expect this to be just the beginning. In a short while, Yang Weihong and Qin Qiming came in together, each holding a newspaper. Yang Weihong loudly rustled the newspaper. Look at this. Our department is really proud now. Comrade Lan's article is in the newspaper. After saying that, he chuckled happily. Qin Qiming felt embarrassed and quickly returned to his workstation, but he also deliberately unfolded the newspaper. He looked at Lan Hanlu and said, "You really wrote a great article." A couple of days earlier, Lan Hanlu had received a reply from the newspaper office. It wasn't made public, but she carefully kept the payment she received for her article. Indeed, our department is going to be in the spotlight this time, Chen Shiguai, holding his teacup and the newspaper, said as he entered. Don't praise us too much. I almost floated away myself. I just cast a wide net to catch more fish, and I got lucky this time, he added. It's also thanks to our department. I go out every day with Uncle Chun and Sister by helping to watch the office. Louis Wei and the others also helped me gather information. The director even gave us the most freedom. Think about it. Who hasn't contributed? Just as he finished speaking, a loud laugh came from outside the door. Haha, Comrade Hanlu, you're doing very well. Rest assured, as long as you write with heart and produce good results, when you go out for field work, just give me a report. This was the director coming to praise the office specifically. His words made everyone in the office feel especially happy, as they no longer had to sit at their desks all day. A round of applause sounded. All right, everyone, quiet down and listen to me. The director raised his hand to stop the cheers. We have another task. The beginning of the month is coming, and we need to change the slogans on our blackboard. Find 2 people to redesign them. This time it must be fresh, meaningful, and profound. We can't just have one moment of fame and then be talked about behind our backs. The director's words made a few people frown. Yaya kept changing the bulletin board and blackboard, trying to make them more creative, but it was still quite difficult. Lan Hanlu saw this and quickly raised her hand. I have an idea, but I haven't done much work with the bulletin board or publishing, and my chalk writing isn't very good. These tasks weren't too hard for him, but he couldn't do everything himself. He wanted others in the department to have a chance to shine and be praised. Hearing this, everyone was happy. The director directly said, "All right, then you come up with ideas. Wei Hong, Qiming, and Shen Liyue can be responsible for drawing and writing. They all have experience. And with Sister Han Lu's ideas, we can definitely surprise everyone this time. Since this is settled, there's nothing else. You can go now," he said, meaning everyone could leave. After the director left, a few people cheered quietly. Then, the 4 young people gathered together and Lan Hanlu started sharing her ideas with them. The department members were all well-educated and talented. Lan Hanlu just gave a general idea, and everyone brainstormed together. Soon, the first draft of the bulletin was ready. In the next few days, they just needed to finish making the bulletin. Meanwhile, Lan Hanlu tidied up her things and went back to the workshop. The open hearth furnace had already been repaired. However, when she arrived at the workshop, she overheard someone complaining that they had delayed for so long this year and still didn't know if they could finish the task. Lan Hanlu always came by. She was pretty, sweet-tongued, and perceptive, so she never wasted time. Everyone liked to chat with her when they had free time. Master Gu, who was fixing the furnace, knew she studied machinery and got along well with her. But Master Gu was on temporary assignment to help, and he was very busy. Once he finished fixing the furnace, he would go back. He was a kind-hearted person. Before leaving, he told the deputy factory manager in charge of production about Lan Hanlu. Coincidentally, her work was arranged by him, and he understood the general situation well, so he let it go. The only good thing was that when she went to the workshop, no one stopped her anymore. Sometimes she would help check small machine problems. That was why she could ask the masters to help her make some simple parts. At noon, she planned to go to the cafeteria, but she noticed fewer people there today. It seemed some had left the factory directly, and she didn't know what had happened. At this moment, Shen Liyue ran over quickly and suddenly hugged his arm. Lu, I have some news for you. A batch of seafood has arrived at Dongfeng Market. Let's go quickly. If we're late, we might not get the best ones. Lan Hanlu's eyes lit up when she heard this. Since she hadn't been near fish before, not even a hint of fishy smell, they both decisively turned around, with Shen Liyue heading outside. Lan Hanlu went straight back to her office. She needed to call Yunyaran to see if they had returned, so they could go together. Otherwise, if she managed to get the seafood, she would have to take it home herself. The key was she didn't come by bike today. As for putting it in her space, what was Yunyaran doing? How could such a simple mistake be exposed? But they had gone hunting, and she didn't know if they would be back by noon. If not, she would have to go herself. Even if it was hard, she wanted to get that seafood into her mouth. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. "Hello, this is Yunyaran." "Who is this?" "I'm Lan Hanlu. You guys went hunting, right? My colleague just told me that seafood has arrived at Dongfeng Market. Please come pick me up quickly so we can go buy the seafood." She didn't wait for Yunyaran to speak and quickly shared her plan. Yunyaran chuckled softly. "Okay, we also heard the news. We're just about to send the stuff back and plan to come pick you up. All right, I'll wait for you at the factory gate. Make sure to bring everything." After saying that, she hung up. She tidied up quickly and turned to leave the factory. Not long after, Yunyaran arrived in a car. Lan Hanlu opened the back door and got in. "Aunt Lan, do you think there are big prawns in this batch of seafood?" "The big prawns from the sea are especially delicious," Yun Tao said eagerly, as if he was about to rush down to grab some. Suddenly, the sound of brakes screeching was heard. The people sitting in the back seat didn't notice and all leaned forward slightly. "What's going on?" Yun Ling and Yun Tao leaned forward to look. a person riding a bicycle suddenly crossed the road. Luckily, the driver braked in time. Xiao Du, who was driving, handled the situation well and didn't hit anyone. It wasn't until the cyclist, riding slowly away, disappeared that their car moved again. Lan Hanlu saw Yunling staring at the bicycle and asked, "Yunling, what are you looking at?" "Lan Aunt, look at that person. They're dressed very worn out, but their bicycle looks brand new." He was just a little curious, so Lan Hanlu asked him and he answered. Lan Hanlu reached out and patted his head. "You can observe that person more carefully. Although he's wearing torn clothes, he's wearing a watch on his wrist. His cloth shoes are brand new, and his hair isn't short but messy and long, and very clean and fresh. From this, we can see he's not really poor. He might still have a job. His clothes are torn, but clean, which shows it's probably just a disguise. Although he's dressed up, there are no signs of makeup on his face, indicating he's just slightly hiding his true appearance. He's not involved in anything particularly illegal or dangerous." Hearing Lan Hanlu's detailed analysis, Yunling blurted out, "Could he be going to the black market?" Lan Hanlu nodded. "That's just one possibility. You can analyze further based on the current time and the direction he's riding his bike. List all your guesses and then eliminate them one by one. That way, it's easier to find the right answer." Yun Yuran listened to his son's teaching with a smile that never left his face. His Lulu was smart, kind, and all good words could be used to describe her. Lan Hanlu knew more about teaching the two children than Yun Yuran did. That's also why the children stood by her side when she had conflicts with others. As soon as they arrived, a strong smell hit them. Lan Hanlu saw Yun Tao just put down the bag and basket, then took out some money to share with his brothers. "Go look and queue up. Buy what you like. If possible, buy more pork." By then, the place was already crowded with people. Lan Hanlu didn't even glance at Yun Yuran and went straight to join the line. Yun Yuran looked at his two sons. "Listen to Aunt Lan. After shopping, meet here again. Xiao Du, here's some money for you. You go too." After giving the instructions, he turned around and chased after Lan Hanlu. With so many people, he had to protect her and make sure no one pushed her. As for those two kids, they had been behaving better recently. Usually they were the kings outside, but he didn't interfere with that. Finally squeezing in, he saw his little wife buying seaweed in bundles and fish in heaps. Although there were only a few people at home, it was clear they couldn't finish it all. But he didn't dare to say a word. "I had to do my best to protect the other person with my body, preventing others from pushing her." When they had bought almost everything they needed, Yun suddenly took on the role of a porter, carrying baskets into the car one by one. After the guards and two children returned, there were 3 more baskets on the ground. This was the first time since the disaster that they saw such a large amount of supplies, and most of the items didn't require tickets. It was easy to imagine how crazy the people buying supplies had become. Because they had many things, some people came up to ask if they were selling goods. Lan Hanlu looked at what the 3 had bought. Yun Tao and Yun Miao bought some shrimp and pig bones, along with some lean meat. Xiao Du bought a duck and some salted duck eggs. That group is too good at grabbing things. I barely squeezed in to get some meat, and the fattier pieces were all gone. Yun Tao complained. "You're pretty good at it, huh? If it were me, I probably couldn't have squeezed in." "This meat is perfect for making dumplings tonight," Lan Hanlu said as she looked at other baskets. "Dried kelp is fine to take home and store. The rest should be kept in a cool place. I'll deal with it tonight. Do you know how to pick out the shrimp's vein?" It seemed Yun Tao really liked eating, as he bought so many shrimp. Yun was about to reply when Yunling spoke first. "We both know how. We watched others process it before, so it shouldn't be hard. All right, then go ahead and handle it. Tonight, you can make some fresh shrimp dumplings. What about the rest? How do you want to eat it?" "I have quite a few seasonings at home, so most dishes can be made," she said. Not only the children, but she herself was craving seafood. In ancient times, seafood was hard to store. Moreover, the emperor didn't allow her to leave the capital city too far, fearing she might run away. They would rather spend a lot of effort and resources to transport seafood than let her go. At that time, Lan Hanlu didn't want to waste manpower and resources, so she only bought some dried seafood. Because the car was filled with these items, there wasn't enough space. Xiao Du and the 2 children were told to take the bus. Lan Hanlu sat in the front passenger seat, while Yun drove the car. First, she took her to the steel mill, then she drove back home with the supplies. The people in their department arrived a bit late today, but everyone seemed excited. They all sniffed the faint fishy smell on each other and smiled knowingly. Then they talked about the good things they had managed to get. Hoping to earn the envy of others in the same department, everyone shared their stories and laughed. When the workday ended, they all rushed out happily. Lan Hanlu arrived at the door. Yun unexpectedly brought Yun Miao to pick her up after work. Their logistics department usually doesn't work overtime. When the time came, everyone gathered in the crowd wearing blue uniforms and headed outside. This time, more people saw her get into the car. She would still be a public figure inside the factory for a while longer. Lan Hanlu sat in the back of the car. Miao, who usually sat in the front passenger seat, refused to sit there today, saying she wanted to sit with her mom. But Yun still picked her up and moved her to the back. Mom, Dad's car smells really bad today. He got my new dress all dirty, Miao said a little sadly. Lan Hanlu gently brushed her messy hair and said, Miao, don't be upset, okay? We'll wash it when we get home, and it won't smell anymore. Dad will also wash his car. Okay, Miao agreed, still a little upset but accepting the idea. Do you know why the car smells so bad? Because your dad brought home a lot of fish today. When we get home, Mom will make you something delicious, Lan Hanlu said to distract her when she looked unhappy. They started talking about dinner, which was very tasty. The delicious smell filled the whole yard. In fact, everyone in the yard knew about the seafood market first. Most families bought some seafood, but no one's house smelled as strong as theirs. Today, besides seafood, they also brought back game they hunted in the mountains. The compound bow and crossbow were very useful, quiet, long-range, little recoil, accurate, and so on. Yun looked at them with some envy. But thinking about the relationship between the couple, he felt shy to ask. He was afraid Lan Hanlu might think he wanted to take advantage, so he never said anything. After dinner, everyone didn't rush to sleep. Tomorrow was Sunday, so they didn't have to go to work. The day after was the start of school, so everyone was busy with work and studies. It seemed like everyone was indulging a little. After dinner, Lan Hanlu and Miao went into the storage room first, one drawing, one writing. The remaining 4 men washed dishes and tidied up the house. After cleaning, Yun and Xiao Du went to the office. The 2 brothers also went to the storage room to play with a compound bow. Yun worked for a long time. Suddenly, the phone in the study rang. When he answered, he found out it was his parents' call. The content of the call made his face change several times. After the father finished speaking, he wiped his face with his hand and repeatedly promised to treat Lulu well, ensuring he would not let him suffer any unfairness. The old man Yun finally let him go. Your bride price has already been divided before. You should organize it and give your share to your wife. This is our family's gift and you must not steal it. Is my biological father really like that? I can definitely support Yunling and the other 2 with my salary. I wouldn't use your retirement money to support them, Yun said with some helplessness. He understood his father's meaning. That's good to know. I'm not ignoring their brothers, but right now, we owe the Lan family. Any compensation we give is a help. You must understand how your mother and I feel. Father, I understand. Don't worry, we can't do that yet. The Lei village has already sent people to the capital. Be careful yourself. As for the Wu family, that's finished, Yun said before hanging up the phone. His last words showed the Yun family's attitude. Then he turned to old lady Yun and said, Let's go, dear. It's too late, so let's go to bed quickly. We've already worried about him enough. Now, it's up to his own luck. Yun, feeling complicated, left the study. Seeing the storage room light still on, he went to check. Everyone was busy, and Yun Miao, tired, was just yawning and didn't go back to sleep. He quickly clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Everyone stopped for a moment. It's already past 9 o'clock. Go back to sleep quickly. We can do anything else tomorrow. Lan Hanlu looked at the nearly finished design drawings and Yun Miao, who was yawning widely. In the end, she packed up all the drawings. Ignoring Yun's complicated expression, she hugged Yun Miao and took her back to her room to sleep. Seeing his mother and sister leave, Yun's expression immediately changed. You two, hurry and go to sleep. Don't you see what time it is? Tomorrow morning, do your push-ups. If you don't get up, I'll spank you. The brothers didn't care about his cold face. Got it, got it. Really, in front of Aunt Lon, you're all meek, but in front of us, you act like a strict father. Yun Tao, you little brat, don't you want to sleep? Yun raised his foot to kick him. Yun Tao jumped forward and dodged. He pulled Yun Ling and ran to the room. The next morning, the two brothers were awakened by their father's slap on their backs. Both could feel that today, their father was a bit more irritable than usual. As for Lan Hanlu, she woke up even later. Luckily, it was a holiday, so breakfast was a little later for the family. Thanks to Yun Yuran's careful care, they all enjoyed the meal very much. Right after finishing breakfast, the phone rang. The security guard reported that two people from Lan Hanlu's hometown had arrived. Lan Hanlu, who was about to go back to her room, quickly ran to the main gate. Yun Yuran also hurried outside, but before leaving, he reminded Yun Tao, you guys quickly tidy up the table, prepare the fruit plates, tea, and water. Xiao Du, go to the kitchen and see what quick dishes you can prepare. Yun Tao, who was about to go out, was stopped by a word. He looked back at his older brother. Yun Ling, do you think Dad is a little nervous? Although he was usually carefree, his father always appeared calm and relaxed. Now, this obvious change was easy to notice. Yunling had some guesses and quickly said, just follow what Dad said. Otherwise, if he's in a bad mood, he won't be gentle when he deals with you later. The brothers started doing chores, each busy with their own tasks, exchanging glances. Meanwhile, Xiao Du, the security guard, had already gone into the kitchen. Lan Hanlu ran to the gate and saw Li Yong and Li Jie. Normally, she wasn't very familiar with them, but after 3 years of support, it wasn't for nothing. Seeing them, she immediately felt a sense of relief, as if she had found her backbone. Tears involuntarily fell as she threw herself into Li Yong's arms. Fourth brother, why did you come? I missed you so much. As she spoke, scenes from her past flashed through her mind like slides. Her fourth brother carrying her up the mountain to roast birds, helping her fight with the children from the town. They had carried bags for others, earned money to buy her candies, and from then on, they were her family. Yun Yuran arrived a little later and quickly greeted them. Fourth brother. That was what she called Li Yong. The other person she didn't know how to address, and just as she was about to speak, the person opposite snorted. He awkwardly closed his mouth again. All right, everyone's married now, and still crying so much. Let's go back and talk about everything later, okay? Fourth brother brought you a lot of good things. Don't you want to see them? Li Yong knew this person loved opening packages the most. At that moment, Lan Hanlu and Yun finally noticed that there were 8 large bags beside the two people. They saw the 2 flat straps on the bags and knew these were brought by the 2 men. Brother Jie, how did you bring so many things? It must have been hard, Lan Hanlu said shyly, wiping her face with her hand. Li Jie rubbed her head and said, you little crybaby. You just saw me. What's a few things? Besides, the train carried everything all the way. Yun quickly went over to lift one of the bags, and Li Jie picked up another. Led by Lan Hanlu, they headed home together. As soon as they entered the house, they saw 3 children standing in a row. When the adults put down their bags, the children hurriedly greeted them. Uncles, hello. The children looked nice and tidy, and they were clever enough to greet people warmly. First impressions matter a lot, and this made them more likable. After putting down the bags, Yun was very eager to help. Fourth brother Jie, you guys should sit on the sofa. You arrived so early in the morning and probably haven't eaten yet. I'll go to the kitchen and prepare something quick. We'll have a good meal at noon. After saying that, Yun stood up and headed to the kitchen. Before leaving, he gave the children a quick look. Yun Tao carried Yun Miao and Yun Ling, poured water, and then followed Yun into the kitchen. Now, only the brother and sister remained. Li Yong looked worried and asked, Lulu, what are you thinking? Just tell me honestly. Our whole village is your support. Your family is here. There's nothing to be afraid of. Lan Hanlu had experienced life in ancient times before and knew how important family support was. But last time, She didn't have it, so she couldn't fully understand. This time, her brother's words made her feel overwhelmed, and tears started to fall again. Don't cry. Just tell us what you really think. We'll handle everything else. Li Jie, being older, remembered how Aunt Lan had brought them to live in that village. He felt sorry for his younger sister, who was supposed to live a princess-like life abroad. So, no one in their village would oppose helping her when she was wronged. Lan Hanlu was not really a little girl who just turned 18. Her emotions suddenly overwhelmed her, but she quickly pulled herself together, wiped her face, and took a sip of water. She then began to share her thoughts with her two brothers. This person from Yun was surprisingly nervous. He used to be confident about staying with Lan Hanlu, but after receiving that phone call last night and seeing two people today, his confidence was shattered. He didn't know how Lan Hanlu would choose.
He could only accept this path.
But just thinking about such a bright girl, he might never have any connection with her again. He crushed a bundle of dried noodles in his hand. When the guard reminded him, he quickly let go, but the feeling of panic didn't go away. He had completed many dangerous missions, once shot multiple times and hit by shrapnel, yet he never panicked. He felt indifferent. Life or death didn't matter. Injuries or disabilities didn't matter. But now he no longer had that calm indifference. A woman named Lan Hanlu had entered his heart. If this woman left him, what difference would it make from having his heart dug out? He was indifferent, not numb. Now he could feel a faint ache. Fourth brother, Brother Jie, I have no plans to get divorced. This isn't a helpless choice. You don't need to worry about me. Then why? Mainly, I think other girls might like Yin Yuan. After all, he has a very impressive face. But you were raised by Aunt Lan and the village elders. I don't believe you're just someone who only cares about appearances.
So why?
Having 3 children and being a stepmother is very difficult. You know that without me telling you. Li Jie followed, because there was a reason. Although he was usually quiet and not very noticeable, he was very perceptive about people and situations. Lan Hanlu was a bit amused by his words. Brother, you really believe in me like that? Don't laugh. Be serious. This concerns your future. If you don't explain clearly, not only I but also the village elders will be worried. Hearing Brother Jie say that, Lan Hanlu immediately straightened her face and attitude. She picked up the teapot and poured tea for her 2 brothers. Brother, I don't want a divorce. There are many reasons. First, the Yun family isn't bad. Otherwise, the elder wouldn't let you come here. Another thing is Yun Yuan himself. He is good in many ways. His background, his abilities, and his character are all excellent. The only downside is that I have 3 children. Currently, I get along with them okay, but if things go badly, I don't really expect them to take care of me in old age. Another point is that you probably know a little about why everyone in our village has decided to settle here. The past 2 years have been harder than the first 2. Everyone can see that things might get worse in the future. She stopped speaking and took a sip of her tea. But the 2 people across from her understood what she meant. I need the support of the villagers to go out and try. At the same time, I am also a different path for the children of the village. Lulu, you don't need to do anything for the village. Everyone in our village owes the Lan family. They might help us out of kindness, but we can't be shameless and expect the Lan family to always pay for us. Li Yong felt even more heartbroken. His sister had been taught too well by Aunt Lan. As for whether Lan Hanlu's words are true or not, only part of it might be. But she isn't completely selfless. Still, a few words like that can help her work well with those people. She admits she's not a good person. Having traveled through many worlds, she has tried to live well in each one. Living under the influence of world consciousness has made her very tired. If she could stay pure and kind, she wouldn't be able to. She wouldn't hurt innocent people for her own benefit, but she also wouldn't let others drain her endlessly. Brother, stop talking about whether we owe or not. I don't know the details about the elders, but since they have helped you, they probably don't want you to have a hard life. Li Jie stopped Li Yong from saying anything and spoke first. So, sister, what else do you want us to do? Lan Hanlu looked up at Li Jie. This brother is really impressive. Honestly, farming in the village has somewhat delayed him. So he said something unrelated. Would you be willing to work in the capital? Li Jie tightened his grip on his teacup. He's only in his 30s, has been to school and read books. How could he be willing to spend his whole life farming? Mostly, he felt helpless. It would be good if I could get a job. That way, my nephew and the others would have some hope for the future. What about my sister-in-law? Lan Hanlu asked with a smile. Hearing this, Li Jie smiled. If I dared to abandon my wife and children, my aunt wouldn't hesitate to beat me to death. She's only old and weak now. At this moment, Yin actually carried a tray with 2 large bowls and interrupted directly. Brother Jie, just wait for the news. I'll arrange something with my comrades, it should be quick. Unfortunately, his words didn't get a response from the 2 people. Instead, Lan Hanlu spoke up to organize things. Bro, you guys should eat something. We've been busy all morning. You must be starving. This time, the 2 didn't refuse. They picked up their bowls and ate the small pickled vegetables on the table, eating carelessly. When they saw the fried egg at the bottom of the bowl, they both reached out to pick it up, intending to give it to Lan Hanlu. Seeing this, Lan Hanlu's eyes warmed. Brother, I just finished eating. You guys should eat too. The 2 brothers looked at each other and agreed, putting the eggs back into their bowls and eating them. After finishing their food, the twins quickly tidied up. Li Yong stood up, put his arm around Yen and said, We still have some time. Let's talk alone. Lan Hanlu also stood up. Bro, you guys don't need to rush back if you're staying here a few days. Hearing that they still had some time, I knew they were eager to go back. Jie waved his hand. Tickets are already bought. The family is busy with the autumn harvest, so they can't leave easily. There's nothing urgent, so we won't delay you. While speaking, he also firmly grabbed Yun's arm. Brother-in-law, let's find a place to talk. His words were sharp and clear, showing he knew what was going on. Yun managed to break free with a clever move and stretched out his hand. Brother, let's go. I'll show you around the yard. There's a training ground over there, very lively. He led the 2 outside. Lan Hanlu took a step forward, just about to follow, but Li Jie stopped him. Lulu, you should quickly unpack these bags. Some things shouldn't be kept hidden. If you keep them in, they'll spoil. Lan Hanlu thought about it and agreed. Also, since they were leaving soon, he needed to prepare some things for them to take back.
So he didn't follow.
But he still called out worriedly, Brother, you 2 need to go back for the harvest soon. Don't get hurt. Hearing this, Yin actually smiled bitterly. Was this a reminder for his brothers to be careful? No, it was a clear warning not to hurt her brother. In his heart, he sighed about the heavy responsibility on his shoulders and was also thinking about how to handle the next steps. Here, I'll also explain why the heroine doesn't divorce Yun. First, originally, Yun's family has no issues. In fact, they are quite excellent. Secondly, the Blue family and the people from Li village are mostly difficult to investigate thoroughly. During chaotic times, the Blue family's status made them targets for revenge. Not everyone who receives kindness will return it. Many people might bite back when given help. In peaceful times, the Yun family is like a ladder to success, with many members united and holding important positions. The female lead is very practical, choosing a higher starting point for her children. Blue Hanlu watched a few people walk out of the small courtyard and then return to the house. Seeing the 3 small heads sticking out of the kitchen, she quickly waved her hand. Come quickly and help me unpack these burlap bags. They're old, and we need to organize them carefully for a long time. The children hurried out, and Xiaodu also came out holding a pair of scissors.
There are 8 large burlap bags.
When she opened the first one, it contained dried vegetables like mushrooms, wood ear fungi, silver fungus, old fern vegetables, beans, eggplants, dried potatoes, and dried cucumbers, very complete varieties. All packed in small cloth bags, dried thoroughly, clean, and free of other impurities. Next, one bag contained dried fruits, walnuts, hazelnuts, pine nuts, and 30 gina flour. When she opened the third bag, the contents were clearly different, some cloth pieces and 3 boxes. She knew these items were valuable, so she asked others to open different bags. She looked inside one box. One box contained exquisite jewelry, some complete sets and some not, wrapped in cloth and packed tightly in the box. Then she opened the next box, which held a few ancient books on top and 2 layers of gold bars underneath. Blue Hanlu took a quick look and then closed the box again. The third box was smaller. When opened, it revealed a stack of cash and receipts, with a pair of couples' watches and a letter placed on top. Blue Hanlu quickly read through it. It was from the old master and mistress, given to her, reassuring her to keep it safely without any worries. By this time, Yunling and the others had already opened the fourth burlap bag. They took out finely ground cornmeal, corn chaff, and quite a bit of millet. All the grain was directed by her to be taken to the kitchen, while the cloth and jewelry were taken back to her room. The remaining 3 bags were opened. One was filled entirely with meat, including wild boar meat, roe deer, and wild chicken. There were also some fried fish flakes, dried fish, and 2 glass jars containing fish roe. Through the glass jars, you could see the bright orange fish roe, each round and full, about the size of a soybean. A faint fishy smell could be detected, but it was not unpleasant. Instead, it was quite appetizing. Fish roe is very expensive to buy, so these 2 jars must be worth a lot of money. The most important thing is that it is still some time before the breeding season, so obtaining this fish roe was not easy. In the next bag, there were some very nice animal skins and fur used to make boots, gloves, and hats. These items were not only warm but also very beautiful, made to her size. The last bag contained medicinal herbs. She had everything she needed, including wintergreen and 5 flavor berries. She carefully searched through it and found a box. When she opened it, she saw a 100-year-old ginseng and another one that was 70 or 80 years old. The rest were 20 or 30 years old, with 7 roots in total. Another bag held snow frogs and a lot of reggie trees. She remembered that these plants are now protected by the government because they are very effective against cancer. With so many valuable items, not only Lan Hanlu was surprised, but the guards and the 3 children were also shocked. Aunt Lan, I haven't seen so much food since I came here 3 years ago. Yuntao had a big appetite and often went hungry, so he was very fond of food. All right, get everything organized quickly. I'm going out for a while. If your dad comes back, just tell him I went shopping and ask him to start cooking dinner. Seeing that it was almost mealtime, she wanted to give some more instructions. Lan Hanlu put away the precious herbs and told a few people how to handle the rest. She then took the money and tickets, mounted her bicycle, and headed out. As for the small bag at the door, it was clearly filled with her brother's clothes, and she didn't touch it. She planned to go to the market to see what she could buy to bring back for her 2 brothers. When the time comes, she would share the items with the villagers, since they had all chosen the best things to bring. Lan Hanlu wandered around the market, bought some soap and fabric, and only 2 jeans of cotton because she had no more tickets. However, before returning, she took out a good amount of cotton from her space. It was cold in the northeast, but they didn't produce cotton, so it was wise to prepare more just in case. When I got home, I heard cheerful talking and laughing inside. Lan Hanlu carried a large cloth bag into the house. When Li Yong saw it at the door, he quickly came over to take it. Lulu, what did you make? It's not too heavy. He was worried it might tire Lan Hanlu, but when he took it, he found it was very light. I exchanged some cotton tickets with my coworker and bought some cotton. You can take it back later and share it with everyone, she said, placing another smaller bag down. This has some soap fabric and hair bands. Later, you can take them home and ask the old man to help divide them, she added while tidying up. What are you organizing all this for? We don't lack anything at home. Just take care of yourself, Li Jie quickly said, noticing she spent quite a bit of money on these things. Lan Hanlu looked up and glared at him. We're not lacking anything at home. I know what I'm doing. It's annoying when you take it and act all shy, she said, but Li Jie didn't get angry. Instead, Li Yong hugged him and said, How about this?
I've told you many times.
We're a family, no need to split things into parts. Yunmiao, where's your dad? When he entered the house, he heard the cheerful talk. It was these 2 brothers playing with Yunmiao. Dad and the older brothers are cooking, she replied without looking up, not knowing what she was fiddling with. Lan Hanlu finished organizing the things and went into the kitchen. Xiao Du was cleaning fish, Yunling was preparing shrimp, Yuntao was peeling garlic, and Yun was cooking. Seeing him come in and cover the pot, he turned to her and said, Lulu, fourth brother and brother Jia booked tickets for tonight. There's 1 shrimp and 1 fish left. Can you cook them? I'll drive Xiao Du out to see if we can exchange their tickets for sleeper cars. Lan Hanlu took the apron he took off. Okay, go ahead. It's several days of hard travel on the train. I bought some cotton and soap for them. Later, I'll pick out a few pieces of fabric to bring back. All right, you decide. You're the head of the house. No need to ask me, he said, just about to smile but suddenly let out a soft cry. Apparently, the bruise on his mouth hurt him. Yunring looked at Lan Hanlu, who was looking at him, and didn't mind the others in the kitchen feeling upset. Fourth brother and brother Jia are really rough. They teamed up on me and now my whole body hurts, he said with a muffled laugh. A few muffled chuckles sounded. Lan Hanlu glared at him. Serves you right. Get the bruises treated, and go handle your business so you can come back and eat. Cloud Yu Ran didn't mind and, after greeting Xiao Du and the 2 brothers-in-law, drove away. I personally am not interested in blind dates. Breaking social class isn't easy. Having children within the same class is actually easier than trying to change class through children. Alright, I've said enough. Feel free to criticize. Because there was a lot of food and it was late, it was nearly 2 a.m. Before everything was ready, the family, hungry, was given 2 snacks each. Only after Yun Yuran returned did they start eating. He came back carrying bags and immediately called out to Lan Hanlu, Lulu, I'm back. Everyone looked over. Both of them were holding things. They quickly went forward to help. Yun Yuran first took out 2 train tickets from his pocket. My brother changed them into sleeper tickets so you won't suffer much on the way. They took a quick look at the tickets. Li Jia was more careful, so he kept the tickets in his pocket. Yun Yuran then hurriedly opened the bags he brought back. I traded with my comrades for 2 military coats, 1 for men, 1 for women. There's a brand new water bottle and a nearly new one, a set of military blankets for pairs of new military shoes. There are 2 old military shovels for bottles of mitai and 4 cans of military canned food. Take these to your elders when you go. It's a small token of my heart. The timing was too rushed, and I didn't prepare enough. If you need anything in the future, just call me. Here's my military phone number. He thought everything through carefully and was very considerate. The 2 brothers-in-law weren't mainly after the items. They saw that he was willing to give these things to his wife's family, so how could he treat his own wife's family differently? This was somewhat comforting to them. The meal was surprisingly rich, with various seafood dishes, including meat from their previous hunting. The rice was cooked with a mix of large rice and small corn grits, making a special 2-grain rice. After eating, Lan Hanlu went back into the kitchen to prepare some food to leave for her 2 brothers to eat on the train. Otherwise, they wouldn't want to spend high prices on train food, no matter what they said. The weather isn't very cold right now. I tried to make some durable food. I baked some pancakes, boiled a few eggs, and made some meat sauce and chili sauce. Since there are no fresh peppers, I used dried peppers brought by the 2 brothers. Yunling helped pack these items separately with brown paper. I went back to my room and took 2 bottles of health medicine, some cloth pieces, and a big red shirt. I thought for a moment and also took 1,000 yuan from the space to put in an envelope. I even wrote a letter to explain everything clearly. Although herbs are not expensive now, they are still costly compared to later times. My hometown provided me with the best quality ones. When I came out, I saw Yun and the guards helping my 2 brothers pack military coats and blankets into sacks. Seeing me, the 2 brothers picked up the unopened sack and placed it on the coffee table. They took out 6 boxes of different sizes from inside. They pushed the boxes forward with their hands, and 4th brother said, "This is your dowry." Before I could refuse, he quickly added, "Don't say more. If I give it to you, you should accept it. When I married, my little aunt also gave gifts. If you don't accept, it's like we're not close anymore." Since he said that, I had to quietly put the boxes in front of me to show I accepted. Then he took out a red envelope. "This is the gift money from us siblings for your wedding. You know our family's rules. Married people give wedding money, and during festivals, elders give New Year money to younger relatives." I silently took the red envelope. Seeing his eyes turn red again, Li Jie reached out and gently rubbed her head. Another kitten is coming. Let's start now. I'll help you clean it. When we leave, no one else will do it for you. Tears started to fall from my eyes. I didn't forget to punch him lightly for teasing me, but I held back my sadness and took the emptied sack they had just emptied. I put all the small items I had prepared inside, along with some food. The sack was filled again. The two brothers watched her busy, but didn't stop her. I bought a lot of dried kelp yesterday. Take some of the dried shrimp back. The sea fish haven't dried yet. If we leave them on the car for a couple of days, they'll smell bad. Once I dry everything completely, I'll mail it to you. There are also some sea cucumbers and other items sent by Jujie's older brother. Since the quantity is small, don't share them with outsiders. These sets are my work uniforms and safety gloves. I don't need these in the publicity department. You can take them back and see if anyone can wear them. In this city, everything requires a ticket. If you buy something, just eat it yourself. Don't worry about us going hungry, Li Yong said with a frown. Lan Hanlu glared at him. When I give you food, it's for my grandfather and my nephew and niece. The family shares a little taste. There's also a red hair tie inside. When the time comes, give some to the girls at home. Li Jie looked up at Yun Yuan. He didn't mind helping to pack things and felt a bit more relaxed seeing that. After finishing up, it was about time. Lan Hanlu took 2 enamel cups and put them into a small bag. Keep these for drinking water on the way. I just checked my bag and didn't find any. Did you two not bring water when you came? On this train, cups aren't provided, so you have to bring your own water containers. Hearing this, the brothers felt a bit embarrassed and scratched their heads. They brought too many things and forgot the teacups. My cousin and I just used someone else's water jar to get here. It's about time. Let's go. When we arrive, wait a little longer so we're not late. Xiao Du, Yunling, Yun Tao, you watch over Miao Miao, Yun Yuan reminded. They packed the 2 large burlap bags into the car. Yun Yuan drove, and the siblings sat in the car heading to the train station. When they arrived, Yun Yuan went to find his comrades. They left a few minutes earlier than others, so they didn't have to squeeze onto the train, and their sleeper compartments were clean. Seeing the train about to depart, Lan Hanlu's tears, which had just stopped, started falling again. As the train slowly left the platform, she cried uncontrollably. Yun Yuan stepped forward and hugged her. She didn't push him away. She cried bitterly in his arms. On the way back, she remained gloomy. At home, after dealing with the 3 children, she went back to her room. She immediately saw several boxes on the bed. Lan Hanlu opened them one by one. The first thing she saw was a pair of gold dragon and phoenix bangles. Next were jewelry made of purple gold and jade, each more precious than the last. Inside the envelope, there was exactly 1,100 yuan. There are 100 more than what she put into the envelope. As he was organizing things, the door was opened. Yun unexpectedly walked in and saw Lan Hanlu quickly clutching her belongings to her chest. Yun was amused by her reaction, but said nothing. He turned around, rummaged through the wardrobe for a while, then opened a hidden compartment and took out a box from inside. He didn't bother to wipe off the dust on it and simply handed it to Lan Hanlu. Don't worry, I have no plans to steal your things. I will also hand over all my property. How about that? Lan Hanlu didn't give him respect. She twisted her body and continued to handle her own things. I don't need what you have. Just pay the living expenses on time. After all, supporting the family is your responsibility. She wasn't planning to pay for the Yun family. It's not that she thought they were bad, but it's unnecessary. Compared to others, she had already put in a lot of effort. Yun saw her attitude and took a few steps forward. He opened the box he was holding and laid out the items inside one by one, a passbook, some money, and a row of gold bars underneath. This is all my savings. Besides occasionally buying cigarettes or sending some money to fallen comrades, and giving a little pocket money to a few children, everything else is here. In the past, my parents didn't ask me to send money home, and the children were raised by them. Now it's my turn to support the family. Of course, I want to leave the household to my wife. After saying that, he pushed the items toward Lan Hanlu. I said, our whole family must listen to you, including me. So, the The family assets should also be handed over to you, the head of the household, to arrange. Lan Hanlu opened the passbook and looked at it. It surprisingly showed 14,000 yuan. That's quite a lot. But I understand, after all, you've been a soldier for so many years. Now you're a deputy division commander, and you don't need to support the family. It's understandable that you've saved this much. Yun lowered his head and stood in front of her. The noon sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow on his pair of charming eyes, blending a touch of sharpness and coldness. When Lan Hanlu looked up, her eyes flashed with amazement. But she had seen many stunning people. It wasn't that Yun couldn't catch her eye, but no one could move her heart with looks anymore. I have 3 families of comrades who need money sent. Each family gets 5 yuan a month. During festivals, I'll keep some receipts, and I also give some money for special occasions. The only other expense I have is smoking. If you don't like it, I can quit. I usually don't have any big issues, and I don't drink alcohol. Besides these, there aren't many other expenses. From now on, I will give you my monthly allowance, and you can decide how to spend it. I won't interfere. While speaking, he checked all his pockets and placed the small amounts of money and bills on the bed. He looked at the pile of small bills on the bed. Yun also looked at the bills and said shyly, "Last month, I went to exchange some money for a military coat. I spent quite a bit, so this is all that's left." Lan Hanlu carefully picked up his things, straightened them, and patted them in his hand. "Since you strongly insist, I'll reluctantly accept. Do you want me to keep track of it? I tend to spend money quickly." Although Lan Hanlu said this, his expression showed he didn't really care much about the money he took out. His proud and slightly spoiled look made Yun feel like a cat encountering catnip. He suppressed his desire to get closer, his gaze deep and with a hint of a smile, and said, "Our money is at your disposal. If it's not enough, I'll find a way." Even though he was holding back, he couldn't help but lean forward a little. Seeing Lan Hanlu want to lean back, he quickly spoke. "After we get married, my parents gave me a lot of things. When I have time, I'll take you to see them. My mom said I should give all of it to you. You can do whatever you want with it." He spoke very softly, as if afraid someone might hear. Lan Hanlu unconsciously leaned forward to hear better. When he finished speaking, she noticed his little intentions. But she didn't lean back. Instead, she moved a little closer. As she spoke, her warm breath brushed his ear. "Aren't you worried I might not treat those 3 well, or that I might spoil them? If that happens, you and your father might drift apart, and I'd be deeply guilty. It's better for them to talk openly about these things before living together. If they can't even agree on basic plans, what's the point?" Yun, although a little distracted by his feelings, was saved by his military discipline cultivated over the years. He wrapped his arms around Lan Hanlu, sitting on the bed and holding her close. Watching Lan Hanlu struggle, he increased his grip on her arm and softly said, "Lulu, you must believe in my judgment and ability. You are the person I noticed at first sight, and also the one I have come to trust over time. I don't believe my judgment is so poor. You are such a thoughtful woman." After saying this, he looked at Lan Hanlu with complicated eyes. But he still expressed his feelings. "Maybe I seem cold, but these 3 children were not born by my choice. They were raised by their parents, and I feel more responsible for them than I feel emotional about them. My responsibility to them is to raise them well, without neglecting them. During this time, I will do my best to provide for them, teach them how to survive, and help shape their character. Perhaps in the future, my sons and I will develop a deep father-son bond, but that will only happen after many years of living together." Seeing Lan Hanlu's shocked expression, he smiled gently, with a mix of indifference and sadness in his eyes. "So, Lulu, look, even I, as a father, can't love as deeply as I should. What right do I have to ask you for more? Just like before, you only need to be yourself. You're already doing very well, better than I, your biological father. I have no other demands on you." Lan Hanlu pushed him lightly, but not hard, because she was standing in an open space behind him. "Yun Yuran, you truly live up to the nickname Fox in the military. Your schemes are really clever. You've analyzed my feelings and also put chains on how I interact with the children. If I were a little less clever, I would feel sorry for you and the children's situation, and I would also be proud of my position in your heart. These 3 children are not comparable to me. She then looked at Yun Yuran with a foolish, worried expression, spending effort and money to buy a fleeting future. She stepped away from Yun Yuran and reached out her delicate hand to touch his face. Yun Yuran, even though I just turned adult, you might not know that I was personally taught by my mother. Your little tricks might fool naive young girls, but here with me, all those words you say are empty compared to the weight of what I've learned from my mother. He was indeed mistaken. The young girl might not know her mother's background, but he knew that a girl raised by such a person wouldn't be easily fooled by a few words. He could tell the truth to Tianqi. His words were somewhat calculated, which might be a habit. But he could also hide his feelings and say that everything he said was completely honest. However, the young girl was clever, which made her more cautious around him. He sighed and watched her arrange things on the bed. Lulu, we are married. You can see how I do things over time. Blue Hanlu didn't look up and just responded with a hum. Find someone to get me a medicine cabinet. I want to pack these things away, divide the dried vegetables into 2 parts, and send one to each of your 2 brothers' families. A few days ago, both families sent packages. He opened his brother's package, which contained some sheepskin products and dried meat. His second brother's package had dried seafood, dried fruits, and beautiful dyed cloth. Yes, I'll listen to you. He didn't dare say more, and everything would happen gradually. After dinner that night, she took out 2 bottles of health pills, meant for the old couple in the Yun family. The dried vegetables were also packed. When the time comes, you can just mail the packages. The next day at work, she received a letter from the newspaper office. She opened it and found 3.5 yuan and a half-Jin food coupon inside. Lulu, you've been approved again, the security guard told her when she picked up the letter, indicating it was from the newspaper office, so everyone guessed correctly. Blue Hanlu read the letter and nodded. Yes, I've been accepted. That's great. Our recent poster and announcement also received praise. Maybe next time, we can take turns working, so we don't all have to stay at the factory, said Shinlue, who was young and restless, always wanting to go outside. It depends on the director. We can't decide that ourselves. Yang Weihong also imagined such a good thing. But Blue Hanlu pinched the stack of papers in her shoulder bag and stood up directly. I happen to have something to discuss with the director, and I'll give you all some news. After saying that, she winked at everyone. Shun Lue quickly nodded in agreement. She knocked on the door, heard the call to come in, and pushed the door open. Sorry to bother you, Director. It's Comrade Hanlu. No need to bother, just tell me what you need. Lan Hanlu didn't say much. She simply took out a stack of papers from her bag and handed them to the director. Director Chen was a bit confused but took the papers and slowly looked through them. He didn't understand the drawings very well at first, but when he reached the explanatory documents toward the end, he could understand them. By the time he saw the final design of the top-bottom reversing blast furnace, which could complete the entire smelting process in just over 10 minutes, he was very excited. He suddenly stood up, holding the documents in one hand and pointing at them with the other, unable to speak for a moment.
Lan Hanlu not that confident.
This is a redesign I came up with after seeing the workshop. You can take it to our factory's technical department for review. Yes, 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 he said eagerly, forgetting about his manners. He turned to leave quickly, not questioning why he trusted it so easily. Although he didn't fully understand the drawings, he wasn't completely clueless. Plus, Lan Hanlu had written very detailed explanations to make it easier to understand. As she stood up to leave, she asked the director at the door, "Can our department go out for fieldwork now?" If someone else asked, he might have given a lecture about rules, but holding the thick documents, he forced a smile. Schedule your shifts so that only 2 people go out each day. Don't get caught in trouble because no one is around. When Lan Hanlu returned to their department, everyone was staring at her with wide eyes. She raised an eyebrow and smiled. Only 2 people can go out each day. Don't get caught in trouble because no one is around. Wow, that's great. That's wonderful. Let's quickly arrange the schedule. Next time there's good stuff in the market, I won't have to worry about missing out, Shinlue said, feeling upset last time because she didn't have time to buy a piece of yellow-orange fabric. The next day, Director Chen called Lan Hanlu to a meeting. Actually, they had already held a meeting the afternoon before, and the technical department had confirmed that the design was very feasible. But to avoid any surprises, the factory director also went to the leadership department to have someone review it. Now they were calling for a meeting again. If the experts confirmed that the design could be cast successfully, the factory's output value would be unimaginable. Everyone who was not shocked by the drawings gathered in the conference room, waiting for Lan Hanlu to arrive. When the door opened and she entered with Director Chen, everyone looked at her. She was wearing a sky-blue dress, her hair neatly braided and draped over her back. The dress swayed at her waist, and her face was as delicate as a lotus flower, making her look even younger. No one expected that the person who could design such a complex and efficient steelmaking furnace was actually a girl who looked barely grown up. However, the people didn't criticize or speak harshly. Instead, the factory director, Zhao Zhizhong, greeted her kindly. "This is Comrade Lan Hanlu. I am Director Zhao Zhizhong. Thank you for designing the top-bottom combined blowing converter for our steel plant." Their hands touched briefly and then parted. Director Zhao praised me. "I mainly learned these skills myself. I was interested in our steel furnace and got some design ideas from it. After many calculations, I created this model. Haha, I knew it. Hanlu is talented." "I mentioned this to Deputy Factory Director Chao last time," said the man who came to repair the converter last time, Gugong. Deputy Director Chao looked unhappy when mentioned, but he forced a smile, knowing it was best to keep calm. The matter was brushed aside. "Old Gu, have you met Comrade Lan?" asked a thin, elderly man in his 60s, smiling kindly. "Come, Comrade Lan, let me introduce you. This is Engineer Yang. He and I checked your drawings together, though we only managed part of the review because of the tight schedule." He then led Lan Hanlu to the table, showing her the part they reviewed, and they started discussing. Since both he and Engineer Yang were over 60, they wouldn't easily jump to conclusions. If they were younger, they might have been more suspicious. Lan Hanlu explained her design drawings step by step, including her calculation methods, design principles, and working principles. Those with some basic knowledge gathered around to listen. At first, they looked down on her, then admired her, and now they respectfully asked questions. Their changing attitude showed the factory managers that her steel furnace design was practical. When Lan Hanlu felt hungry and wanted to go eat, everyone finally snapped out of their discussion. The factory's secretary came to report that arrangements had been made. Yes, everything was prepared. The people in the meeting room followed the secretary to a small cafeteria, probably because of the seafood supply from the day before. Half the table was filled with seafood, which was considered a rich meal for that time. After eating, they returned to the meeting room to continue their discussion. Someone then suggested that Lan Hanlu join their research and development team, saying that the publicity department was wasting her talent. Director Chen from the publicity department was also unhappy. Although Lan Hanlu had used connections to get in, she had contributed to their department. However, in today's society, everything focuses on national development. He couldn't block Lan Hanlu from joining the R&D department just for a small reason. As for Lan Hanlu herself, she often glanced at Deputy Factory Director Chao while speaking. Chao was a retired soldier, so he could easily notice her subtle hints. He now felt bitter, just like the director from the technical school. He thought of himself as a pig looking in the mirror, feeling out of place. His feelings toward Aaron I from Yen were growing stronger. Lan Hanlu wanted this. Both Yen and her husband had come through tough times during the war. She couldn't be too harsh on them, but she could make them uncomfortable. Prioritizing the factory's growth and the country's progress, her paperwork was quickly transferred to the R&D department. The small raise she received didn't matter much. Most importantly, Lan Hanlu felt she was finally on the right track. When she left the steel factory after work that evening, she looked back at the crowd flowing like a river. She took a deep breath, releasing the built-up frustration. She felt more clear and refreshed. When Yun, who came to pick her up, saw her, he found her even more radiant and bright. As she ran toward him with a smile, her joyful expression could dispel any gloom. Under the fiery sunset, her lake blue skirt fluttered, a sight he wanted to protect forever. Meow meow, did you miss me? Mom, you're so beautiful. Can you pick me up from school tomorrow? I want everyone to see that my mom is the prettiest in the park, Meow Meow asked, leaning on the car window. No problem. Tomorrow your dad will pick me up first, then I'll go get you with him. But it might be a little later, okay? Lan Hanlu explained clearly. Since the 5-year-old could understand right from wrong, she could explain things in detail. Okay, that's fine, they said. Lan Hanlu opened the car door and got in. Yun, waiting outside, saw himself ignored completely. He felt a bit amused and shook his head, then got in the car and went home. In the past few days, thanks to the seafood they bought and the food brought by her 2 brothers, the family's meals had become much richer. Every time they saw 4 men eating, Lan Hanlu and Yun Miao were a bit stunned. The big bowls, about the size of an adult's face, held enough noodles for each person to eat 3 bowls. Yun Miao's head was as big as a steamed bun, and Yun Tao could eat 2. At home, they drank large bowls of porridge, and the vegetables were just enough to fill the gaps. Yun, honestly, I think you don't earn much, she said, pointing at Yun Yun, who was still drinking porridge. Yun Yun saw the 2 still eating, and looked over. Next time, you and Meow Meow can eat your fill without worrying about them, Yun Yun said, firmly controlling his brothers. Yun Ling reacted quickly, and then lowered his head to eat. Yun Tao looked a little wronged at his dad, but thinking that Aunt Lan and his dad wouldn't really let him go hungry, he kept eating. Seeing that Lan Hanlu was in a good mood, Yun Yun finished eating, and then followed him back to his room. He eagerly helped wash and change his clothes, and when Lan Hanlu finished washing his hair, he helped dry it. Lan Hanlu gave him a sidelong look with some helplessness. If you have something to say, just say it quickly. Why are you showing off here? I'm not just showing off, I usually do the same. How can you say I'm showing off today? Yun Yun wanted to be attentive, but he felt he hadn't done anything wrong. Lan Hanlu took the towel from his hand. It's true you usually do these things, but your face is almost full of a flattering smile. Yun Yun took the towel back and continued drying his hair. Then he said, by the way, I think the crossbow you designed is pretty advanced. The blueprints are all laid out there. If you want to use it, just take it. Don't touch the 2 at home. They're for the kids. But you should talk to them nicely. Don't let them take it out and cause trouble. Don't worry, I got this. I won't let you worry. If anything happens, just tell me, and I'll handle it properly, Yun Yun said happily. Lan Hanlu's things in the storage room were not hidden from others. He could find them himself, but of course, he needed permission to use someone else's belongings. Once he got permission, he went straight to search through Hanlu's desk. But after flipping through it twice, Meow Meow pushed him away. Why are you touching Mom's things? Yun Miao was a little scared of her dad, but tried to hold her ground. The other 2 children quickly stepped in front of Yun Miao to block her. Yun Jiren saw this and felt both amused and helpless. I didn't snoop around. Your mom told me to find the design drawings for the bow and crossbow myself. I'll go ask Aunt Lan. Can you wait a moment? Yunling looked at his father and asked. Sure, go ahead and ask. I promise I won't touch anything on the table until I get an answer, he said, raising his hands and taking a step back. This gesture at least made Yun Miao feel more relaxed. Yunling hurried out and soon returned, followed by Lan Hanlu. Lan Hanlu came over and hugged Yun Miao. Our Meow Meow is so amazing. Even at such a young age, she knows how to protect Mom's things. She kissed her on the face. She also gently rubbed the heads of the 2 boys. Just this small act of gratitude made Lan Hanlu feel very happy. Yes, even I, as a father, can't touch it, Yun Jiren said with a bit of a complaint, but his smile was bright. Lan Hanlu sat down beside the table, casually flipping through a stack of books and pulling out a few sheets of paper, then handed them over. Holding the child with one arm and flipping through the papers with the other was a bit awkward. As she pulled, a few more design drawings slipped out. The 2 children and Yun Jiren quickly helped pick up the scattered papers. Yun Jiren didn't pay much attention at first, but when he saw the design drawings, he froze as if under a spell. These were blueprints for a gun, only part of the design, but he understood what they were, probably a rifle. Looking at the marked data on the drawings, he trembled with excitement. Actually, this rifle was based on the adjustment of the Type 81 rifle. Lan Hanlu's knowledge was all from later learning, so she was standing on the shoulders of giants. She improved the Type 81 rifle, designing both a rifle and a submachine gun. But the drawings weren't fully finished yet, so she hadn't shown them. Who knew she accidentally brought them out just now? Yun Jiren carefully took the papers from the children's hands. His hands trembled as he looked up at Lan Hanlu, who was organizing the table. Lulu, Yun Jiren, marrying you, what's more, it's like burning incense for 8 generations. 80 years might not be enough to succeed. Lan Hanlu looked up at him when she heard this. What about the people at home? What are you saying there? Then she saw him trembling as he handed over a few sheets of paper. Lan Hanlu knew those were her own sketches she had torn off, so she didn't mind. She took a look at the papers and understood why he was so excited. This is a rough draft, not even checked twice. Why are you so excited? In fact, he understood the importance of these things. For someone like Yunju, who had been a soldier for over 10 years, it was a big shock. But since the atmosphere was already tense, she didn't want to seem unimportant. She tore the draft papers apart, tidied up the remaining sheets on the table, and then put them back into the stack. No, don't leave it there. That's not safe. Yunling and the others are still in this room. You should move the stuff to my study. You can draw there in the future. As he spoke, he reached out to move the items. Lan Hanlu lightly hit his hand and said, "Stop bothering me. Don't be so presumptuous, or I might slap you." The children nearby covered their mouths to hide their giggles. Had Yunju not noticed? He had been back for a long time, but no other kids had come into this room to play. The older two, under their grandfather's guidance, had developed a strong sense of secrecy. Since Lan Hanlu started teaching them to assemble compound bows and crossbows, they stopped bringing friends home. Otherwise, how could Lan Hanlu not have taken some precautions? She wasn't naive enough to be unaware. Lan Hanlu went to comfort Meow Meow to sleep. Yunju quickly told Xiaodu, who then made a bed in the storage room. Yunju hurried back to his study and called his father. It was late. Old Mr. Yun was already lying down, but since his son called so late, it must be important. When he answered and heard what his son said, he suddenly stood up excitedly. But he understood why his son was calling him. "Third son, I know why you're doing this. Be careful with such things. Here's what I'll do. I'll call and arrange for someone directly, without involving Xiaowu." Yunju knew what his father meant. If the value of Lan Hanlu's drawings was confirmed, Wu Shitao might retire early. After all, the father's contact person would likely explain the conflict between Lan Hanlu and Yan Ernie. Normally, this situation might even lead to some punishment for the Yun family. However, Hanlu does not plan to divorce him, which makes things more flexible. Marriage is truly a unity, not just words. Lan Hanlu went back to her room to wash up and sleep. Yun Yuran looked at her with strange eyes. She pretended not to notice, but after a while, he still didn't stop staring. She grabbed a pillow and was about to hit him. "Yun Yuran, I think you're crazy. Why are you staring at me like you've taken the wrong medicine at night?" Seeing her move, Yun Yuran quickly pounced, holding the pillow in one hand and wrapping his arms around her. "Lulu, let's talk instead of fighting. I have to go to work tomorrow. If I get hurt, it'll be embarrassing for me." He put the pillow back and hugged her again. "Lulu, those drawings in your study." Lan Hanlu understood what he meant and didn't make things difficult for him. "They're all there. If you like something, just look for it yourself. Don't bother me anymore. I have a lot of work at the factory tomorrow, so I don't have time to chat with you," she said. Since she was transferred to the R&D room, she's been much busier. Yun Yuran saw that his wife agreed, but didn't let go. He whispered into her ear, "Wife, we've been married for a month now, but you don't love me at all." His tone was deliberately pitiful. Don't mention how his delicate face looked, pretending to be sad with a little puppy dog expression. Although she wasn't overwhelmed by his good looks, everyone prefers to look at someone handsome. Seeing him so proactive, Lan Hanlu thought he might do something. But suddenly he stood up. "Lulu, I have some things to do tonight. I might stay in the study." Lan Hanlu gritted her teeth.
Get lost.
Does Yun Yuran really not want to? Is he going crazy? Besides their wedding night, they've been married for a month and haven't done anything else. It's strange that he has no reaction to the woman he likes. But today isn't the right time. He needs to wait in the study for a call and see what's next. Just now, when he returned to the study, the phone rang. It was from his superiors reporting to his father, even sending someone over at night. He just hung up less than 40 minutes ago, and now outside the yard, he heard a car. He hurried out to greet them. First, 2 soldiers from the 2nd Division arrived. I had seen them before during a big competition. They are top-notch soldiers. Then, 2 older men with gray hair and energetic looks got out of the car. I knew they were weapon experts. I had previously worked with my team testing products for them. I quickly went to greet them, but since it was late, I said, "My wife is sleeping." Everyone lowered their voices to avoid disturbing others. After being invited inside, we were taken straight to the storage room. Yun knocked twice on the door and a cautious voice asked, "Who is it?" "It's me, Xiaodu," I replied. After a moment, the lights turned on and the door opened. A few people tiptoed in. Yun went ahead to the table, pulling out a stack of documents. The 2 old men hurriedly took half of the papers each, looking at them with increasing excitement. Finally, they put down the documents, took off their glasses, and rubbed their eyes. Then, they saw Yun pull out 2 more stacks of documents from the pile. It was clear what was inside the room. The taller old man, worried about the late hour, said in a hushed voice, "Oh, Yun, how can you have no sense of danger? This isn't just a study. These are very important items, and they're just sitting out in the open, not even locked. No wonder your father doesn't trust you." The others nodded in agreement. The next morning, Lan Hanlu was shocked to see 2 soldiers standing at the storage room door. The key was that they both saluted her when they saw her. She glanced at the 2, who had just returned from morning exercise outside. Although it was a bit chilly, they still had beads of sweat on their foreheads. "Aunt Lan, you're awake. Uncle Du has prepared breakfast and Dad is in the study." "Oh, okay. You 2 should go wash up quickly so you won't be late for breakfast and school," she said. Just as she finished, 2 people came out of the study. When Yun saw her, he quickly stepped over and asked with a smile, "How is it?" "Did I wake you up?" Lan Hanlu felt a bit embarrassed. There were others around. Asking like that made it seem like she was always sleeping in. Yun Yuran looked at her and gently brushed her hair. "Just wait by the dining table for a while and Zhang Xiai, please call Old Feng and Old Zhang. After we finish eating, we can talk." Both of them haven't slept all night and their bodies can't handle much more. The person who came out with Yun Yuran should be Zhang Xiai. He looked about the same age as Yun Yuran and was also handsome. He looked familiar, but Lan Hanlu probably hadn't seen him before. Yun Yuran's first half of the sentence was to Lan Hanlu, and the second half was to Zhang Xiai. When he finished speaking and turned around, he saw his wife staring at Zhang Xiai as he was about to leave. He sounded a little wronged. "Wife, why are you staring at him? Am I not as good-looking as him?" Lan Hanlu looked back at him seriously. "Both of you have your strengths. You have a delicate look, and he has a handsome and elegant look. Looks are a matter of personal preference. There's no first or second." Yun Yuran didn't expect her to analyze so seriously and felt a bit sour in his mouth. "I'm 33 and already a deputy division commander. He's only 31 and is a regiment-level officer. Old Yun, stop bragging about yourself and putting me down. Even if I am a bit behind you, I am still among the best among my peers." Just as Zhang Xiai had called out the 2 old men, he heard this and couldn't help but retort. But before he could say anything, the 2 men in their 60s quickly walked over to Lan Hanlu. "Are you Comrade Lan Hanlu? My name is Feng Chao, and this is Zhang Qinzhan." Old Feng was unhappy with Zhang Qinzhan's interruption. He glared at him and then continued speaking to Lan Hanlu. "Miss Lan, I'm older, so I call you that. I've looked at your design drawings, and they're very complete. Old Zhang and I checked some key parts yesterday and didn't find any mistakes. So, the results written on your design are very likely to be achievable. I heard you studied mechanical engineering. Would you be interested in working at a military research institute?" Lan Hanlu helped Xiao serve porridge to everyone. "Old Feng, Old Zhang, Yun Yuran said you didn't rest all night. Let's eat something first." You too should rest well, or your health might suffer. As for other matters, I'm doing well at the steel factory now. It's close to home and more comfortable. This is her true thought, possibly due to her family background. She is very attached to her home. The two old men looked at each other and sat down to eat. Sigh, hearing you say that, I realize I'm starting to feel hungry and a bit anxious. As I get older, I can't ignore the signs of aging. Staying up late makes me dizzy, and when I'm hungry, I shake. Since they noticed that Lan Hanlu didn't want to work for them, after finishing their meal and getting her approval, the two old men, protected by Jiang Xi and another person, took their documents and left. Lan Hanlu went to work as usual. With the Yun family backing her, she believed she wouldn't be short of anything. Besides, she wasn't doing this to gain money from the country. Actually, that's not entirely true. She did want to gain something, but not money. She trusted that the country wouldn't treat her unfairly in other ways. After all, smart people could see her value. She thought that as a new member of the R&D team, she should come early to clean up like in the publicity department. But as soon as she entered the office, she was pulled aside by Engineer Yang and Engineer Gu to look at some drawings. When she was explaining until her throat was dry, Engineer Gu's apprentice, Chan Hao, brought her a cup of warm water. This young man had caught Gu's attention before, and his knowledge and insight were top-notch. After a morning of explanations and brainstorming, Lan Hanlu rubbed her aching forehead at lunch and carried her lunchbox to the cafeteria. But just as she stepped out of the office, she met the factory director's secretary. Engineer Lan, wait a moment. Lan Hanlu stopped upon hearing the voice, first telling the two old men, Engineer Gu, Engineer Yang, you go ahead. I have something to wait for. The two old men looked at each other and hurriedly ran over with Secretary Li. Girl, why don't you give me your lunchbox? Later, Chun Hao can bring it back to you. Lan Hanlu quickly handed over her lunchbox. Thank you, sir and comrade Chun Hao. She also took some money from her bag and handed it over. Comrade Lan Hanlu, the factory director asked me to call you over, Secretary Zhang said, slightly out of breath, but trying to speak clearly. Lan Hanlu nodded to everyone and followed Secretary Zhang to the factory director's office. At the door, Secretary Zhang knocked. When he received permission, he opened the door and they went inside. Lan Hanlu saw that inside the office, not only was the factory director present, but also two people dressed in military uniforms. She raised an eyebrow quietly, understanding what was happening, but not showing it. She wore a sweet, innocent smile. Hello, director. The factory director quickly put out the cigarette he was smoking. Ah, Comrade Hanlu has arrived.
Please sit down.
Xiao Zhang, go pour some tea. Secretary Zhang smartly poured the tea and handed it over. Comrade Lan Hanlu, let me introduce you. These two are leaders from the Second Machinery Department, Leader Wei and Comrade Zhao. These two are here today to meet with you specifically. Lan Hanlu quickly stood up. Hello, Leader Wei. Hello, Comrade Zhao. The person called a leader smiled kindly. Comrade Lan Hanlu, I also call you Hanlu now, just like them.
Please sit down.
Today, we came to talk with you about some matters. After saying this, he looked at the factory director. Comrade Lan Hanlu doesn't mind, so why are you just standing there watching me? I already know you're pretending to be serious. The factory director rolled his eyes at Leader Wei. Lan Hanlu naturally knew what they wanted to ask. She hoped the factory director could help promote her in the future, so she said, if it's something confidential, leaders, please feel free to ask. Nothing needs to be kept secret. Leader Wei and factory director Zhao had been comrades in arms for over 10 years. Now they both worked locally, so they had a good relationship. Before Lan Hanlu arrived, Leader Wei had already learned about the situation from factory director Zhao. Zhao Zhizhong's appointment as factory director wasn't just because of his military achievements. Yesterday, he had already noticed that Lan Hanlu had feelings for deputy factory director Chao. He thought about Lan Hanlu's connections and made a call to a comrade to find out more. Today, he told his old comrade everything he knew. Seeing Lan Hanlu's attitude, he decided not to beat around the bush. He directly said, Comrade Lan Hanlu, we also understand the conflict between you and Comrade Yan Ernie. Lan Hanlu listened with a gentle smile, not expressing any opinion, not even showing anger. But the more she did that, the more Leader Wei frowned deeply. In your marriage with Comrade Yan Ernie and your school director seriously violated women's rights. However, Commander Wu Shirtao was not aware of this. As soon as he said this, Lan Hanlu sneered. She saw that he was looking at her because of her smile, and her smile became even brighter. Sorry to bother you. Please go on. Leader Wei also sighed about this matter. Such incidents happen quite often, and to be honest, some are unwilling, though few are as bold as Yan Ernie, who really pushed her luck. Comrade Lan didn't say much, but she didn't say anything at all. If you take this lightly, it might hurt her feelings, and I worry about what might happen in the future. Leaders, please don't make things difficult for me because of this. Commander Wu is a war hero who fought in the resistance, and I am now living quite well. I have a steady job at the steel plant earning over 60 yuan a month. As long as I don't cause trouble, I can support myself for life. I am quite satisfied. Lan Hanlu's words made Leader Wei feel bitter. How can she be satisfied? If she were truly content, she would stay quietly, but that would delay the country's progress. He then smiled kindly. Hanlu, you're young, so you shouldn't lack ambition. We have already discussed this in a meeting. Wu Shirtao, at his age, is just right to enjoy his grandchildren. Comrade Yan Ernie, though a few years younger than him, is no longer suitable to serve as the women's director of the municipal committee. Your vocational school director also isn't suitable for teaching and nurturing students anymore. Of course, this is also what old Yun intends. Although he was planning to retire, there was a big difference between retiring now and doing so later. Moreover, Yan Ernie was directly dismissed, losing her retirement benefits, which negated everything she had done before. Without old Yun's support, even if Lan Hanlu showed her abilities now, achieving this outcome wouldn't be easy. Seeing that Lan Hanlu had no objection to this result, Leader Wei felt relieved and once again extended an invitation, hoping she would work somewhere else. Lan Hanlu thought for a moment and said, I'm doing quite well at the factory for now, so I won't move for the time being. In the future, if there are any matters related to the machinery or military science, you can come to me. After all, I am also considered a military family member. Although she hadn't received the official transfer, she had the promise, which made the leader very happy. They shook hands to show goodwill, then parted ways. Lan Hanlu continued her work as usual, occasionally called to the military science department to review her drawings or solve some manufacturing problems. Yun also got busy because of this matter. Since Commander Wu was retiring, he had to take over and handle some affairs. When he finally finished his work and returned, it was just in time to pick up Lan Hanlu from work. Lan Hanlu is also reluctant to ride a bike. Yesterday, it snowed lightly, and I went out with cold hands. Yun saw a fluffy person get into the car and felt happy inside. Wasn't it fluffy? A hat made of rabbit fur, gloves made of rabbit fur, and even the collar and cuffs of the clothes were fluffy. Plus, with that beautiful face, it looked just like a doll displayed in a foreign trade shop. Thinking about making that big doll into her own made her even happier. After picking up the children and returning home, I saw a large package at the gate of the courtyard before driving the car back home. When I got home, I saw my two brothers washing vegetables and peeling potatoes. Yun, surprisingly, took off his coat and washed his hands, then joined in the chores. Lan Hanlu and Yun Miao, who wore the same style, also took off their clothes to sweat, then they started unpacking the package. It has become a family tradition now that all packages must wait for the mother and daughter to open. The father and son were cooking when they heard exclamations from the living room from time to time. Xiao Du, who was sent to buy things earlier, came back and was stopped by Lan Hanlu. Xiao Du, take these grains to the kitchen and let Yun put them away. Yun, seeing what these items were, recognized that they were packages sent from the northeast. After Xiao Du took over the tasks he was holding, Yun stepped out with his hands in his pockets. Lu, did the elders send these? It's just the right time for us to send out winter clothes. I'll exchange some with my comrades and mail them back to the elders. He sat on the sofa and watched Yun Miao messing with a bright red cloth bag, even sewing the pocket. All right, then get ready. Send some more millet to the High Island area, where there's a shortage of food. Now that the weather is cold and dry, I also sent some face cloths to my sister-in-law and second sister. Lan Hanlu is someone who treats me well, and I won't let you suffer. If you treat me badly, I will definitely retaliate. Yunyan didn't care much about these things. Lulu, aren't you planning to have Brother Jie come work here? My comrade in the railway department said they are recruiting people. Hearing this, Lan Hanlu looked up at him. What kind of job is it? I was thinking of waiting until I finish what I have now, then ask the factory director for a job opportunity. Yunyan nodded. My comrades said they are hiring conductors on the train. I want to get that opportunity first, then transfer to another position. You now say, let him go to the steel mill. So you decide.
I will then talk to my comrade about it.
If the opportunity with the crew member is secure, I would like to have it too. I will ask around the village to see who wants to go. The steel mill assignment is definitely okay, but it will be a bit later. Just as I am mailing things to them, I will write a letter. Both sides will be confirmed, and the timing will be about right. Yun Yuran has no objections. His family now follows his wife's decisions. Now that it's cold, they don't bathe every day. After dinner, they just wash their feet a little and go to sleep. After Yun Yuran finishes washing his feet and returns to bed, he stops Lan Hanlu. Lulu, we've been married for 2 months now. Lan Hanlu glances at him sideways. Oh, so what? Seeing that he doesn't try to break free from his embrace, Yun Yuran's eyes brighten. Wu Yani has been sent to the northwest. This one sentence makes Lan Hanlu's eyes also light up. First, I will post 2 pictures. Later, there will be a longer update. Seeing her eyes like stars, Yun Yuran feels his throat go dry. Gently focusing on Lan Hanlu's eyes, he seems to see deep feelings within. His gaze on her is impossible to look away from. His fingers seem to have a mind of their own, slowly brushing through her hair and lightly touching her ear. With Lan Hanlu's subtle indulgence, Yun Yuran gradually leans in, his lips barely touching her earlobe, teasing her. Everything happens naturally. Her slender waist is soft and white, her shoulders and neck are long, her legs straight, and her cleavage is deep and alluring. Yun Yuran feels that dying in this woman's arms wouldn't be surprising. In the past, he felt disgusted whenever a woman looked at him with desire. But in Lulu's presence, that was just pretense. The next day, Yun Yuran drives back to work. Everyone can tell he's in a good mood. He ignores the teasing from the political officer, and his confident, happy demeanor makes others feel envious. Meanwhile, Lan Hanlu feels a bit uneasy. Fatigue is one thing. Her physical strength is okay, so she doesn't feel too bad. But shortly after starting her shift, the security office tells her a female colleague is looking for her at the door. She follows the security staff and sees from afar a woman wearing a red and blue headscarf. When she approaches, she recognizes her as Yen Ernie. Yen Ernie is very excited to see him. She tries to rush forward, but is stopped by the security staff. Comrade, why are you rushing to the back? Come forward carefully, or we might have to take you down, she thought. This was the treasure of their steel plant, and she couldn't let this woman attack it right under their noses. Yen Ernie had been through many hardships. She had only lost control a little when she saw Lan Hanlu earlier. Now she was calmer and said to Lan Hanlu, Lan Hanlu, let's have a talk. Lan Hanlu looked down and smiled softly. Is it Director Yen? Sure, we can talk, but you know I am busy with work right now. How about this? At noon, I have a half-hour break. All right, then I'll wait for you at the state-run restaurant north of the steel plant, Yen Ernie quickly replied. Okay, thank you again, Director Yen, for inviting me to eat. I really appreciate it, she said, then turned and left. Watching her go, Yen Ernie's expression was hard to read. She had invited her to dinner before when they discussed marriage. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? After resolving the lunch plans with Jiang Yen and Shin Luyue, she packed up and left with her bag. As people went home to eat or brought food back, she saw Yen Ernie at the door. They looked at each other silently and then headed together to the state-run restaurant. Lan Hanlu went straight to the door and ordered a plate of pickled cabbage dumplings and a bowl of dumpling soup. She paid and sat down at a table. Yen Ernie was a bit stunned by her actions, but quickly ordered dumplings and sat opposite her. The dumplings had been prepared earlier and cooked quickly, so they didn't rush to talk. After the dumplings were ready, each of them brought their own. Lan Hanlu hadn't finished her dumplings when Yen Ernie couldn't hold back. Comrade Lan, I know I haven't handled the marriage matter with Comrade Yin very well. She continued eating quietly, then bit her lip and said, My daughter, Yen and I just turned 18. The Northwest is too tough. She's a cultural soldier there, and there's not much room for growth. As she spoke, tears fell. That young girl was the heart of their family. Just thinking about her suffering over there made her heart ache. Lan Hanlu follows good table manners. Even though she eats at a steady pace, she does so gracefully. Everyone watching finds it pleasing, as if the deliciousness of the dumplings has improved 2 levels. However, Yen Ernie is thinking about her daughter. Whether she can eat plain flour food over there is another matter, especially since these dumplings are so tasty. There is someone with a bad attitude nearby during Hanlu's meal. Even if they are not eating, it doesn't feel as enjoyable. She takes her lunchbox out of her bag and puts the remaining dumplings inside. I'm 19 this year. After work, I'll go back to be a stepmother. Can you still look at that? Your daughter has suffered enough, it's no big deal. Doing well for a few years can make your resume look better. I've dedicated my whole life to the Yun family. I don't have time to worry about myself, let alone your daughter. After saying this, she picks up her lunchbox and heads back to the factory. Who has the time to listen to her complain in this cold weather? She just came out to see if she's doing poorly, to give her past self an explanation. Doesn't this woman like to use her power to oppress others? Wouldn't it be good for her to experience what it's like to be part of the privileged class? When the second snow fell, the top and bottom of the blast furnace were finally installed successfully. Its efficiency and the quality of the steel produced are naturally better than what the old open hearth furnace could achieve. The factory rewarded her generously. They gave her a bonus of 300 yuan, along with some porcelain jars, towels, notebooks, and pens. Most importantly, they gave her a formal worker's position. This was hinted at during a casual chat with the factory director's secretary, and now she received a satisfactory answer. Lan Hanlu went directly to the post office to call her hometown. It just so happened that the job her brother Yun found at the train station was also available. She told her second brother, Li Jun, to go home and discuss with their parents who should take the job. Then, he could just take a train to Beijing to find her. Li Jun hung up the phone and let out a long sigh. Who wouldn't want a job in the city? His sister worked so hard to find such good stable jobs, and she had made many connections. Before, their father kept sending her things. The villagers weren't happy about it, especially those who had already married and settled down. But those people were just troublemakers. They didn't think about how they could have a family or a career. They had gained from the sacrifices of the Yun family's members. Those ungrateful people only repay kindness with hostility. Since it was late and there was nothing much to do during the cold winter, he tidied up and left work early to go back to the village. When he got home and told his wife, she quickly packed some things for his parents. He drove back to the village. Was your family busy? A group of elderly men and women gathered in the east room, while others gathered in the west room. Seeing him return, everyone politely said goodbye. Li Jun needed to get back before dark because he had to work tomorrow, so he didn't delay and just told his parents what was happening. Old man Li smoked his pipe and said, "First, the family background can't be checked easily, so we can't cause trouble for Lulu. Those sneaky people are also not good. In past years, they would have been considered traitors," Li Jun added. The old man frowned and said, "Don't say everything that comes to your mind. You're grown up, but you don't even have a little sense. What is second brother doing? What's wrong with what he said? No one wants to work hard or share. They just want to take advantage," Li's mother said, feeling that her son was right. The old man didn't say anything else. "Our family is also outside. All 3 of you brothers have jobs, and the youngest has small children." Hearing this, the mother wanted to speak but hesitated. Li Jun saw her and spoke up. "Let's not talk about other jobs. The steel plant's 4th son already told me. It's obvious he's arranged for Jesse," he said. "Even if you're kind-hearted, you can't just help my aunt's family." Old Man Lee looked at his steaming pipe and thought about hitting second brother on the head. Go stand aside. This is my business, and I don't need your input. Do I not understand Lulu's intentions? I'm worried about another job that seems clearly meant for my daughter, then give it to Uncle's eldest granddaughter. That girl has had a hard life. Her mother died early. She doesn't get much at home. If she weren't strong-willed, she might not have made it this far, the mother suggested. The old man thought for a moment and nodded. All right, second brother, go call Uncle and Wenwen over. Okay, that's enough, Li Jun said, took his hat and headed out. He walked around half the village and stopped in front of a fenced yard. Is Uncle home? I'm Junzi. While speaking, he didn't waste time. He pushed open the door and went inside. At that moment, the door was opened. The weather in the northeast is much colder than in Beijing. As soon as the door opened, a burst of warm air drifted out, making the room look misty. A woman wrapped in a worn cotton-padded coat came out. Oh, here comes second brother, she said. Li Jun is a year older than Li Fu, the eldest son of the second uncle's family. Is the old uncle at home? And Wenwen? I haven't seen her, Li Jun said, not really wanting to talk to her. They're all in Dad's room. If you want to find them, go there, the woman replied, sounding a bit impatient. Inside the house, there are 2 doors on each side of the kitchen. This is usually where the elders live, one in the east room. All right, the eldest daughter-in-law will go pour a cup of hot water for your second brother. An old voice came from the east room. Li Jun quickly responded, Second uncle, no need. Dad asked you to come to our house for a meal. He also wants you to bring Wenwen along. My mother wants that girl to help with some chores. Hey, second master, wait a moment. I'll put on a cotton coat and come over. A clear, brisk female voice replied, sounding like someone neat and quick. Wenwen, don't worry. Take your time and help your grandpa walk back slowly. Second master has already gone back, the woman said, turning her head to look at the woman still standing there. Young sister-in-law, you don't need to bring these 2 old men's meals tonight. They'll eat at my place, she said without waiting for a reply, then turned and pushed aside the curtain to leave. The daughter wanted him to take her little girl, but she missed the chance. Just as she was about to go out, she saw the eldest son helping his father out. Dad, let Huji go with us too. He hasn't gone out for a walk in a long time, she said flatteringly. The old man glanced at her sideways. If you want him to go for a walk, send him back to Grandma's house. Don't always look for trouble. If you don't know how to get along, no one will like you. After saying that, he took his eldest granddaughter and left. The woman cursed angrily. It's all because of the plague. When the old man arrived at his older brother's house, he learned the reason for their visit. The girl named Wenwen is only 17 this year. She was the best student, but her stepmother refused to support her anymore. Even old Lee said he wouldn't pay for her education. They argued at school several times, accusing Wenwen of being unfilial. The family couldn't afford to eat, yet she still wanted to study. Just then, she found out she was pregnant, and no one dared to approach her. Wenwen was so angry she refused to stay. Because of this, Wenwen's father was whipped several times by the 2 old men. But the man everyone in the village praised was blinded by the desire for a son. Wenwen was very excited about this opportunity, but the director didn't say much. Old Lee looked at his younger brother and said, giving this chance to Wenwen is because she has taken care of her little aunt since she was young. Don't let your careless son and daughter-in-law ruin it. The old man, who was lowering his head after being scolded, looked up quickly and said, Don't worry. This time, I won't let that kid cause trouble. When Jieji leaves, just take Wenwen with you. Wenwen heard this and started to cry. Grandpa, don't worry. I have a stable job over there. I'll rent a house and bring you over. I earn a salary, and we can live a good life. Later, Lon Hanlu found out that to get this job, the old man had separated from his son and made a formal agreement with village officials and elders. It meant that the father wouldn't need to be cared for by his daughter anymore, and his daughter wouldn't have to care for him either. Once everything was settled, they hurried to move to Beijing. Hanlu arranged everything for both of them, even finding a house for Wenwen to rent. Before the new year, the old man came over to celebrate with his granddaughter. Wenwen was grateful and always remembered to show kindness. Not only did she take good care of her grandfather, but on train trips, she would bring back interesting and nice things for her aunt Lon Hanlu. Lon Hanlu naturally wouldn't let her suffer. Plus, Jiega, who worked at the steel factory, earned a high salary, so he quickly brought his wife and children over. The families became even closer. In the past 2 years, with Lon Hanlu's efforts, the factory's equipment was greatly improved. As for the military industry, judging by the cars she drove and the soldiers who came to pick her up, it was clear she had made a big contribution. This was achieved after she strongly pushed for streamlining. However, this year, the atmosphere changed noticeably. Society felt tense and heavy. At home, 2 tall young men, both about 1.8 meters, were inside mopping the floor and cooking. Lon, you're back. You came earlier than usual today. Yes, Meow Meow hasn't finished school yet. Lon Hanlu put her bag directly into the storage room. She was afraid to leave it at the door, as she had once taken out important blueprints from that bag. Everyone in the family was very conscious about keeping things secret, so they strongly disapproved of her leaving her bag at the door. Things outside are a bit messy now. Next time, if you finish school early, go pick up Meow Meow. Lonnie, we understand. Don't worry about Meow Meow. She's a tough girl, even for an adult man to handle, Yun Tao said as he returned the mop to the bathroom and kept complaining. She's a girl, small and not very strong or enduring. If something serious happens, it's quite dangerous. I'll go cook, and Yun Tao, call your dad to come home for dinner, Lon Hanlu said halfway through, feeling it was better to tell Yun Juren about everything to avoid confusion later. Oh, okay. Yun Tao turned around to go to the kitchen to make a call. Yun Juren came back a little late, but everyone was waiting for him. He ignored his children greeting him and went straight to Lon Hanlu, kissing her on the face. Others were used to his clingy behavior. Xiao Du took out 2 lunchboxes and placed them on the table. They were from the army canteen. They enjoyed a happy meal together. After eating, everyone tidied up the table and washed the dishes without needing Lon Hanlu to do anything. She was busy and couldn't cook, but her siblings helped. Lon Hanlu would calculate their wages according to the rules. The children were eager to work and sometimes even argued over who should do what, mainly Yun Tao and Yun Miao. After cleaning up, Xiao Du said he had something to do and went back to his room. Lon Hanlu and the others held a meeting in the storage room. It was hot, so everyone sat cross-legged on the ground. They sat on mats made of corn leaves, which were quite comfortable. These were woven by Li Jie's wife. Today I called you back mainly to talk about Yun Ling and Yun Tao. You know the situation is getting more tense, and the school is in chaos. I plan to keep them from going to school for now. Meow Meow is still young. She can learn some things at home with me. How do you want to arrange Yun Ling and Yun Tao? She spoke directly to Yun Juren. Yun Juren just took out a cigarette from his pocket, looked around, and kicked it back in. What arrangements? Either join the army, find a job, or go to the countryside, he replied. Everyone then looked at Yun Ling and Yun Tao. Yun Tao scratched his head and said, I'm fine with whatever. Just follow Dad and Aunt Lan's arrangements. This time, their eyes turned to Lon Hanlu. You're only 15 this year. If you work, it might not be very stable and could cause trouble. Joining the army might also be a bit too young. After spending 2 years working in the countryside, you can gain experience and then decide whether to join the army or find a job. However, living in the countryside can be hard, so you should think carefully. I am just offering advice. Aunt Lon, I can endure hardships. Don't underestimate me just because I am 15. I am strong, and there are few in our school who can match my strength. Yun Tao confidently flexed his arm. Yunling thought for a long time and then looked up at Lon Hanlu. Aunt Lon, do you mean I won't be able to go to school in the future? Lon Hanlu looked at everyone with a meaningful expression. This isn't urgent. You can take leave tomorrow and go stay with your grandfather for a while. Seeing her like that, Yun Tao couldn't help but laugh. Lulu, I told you our family, you decide everything. If you suggest something, they listen. If they don't, just ignore it. I've been supporting myself since I was young. Dad, what are you saying? When did we stop listening to Aunt Lon? Yun Tao was a bit worried when he heard Yun Yuran. The other 2 children didn't say anything, but their eyes showed the same feelings. Although they hadn't changed their words, They saw Lan Hanlu as their mother. Anyway, the only thing they got from their real mother was hurt. Lan Hanlu gently pulled him and patted his head twice. Then she looked at Yunling and Yun Rao. If you plan to go to the countryside, you should first visit your grandfather. To comfort Yunling, who looked calm, Lan Hanlu looked straight into his eyes and said, Lan Andy knows what you like. Don't fall behind in your studies. When the time is right, I will find a way to arrange for you to go to the research institute and find someone to guide you. You are my child raised by me. Wherever I go, I won't leave you behind. Yunling nodded seriously. Aunt Lan, I trust you. I just asked out of frustration, not because I doubt you. Lan Hanlu waved her hand casually. After all these years with me, what do you think I am like? Don't I know what's in your hearts? Your dad may not speak nicely, but in this environment, you're not safe in Beijing either.
He's just worried about you.
Tomorrow, you should both get your graduation certificates. The three children nodded together. The next day, they first asked for leave from school. The school staff, frightened by the current situation, quickly issued their graduation certificates. The three children also went to book train tickets themselves, knowing that finding Yunwan's comrade was part of their plan. That evening, the whole family gathered together again. Lan Hanlu packed several bags with food, clothes, and gifts for the elderly couple. After safely sending them onto the train, the couple and Wenjin said goodbye before returning home. Later that night, when the two of them finished washing up and were about to go to bed, Lan Hanlu's words surprised Yunwan greatly. Yunwan, we should have a child. He calmed his racing heart and asked seriously, Lulu, is something wrong? Lan Hanlu shook her head. Not yet, but it will happen soon. The factory's atmosphere is about to become tense. People like us will be the first to face punishment. She sneered a little as she spoke. Our subsidies and bonuses have already been cut. If I get pregnant and have a child, I'll need to rest for 2 or 3 years. Although Yunwan was in the army, he understood a lot. The army might be less affected, but that didn't mean there were no problems. When trouble starts, it hits hard. He composed himself and moved closer to Lan Hanlu's delicate face. Wife, since you want a child, let's not wait any longer and enjoy this beautiful moment. He grinned happily and pulled the blanket over, then pounced toward Lan Hanlu. Since the three siblings arrived in the city where the old man lived, under Wenjin's care, they had called ahead. As soon as they got off the train, they saw the person waiting to pick them up. They weren't visiting for the first time. Wenjin helped carry their luggage to the old man's guard, then said goodbye and left. They didn't see the guard's eager, longing eyes. When they arrived at the nursing home, the old man and woman were already waiting. They were naturally close because they had raised the children themselves. Look at my eldest grandson. He's grown taller again, said the old lady, standing on her tiptoes to reach Yunwan's head. Yunwan quickly bent down and bowed, rubbing his head against her hand twice. It wasn't that he didn't want to hug others, but Yunling always looked serious, like a little adult, making everyone around him feel the need to be serious too. Only Lan Hanlu occasionally teased him, wanting to see his anxious or angry expression. As for Yun Miao, she was a girl with neat braids, and when she was hugged, it was hard to tell her mood. The old man also patted Yunling's shoulder. Now you're truly a young man. Look at these children's expressions. They haven't experienced much hardship. Each one looks strong and bright-eyed. A few people carried large and small bags into the house. Yun Tao and Yun Miao quickly started to explain about the packages. Aunt Lan said she was going to send them like every year, but we didn't agree. We're grown up now, carrying a few things isn't a problem. Plus, Wenwen is there to help on the bus. Grandpa, I'll call Aunt Lan, Yunling said immediately. Yun Miao hurried over. Yes, we should call her or Mom will worry. The old man and woman felt happy seeing this. They called to check in, and then everyone gathered to open the packages. Yun Tao proudly lifted the biggest bag and shook it twice. Brother, put that down. I want to open it so Grandpa and Grandma can try the cakes my mom and I made. Yun Miao was a bit upset. He had been watching that big bag all the way home, worried someone might touch it. Now his silly brother was shaking it again. Yun Tao, looking simple-minded, put the bag down. Brother, I forgot this bag can't be moved. Yun Miao glared at him and took the scissors from Yunling. As he opened the package, he explained to Grandpa and Grandma, "Mom and I learned to make many things. We're not great at cooking yet, but I make good pastries now." Grandpa and Grandma nodded. They liked how well these children got along with Lon Hanlu and how they were taught. Seeing the old folks at the nursing home, many envied Lon Hanlu's family. They weren't the kind of parents who thought stepmothers mistreated children. When they left, these kids weren't young anymore. If they had been badly treated, wouldn't they have said so? And if children who are mistreated can grow up like this, then others might even wish they were treated a little worse. After dinner, the three children excitedly talked about Lon Hanlu's plans. Grandpa nodded happily. Even though they weren't involved in politics or power, anyone who could live in this nursing home wasn't foolish. "I agree with what your mother said, but it depends on what you want. If you don't want to suffer in the countryside," Grandpa Yunling said helplessly. He was just asking a question. No matter where he went, he always got criticized. "I don't mean anything bad. You know I love reading, so I just asked. As for going to the countryside, I understand it's for our protection and to help us build some experience." The old man was just saying that on purpose because he was happy his grandson understood him. "If I'm right, Aunt Lon asked you to sign up for going to the countryside because she wants to stay in control and have you go to her village. This way, you'll have someone to look after you and your safety will be protected. All right, since you have no objections, stay here for a few days and then go back quickly. Things change very fast now, and if something goes wrong, it would be bad. But Meow Meow can stay a little longer." "Grandpa, we understand. My eldest and second uncles are aware, so you don't need to worry. Aunt Lon already had my dad call," Yunling carefully explained, so the old man wouldn't worry. "Yes, I trust Aunt Lon to handle things. Before you sign up, talk to your uncles and make sure everything is clear. If you go to the countryside, all of you should go to her village. If that's not possible, nearby villages are fine too. Their village still has some influence in the commune, so don't think the villagers are all simple or ignorant. When you get there, you must follow the elders' arrangements. If someone tricks you, it could affect your whole future." "Yes, Aunt Lon has already taught us all this and told us about the village," Yunling said. Actually, Yunling admired Lon Hanlu the most. Grandma Yun looked at things and said, "Aunt Lon is very knowledgeable, graceful, and wise in how she handles things. You should learn from her. When you grow up, learn to tell right from wrong and don't listen to others' gossip." The three children nodded in agreement. That night, the old couple went back to sleep. The old man looked at Grandma Yun and asked, "Old partner, what do you mean by what you said during the day?" You see, Grandma Yun usually doesn't talk much, but during the war, she was a political commissar. If her health hadn't really been bad and her emotions hadn't fluctuated so much, maybe her position wouldn't have been lower than her husband's. Hanlu and the third child might be having a baby." The old man, who was about to sleep under the blanket, was shocked by this news and almost hurt his back trying to turn around. "In Lao Toa, are you trying to get yourself into trouble? The kids are so busy now. Don't cause more chaos," Grandma Yin said, a little angry that her husband wasn't taking care of himself. The old man was also startled and took a moment to think about what the children had said today. Then he nodded. "That's good, that's good. The Lon family shouldn't be cut off because of us." The elderly woman gently patted his arm and said, "Old man, it's good that you think like that." The old man shook his arm and replied, "What do you think I am, your wife? All right, go to sleep. The children will leave in a few days. Tomorrow, I'll take them for a walk in the big yard." The woman warned him, "Don't always show off or act proud. First, call the older two kids and explain everything so they understand about the third daughter-in-law. Don't think that just because they are brothers they should share everything." He nodded and said, "All right, I understand. The older two and their families aren't that kind of people. My son is even better. Don't worry about unnecessary things." The couple, feeling lively because of the children, enjoyed teasing each other a bit. The two boys stayed with their grandparents for 5 days, then were sent back after many reminders. Yun Miao was left to stay with the elderly. Meanwhile, Lon Hanlu took the two children to register for going to the countryside, since knowing someone made it easy to be assigned to their village. There were about 11 or 12 days before the train left. During these days, Lon Hanlu took the children shopping, packed everything, and sent it by mail. Someone on the other end was helping receive the packages, so they just mailed 9 big bundles. When they left, each person carried a large bag and held a small one. Big brother Yun and second brother Yun are twins. Their children are all grown up, but they have grandchildren. Based on the analysis of the old man and Lon Hanlu, they quickly contacted their children and arranged for the grandchildren of suitable age. They didn't plan to discuss much with the children. Things had been chaotic lately, and these children had caused quite a bit of trouble. When they heard about their parents' plans, the 2 children didn't hesitate and signed up. There are 4 children in total. The others are either too old or too young to go. The 4 children didn't want to come, but once Yun Tao and Yunling agreed to go, everyone else also agreed. Loi village isn't big, and this time, 6 children being sent, there was already a lot. The village secretary and an old man who raised cattle were just about to go to town to repair farming tools. They also took the children along, knowing that although they were assigned from above, these children were considered part of the family, so there was no resistance. The teacher said that this time, they came to discuss conditions with the commune. After all, the higher authorities will assign the land to the village, but some favorable policies should be given to make things fair. In the past 2 years, under Lon Hanlu's guidance, the village has developed quite well, at least better than other villages. Knowing that the youth going to the countryside was inevitable, they even built a youth station. There are large dormitories and small private rooms, and the yard is very spacious. The party's secretary feels proud when thinking about Lon Hanlu's visit. Many knowledgeable people in their village are doing much better than others. The youth who went to the countryside came in groups. This group was sent to open up land in the northern wilderness. Going to farm the land was very hard. Although the farm provided clothes and wages, the conditions there were hardly worth mentioning. The 6 of them got off the car with big and small bags, attracting attention. Moreover, these children looked quite distinguished in their clothes and demeanor. Thanks to the clever secretary's efforts, their village received 2 more horse quotas this year. The children were allowed to ride in a carriage with their luggage, and the carriage was full with 2 horses pulling it. When passing the town's post office, the children said they had packages. But they remembered receiving large packages a few days ago. The secretary closed his eyes briefly and then said, "Go pick up your packages, then gather at the carriage." He also got off and walked back along the way they came. What was he doing? Going to see if other villages' carriages had arrived, and if they did, borrowing one to help these children carry their luggage. With the way they received the packages a few days ago, they wouldn't be able to go back without a carriage. Sure enough, when he and the carriage from Xiangyang village arrived, the 6 children were standing there, surrounded by a mountain of packages on the ground. "Old buddy, sorry to trouble you. These children have too much luggage. When you have time, let's have a drink." The party secretary was quite popular, mainly because their brigade had been doing well with side businesses these past 2 years, which also benefited nearby villages. "Oh, what are you saying? Our village earned a lot from eggs this year. We might even get some meat in winter." The driver was also from Xiangyang village. Before the harvest, they had to go to the town to prepare farming tools. Yunling, who had contact with Yun Tao and others in the village, was well educated by Lon Hanlu. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Secretary, there's no need for favors." Then he handed over 2 boxes of cigarettes. The village secretary saw 2 children who looked exactly alike and immediately knew they were from Lon Hanlu's family. Seeing how well-behaved the children were, he felt proud and took a cigarette, then handed it to Xiangyang village. "Here, old buddy, try this." The man took the cigarette and put it in his pocket. "Oh, this must be Lu's girl. Look at how bright and lively she is. That's the kind of kid Northeast education produces. All right, let's get the car loaded so the old man can take you back." The children were all eager to help. Even the girl and I didn't stay idle. We helped carry the luggage onto the car. Everyone was busy, making sure nothing fell. Yun Tao and Yunling sat in the village secretary's car. They chatted about each other's lives. The secretary liked them more and more. The children weren't naive or sneaky. They seemed honest and straightforward. When they arrived at the big team, they went straight to the youth station. "We didn't want to bother you to stay at home. According to Lu, the girl, there will be more youth coming later. The youth station has small rooms, so 1 or 2 people can stay comfortably. Plus, they can talk with other young people. Living in the village homes, everyone's living space isn't very big. With so many people, misunderstandings can happen, and that's not good. The children helped carry the luggage down. Uncle, don't worry. We understand. We won't cause trouble. If we do anything wrong, just tell us directly. You're the elder. If we mess up, you can even give us a couple of gentle hits. Yuntao, who was a bit taller than Yunling and looked lively and strong, smiled happily. Rural kids liked children like him, bright, confident, and strong. The village secretary was pleased to see this. You guys get everything sorted out. I'll go see someone and come back to invite you for dinner. After the secretary left, the children relaxed and started chatting excitedly. Little uncle, this is uncle's grandma's village, said Yun's second uncle's grandson. Yeah, it's a small village and it's pretty far from here, said the granddaughter of the eldest uncle. They were twins. But this village probably has enough meat. When we came here in the car, I saw a wild chicken flying, said the grandson of the eldest uncle. If there's a wild chicken, you can catch it. I tell you, the mountains in the northeast are dangerous. You should be careful and not go too deep, said another boy from the same family who was about a year older than the others. All the children were 2 or 3 years older than Yunling and Yuntao. All right, since we are in a new place, everyone should stay alert. Even if the locals are kind, we must be careful. In the future, watch more, listen more, speak less, and travel together when outside. Especially Lily, as a girl, you need to protect yourself. Even if you go out with the girls from the village, it's best to have one of us accompany you. Although Yunling is young, she took on a serious tone, and the children listened carefully. Yes, you all need to follow what my brother says. Aunt Lon told us that no one in the village dares to hurt us, but we might be targeted by others. Don't be fooled. Yuntao wasn't as convincing as Yunling, but the children nodded, holding back their laughter. They were worried that if these 2 uncles complained, their grandparents might come to scold them. That evening, they took gifts and, led by the village secretary, went to old Lee's house for dinner. As they entered the yard, the secretary called out loudly, "Hey, older brother and sister-in-law, what delicious food have you made? The smell is so good, it's making me dizzy." Old Lee rolled his eyes and puffed on his pipe. "If you're worried about the smell bothering you, don't come. I won't invite you." Then he looked past him at the young people behind. The twins were quite noticeable. Are those Yunling and Yuntao? The children had spoken with Old Lee before but hadn't met in person until now. Grandpa and Grandma, the children quickly called out. Hearing this, Old Lee and Grandma Lee were very pleased. Oh, these 2 strong young men. Who can tell they're only 15? How about you, Aunt Lon? Is everything at home okay? Don't be shy with Grandma and Grandpa. They were joking around, while the 4 others behind looked a bit confused. The family hierarchy was complicated. The meal was very rich. Of course, they brought gifts, and Old Lee didn't refuse. Family members are usually too polite, which can make things feel less warm. When leaving, they also carried back the large packages sent earlier. Li Yong was promoted to village chief. He asked his wife to help pack with their daughter. He didn't go to pick up the children during the day because he was busy discussing borrowing a cart with another village. This year, his young daughter Li Siyu, who is 13 years old, is lively and outgoing. The only girl, Yunwan, quickly became a good friend. When Yunling and Yuntao found out whose child Li Siyu was, they didn't stop her. After all, they are big boys, and having a girl around makes things easier. Once Lan Hanlu and the others received their phone calls, they felt relieved. Suddenly, as the weather turned cooler, the atmosphere in the factory grew more tense. The factory director is a retired soldier. His presence kept things under control this year, so no major problems occurred. Although some troublemakers appeared, the security team's strict measures prevented any serious incidents. Only Lan Hanlu knew that this was just the beginning. She had already put away her old dresses and hair accessories, cleaned the whole room, and written a few subtle letters to her hometown. Yun Yuran, although sensing that the atmosphere was strange, didn't think it was so serious yet. But after Lan Hanlu's actions, he couldn't help but think deeply. As a result, the couple became busier and busier. Their plan to have a baby still hadn't come to fruition. This year, after celebrating a revolutionary new year, Lon Hanlu felt sick after a meal of nostalgic comfort food. She checked her pulse herself and found she was pregnant. First, she needed to inform Yun Yuran. Then, she would contact the old man and woman, and her older brother and sister-in-law. After making the calls, she started thinking about her next steps. When Lon Hanlu was nearly 2 months pregnant, something happened at the factory. Engineer Gu was reported by students for having overseas connections. The security team found a letter exchanged between him and his wife. It was a love letter they had written to each other. His wife had studied abroad, so they communicated in English. However, his wife had passed away a few years earlier. He kept these letters for comfort. Future students visiting might see them and report him. With solid evidence, no one dared to stop him. When Gu was taken away and disappeared, Lon Hanlu fainted. After being taken to the clinic and examined, she was confirmed pregnant. But due to the shock, she showed signs of a serious miscarriage and needed to rest in bed. Lon Hanlu directly told the factory leaders she wanted to resign. You know, I've been married to Yun Yuran for 4 or 5 years, and now I have this child. If anything happens, I won't be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life. Comrade Hanlu, we understand your difficulties. Here's what we'll do. The factory will give you a long leave. When you return to work, you'll only need to work half days. If there are any issues at the factory, you can work full days again. Lon Hanlu has good relationships with the people at the factory. All the visiting leaders have no objections to this, but this isn't what she truly wants. The leader's decision is unfair to the other workers. If someone questions this in the future, it will be hard for our factory leaders to explain, especially given the current environment. Don't worry, I won't be at the factory anymore. The factory is like my family home. If you need anything, just come to me. I will do my best to help, as long as I can. Seeing Lon Hanlu's firm attitude about resigning, everyone understood her reasons. So, the next day, they took her home to rest. The factory leaders brought Jiang Yan and Xin Liyue to deliver her documents and to collect her belongings from the dorm and office. They were received by Yun Yuran. They also brought small gifts for her, including gifts from her former colleagues, who pooled money to buy her presents. Lon Hanlu was quite touched. She had suffered many hurts and was very cautious in her relationships, but the people in her 2 office departments had been very kind. Most of the difficult people she encountered in this era appeared in her marriage. After saying goodbye to them, she felt her weakness fade away. She cut an apple for herself. The apple was half green and half red, small and sour. But this was her favorite. Her space was filled with all kinds of good fruits, but they were too sweet. Now, eating fruit made her feel sick of it. She couldn't even smell the greasy smell anymore. Yun Yuran was worried she wasn't getting enough nutrition and tried all sorts of ways to help, but nothing worked. However, there was some good in this. Not long ago, everyone knew that life in the countryside was very hard. During the autumn harvest, children worked very hard. Lon Hanlu was pregnant again and couldn't work. Most of Yun Yuran's money was spent on buying supplies or sending them to her children. Lon Hanlu didn't even ask for a single penny. Many people in the village felt sorry for her. Yun Miao had planned to come back and take care of her, but she didn't want her to. First, she was now able to take care of herself and didn't need help. Second, the situation in Beijing was very chaotic. Yun Miao, as a girl, was not safe going out alone. She even advised Yun Miao to stay at her grandparents' place for a while, then have a guard take her to her brother's house for a couple of days. She comforted the elders and children, then ended the call. I saw Yunwan carrying 2 plates of cold shredded potatoes, one large and one small. The sour and spicy smell came from afar, making Lon Hanlu feel hungry. She didn't need others to serve her. She took a bowl of porridge, grabbed 2 boxes of steamed buns, and moved the plate of fragrant sour and spicy potatoes in front of her. She then started to eat happily. Yunwan thought he saw her teeth, but Lon Hanlu ate without changing her expression. The fried eggs beside her remained untouched. Lulu, eat some eggs to boost your nutrition. Lon Hanlu looked away from the greasy eggs. I don't want it to be too greasy. Next time, you can boil the eggs and peel them, then mix them with the shredded potatoes like a salad. I think it will taste good. Yunwan wanted to say more to persuade her, but suddenly his phone rang. He quickly got up to answer. Lan Hanlu couldn't hear what he said, but he didn't come back for a long time. Feeling something was wrong, Lan Hanlu put down her bun and chopsticks and decided to go see. The closer she got, the clearer she could hear. When she sat next to Yunwan, she heard a series of sighs from the phone. When was he taken away? Yunwan asked. Uncle, it was yesterday afternoon. My older brother and the others don't know yet, a female voice replied. Lan Hanlu immediately recognized it as Yunjuan's youngest sister. She was the youngest, about 25 years old, a year older than Lan Hanlu. She was already married with 2 children, and her youngest child was only 3 months old. Lan Hanlu could hear the babies crying from the phone. All right, don't cry now. But we need to inform your older brother and second brother quickly, so they can prepare for the shock. I'll find someone to look into it. I'll call you back once I have more information, the voice said. Seeing Yunwan about to hang up, Lan Hanlu quickly took the phone. Yunxiu, don't cry yet. If you get too upset, the baby might not get milk. Maybe because they were close in age, Yunxiu had even come to visit her before. They got along well. After hanging up, Yunwan helped her sit back at the dining table. Seeing her eager expression, he explained the situation again. It turned out his second brother was under investigation. The main reason was that his second sister-in-law used to be a wealthy young lady. Lan Hanlu didn't know this before. If there's solid evidence, it will be hard to handle. Maybe we can try to arrange for the second brother and his wife to be sent to our village. Then he suggested that Yunxiu and a few other children should issue a statement to cut ties. Lan Hanlu offered her idea. Yun, however, frowned. If there's no other way, this is the best solution. But the second brother's children are stubborn and they probably won't agree. Then just explain the situation clearly. As long as they stay safe, they can help gather more supplies in the future, and we can pass them along. The second brother and sister-in-law will have less hardship. Keeping the Green Mountains means there's always firewood. Rumors are unpleasant, but it's better than the whole family suffering together. Lan Hanlu, perhaps influenced by later experiences, didn't understand why some people still insisted on their views. All right, I'll handle this when the time comes. You just focus on resting and carrying the baby. Yun reached into her bowl and picked out some shredded potatoes. Lan nodded without saying more. She definitely needed to rest well. Her baby was a family heirloom. She couldn't let the Lan family lose their future in her hands. If it weren't for that, she would have kicked Yun out long ago. As the heir, Yun's appearance, intelligence, and family background all pleased Lan Hanlu. With their excellent genes, their future children wouldn't be bad. But her appetite was poor, and seeing the other person eating fragrant food made her feel a bit unbalanced. She gently touched her belly. Baby, Mom doesn't ask for much. Just let me enjoy some meat, okay? Otherwise, your mom's temper will be taken out on your dad. Yun, who had just forced down some uncomfortable feelings and eaten a few bites, felt somewhat innocent. But looking at his wife's belly, he realized he wasn't entirely innocent. He sighed and said, Tomorrow I'll bring back some meat, cook it until tender, and let you eat it cold with some seasoning. How does that sound? He thought for a moment and added, Add more vinegar and chili. Lan Hanlu wasn't sure if his vivid description sparked his appetite or if the baby was obedient, making her hungry too. She swallowed hard and nodded eagerly. Only lean meat. Yun saw her expression and sighed in relief. A few days later, Yun returned and told Lan Hanlu, Second brother and his wife have been assigned to your village, and they've cut ties. The statement has been issued. I'll call Brotherly later, okay? But don't make the call too clear. Now there are operators, so there's no real secret, Lan Hanlu said, giving him a quick look. Cloudy Rand understood that her warning was to remind him not to be careless and to avoid causing trouble for her family. He quickly responded, Don't worry, wife. If I lacked this much sense, what am I doing in the army? This person seemed to have relaxed after resolving the issue and started joking around. All right, stop showing off. There's a design plan in the storage room. Later, you help me submit it. You've been so active lately, it's a bit obvious. Lan Hanlu touched her slightly noticeable belly, waiting for him to leave. so she could order more food. Hearing this, Yuniran suddenly became quiet. "Wife, thank you for your hard work," he said as he knelt down in front of Lan Hanlu. He placed one hand on her knee and gently stroked her belly. "Lulu, I promise that as long as this child grows up healthy, everything I have belongs to him." Lan Hanlu covered his hand on her belly with her own. "Yuniran, since you've said that, I want to share my thoughts. When the baby is born, he or she will have the surname Lan, no matter if it's a boy or a girl." Yuniran nodded in agreement. When Lulu first got pregnant, old Yun had called him about this matter. "All the assets and resources I hold now will belong to him in the future. Although Yun Miao calls me mom, I am not his biological mother. You need to understand that." Yuniran continued to nod. "Also, you just said you would give him everything you have. I don't insist that the child must have my surname. My basis for not insisting is that you must love him at least as much as those three." After Lan Hanlu finished speaking, Yuniran waited a moment and then said, "Lulu, that's all you want. Why not ask for a little more?" Lan Hanlu rolled her eyes at him. "After so many years in the army, I've only saved up this much. I don't care about those trivial things." Yuniran reached up and touched his nose. "Wife, I really don't mean to hide anything. The current situation makes some things impossible to move. Rest assured, what I said is his, and it belongs to him. But my connections and relationships can only be handed to children who join the army. If I give them elsewhere, most of it will be lost." Lan Hanlu agreed with him, gently touching her belly. "If the baby isn't good, I'll give him more money, so he won't have to worry about food and clothing. If he's as good as others, no one should treat him unfairly." In Yun's heart, her feelings for this child were different from those for the other three children. She naturally had no objections and agreed easily. This made Lan Hanlu sigh, realizing that biological children are truly different from adopted ones. When Yun Miao was over 6 months pregnant, she returned home, saying she wanted to take care of her. Lan Hanlu felt very comforted. As soon as she came back, the house became much livelier. "Mom, you don't know, I went to see my brothers. They were all sunburned and red, and Wanwan was so tired from harvest that she cried." "How are your brothers doing?" Lan Hanlu sat nearby knitting a sweater. Yun Miao, while packing the things he brought back, said, "They're pretty tired too. But when I saw the boys in the village who are about their age, they work even harder. They're not bad, and they still care about their reputation." They didn't cry. Hearing this, Lan Hanlu smiled. "You think they're tired and suffering enough? If they went to our village, it would be even harder." "Did they give up?" "No. Uncle Air is there." Lan Hanlu understood what Yun Miao meant. The elders are strict with the younger generation, and with him there, these children wouldn't go astray. In October, Lan Hanlu successfully gave birth to a girl. The baby was red and chubby, not very special looking, but Yuniran loved her very much. They named her Lan Lingxi. Originally, her name was Shi, from Shi, but Lan Hanlu jokingly said, "When your daughter grows up and learns to write her name, she'll hate you." Yuniran seriously thought about it and changed her name to this. As long as he was at home, he held her in his arms. Lan Hanlu said this several times, but it didn't work. Later, the child developed a habit of crying unless she was held. Lan Hanlu wanted to change her temper, but Yuniran had been busy these days. Unexpectedly, Yun Miao started holding her again. "Mom, hearing her cry is so upsetting." "Don't worry, I'll take care of her." Without asking, he kept holding her all the time. At this time, she also received news that Wu Shitao and his wife had been transferred away to a farm in the northwest. It seemed their daughter had reported them. Why? Lan Hanlu was a bit confused. As far as she knew, they loved their daughter very much. He said, yes, his daughter was misled by her second sister-in-law. Wu Shitao's daughter has suffered a lot because her 2 older siblings are girls. Yun didn't seem to care. Maybe it's partly because of his second daughter-in-law, but Wu Shitao's daughter isn't a good person either. She's not the only one young and inexperienced. Most likely, she was influenced by her family. Lan Hanlu always believed that people who sleep in the same bed are different. Yan Eni's actions weren't the first time. She relied on Wu Shitao's influence. She didn't believe Wu Shitao was unaware. The couple just discussed this briefly, and let it go. The next year, when the children could walk, Yunling and Yuntao were sent to the army. Some of the other children went to the factory or joined the army. Only a grandson from the second brother's family stayed in the village. Everyone knew it was to take care of Yun's second brother and his wife. The child was very stubborn, and no one could persuade him. They stayed in the village for less than 3 years, and the children gained a lot of experience. When Lan Hanlu had her baby, she was naturally informed. When they received the packages and remittance slips, they saw the little child standing by the sofa, holding on to it. Because of good genes, the baby was very cute, round, chubby, with big, sparkling eyes that could melt anyone's heart. Yuntao wanted to go over and hold the baby, but Yun Miao stopped him. Second brother, you just got back. Go wash up quickly. You're so dirty, and you don't want to get side dirty. After calming down, he greeted Lan Hanlu. Aunt Lan, my brother and I are back. If you don't have anything important in your bag, put it aside and go wash up. I made some delicious food for you. You can eat it soon. Lan Hanlu carried a plate from the kitchen and saw the 2 tall men, over 1.8 meters, who looked a bit darker but stronger. Aunt Lan, you can put it there. Yun Tao, and I will carry it. Although they looked quite similar when silent, their differences became obvious when they spoke. Hurry up and wash up. Traveling by train is exhausting. Come out quickly to eat something, and then rest in bed. Your dad might come back late today because of work. Aunt Lan, we understand. While they were washing up, Yun Miao had already fed Lan Lingxi. During the meal, the little one kept tugging at pants and clothes, showing off. Yun Tao wanted to hold her, but seeing how soft and delicate she was, he hesitated. After eating, he sat on the sofa and asked Yu Miao to place the child in his arms. The little girl was not shy at all. She crawled around in Yun Tao's arms, while Yunling helped by clearing the dishes. Yunling, does your dad say when you all will leave? Recently, Yun Miao had been busy and hadn't come back often, so Lan Hanlu didn't know the details. My dad, I called, and he said we'll leave on the 9th. Yunling replied. That's not long. But you can use these 2 days to prepare, Lan Hanlu said, switching back to the way things were before they left home. Aunt Lan, no need to prepare. The army provides everything. Yunling stopped her from washing dishes and took over. Lan Hanlu looked at him with disapproval. You think I don't know how the army works?
You don't need to worry about that.
Use these days to meet your friends and catch up. And if you have time, help me watch that little one. Meow meow, and I will prepare for you too. Yunling also smiled.
All right, we'll listen to Aunt Lan.
We'll take care of she these next couple of days. Those few words brought back their usual feeling. After tidying up, everyone sat in the living room playing with the child. The little one was clever. Just after making Yun Tao cry a little, she quickly crawled into Yunling's arms. Yunling kept his promise. Over the past 2 days, he wore a pendant everywhere, ignoring everyone's teasing. Relationships are built this way. When the day comes for them to leave, Yunling feels very reluctant to let go of the little girl. He kept looking at Lan Hanlu, wanting to say something but hesitating. Lan Hanlu rolled her eyes. I'm her real mom, she said, unable to understand why these kids always thought she was mean to she. The little girl was small but very clever. She was already starting to cause trouble, and with so many people spoiling her, what will happen in the future? These past 3 chaotic years weren't perfect, but things had become stable now. Director Zhao Zhizhong had invited her to return to the factory many times. Even the military factory invited her twice. Lan Hanlu plans to wait until the weather improves next year before sending her child to kindergarten, so she can go back to work. Yun actually supports her plan. But when he thinks about his young daughter going to kindergarten, he feels a bit worried. Lulu, maybe when you're not busy, I can take her. What if you're busy then? Although Lan Hanlu also feels reluctant, her daughter is clever and talkative. Otherwise, she wouldn't suggest this. Although the current kindergarten isn't as well managed as in later times, they are still responsible. Many babies who can't even crawl are sent there. If the child can't walk yet, she can be taken to work. The key is, she not only can walk but is also very active. If she goes to work with her, she won't need to do anything all day. Yun was speechless after being challenged. He really can't take her every day.
He raised his hand to his partner.
Mom, I will take my sister. School reopened last year. Since Meow Meow is so young, she naturally goes to school. Lan Hanlu took her hand away. Don't think like your dad. If you take her, can you still go to school? Yes, many kids in my class have younger brothers and sisters. What can I bring? She is so small. If she goes to school, what will the teachers do if she gets hurt? Yun Miao was a bit excited. They haven't reached an agreement yet, but it was late, and there was no rush. Everyone went back to sleep. The next day, Yun actually had to go to work. Yun Miao usually gets up early for school, but today Yun Miao said her dad didn't have to take her. So Yun had to leave first. He was in a hurry because he lived far away. When Yun Miao left, Lan Hanlu was in the storage room, just saying goodbye and not paying much attention. When Lan Hanlu thought she might wake up, she went to the room and saw the child wasn't in bed. She thought the child had woken up and gone somewhere. Then she saw a note left on the bed. It turned out Meow Meow had taken the child away. No wonder she didn't want her dad to take her. Lan Hanlu quickly changed clothes and rode her bike to Meow Meow's school. When she arrived, classes were in session. Since she had brought Meow Meow several times before, the security guard didn't stop her. She quietly peeked into Meow Meow's classroom through the window. Usually, 2 students sit in one seat, but Yun Miao's seat is squeezed between Lan Lingxi. The little girl is holding a pen and a notebook, drawing happily. Yun Miao sometimes shakes her water cup and asks if she wants a drink. Her desk mate nearby tries to feed her candies, but Yun Miao stops him. The teacher is giving a lecture, but does not stop them. In the past 2 years, teachers have been under a lot of pressure, so they're very careful during class. When Lan Hanlu sees that the children are not causing trouble, she doesn't rush to take them out. She goes to the security room to chat with the old man, waiting until after class. After class, Yun Miao takes Shi to the bathroom. She sees her mother waiting at the door, smiling at her. Mom, you're here. Yun Miao always calls her mother when she makes a mistake. Usually, she just says Mom. Lan Hanlu gently taps her forehead and says, You don't know what you're thinking. Bringing such a little burden. She picks up the younger girl and takes her to the bathroom. Mom, you saw it too. I can take good care of my sister. Can we not send her to kindergarten? She's so young. What if she gets bullied? What if the teacher scolds her for being disobedient? Yun Miao is a bit worried that Lan Hanlu might take her sister away soon. Lan Hanlu squats down and says, Stand still. She pulls up the girl who is trying to untie her shoelaces. Tell me, do you want to stay here with me or go home with Mom? Although she's small, she understands most things. She often tests boundaries when she causes trouble. She is also very good at flattering people. Otherwise, Meow Meow wouldn't treat her like her own eye. Hearing this question, Shi turns and hugs her sister's leg. Not going back, Mom will hit me. Hearing this, Lan Hanlu doesn't react much, and Yun Miao quickly picks her up. Mom, I brought clothes, food, and formula for my sister.
You don't need to worry.
If she's really disobedient, I'll send her back. Let's try one day, okay? Lan Hanlu still feels uneasy, but seeing the 2 children watching her like they're afraid of kidnapping, she sighs and agrees. In the evening, Yun Miao comes back and sees both children are doing well, so she doesn't say anything more. She only started school at age 7, riding on her sister's back. She believes that if her mother hadn't strongly insisted, she would have continued this life for another 2 years. Her mother also insisted she go to school, but she has already learned those things. Since the child started school, the courtyard has become much calmer. In the past 2 years, because Meow Meow watched over the child, many people in the courtyard gossiped. Yun Miao inherited Lan Hanlu's fiery personality. Although young, she is quick-tongued and often debates with others. She has even fought with Zhou Zhang's little chubby kid twice, because she knows how to fight well. But Lan Hanlu didn't expect that within a week of the child starting school, she would cause a big trouble. Cici started school and finished earlier than others. The school is close to the courtyard, so except for the first 2 days, he came home by himself. There are many children in the courtyard, big and small, so safety is quite good. Lan Hanlu and Yun Miao didn't worry too much. It was Saturday, and the elementary school only had a half-day class. Yun Hanlu had to go to work as usual, and Yun Miao also had classes. After the child came back, she was worried about some of the children in the courtyard. Cece has a bit of social confidence, and she was worried about the biggest kid, who is 12, and the youngest is herself, only 7. Lan Hanlu didn't know why these children listened to her, but somehow they stole a truck from the warehouse and went hunting in Shishan with their family's compound bow. Usually, if the truck was driven out, it wouldn't be noticed for a day or two because it was broken and hadn't been repaired yet. Isn't Saturday afternoon a good time? The logistics director found a driver to repair it. When the warehouse door was opened, it was empty. At first, no one suspected that some children had taken it, but since the people coming and going in the courtyard are regular, an investigation revealed the truth. What could the logistics director do? He quickly notified the parents of these 6 children. Lan Hanlu knows her own child well and thought about his recent behavior. She quickly said on the phone, they might have gone hunting in Shishan. Don't go back yet. Let's go find them. The other side agreed, and after hanging up, she finished packing and saw Yun Yuran at the door. She calmly got into the car and said, go to Shishan. Yun Yuran didn't dare make any noise to avoid trouble. Xiao Du drove the car toward Shishan. Halfway there, she suddenly heard, if anyone tries to stop me from punishing her again, I'll deal with that person too, she said through gritted teeth. Yun Yuran beside her shivered. Although he was worried about his daughter, he truly didn't dare to do anything to his wife. On the way, he kept debating whether to let his daughter suffer the punishment first or to take it himself. Lan Hanlu was also followed by people behind her, sitting with Xiao Du in front. Neither of them dared to look at each other. When the Yun couple arrived at the mountain road below Shishan, they found the car. A few children had even used branches to hide it. These parents didn't say anything and just headed up the mountain. The higher they went, the angrier they got. These kids are really brave. In recent years, the environment has improved and more wild animals have appeared on the mountain. These children are almost inside the inner circle now, but they should know that there are wild boars on the mountain. Compared to Zixixian, who is 2 years older at 9, Jiang Weiguo's mother was already crying in her husband's arms. A flash of guilt crossed Lan Hanlu's mind. Why did she feel guilty? Because she knew her daughter very well. The idea and plan were definitely hers. Although the other children are older than her, it's not easy to fool her unless she was forced by those kids. But is that possible? Do you think that child hasn't practiced boxing? When they arrived, the children were attacking a sow with 2 piglets. It was called an attack because these kids are quite clever. They had dug a trap earlier. Whether by luck or something else, the sow's front legs were broken after falling into it. The children were in the trees. Zixixian and another slightly older boy, one with a compound bow and the other with a fish-shooting bow, were hunting the mother pig and her piglets below. One piglet was already dead, the big pig was barely breathing, and the other piglet was more agile. Their aim was limited, so the remaining piglet was still jumping around. Yun suddenly drew a dagger and, with Xiao Du's family, quickly cut their necks. A few parents rushed over to teach their children. The children and parents all raised their hands to slap. Lan Lingxi sat in the tree, holding her compound bow, not coming down. Yun put the dagger back and raised his hands under the tree. Zixixian, are you afraid to come down? Hurry up and jump. Dad will catch you below. Lan Lingxi secretly looked at Lan Hanlu. Dad, you promised that Mom won't hit me if I come down. How can he promise that? If he dares to say that, he believes he will get the same punishment as that child. Before he can think of a plan, Lan Hanlu steps forward. Lan Lingxi, I'll count to 3. Hurry up and come down, or I'll come up and get you myself. As soon as she finishes speaking, she doesn't pause, counting 1, 2. Before she reaches 3, the child throws down the bow in her hand and jumps into her father's arms. The smell of blood on the mountain is too strong. I don't know if there are other animals. Let's pack up and go down the mountain quickly. We can talk about anything at home. The logistics director is out of breath, but has to stop everyone from rushing into action. They quietly return to the main yard. At home, after questioning, the children explain what happened. The truck was broken, but it was fixed under Lan Lingxi's guidance. The children drove the truck out without anyone stopping them. The security guards felt ashamed at the time, thinking it was the logistics department's vehicle, so they didn't pay much attention. It was also because the driver was confusing everyone by wearing a military cap. The children boldly started, making the guards angry at first, but later, everyone had to praise them a little. The most impressive was the youngest, Lan Lingxi. This girl takes after her mother.
Exactly.
Lan Gong is a senior researcher at the steel mill. With such talent at her age, it must be genetic. Everyone spoke excitedly, feeling very proud. But Lan Hanlu was not fooled. Under the watch of Yun Yuan and Yun Miao, Lan Hanlu disciplined her. She tapped her with a willow switch and then carefully analyzed the situation with her. The two people who wanted to stop her were frightened by Lan Hanlu's gaze and stayed put. Have you thought about what will happen if something goes wrong? What will you do to compensate the parents? Especially Jiang Weiguo's child. He's the only son. If something happens to him, the whole family might be ruined. The smarter the children are, the harder they are to control. But the smarter children also think more deeply. Such a big matter cannot be kept secret. The higher-ups specifically sent someone to talk to Yun Yuan and his wife, mainly to ask them to help raise Lan Lingxi properly. Lan Hanlu doesn't like their strict attitude. She leans back in her chair. That's my daughter. She was born after 10 months of pregnancy, not as a tool. How she'll develop in the future. What do you want to do? Only he can decide. Then she leaned forward again. If anyone dares to think about my daughter, I will cut off their hands. Her fierce look made everyone nearby shiver. Yun suddenly stepped forward and hugged her. This is what Yun, want to say. Neither of us owes anything to anyone. If anyone dares to have bad ideas about us, I will deal with them. Later, these people faced pressure from old Master Yun. He withdrew early and is now healthy, so no one dared to challenge him. From that day on, Lan Lingxi mostly stayed with her mother. Her mother explained the reason for this, and she understood completely. Time slowly passed. Under Blue Hanlu's care, Lan Lingxi grew tall and graceful. When school started again, she would be in the second year of middle school. Yun Miao had already graduated. She went to the countryside for 2 years, and then became a nurse in a hospital. Lan Lingxi also wanted to skip a grade, but Blue Hanlu didn't agree. She knew when the college entrance exam would be restored. Graduating early and being sent to the countryside wasn't better than following the normal path of school and taking the exam directly. When news of the college entrance exam came, it symbolized that the darkness was ending and dawn was near. The whole world seemed to celebrate. All school activities were postponed to prepare for the exam. Lan Lingxi was given a holiday, but Yun Miao had to take the exam. Lan Lingxi and Blue Hanlu served as tutors. Yun suddenly worked as logistics staff with security guards and Yunling and Yuntao. But Blue Hanlu didn't expect Yunling to join a top-secret agency. They couldn't contact her at all. Yuntao didn't take the exam this year because his university didn't have a military school. Yun Miao performed very well and was accepted into a military medical university. The old master and his wife returned before the new year. They lived in the general's building, not in the same courtyard as the others. Only Yun Miao's generation in the Yun family was accepted into university, but several of the younger generation also got in. After the storm passed, the Yun family didn't suffer any losses. Although the second couple endured some hardships, they had support, so they weren't too sad. The old master and his wife stood tall in the general's building. In the past, the third family was often criticized, but now, they had a better life without worries. After Yun Miao started school, Lan Lingxi and the others also became busier preparing for the college entrance exam. It seems everything is sped up and before long, it will be time for Cici to take the college entrance exam. However, Lan Hanlu is confident in him. Although the boy is focused on mechanical design, he is also quite good at other subjects. After the exam, Lan Hanlu took him straight home to visit relatives. Old Mr. and Mrs. Yun happily accepted the visit and waited for the admission notice. Neither mother nor daughter brought anyone else. They took 2 trains directly to the northeast, but did not go straight back to the village. They traveled by train, and someone looked out the window and shouted, "We've entered Shanghai Pass." Lan Hanlu suddenly looked back outside, and whether it was her original feelings or something else, her eyes involuntarily turned a bit red. Finally, she understood the feeling of being at peace with her home. She thought maybe returning at that time was a good choice, but when she saw those delicate, white hands holding a handkerchief to wipe away tears from her face, she didn't regret her decision. On this journey, they experienced trains, cars, horse-drawn carriages, ox carts, and walking. Although they were very tired, they didn't complain or feel unhappy. They tried to take care of each other along the way. Seeing her like this, Lan Hanlu felt quite comforted. Cece, hold on a little longer. Try not to stop on the road. When we get back to the old home, we'll have time to rest. Lianxi, knowing her mother had something important to do, nodded in understanding. Then mother and daughter changed their gear and started hiking up the mountain. The deeper into the forest they went, the more wild animals they encountered. Throughout this journey, Lan Lingshi saw her mother's careful planning. They carried various medicinal powders, pills, different knives, hand crossbows, and bows and arrows. After wandering in the mountains for nearly 4 days, they finally arrived at their destination. The mother and daughter rested for a while, then caught some small game around them. The next day, Lan Hanlu followed her mother's instructions from memory. They reached a cliff and Lan Lingshi was asked to remove the copper seal she had worn around her neck since she was 5, given to her by her mother. Following her memory, Lan Hanlu found A and pushed the seal inside. About 15 minutes later, a huge stone door slowly opened from the mountain wall. Lan Hanlu quickly pulled her child inside. The stone door just opened and then quickly closed again. It was very fast. If they had been a moment later, they wouldn't have been able to get in. After entering, he took out a flashlight and found a stone lamp hanging on the wall. Lan Hanlu lit one of the lamps, and the others gradually turned on. This shows that although a secret room was dug in the mountains, the ventilation is quite good. The room is dry, well ventilated, and not stuffy or damp. Following the light, Lan Hanlu led Cece inside. They didn't encounter any traps but soon reached a stone door. The mother and daughter pushed it open together. Inside was a large hall about 100 square meters, filled with boxes. Lan Hanlu went straight over and opened one box. Inside were full of gold bars. A few boxes away, she opened another, which contained silver bars. Lingxi only glanced at the contents of the boxes and then looked back at her mother. Lan Hanlu began explaining where these items came from. They were the bride price from the Lan family for her great-aunt, along with savings accumulated by that aunt herself. She told her about the history of the Lan family. Lingxi was shocked. She had always thought her mother was very impressive, beautiful, capable of solving any problem. She never expected that her ancestors were so powerful. She used to think she had a near photographic memory and quick reactions. Now, hearing her mother tell these stories, she felt somewhat defeated. She realized that these items represented more than money. Each piece was a witness to the growth and decline of the Lan women. There's nothing much to see here, just some jewelry, furs, fabrics, and so on. Let's go inside, her mother said. Wait, she added, surprised. These were already quite a lot. She accidentally opened a box and found it was full of US dollars. Lan Hanlu rolled her eyes at her. Her expression, a mix of teasing, annoyance, happiness, and anger, made her daughter, Lingxi, feel momentarily confused. She finally understood how her father felt. There's always someone trying to take advantage. They were led to the back of all the boxes. Lan Hanlu followed the steps to open a mechanism, and another stone door was flipped open. Inside was a larger secret room. She wondered how big this secret room was. How many boxes were there? Lingxi heard her mother say, according to your grandmother, there should be 2,526 boxes here. Outside, there are 140 boxes. In total, that makes 2,666. She took out 2 pairs of gloves, putting one on her hand and tossing the other to Lan Lingxi. She explained, these boxes are lightly coated with a toxin that stimulates the nerves and causes confusion.
Oh.
By the way, after so long, there's no guarantee the air is completely safe. Let's each take a pill, Lan Hanlu said, then took a small bottle from her backpack, poured out 2 pills, and they each took one. I tell you, the real treasures are inside this secret room. The ones outside are just ordinary things. She opened a large box, which held only one item. It was a white jade statue of Guanyin over 1.2 meters tall. As the cloth covering the statue was slowly removed, the statue emitted a gentle glow, looking pure and sacred. Several boxes were opened, each containing national treasures. The boxes themselves were made from rare wood. One box held medical acupuncture tools, crafted from fragrant Nanmu wood. Under Lan Lingxi's careful training, she had seen many valuable items and knew how precious they were. She was only slightly surprised but kept her composure. Lan Hanlu, having traveled through many worlds, was not very interested in these valuable items. She just wanted to gather more survival supplies to make her future journeys easier. She came mainly because the current environment had improved, and she was here to retrieve some documents left by others earlier. She walked to the back wall of the room and pushed it. A hidden compartment appeared. Inside was a box about 60 centimeters long and 30 centimeters wide and high. Lan Hanlu carefully took it out. The box was very heavy, almost making her lose her grip. She slowly opened it, revealing a collection of paper documents, family trees of the Lan family women, with their titles and contributions at the time. There were IOUs issued by the Lan family for donations, proof of various transactions, and records of espionage activities, information secretly gathered and shared with different military units. After carefully recording everything, she placed these documents in the box. From northeast to southwest, every major and minor battle had traces of Lan family women. So, what Lan Hanlu knew before was only the tip of the iceberg compared to what was in these documents. Blue Hanlu held these items, which in the past might have been deadly poisons, but now they are a kind of special safety token. However, for some reason, she only felt deep sadness. These items were bought with the lives of 28 women and 4 men from the Blue family. She felt no regret about her choice. The Blue family must honor their legacy. Let's go, Cece. Let's head back. This time, I only want you to see that this key can open only 3 doors. That means you can come here one more time. Your grandmother brought me here once before, so be careful when using it. If you force your way in and trigger the traps, these items might sink deeper underground or get damaged and buried. But you can pick some items you like to take with you. Mom is showing you these treasures so you can carry on the Blue family's legacy. Our family's 100 years of glory and decades of sacrifice shouldn't be lost. Blue Lingxi carefully touched the boxes, and Blue Hanlu smiled as she looked at her. Baby, these things are just objects. You can play with them if you like, but don't value them too much. Remember, you are the one handling these objects, not the objects controlling you. Cherish the intentions of your elders and think about the history behind these items. As for their other values, they are all given by humans. Whether you care or not is up to you. Don't let these things make you stubborn. She then patted the box in her hand. What you should cherish most are these items. They are proof of the great contributions our ancestors made to this country when they were alive. As the next generation, we shouldn't let their hard work fade away in history. Everyone in the family deserves to be remembered. Hearing this, Blue Lingxi chose some small jewelry and a few handheld ornaments she liked. Blue Hanlu wasn't short of these things. Over the years, she only used some food and fabric from her space. She also used some medicinal herbs, but since her family back home had intentionally collected more, that helped make up for the consumption. As for food and fabric, she planned to replenish them when life improved. Lingxi, next time you come here, I hope it's when you're ready to take these items out. Although it's a secret here, it's not very safe. We should wait until we find a more secure way. Please remove any explicit or inappropriate content and translate the text into simple, clear English. Here is the improved version. Just get them out. I don't want others to take advantage of our Blue family. I can give you our family's things, but if you dare to reach for more, I'll cut you off. Mom, don't worry. As you said, no one from our Blue family dares to touch our things. They must be getting too bold. Her proud and bossy attitude made Lan Hanlu very happy. When the mother and daughter reached the original stone door, Lan Hanlu placed her small seal into a slot. The stone door slowly slid open again. After they walked out, the door closed quietly, and the seal that was inside the wall dropped out. But the seal in her mother's hand was gone. That's probably why they could come back again. They didn't stay long after leaving the mountain. They continued their journey and finally arrived at the county where Liyi village is located. They showed their invitation letter and checked into a state run-in. They only washed up briefly. If they wanted a proper bath, they went to the big bathhouse. After they finished packing, Lan Hanlu packed some equipment to send by mail. Lan Lingxi didn't question her. When Lan Hanlu returned, she carried 2 very large parcels. Lan Lingxi took the items from her mother. "Mom, where did you get these? Are you taking them to our hometown?" Lan Hanlu wiped the sweat from her forehead. "We sent them before we left, so we can carry them when we go back. We haven't been back in so many years, so we should bring some gifts." She took the water her daughter handed her and took a sip. "Xiaoxi, since the college entrance exams are back to normal, other things will follow soon. The country wants to develop its economy, and trade is an important part of that. The people in our village still have some feelings for us. Thanks to the older generation's teachings, not everyone is good, but there are still a few who are useful. No matter what you do in the future, you will need money. You can't just rely on what you have now, because money can disappear quickly. You need to make it work for you. That way, you can save a lot and also build connections. Also, Xiaoxi, remember, I want you not to be controlled by money, but that doesn't mean you should think money is nothing. The saying, money can make ghosts push mills, is true." Lan Lingxi nodded. "Mom, I understand. I see the importance of maintaining good relationships in the village. Don't worry, I'll work hard and definitely won't let you down." Lu Hanlu gently patted her head and said, "First, my love for the family isn't just about this. I truly care for those people. Also, I won't be disappointed in you. Even if you don't do well, I will only feel sad that your efforts weren't rewarded. I just hope the Blue family stays proud and that you find happiness. I want you to look back on what you're doing now without regret. That's enough." Lingxi suddenly threw herself into her mother's arms. "Mom, you're so kind. Don't worry, I will do my best and not let our ancestors' efforts go to waste." After the mother and daughter finished talking, they called Yun Yuran. "Hello, it's me and Cici. We just want to tell you that we arrived safely," said Blue Hanlu. She was eager to bring her child out because, as Yun Yuran gained more power and importance, her security detail was always close. This time, Yun Yuran arranged everything well. It's not easy to leave all the guards behind in the future. When Yun Yuran received Blue Hanlu's call, he felt relieved. "Good to hear you arrived. Say hello to Uncle and Aunt for me." He paused and couldn't help but add, "Call me when you return. I'll come to pick you up." "Okay, I got it. We'll only stay for 3 or 4 days. Don't worry. You and Cici can chat now." Blue Hanlu handed the phone to Cici. The father and daughter talked for over 10 minutes before hanging up. Later, she went to the weapons department to find Li Jun. Since she was on a tight schedule, she arrived just as they were about to finish work. She told the security guard. Someone immediately went inside to inform him. The door was knocked on, and Li Jun was packing up, ready to leave. Before he could say anything, the door was pushed open. "Junzi, there are 2 very beautiful women looking for you," said the visitor as he entered. "Get lost. I'm in a hurry to finish work. Don't make me have to take a break to deal with you," Li Jun said without looking up. He finished packing and headed out. The visitor followed. "Junzi, I'm not joking this time. 2 beautiful women are looking for you. They're so stunning. I've never seen anyone this pretty in our town, or even in the city. Thanks to Fatty for the reward." Old readers should know that the rating of my novel has gone up from 6.6 to 7.3, right? I showed it to my husband, and now he keeps saying that people who follow my novel are surprised, asking why the score dropped so much. Turns out, he hasn't even read the new one. The man hurried a few steps forward and said with a grin, "Hey, you know how close we are? I've got a younger brother at home, the youngest and everyone's favorite. He's still single and quite picky. Could you help introduce someone to him? Don't worry, June. With our friendship, I'll double the matchmaker's fee for you." He was sure that if his brother met the right person, they'd soon get married, and then the family could split up. Lee Jun brushed him off with his arm.
Get lost.
What pretty woman. I'm not a matchmaker. Stay away from me. Just as he finished speaking, he saw two people, a mother and daughter, standing at the door. He froze for a moment, then quickly walked toward them. As soon as they came in, Lon Hanlu waved. Second brother. Lulu? Lee Jun ran up to her. Why are you back? When did you arrive? Why didn't you call home first? You came back with just your daughter? You're too bold. His string of questions showed both surprise and worry. Brother, let's talk later. This is my daughter, Lon Lingxi. Please help us find a car to take us back to the village. Otherwise, how are we going to carry all these bags? Lon Hanlu avoided his questions and went straight to the point. Lon Lingxi greeted him politely. Hello, second uncle. You can just call me Cece. Ah, good, good. Lee Jun smiled happily at her and quickly searched his pockets. He found a little over 20 yuan in mixed bills and coins, then stuffed it all into Lon Hanlu's hand. Cece, your uncle didn't prepare a proper gift this time. Take this for now, and I'll make it up to you later. Lon Lingxi didn't hesitate and took the money. Then I won't be polite, second uncle. But since you've already given this, there's no need to add more. Haha, what a straightforward and generous child. Don't worry, I'll still make it up to you. Otherwise, how could I let others outdo me? Now, about that car. I will wait here for a while before I go drive, but I won't return to the village first. Come with me to my house, and I will go back tomorrow. If you're not afraid of getting scolded by my older brother, you can just take me home now.
Lan Han Lu Ca Su Ti Zet.
The person who delivered the message was very disappointed when they learned that Lon Hanlu and Lon Lingxi are mother and daughter. In the end, they went home after Lon Hanlu thanked them. Lee Jun brought a car to carry all the luggage on the roof because it was too big to fit in the trunk. The back seat was also full of small bags. When they arrived in the village, they naturally went to Lee's house first. Everyone was very close, especially since Lon Hanlu hadn't been back for 2 or 3 years. Lee Jun's mother, whom Lon Hanlu called Auntie, quickly found someone to light a fire at Lon Hanlu's house. Although it wasn't very hot in summer, most people here sleep on Kong beds, and if they don't keep the fire going, it gets damp. In a few days, they wouldn't be cooking at home anymore and would go straight to Annie's house to eat. The packages they brought back were all gifts for everyone. Following usual customs, Lon Hanlu sorted her gifts. Some people tried to take advantage, but before she could say anything, Annie stopped them. Lon Lingxi was clever and had her older brother's children with her. She quickly played with children around her age in the village and was also checking out the talented people here. Lon Hanlu stayed for 3 days. On the noon of the 4th day, a car arrived in the village. After asking around at the village entrance, it drove straight to Lon Hanlu's house. Lon Hanlu was at Lee's house with Lon Lingxi and her friends going up the mountain. When the village's trusted person informed her, the 2 young men who came in the car also came looking for her. Why are you 2 here? Lon Hanlu asked. The 2 quickly bowed first. Sister-in-law, the leader asked us to pick you and Shishi up. He said it's too dangerous for you 2 to travel back and forth. These 2 are new guards from Yunju. Your old husband cares about you making the trip alone, right? Come in quickly, it's almost noon. We can talk after lunch. Auntie, who always called Lon Hanlu old girl, hurried them inside. Since Annie always called Lon Hanlu old girl, she also called Yunju's old husband old husband. Come in, both of you. Let's eat here. Did you buy train tickets? When are they for? Brother-in-law, we didn't buy train tickets, but we've already talked to the station. Are you sure about the time? We can just make a quick call. Hearing this, Lon Hanlu felt a little better. When they arrived, they brought many bags, and on the way back, they didn't leave much behind. The older woman held Lon Lingxi's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Lon Hanlu thought she wasn't just looking at the child but at the future hope of the Lon family. Until they sat on the train and left the village behind, Lon Lingxi turned to sit upright. Mom, everyone in the village is so kind. The elders there are very nice to me. Lon Hanlu patted his head. This is the Lon family's Yuin. Mom hopes you can live happily without worries, but once you believe in this, The responsibility falls on you. You need to be prepared. Lan Lingxi listened but didn't back down. He clenched his fists and told his mom, "Don't worry, Mom. I'm ready. Like you said, relying on my father, women can only be princesses. Relying on a husband, women can only be queens. Relying on a son, women can only be empress dowagers. But only by relying on yourself can you become an empress. I want to be an empress. To wear the crown, you must bear its weight. I understand all these truths. My little she is so strong," Lan Hanlu said proudly. "Because I was raised by Mom, every bit of me shows how well you taught me." The child was very sweet-tongued. With 2 guards helping to handle things, the mother and daughter felt much more at ease than when they first arrived. Just as they reached the Beijing train station and hadn't even stepped out, they saw a man in a neat military uniform. He had a slightly silvered sideburn and was standing next to a military vehicle. His presence was impressive, and with his serious, calm face, everyone around kept their distance, creating a sort of empty space. So, when Lan Hanlu and her daughter came out, they saw this man. Although the people waiting or seeing them off usually kept their distance, they were all watching him intentionally or unintentionally. They saw this normally handsome but serious man suddenly soften his expression and smile, as if he had seen something pleasant. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes appeared, but under his refined face, he didn't look old. Instead, he had a mysterious charm. The 2 guards, who had been with the leader for some time, saw him step forward to greet them. They quickly saluted and stepped back to the sides. Yun didn't do much when he stepped forward. His clothes didn't allow him to act too freely. He just took the small bag from his wife and daughter. "Lulu, are you tired? Did you encounter any danger? Next time, don't go out like that. It makes me worry." As soon as he finished speaking, a shout came from afar. "Mom, Cece." A girl in a dress ran over, immediately hugging Lan Hanlu's arm, while she handed her ice cream to Cece. "I know Mom and Dad don't eat it, so I didn't bring any for you too," she said softly, but her bright smile made her seem less fragile. Her voice was clear and strong, showing she was not weak. "Girls, try to eat less ice in summer. It's not good for your health," Lan Hanlu said patiently to Yun Miao. Yun looked at the 3 of them chatting happily and quickly followed, carrying her things and walking faster. Though still confident, her expression was softer. When they got home, they found the old couple from the Yun family there too. Lan Hanlu greeted them happily. "Mom, Dad, you're here." The old lady saw her sit down and held her hand. "You must be exhausted from the trip. By the way, Cece's admission letter arrived. When we heard you were coming back today, we came over especially." "Sorry for worrying you, Mom and Dad," Lan Hanlu said apologetically. The old lady patted her hand. "No need to be polite among family. Our Cece did very well this time. She's the top scorer. Although old Master Yun had returned, he didn't take any job. His 3 sons already held high positions, so he wouldn't take over work that might block their paths." The old couple enjoyed a relaxed and lively life, often visiting Lan Hanlu. She was easy to get along with, so their relationship was good. The old man and woman were generous and brought nice things. Their 2 daughters had received a lot of kindness from the old couple. Naturally, they were close to the old lady, creating a good cycle. Of course, there were some jealous people. The Yun family was prosperous, and there were always a few who loved to cause trouble. But from Yun Yuran to Lan Lingxi, no one was easy to deal with. Having experienced a few setbacks, they all learned to be careful. After all, Yun had been spoiled since childhood, and his 2 older brothers rarely argued with him. Moreover, the younger generation didn't interfere much when they tried to teach him a lesson. The remaining 3 women, whether arguing or fighting, were all quite strong. The support from the elderly grandparents also helped keep the family peaceful. Time quietly passed. Lan Hanlu's face showed some signs of age, and Yun, who was nearly 80, looked a bit stooped. Although still healthy, he was a little hunched. Watching the news report about Lan Hanlu's contributions to national scientific research, Lan Lingxi's daughter sat nearby, pregnant and eating fruit. "Mimi, tell me, what are your plans?" Lan Hanlu asked. She wasn't really giving advice, just curious about her daughter's thoughts. Lan Meich casually swallowed her apple and said, no big plans. I plan to stay at home and take care of the family business. The big family needs someone to manage it, and the baby inside me will be the next in line. Hearing this, Lan Lingxi, who had just returned, reached out to pat her big belly, but seeing her pregnant, she hesitated and withdrew her hand. You're already so old, and if you have no serious work, why talk nonsense? She said. Lan Hanlu was upset by her words. What are you saying about the baby? I think the child's idea is good. There are plenty of men in this world. There's no need to cling to a bad one. The baby in his belly will carry the Lan name. Our family can support him, and the Jiang family won't oppose it. Grandma, you're so forward-thinking. Why would I want a man with a bad reputation? We have power and money, beauty and talent. Do I need a man? Grandma, tell me, how many children do you want me to have for the Lan family? Hearing this, Lan Hanlu gently tapped her forehead. What are you talking about? Don't joke about your health. My only task is to give birth, just like your mother did. The rest of the family affairs are not my concern. Whether you want to keep the family going or end it is up to you. They spent the whole day talking and then went to sleep. After entering the house, Yun held Lan Hanlu's hand and said, My wife, I have wronged you all your life. I've made you suffer, and I'm sorry you married me. If there's a next life, I will wait for you patiently. Cloud unexpectedly realized that this confession was the last words he and Lan Hanlu shared. Lan Hanlu felt a heavy chest in the middle of the night and couldn't even speak. Cloud found out it was already too late. He didn't expect that, being 14 years older than her, he would be the one to leave first. He held her hand tightly, always saying he would treat her well and make up for everything. But in this life, he felt he hadn't done enough. Thinking about it, a painful feeling welled up inside him. Lan Hanlu passed away in the early morning, and Cloud died at 10 a.m. Both of them left together. After their funeral procedures were completed, Lan Maij was just about to reach her due date. She spent 4 or 5 hours in the delivery room and gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. Their household registration was directly registered under her name. After the baby's first month, she took the household register and went to a small museum run by Lan Lingxi. The museum was a traditional courtyard house. Inside, besides some antiques, there was the history of the Lan family. Most of the materials were taken from caves, and some were passed down from Lan Hanlu's mother. All of these were carefully organized and displayed in the museum. Today, she mainly wanted to add her children's names to the family tree stored there. The Lan family used to live outside the pass, guarding treasures. Each generation had fewer boys, making the family seem to decline. It was only because of war that the family was nearly wiped out. Every document and piece of paper told stories of the family's past glory and the sacrifices made during the war. Not just wealth, but also countless lives. Lan Lingxi carefully wrote her children's names into the family tree, silently saying, I will teach the younger generation to uphold the honor of the Lan family. Lan Hanlu, passing through time tunnels, felt a smile of satisfaction as the power of virtue flickered around her. Her efforts across 2 worlds had already made up for the merits she owed to the small system. With the hardships of the time tunnels, her soul became more solid and clear. She believed that with these preparations, she would no longer be just in the higher dimensional world. Note on the heroine's age. She is a 16-year-old who attended a vocational school. This was her age in her previous life. In this life, she has just graduated from vocational school at 19. Lan Hanlu woke up again feeling her eyes dry and sore. She didn't move, resting her arm on her eyes, and began to organize her thoughts. The last time she was in this body, she was just born. She remembered feeling unsteady and being placed somewhere, then hearing a woman speak to a man. All right, just leave her here. She's going abroad to live her life. Just leave this child to me. Soon after, she heard the man's voice say, Shut up. I'll die from your broken mouth someday. Hurry up and leave. Then she heard footsteps walking away. As a baby, she felt her body was tightly bound and her head heavy. Later, she realized she had been drugged and knocked out. Someone picked her up and took her home. An old man checked her, speaking Cantonese, which she didn't understand at the time. The old man took care of her for 2 years before passing away. When she was taken to the police station, everyone only knew her as Lulu. The old man had always called her that, saying he found her in the dew. Later, when the police asked her name, she said her name was Lan Hanlu. Her name was registered, and she was sent to a welfare home. She was moved from place to place, and life in the welfare home was hard. The children there had weak sense of right and wrong, often acting badly on instinct. Because she was cared for by the old man, she wasn't treated very well. She was small and thin. Although her little system could connect with her now, it was useless. She only had a backpack with 5 slots in a row. The key was, she was small, weak, and had no money. The only things in her slots were a peace talisman she wore and 1,030 yuan saved by the old man. In the welfare home, she was often bullied. Though she was small but pretty and cute, the staff liked her. Other children started to exclude her, pushing her and grabbing her things. Even though she had an adult soul, her body was weak. Sometimes she got hurt in fights. She would secretly get back at others afterward, but to others, she was just a poor girl. There was a child named Gu Xingji in the welfare home, 5 years older than Lan Hanlu. Maybe feeling sorry for her, he helped her a few times when she was bullied. Since Lan Hanlu had an adult soul, having someone protect her made things a lot easier. Gu Xingji naturally felt a close connection with her, and under her intentional efforts, their relationship grew closer, like that of siblings. The children in the welfare home are very good at reading people's expressions. They know not to provoke her and tend to stay away to avoid retaliation. Gu Xingji also took care of the 2 children who had bullied her the most. Gu Xingji's parents died in a car accident. His grandparents adopted him, and an aunt who took over the family property sent him here. He seemed determined to regain everything, whether in work or study, and worked very hard to do his best. Of course, he was also quite outstanding, both in intelligence and appearance. This was a key reason he became the leader of the welfare home. Both he and another person had clear plans for the future, so they would pick up discarded items to sell in their free time. As they got older, they also sold things at small stalls. Basically, they did whatever could earn money. In her previous life, Lan Hanlu didn't learn much in the first 2 worlds, but in ancient times, she could embroider and make pastries. This was her main way to save money. Later, her embroidery skills improved, and a piece of embroidery could sell for tens of thousands. This helped her save a lot of money, so she wouldn't have to worry about college expenses later. The 2 of them were almost inseparable until Gu Xingji got into university. He went to Beijing to study, and by his 2nd year, he started an online company with classmates. At that time, the internet was just beginning to develop. He studied this field, knew a lot about it, and was very interested. But starting a business also involved investment. His roommate and he started a business together. To get more shares, he had to invest more money. So he asked Lan Hanlu, who didn't hesitate and gave him all her savings. When Lan Hanlu finished her college entrance exams and turned 18, their company was fully on track. Gu Xingji was considerate and didn't cheat her. He gave her some of the original shares. In the following years, the internet developed very quickly. His partner's family had some influence, and the company grew steadily, earning a lot of money daily. When Lan Hanlu went to study in Beijing, she bought an apartment near her school. They officially became a couple. However, since Lan Hanlu was studying medicine for her bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees, which took 8 years in total, they couldn't get married in the short term. However, Lan Hanlu didn't dwell on this matter. She chose to study medicine mainly because she had a system that showed her she would keep traveling through different worlds. She wanted to learn some skills to protect herself. As for not getting married soon, she didn't mind. First, she was still young, and second, she believed in her feelings for Gu Xingji. But her later experiences told her that the most untrustworthy thing in this world is feelings. During her crucial internship at the hospital, Gu Xingji cheated. There were signs of it earlier, but she was busy and unaware. Everyone around them knew about it. However, her breakup was sudden and harsh, which she couldn't accept. After finding out, she cried intensely. That was why her eyes felt dry when she returned. In her past life, She couldn't let go of the feelings they shared for so many years. Plus, Gu Xingji appeared intentionally or unintentionally. They kept entangling, and his current girlfriend found out, pushing her to the edge of despair. Suddenly, she punched the bed hard, feeling angry at herself for being so unable to let go last time. Love was hopeless, and feelings were untrustworthy. In this free and open era, what was a man worth? She was furious that she had died so inexplicably because of him. Her heart was filled with resentment. Why didn't I just slap him then? She gathered her strength and sat up. She went to the bathroom to clean herself up. Her eyes hurt from crying, and her face was tight from tears. At that moment, the phone rang. Lan Hanlu picked it up casually. "Hello," she said hoarsely. "Lulu, why haven't you come yet? Hurry up. The director isn't here yet, so come quickly," the voice on the other end said softly but clearly. Lan Hanlu remembered that this was Zhao Xinxin from her internship hospital. They got along well, so she made this call. Without hesitation, Lan Hanlu washed her face, tidied her hair, changed clothes, and hurriedly left. The car she bought last year was rarely used during school, but now it was just right. She was now living in a house she bought herself. Maybe because she never had a real home. Even though Gu Xingji had already bought a house and they were close at that time, she still insisted on saving money to buy her own place. By then, her company was already on the right track. So, in her third year of university, she bought the house she was living in now, which was only 95 square meters. There is a bedroom, a study, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Because she spent most of her money on the renovation, it was very simple. Also, the house is a bit far from her current workplace. Lan Hanlu was thinking about whether she should buy a house near her office. But now, the most important thing is to go to the hospital quickly. Once things are settled there, she can think about buying a house. Sometimes things happen by chance. At a busy intersection not far from the hospital, there was a car accident. During rush hour, the accident turned into a chain collision. Lan Hanlu followed the police officer's hand signals and drove her car to the side to stop. She hurriedly ran to the scene. "Officer, I am a doctor at the Second City Hospital." She immediately identified herself. At a critical moment, the police officer didn't stop her from going to the scene. Lan Hanlu quickly ran to a woman who was being helped out of the car by kind passers-by. The woman's belly was slightly swollen. She was holding her stomach with both hands, frowning and softly groaning. Lan Hanlu gently pushed aside the people blocking her and approached the pregnant woman. She softly comforted her and placed her hand on the woman's pulse. "Ma'am, don't worry. Relax slowly. Stay calm." Then she began to massage the woman's acupressure points with gentle but firm pressure. Soon, the woman's tension and stomach pain eased. After comforting her a little more, Lan Hanlu ran to another man who was holding his left side. The man looked pale, and his hand was slowly relaxing from covering his ribs. Lan Hanlu placed her hand on his pulse, checked his injuries, and started applying pressure to stop the bleeding. He probably had a broken rib, which was why he was holding his side. But she checked and confirmed that his ribs weren't puncturing any internal organs. The most serious injury was a bleeding wound on his thigh. It was bleeding heavily, which could cause severe blood loss. Even though she pressed on it, she could only slow the bleeding, not stop it. To stop the bleeding completely, she would need to use silver needles. She was weighing her options when she heard the siren of an ambulance nearby. The police officer then started explaining to her. "The girl earlier said she's also a doctor from your hospital. She gave emergency aid to the pregnant woman and is now helping to save the man." Following the people who came with her, they followed the traffic police officer's finger and immediately saw Lan Hanlu. They also recognized her because she is very beautiful, the kind of stunning beauty that catches your eye instantly. Such a beautiful woman. Whether people in the hospital are gossip lovers or not, most of them have met her in the past 2 months. Those who haven't met her have at least heard of her. Moreover, among these people is her friend Zhao Xinxin, who exclaimed loudly and called out her name. At the same time, Lan Hanlu heard the voice and quickly turned around. "Xinxin, you're here." That pregnant woman had a sign of miscarriage due to the impact and stress, but I've already calmed her and massaged her. For now, the baby is safe. On this side, the man had a deep wound and was bleeding heavily. I was pressing on his acupoints to stop the bleeding. Zhao Xinxin and another surgeon rushed over. Are you Lan Hanlu? How is this person? What's the situation? Society often claims to be cold and indifferent, but many people are willing to lend a hand. Because the hospital was nearby, the ambulance arrived quickly. Everyone was soon loaded into the ambulance, and the traffic police began clearing the way. Lan Hanlu followed the ambulance back to the hospital, mainly because she was still pressing on the man's wound. Due to the urgency, she was kneeling on the bed, applying pressure to his acupoints. It wasn't until the man was taken into the operating room that Lan Hanlu, exhausted, sat on a bench outside. Zhao Xinxin, who was also just starting her internship, hadn't gone into the operating room. As Lan Hanlu was catching her breath, a cup of warm water was handed to her. She looked at the cup and then at the person offering it. Don't just stare. Drink some water to soothe yourself. Your lips are chapped, Zhao Xinxin said, pushing the cup forward again. Lan Hanlu reached out and touched her lips, which were indeed dry and peeling. She had cried a lot last night, and this morning she rushed here in a hurry after a series of rescue efforts. Feeling almost exhausted, she took the cup, but even the weight of half a cup of water made her hand tremble. Hey, what's wrong? You can't even hold the water. Lan Hanlu forced a smile. I overexerted myself when pressing on the acupoints to stop the bleeding. I'm a bit drained. But it's okay, I'll be fine after a little rest. She held the cup with both hands and sipped slowly, moistening her lips and soothing her dry throat. Then I'll take you back to your office first. Zhao Xinxin didn't wait for Lan Hanlu to reply and immediately went over to support her. Xinxin, quickly, both of you come here, Dr. Feng called from down the corridor, waving them over. They exchanged a glance and sighed. The emergency room was so busy that one person couldn't handle everything. You go ahead first. I'll change my clothes. Lan Hanlu carried a water cup back to her office, walking faster and more determined. During the internship, she knew she had to be proactive. What was she waiting for? When she arrived, Xinxin was applying medicine to a young child's elbow injury. The pain from the medicine made the child struggle and cry loudly. The child's father also had a wound on his forehead, but was trying hard to comfort the child. Nearby, the elderly grandparents, who had just arrived, saw their granddaughter like this and tears welled up in their eyes with worry. Mom and Dad, why did you come? How is Xiao Jie? The man asked while soothing the child. We just visited. He lost a lot of blood and needed a transfusion. The wound is deep, but luckily, the bleeding was stopped in time. He needs to rest for a few days. My in-laws and Xiaoli are with him, and we came to see Yaya. Seeing the child's condition, everyone with normal values didn't blame the nurse or doctor. They only kept trying to comfort the child. Because of the child's struggles, Zhao Xinxin didn't dare to force the medication but kept talking softly to soothe him. However, real pain is hard to hide with just words. Lan Hanlu came over and gently took the child from his father's arms. While comforting him, she secretly pressed on acupoints, easing the child's pain. The child gradually calmed down. Lan Hanlu signaled to the father to sit on a nearby stool. Baby, you're so well-behaved. You're so cute, I bet many people like you, Lan Hanlu said kindly. She was naturally beautiful, with a kind heart, and her whole being was pure from the inside out. Children are often very sensitive, and she thought he liked this ending. Big sister is also pretty, well-behaved, and nice. Lan Hanlu continued talking to the child while giving Zhao Xinxin a subtle signal. Zhao Xinxin quickly and skillfully dressed the child's wound. Wow, you're so brave, baby, not crying when you get medicine. I would cry if I got hurt, Lan Hanlu praised exaggeratedly, making the child feel very happy. At the same time, she truly couldn't feel the pain from the medication, so she felt comfortable chatting with Lan Hanlu. Yes, I was very brave. I cried just now because it hurts so much, she explained to Hanlu about her crying earlier. It's okay to cry when you're in pain. Our little one is very strong, just a little upset, Hanlu said as she finished bandaging and handed the child back to his father. All done. The wound isn't deep. Just be careful not to get it wet, and eat light food for a couple of days. When you change the dressing next time, if the child still feels pain, come back to me. I can prepare silver needles to help with the pain, so it won't turn purple like now, she said, knowing that parents usually want the doctor to give more advice. Thank you so much, doctor, the child's grandmother said as she took Hanlu's hand and shook it twice to show her gratitude. This is my son, Zhou Mingkai. He runs a gaming company, the one called Tian. I don't know much about these things, but his company is quite big. If you need help in the future, just find him. She then nudged her son and said, Give this young lady your business card. The man's child was taken by the old man, and he quickly took a card from his pocket, holding it with both hands and passing it over. Thank you. Thank you. I was out with my children and didn't expect to have a car accident. I heard Xiao Jia was also helped by you with stopping the bleeding. I really appreciate it. He looked at the card and saw it was the chairman of Tianan Gaming Company. Although he was over 1.8 meters tall, he wore glasses that made him look refined. Despite some fine lines around his eyes, he didn't look old. It was surprising that he was the head of such a large company. If Lan Hanlu guessed his profession, she might think he was more like a university professor. Tianan Gaming Company is well known both domestically and internationally for its large online games and mobile games. Not at all, you're too kind. Saving lives is my duty. If you need anything, just call me in the emergency department, she replied politely. Both sides were being courteous. However, neither of them noticed that two men in the outpatient room had been watching the scene inside. An older man dressed in training clothes asked the middle-aged director beside him, Xiao Zhao, is that girl from your emergency department? The director lowered his head slightly and said, Old Chi, she's a new intern in our department. She just finished her combined bachelor's, master's, and doctoral studies. The old man nodded and said, Good, your methods for stopping pain and bleeding are very effective. After saying this, he turned and led Director Zhao away. This time, 3 people were seriously injured in the accident. A pregnant woman, a man rescued by Lan Hanlu, and another who was knocked out completely. Many others had minor cuts and were waiting for treatment and bandaging. The emergency room was a bit chaotic. 2 people worked until lunch break before they could finally relax. Lan Hanlu felt like she was just holding on. During this time, she secretly ate 2 pieces of candy. She hadn't eaten anything since last night, and by noon today, she was starting to feel weak inside and out. Fortunately, because her last experience had been quite frustrating, she had taken good care of her health this time. That's why she could work so hard without fainting. When the 2 of them returned to the office, there were already 2 people inside. You just got back and haven't eaten yet, right? The person speaking was Dr. Zhang, who had studied abroad. He was very skilled at brain surgery, but he was already starting to go bald in his 30s. The worst part was when others focused on his hair. But he was straightforward and easy to get along with. The other person was the oldest in their emergency department. Lan Hanlu heard that his family was very wealthy, but she found him very friendly. At least, he didn't look at them with prejudice and was willing to give advice when needed. Are you too tired from all that work? Go eat now. Old Mr. Lee waved at them and took his notebook and water bottle to leave. One person hadn't come back yet. This person was related to Vice Dean Zheng's family. His name was Zheng Tianjiao, 29 years old, just promoted to a full staff member. Maybe because they were of the same gender, she didn't like them always making sarcastic remarks, but she hadn't done anything to make things difficult yet. Both girls went to wash up and then returned to gather their things to go out for a meal. Lulu, are you going shopping tomorrow during the holiday? Although today was exhausting, Zhao Xinxin thought that if she didn't go shopping during the break, the holiday would be wasted. I won't go. It's too tiring. I have other things to do. Lan Hanlu was very busy. She needed to handle matters for Gu Xingji. Since their relationship was over, she wanted to end it completely. She wouldn't let that man take advantage of her again. That man, Gu Xingji. If Lu Zhao's betrayal made her feel embarrassed, Yan Ernie's pressure made her feel humiliated. But Gu Xingji's affair made her very sad. After more than 20 years of companionship, his betrayal felt like losing a close family member. She felt sad, hurt, angry, and a mix of other emotions. This was why she couldn't move on quickly in her past life. Because of that, many things happened later. But this time, things are different. Lon Hanlu doesn't owe Gu Xingji anything. In fact, he owes her. So he needs to get back what he deserves. Oh, that's a pity. You're so busy, Xian said with some emotion, not complaining. All right. You should rest on Sunday. Once our emergency room shifts this month are over, next month won't be so busy. We can find time to go out then. After a busy day, Lon Hanlu finally sat in her car and took a deep breath. Luckily, she didn't mind working through lunch. Since there's not much time left for her break, she decided to pick up her car. When she got home, she first sent Gu Xingji a message. Since you've cut ties cleanly, let's talk about the shares directly. See you at Xianya restaurant at 10 a.m. tomorrow. She didn't care if he replied or not. She went to wash up properly. Yes, she needed a bath to relax after such a tiring day. After Hanlu finished tidying up, she took out the prepared meal from her space and fed herself until she was full. Only then did she see a reply on her phone, a simple, Lon Hanlu didn't mind and tossed her phone aside. She turned on her computer and started organizing all the information. She was so busy that she almost finished everything by the time she was tired. She closed her laptop and went to sleep. She was extremely tired physically and mentally. She slept until nearly 9 a.m. when she finally woke up. The restaurant she chose was not far from her home. She had a car, so it took about 10 minutes to get there. No rush. Because her study tasks were tight, she had cut her hair short. The brownish strands fell on her cheeks, making her look younger than her actual age. Her delicate and pretty face looked charming. She looked in the mirror and gently touched her face. Baby, men are the least valuable in this world. She then pointed at her face with her finger. You deserve many handsome men to love you. No, you deserve to love more handsome men. I comforted myself to forget the frustration of meeting Gu Xingji. I changed into a simple beige floral dress and packed my documents into my bag. Although it was already autumn, the lingering heat was still strong. Sitting in the car, feeling the blinding sunlight outside, I started to regret scheduling the meeting for this time. I thought it would be better to meet in the afternoon. When I arrived at the restaurant, I looked toward my usual seat. There, I saw a man dressed in a shirt and trousers. Lon Hanlu took out her phone to check it, then walked over directly. Each booth had green plants blocking the view, and there were no private rooms. When I bypassed a green plant, I saw two people sitting at a booth. One was a girl wearing a loose t-shirt and shorts, looking young, slim, and innocent. Seeing her there, I felt surprised but also calm. I sat down. She had a full face, rosy cheeks, clear bright eyes. Although the two of them weren't the same type of beauty, she made the girl look plain in comparison. The man was dressed in a suit and shirt, wearing glasses, looking gentle and polite. His features were deep and sharp, giving off a soft, warm vibe. The first thought I had when I saw him was that I didn't like him. A kind man can be gentle and refined if handled well, but if not, he's just like an air conditioner, cold and distant. But now Lon Hanlu didn't care about that. She ordered her favorite dishes from the waiter and asked for a glass of plain water. When the water arrived, she took a sip and then said directly, I plan to sell all my shares. Considering our relationship, I want to ask if you want to buy them. If you don't, I'll find someone else or auction them. Those shares belong to Brother Xingji. Since you broke up, they should be returned. How can you still sell them to him?
Gu Xingji didn't speak.
The girl spoke first very bluntly. Before Lon Hanlu could reply, Gu Xingji softly scolded her. Chili, shut up. Although the girl was upset about his tone, she still closed her mouth happily. Gu Xingji wanted to turn to say something to Lon Hanlu, but she spoke first. If you want to know why I'm so confident about selling my shares, I'll tell you. Lulu, don't argue with him, Gu Xingji said with a worried look, frowning slightly. Lon Han appeared calm and did not show any displeasure. She shifted her gaze to him and continued speaking. Okay. Just as Gu Xingji was about to smile, she added, let me tell you, when you first started this company, The four of you invested together. The others didn't actually put in money. Only you and Qianfeng did. The rest contributed their skills as shares. At that time, your savings were only around 100,000 to 200,000 yuan. Clearly, it wasn't easy to take a large share of the company, so you called me, right? Lan Han asked after finishing her sentence, then looked directly at him. Gu Xingji felt a bit embarrassed and did not deny it. Yes, you transferred 540,000 yuan to me at that time. Hearing this, Lan Han's smile became more genuine. She continued, with your savings included, you invested a total of 800,000 yuan, but Qianfeng invested 1.2 million. Although your skills might be better, your share isn't just because you're more talented. Why do you have a larger share now? Because the initial small games we made were all based on my ideas. I think that when the shares were divided back then, this should have been considered too. Lan Han, having traveled from another world, still had some understanding of simple, innovative games. So, when their company was just starting, they launched many easy-to-learn small games. After gaining initial funds, they gradually expanded, eventually involving various online apps and even movie special effects. Gu Xingji nodded heavily, agreeing that she was right. But Lan Han was not satisfied. Brother Xingji, don't just nod and agree. Otherwise, your little girlfriend might think I'm forcing you. Gu Xingji sighed and nodded. Yes, we launched 6 small games, 4 of which were designed by you. Brother, you need to clarify that the 4 most profitable ones were all my designs and are still generating profit for the company. Gu Xingji noticed that Lan Han was no longer as gentle as before and seemed a bit more assertive. But following their usual way of talking, he repeated himself. The next year, you wanted to launch an app online. With funds running low, you thought of raising more money. You didn't want to dilute your shares, so I transferred 460,000 yuan to you. What I didn't mention is that there was also a deposit from others who ordered large embroidery pieces from me. Creating these large embroidery works is very time-consuming and difficult. I didn't want to do it, but since you urgently needed money, I took the job. Blue Hanlu took a sip of water. Our company's initial funds, including subsequent investments, totaled over 5 million yuan. Among the projects, there are 16 small games and 1 large game, all based on my designs. After I became an adult, you only gave me a 12% share. Isn't that too little? Oh, I almost forgot to mention that the game you're currently working on was also based on my plan. Over the years, you haven't paid me any licensing fees for my designs. I only received a 12% dividend each year. Brother, tell me, who owes whom? Blue Hanlu saw the food was served and immediately picked up her bowl to eat. She was hungry since morning and didn't want to starve herself because of these people. But the 2 people opposite her didn't seem to have much appetite. One looked pale, and the other looked anxious. Although she ate gracefully, she was not slow. With just a small bowl of rice, she finished quickly. Brother, you need to decide quickly whether to buy my shares. Also, I want to inform you that I do not plan to license the game design to your company. Please stop making it, or I will sue you for infringement. She spoke with the sweetest voice, the gentlest tone, saying heartfelt words. After saying this, Blue Hanlu stood up to leave, but Gu Xingji called her back. Lulu, after more than 20 years of our relationship, can you please hold on to the shares for a year or 2? Blue Hanlu sat back down, leaning against the back of the chair. She extended a finger to him and, with her sweetest voice, said the hardest words he didn't want to hear. Gu Xingji, don't talk to me about feelings. If we were truly serious about our relationship, I wouldn't have informed you about these shares. I would have sold them to someone else. Blue Hanlu leaned forward and rested her head on the table. Brother, you need to know that it was you who cheated. When we were together, it was you who first made promises and confessed. You broke your promises, and that was also you. How can someone like you, with no bottom line, talk to me about feelings? I advise you, good exes should be like they never existed. I will bury you with dignity, and you can gracefully bury me. This is good. Don't pretend to be dead without reason in front of others. Before leaving, she lightly tapped her phone on the desk. Think carefully. Reply to me quickly. You know I'm busy and don't have time to deal with this. And about the game, I am informing you, not discussing. I hope you understand my intention. After saying that, She put her phone into her pocket and left. The two people across the table looked a bit discouraged. Qian Chili didn't know much about the company, but she knew about the new game. She had heard her brother talk about it at home. Her older brother had high hopes for this game. Neither the hesitant two, nor the one who left saw the two men sitting behind a row of green plants on a nearby table. One man had a cold, indifferent aura but a handsome face. The other man looked delicate, like a character from a model, but his slightly rebellious attitude made him seem lively. He touched his chin. Quite an interesting girl. The other man put down his water glass, which he had raised to his mouth. She's clear in her thoughts, but not aggressive. His words made the person across the table look surprised. Wan Muqing, what kind of woman isn't considered strong? Are you saying, I'm not as flirtatious as the young master of Xingda. They arrived before Gu Xingji, so before Lan Hanlu came, they overheard Gu Xingji and Qian Chili talking. They admired how Lan Hanlu handled things. Women who aren't tough and have unstable status will be entangled by these two if they don't handle matters decisively. The consequences could be serious. When Lan Hanlu came out, she drove straight to a law firm. She had an appointment and waited for over 10 minutes before meeting the lawyer. The lawyer was a woman in her 40s, slightly overweight but with a serious demeanor, making her seem very reliable. After introductions, they got to the main point. She placed her requests and prepared documents in front of the lawyer. Lawyerly, these are all the materials I prepared, including chat records between me and Gu Xingji. When I meet the other person, I hope you can review these first. Li Qiu took the documents and read them carefully. After half an hour, she closed the file, rested her hands on it, and looked at Lan Hanlu. Ms. Lan, is your request to obtain the copyright fees for these games? No, that's not important. I want the ownership rights to the last game design. Hearing this, Li Qiu flipped through the document he had just looked at. But your last game hasn't been made yet, and from your explanation and the recordings you provided, you've already warned the other party. Blue Hanlu showed a small smile. I did warn them, but I think they might ignore my warning when it comes to their major interests. Hearing her words, Lawyerly frowned. Lawyerly, our scheduled time is almost up. Li Qiu stood up, grabbed his briefcase, and Blue Hanlu packed her documents. They each drove to the tea house. A famous lawyer is good, but their fees are very high. When she arrived, she suddenly remembered she might not have much money left. She had taken out a loan to buy a house, but she had already paid it off in recent years. However, the renovation at home had drained her savings, and she also bought a car. So, overall, she didn't have much money. It seems that if this deal doesn't go through, she might have to sell some of her assets. In the past, her income came from embroidery work and custom Chinese pastries, which gradually increased in price and earned her a good amount. But after going to college, she did very little of that because it was too time-consuming and studying medicine was already very busy. She also had a share in a company, and over the past 2 years, the company's performance had been rising sharply. Otherwise, she wouldn't have saved enough money to buy a house and a car. She also managed a handmade video account. Although she wasn't very dedicated, with millions of followers, she could still make money from it. Selling her shares could bring in a lot of money, as the company's potential looked good based on recent performance.
But selling would also take some time.
If today's negotiations succeed, she could make a good profit, at least solving her current financial crisis. When the time was right, she went straight to the tea house. Inside, guided by the waiter, they entered a private room. As soon as the door opened, they saw 2 men sitting inside. Both men saw Blue Hanlu and Li Qiu entering and immediately stood up to straighten their suits. They looked like successful professionals, polite and refined. Hello, Ms. Lan and Lawyerly. Zhou Mingkai's face carried a smile, with a slight wrinkle at the corner of his eye. The relatively younger man beside him pulled out chairs for the 2 women. Lan Hanlu nodded with a smile and then sat down. Chairman Zhou, sorry to bother you, but I didn't expect you to know Lawyerly. This was a lie. Lan Hanlu had her own reasons for seeking out Lawyerly. By the way, I should thank Dr. Lan for saving my life. As for Lawyerly, we are old classmates, he said openly, revealing their relationship. That's good. The more we understand each other, the fewer misunderstandings we'll have when talking, Lan Hanlu said casually. Today, I mainly want to introduce you to a game I designed myself, Lan Hanlu said, pulling out a stack of documents and placing them in front of Zhou Mingkai. Zhou Mingkai didn't dismiss the game just because Lan Hanlu wasn't in the same field. He carefully read the documents, and from his slight change in posture, Lan Hanlu knew he was interested. Lan Hanlu took the tea set handed over by the waiter and began brewing tea. If the other person is interested, that's best. If not, she would struggle alone and likely suffer losses. But if they decide to act, she believes Gu Xingji's company wouldn't survive unscathed or would be seriously damaged. Although Li Qiu was Zhou Mingkai's classmate, she didn't speak at all. She seemed to be invisible until Lan Hanlu gave her a sign to speak. She was just watching Lan Hanlu's tea-making skills. When Zhou Mingkai put down the documents, his smile deepened. He said to Lan Hanlu, "Miss Lan, your game design is very clever. At least, this type of mobile game is still a blank spot in the market. Your plan is very detailed, even including some character backgrounds and simple character designs. If you decide to make it, it will save a lot of time and effort. I wonder how you plan to cooperate." Hearing this, Lan Hanlu's smile became more genuine. "There's no rush. I believe, with your integrity, Mr. Zhou, I won't be at a loss. If you're truly interested, I have something else I want to discuss with you," she said, pouring him more tea. Zhou Mingkai picked up his cup and raised it slightly to her. "I'd like to hear more." Lan Hanlu did not hide the details about her and Gu Xingji. She then said, "I have already talked with Lawyer Li and provided evidence. I did not authorize Xingchen Company. Today, I met with the chairman of their company and clearly told them to stop making this game. But, President Zhou, you should understand that when there is a huge benefit involved, it's hard for anyone not to be tempted. Based on what I know about Xingchen Company, I believe they won't be an exception." "Oh, so Dr. Lan means..." Zhou Mingkai roughly understood her plan. He didn't think Lan Hanlu was so ruthless. If it were him, he might act even more harshly. "President Zhou, if you don't mind calling me Hanlu, you can. If you agree to buy my game plan, I will wait until the game is released to sue them. But if you disagree, I will start the legal process now. I can't let them produce the game. It's a bit troublesome, but I will suffer less loss." Lan Hanlu spoke a lot, taking a sip of tea. With Li Qiu here, Zhou Mingkai believed everything Lan Hanlu said was true. "All right, since Hanlu is so sincere, I won't hesitate. Let's talk about the rights to this game. By the way, I'll call you Hanlu and you can call me Brother Zhou." "Okay, Brother Zhou. You're flattering me." The four of them then discussed the game for nearly 3 hours. Zhou Mingkai's secretary printed the contract, and they officially signed it. Maybe to teach him well, the contract didn't pay much money, but gave him a 2% share directly. What happens next depends on how the other company acts. Right now, Zhou Mingkai is mainly focused on speeding up the game development to release it before Xingchen Company. Lan Hanlu's next step is to sell her shares quickly. There's no rush because Xingchen Company is still in the early stages. As long as she releases the news, the shares will sell fast. Zhou Mingkai needs to go back to a meeting at his company. Lan Hanlu also has things to do, so everyone parted ways after signing the contract. Tomorrow, after the contract is notarized, she will have money. When she sells her shares again, she plans to buy a bigger flat or maybe a villa. When Monday came and it was time to go back to work, Lan Hanlu felt very happy. When Director Zhao, who had a beer belly, entered the room, she was cleaning the windowsill. "Good morning, Director," said Zhao Xinxin. "Old Zhao, you're here early today," said Mr.
Li.
Just as Lan Hanlu turned around to greet him, the director raised his hand to stop her. "That's enough. We see each other every day, no need to be so formal. Later, bring me your duty schedule. After I finish tidying up, I'll come over. I need to talk to you," said Lan Hanlu with a big smile, making everyone feel happier. Director Zhao nodded and went back to his office. When Lan Hanlu left, he was busy writing something at his desk. Seeing him put down his pen, Lan Hanlu quickly greeted him. "Director, do you need something?" "Yes, I have a few things to discuss, but mainly I want to ask for your opinion." His vague words made Lan Hanlu unsure what to say. She just smiled and listened to his plans. "That day during the car accident, your massage and stopping the bleeding really helped our department. But I heard you say you can also do acupuncture to stop bleeding and pain. Yes, Director. I have tested acupuncture on myself, and it should work, Lan Hanlu quickly assured him. How effective can it be? The director asked casually. Stopping bleeding depends on which part is injured. It can stop most bleeding, but some points take longer and might affect the body. As for pain relief, I believe it can reach the level of surgery, she confidently explained her skills.
Good.
Our emergency department really needs someone like you. After your internship in Department 4, how about coming to our emergency department? Emergency work is tough, and most people don't want to do it. Thank you, Director, for your trust. It's an honor to work under you. Just tell me what to do. I'll follow your instructions. Lan Hanlu happily agreed, because she couldn't refuse. Great. Since you have no objections, I won't delay your future. Starting tomorrow, you'll work with me in the operating room, said Director Zhao happily. Director, what are you saying? I'm still an intern, she replied. Your words make me feel more at ease. Following you is even better because you gave me a chance to learn. After some polite words, Lan Hanlu said goodbye and left. Lan Hanlu is not afraid of these things. She believes that the best science may not always be easy to explain, but among all fields, medicine involves the most effort. Whether it's surgery or traditional Chinese medicine like acupuncture, collecting information about these topics has become second nature to her whenever she visits a new world. At first, she studied medicine to survive and earn a living, but gradually she developed an interest. Learning about medicine and pharmaceuticals has become as natural as breathing, deeply rooted in her bones. Emergency rooms are always busy. The few interns working in shifts are so exhausted that they barely have time to breathe. So, when she received a call from Gu Xingji, she felt very annoyed. I'm very busy. If you have something urgent, just say it. And tell your little girlfriend not to bother me with messages or calls for no reason. It's annoying. If this keeps happening, I will report your harassment. He had been thinking about this for the past few days. He didn't really want Lan Hanlu to sell her shares because that game's development was important for their company's future. But no matter how much he tried to persuade her with reason or emotion, it didn't work. He had to agree in the end. He was worried that if he didn't, the other person might get angry and sell the shares to someone else. If he couldn't buy those shares, he might lose his position in the company. He suggested delaying the payment by 2 years, not because he couldn't gather the money. Though it was difficult, it wasn't impossible.
He was just still interested in that game.
But Lan Hanlu wasn't naive. She wouldn't let him play games on this matter. Next Friday, there's an auction. If you don't buy all the shares before next Tuesday, I will put them up for auction, Lan Hanlu said directly, giving her final warning. Lulu, I know I've wronged you, he said, pressing his cigarette into the ashtray. Since you're so firm, I understand you're busy. Let's meet on Sunday to sign the contract. Although Lulu and I are now apart, you're still like my younger sister in my heart. If you have any problems in the future, you can talk to me directly.
Lan Hanlu sighed.
Gu Xingji, we've been together for over 20 years. You know me, as well as I know you. I understand what kind of person you are. I used to not care because I thought our relationship was strong enough that you wouldn't use tricks on me. But the truth is, I was too confident. So, if you have something to say, just tell me directly. There's no need to beat around the bush or play emotional games with me. You've already worn out our 20 years of feelings. As for your character, ask yourself honestly, do you have integrity? After saying this, there was a long pause before the other side responded. I'm sorry. There's no need to say sorry. I told you that your actions have hurt me deeply and drained our relationship over the past 20 years. We're even now, so stop taking advantage of me. I won't give you the game planning for your company, even if you pay. She then hung up the phone directly. On the other end, Gu Xingji listened to the call ending. He slowly lowered the phone and leaned back on the sofa, resting one hand over his eyes. His mouth felt bitter, and he almost choked on his feelings. He knew he was wrong. First, he made a mistake when he was drunk. Then, under Chili's persistent pressure, he drifted away from Lulu. He had long regretted it, but what could he do? He knew Lulu's temper wouldn't forgive him, so he could only keep making the same mistakes and go down this path. Lan Hanlu hung up, hoping time would pass quickly so she could resolve this matter soon. Gu Xingji's presence was already a stain on her life. In the following month, she worked with Director Zhao in the operating room. Director Zhao asked her to make a few small adjustments, and he was quite satisfied, praising her a few times. Lan Hanlu also took some time to meet with Gu Xingji to transfer the shares. With this large sum of money, she initially planned to buy a house, but she was busy and didn't rush. When she had free time, she planned to visit Zhou Mingkai's company to give guidance on game development. Of course, she also told Zhou Mingkai about the share transfer. Now, it all depends on how Xingchen Company will proceed. If they don't need her game planning skills, then it can be considered settled. However, Lan Hanlu felt that the other person probably wouldn't give up, especially since they had already invested a lot early on, and this project clearly looked like a lucrative opportunity. If they really developed this game, she couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. Zhou Mingkai also thought so their companies secretly increased their workload. They had to launch the game before the other company did. This was also the reason she was so busy. One day, while discussing a case, Director Zhao's wife came in. She was there to bring food to her husband. Everyone naturally stepped aside, but as Lan Hanlu was about to leave, she was stopped. "Hanlu, wait a moment. Let me introduce you. This is my wife, Joyman." "Wife, this is our department's new intern, Lan Hanlu." Lan Hanlu shook hands politely with her. Joyman was a very intelligent woman. Although she had some wrinkles on her face due to age, she still looked quite young. "Are you the Lan Hanlu that my uncle mentioned?" she asked. This made Lan Hanlu stunned. Who was her uncle? "Old Mr. Chiao was at our clinic entrance before. He saw you using your skills to relieve a child's pain, and he mentioned it to me when he went back," Director Zhao explained. That made everything clear. Otherwise, Director Zhao's sudden concern for her would have made her a little nervous. Nowadays, society is a bit chaotic. Introducing you to my wife can also help prevent some rumors. Plus, my wife comes from a family of traditional Chinese medicine, Director Zhao said, seeming to understand her thoughts. But the last part made Lan Hanlu very happy, and she felt even more grateful to Director Zhao. She had only mentioned occasionally in conversations that she wanted to get a Chinese medicine license. She didn't expect this to happen. "It's an honor to meet Sister Chiao. Actually, according to our seniority, I should call you Auntie, but you look so young that I can't quite bring myself to do it," she said. No matter what kind of woman, as long as you compliment her on being young and beautiful, she won't mind. "You really know how to flatter," Joyman said with a happy smile, but she still pressed her hand to her eye corner. "If you trust me, I can try acupuncture. It has no recovery period and won't damage your structure. The effect is quick, but the lifting lasts about a year, and you'll need to do it again in about 2 years at most." Blue Hanlu gently explained the benefits and drawbacks of using acupuncture to tighten skin and improve appearance. "Really? Will it hurt a lot? Will my muscles become stiff?" Joeyman asked with interest. "There might be a tingling sensation, but it's within a tolerable range," Blue Hanlu replied. She checked the time on her wrist and suggested, "Joey, should I call a friend to come try it out and see the results?" Yes. "Just in Zhao Lao's office. No one will bother us," Joeyman urged eagerly. "I'll go back to get some silver needles and bring someone over. It won't delay your meal with the director," Blue Hanlu said as she left the room, making a call to Zhao Xinxin to explain everything. Zhao Xinxin was bold and straightforward, so she agreed immediately. In less than half an hour, they returned to Director Zhao's office. Blue Hanlu first took photos of Zhao Xinxin from different angles with her phone's original camera. Then she disinfected the silver needle pack and started inserting needles. While explaining, she mentioned that Joey Man came from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Although she wasn't very skilled, she understood the basics. Blue Hanlu was pressed for time, so she only adjusted the area around Zhao Xinxin's eyes, which took about an hour. The difference was obvious just by looking at the photos. After taking more pictures and comparing them, the change was even clearer. Since it was almost time for work in the afternoon, she didn't want to delay further. She scheduled another session for Joey Man the next day and planned to do the lower half of Zhao Xinxin's face after work. After Zhao Xinxin left, Director Zhao told Joey Man, "This girl wants to get a traditional Chinese medicine certification. I want to recommend someone." "Okay, give me her contact info."
I'll talk to my family about it.
"There's a test in a couple of months, so you should prepare well. If you do well, I'll treat you to a meal. Let's exchange contact info so we can stay in touch." "Joey, you're making me feel embarrassed. I should be the one treating you and Director Zhao to a meal. Does that sound right?" Blue Hanlu was very grateful and added Joey on WeChat and exchanged phone numbers. "All right, no need to be so formal.
Go home and eat something.
Don't work too hard this afternoon, or you'll run out of energy," Director Zhao said. At first, he paid more attention to Joey because of Zhao Lao, but Blue Hanlu was good at building relationships and always found ways to connect with others. Currently, the two have a relationship that is both teacher and friend. After hurriedly finishing lunch and returning to the office, I thanked Zhao Xinxin, who was very casual about it. "There's no need to be so polite. If it weren't for your help last time, I might have been directly kicked out of the hospital." After finishing, I gently touched my eyes. Moreover, I clearly took advantage of the situation. "With your skills, if you go outside and do this, you wouldn't be worth less than 10 or 20,000. This is a painless, harmless cosmetic procedure. Although it's a minor adjustment, it looks natural and causes no harm."
Who wouldn't want that?
While we were talking, suddenly the phone rang. All the doctors in the room stood up. Everyone rushed outside. Lan Hanlu quickly took the silver needle she had just put away from the drawer and tucked it into her pocket, then followed everyone out. Old Lee's gas tank at the restaurant exploded, causing a chain reaction, someone explained before rushing away. Everyone knew such explosions usually involved burns or injuries from falling objects. No one said anything. Instead, they prepared their equipment and headed to the ambulance according to procedure. On the way, they kept communicating via walkie-talkie. Since many people were injured during lunch, a young nurse whispered to Lan Hanlu, "Lan, this is the busy mealtime. This incident looks serious." The nurse's round face was very cute. "Yes, it's going to be busy soon. Let's rest a bit and save some energy," Lan Hanlu said, giving her a quick wink. The nurse quickly glanced at old Zhao, then stuck out her tongue and pulled her head back. When they arrived, they saw that the scene was much worse than it looked. Bricks, tiles, and concrete debris were everywhere, and injured people were lying on the ground crying out in pain. Instinctively, I ran straight to the injured. I used silver needles to stop bleeding, relieve pain, and realign bones. I wrapped bandages around broken bones. The small round-faced nurse recorded the patient's conditions and the ongoing rescue efforts nearby. Lan Hanlu was very quick at treating patients. The nurse didn't need to help her. She focused on recording everything. Because the situation was very serious, it wasn't just their hospital's ambulance involved. When the rescue team arrived and hurriedly left, they were all in a rush. Every second counted. Time is life. Back in the hospital, the round-faced young nurse carried her notebook and followed into the emergency room. A nurse nearby reminded her that the rescue was going smoothly. Especially the man who was being treated by Blue Hanlu for his broken bones. He didn't need surgery, just simple cleaning and bandaging. Others didn't know, but the man himself understood how badly his bones were broken. He knew what the fractures looked like, since he was familiar with such injuries. He didn't expect that the young doctor would quickly realign the dislocated bones. Blue Hanlu worked busy for 3 hours before she finally had a moment to breathe. She was about to drink some water when someone called her, saying the director wanted to see her. She quickly drank 2 sips of water and went to the office. Before she could say anything, Director Zhao spoke directly. "Hanlu, you must be exhausted today. I heard everyone praising you earlier, saying your skills in stopping bleeding and setting bones are very good. Thank you, Director. I've been interested in this since I was a child. I took some traditional Chinese medicine classes in school and studied them carefully," she replied, trying to give a reasonable explanation. "All right, you're tired today. Finish work early and rest well. Tomorrow, after you've tidied up, wait for me in the department. I'll take you out." "Yes, Director." "Don't worry, I'll prepare well," she said, saying goodbye and heading home. By 8:30 the next morning, The director arrived and took Blue Hanlu to the health center, which was in the building behind the hospital on the left side. They went straight to the top floor, where some familiar and unfamiliar leaders were gathered. After a while, a helicopter landed smoothly on the helipad on the roof. Once the helicopter was parked, a stretcher was quickly carried down. Under the staff's guidance, it was taken to the third floor of the health building. The person behind was holding a stack of documents, which he handed to the orthopedic director. The group looked over the documents as they walked, and when they entered the ward, Blue Hanlu also received some papers. The patient's condition was simple, an accidental fracture with some dislocation. These injuries wouldn't require major surgery at any hospital. The patient is a pilot. If there are obvious scars, they can't fly at high altitudes. If the surgical wound is too large, they can't even transfer to commercial airlines, the director explained quietly. Blue Hanlu understood what was going on. The director finished explaining and quickly greeted the patient's family. The other person was a woman in her 30s. Hello, Director Zhao. I am Tianhing's sister. My father and mother are busy and can't come, so I called old Xiao. Miss Chu, you're too polite. I recommend this colleague of ours, Lan Hanlu. She has good skills in traditional Chinese medicine, especially in acupuncture for stopping bleeding and pain. Lan Hanlu saw this and hurried to introduce herself. She is also 27 years old, but because her skin is very good and she looks pretty, she seems younger. In traditional Chinese medicine, being young can make others less trusting. When the woman opposite showed surprise and doubt, Lan Hanlu remained calm. She simply said in a steady voice, I need to check his fracture to see if I can set the bone. The woman hesitated, probably trusting old Xiao, and nodded. Lan Hanlu looked at Director Zhao for permission, then took out gloves from her pocket. She put on the gloves and slowly approached the bed. The patient was very young, in his 20s. Even though the pain from the fracture made him sweat through his clothes, he gently smiled when he saw Lan Hanlu coming. Trying to keep her face calm, she softly said, Sorry to trouble you, doctor. Lan Hanlu admired these soldiers. Their character might vary, but their professional ethics are very high. She nodded slightly at him. Then, using the cut-open pants, she examined the injured leg. After removing her gloves, she said to the man, Put your hand over here. I'll check your pulse. After feeling his pulse, she returned to Director Zhao and gave a slight nod when he looked at her. Everyone around was watching, so they understood what she was doing. Director Zhao looked back at the woman, Miss Chu, who then looked at the injured man. Tianheng. The man's lips looked pale, but he smiled slightly. Sister, let her do it. The worst case is surgery, and I am prepared for that. The woman bit her lip and looked seriously at Lan Hanlu. Dr. Lan, thank you. It's nothing, just my duty. With Director Zhao's permission, she approached the patient again. First, she took out silver needles from her bag and sterilized them, then inserted a few. Seeing the injured young man's face gradually improve, he looked at Lan Hanlu gratefully. It doesn't hurt anymore. That's similar to using anesthesia to stop pain, but without the side effects of anesthetic needles. Now I need to realign the bones. To prevent a shock response, come two people and hold him down. The hospital was prepared in advance. Two slightly strong male doctors came over and held Xu Tianheng in place under Lan Hanlu's guidance. Lan Hanlu held his leg with both hands, pressing on the wound and applying more force. Although the patient didn't feel pain, her technique made it seem like she was sharing his feelings. After about a minute of feeling around, there were two faint rubbing sounds. It looked like some protruding bones were pushed back into place, but Lan Hanlu didn't stop. She kept feeling around the fracture site, as if she had found something again. She used a little more force twice, and although no sound was heard, everyone thought she had pressed something in. After another check, Lan Hanlu confirmed all the bones were back in place. She then checked his pulse, stood up, and wiped the sweat from her face. Let's take an X-ray to be sure, but it should be fine now. Director Zhao immediately sent the recent video to old Xiao. After a while, old Xiao replied, I'll go for a checkup tomorrow. Director Zhao quickly responded, Then I'll bring Lan Hanlu to see you. Lan Hanlu removed all the silver needles. Although the needles are out, the pain relief will last a while. He can't feel pain, but be careful when moving him to avoid secondary injury. Instead of moving the patient immediately for tests, a fellow traditional Chinese medicine doctor came over to feel the leg bones. "Old Huang, thank you for your help," said Mrs. Chu as she approached. After a moment, he straightened up. "I found 2 small broken pieces of bone that are definitely back in place. An X-ray is fine. Just rest well." Knowing that this doctor was hired by their family, Lan Hanlu didn't mind and handed over the newly prepared prescriptions. "Dr. Huang, please review these. One is for external application, and the other is for internal use." Dr. Huang looked a bit surprised, raised his head to look at Lan Hanlu, and saw she still had that calm expression, without any reluctance or other emotions. He took the 2 prescriptions directly, looked at them again and again. Then she handed the prescription to the patient's sister. "Miss Chu, truly, each generation has more talented people. I consider myself somewhat knowledgeable in orthopedics. However, Dr. Lan is not inferior to me in this area. In fact, she has more ideas and courage. To me, these 2 prescriptions are the best and cannot be improved further. Being recognized by Elder Huang is a great fortune for Comrade Lan Hanlu. But she is still young, so I hope you senior colleagues can give her more guidance." Director Zhao stepped forward respectfully and spoke to Elder Huang. Elder Huang nodded and pointed at him. "Old Xiao, among you juniors, you are the most smooth-tongued. That young girl, isn't she your senior apprentice? Coming here to show off." Director Zhao showed a bitter smile. "You're teasing me again. That girl is my elder, but she's not yet my apprentice." Hearing this, Elder Huang's eyes lit up. Seeing this, Director Zhao quickly waved his hands. "Elder Huang, please don't do anything. If you cut her off, my elder will definitely scold me." Lan Hanlu completely acted as if she were a doll. After exchanging polite words for half an hour, the examination results came out. Both Western and traditional Chinese medicine doctors examined the X-ray repeatedly and confirmed that the bones were properly reset. After that, no one needed to stay for further care. Everyone was then sent away. Since Lan Hanlu and Director Zhao are from this hospital, after everyone left, the deputy director came to make arrangements. Lan Hanlu's job was to take care of the patient. Actually, she didn't need to do much, just come occasionally to check her pulse and observe the healing of her leg. Miss Chu seemed busy and didn't have time to care for her brother. But her family was well taken care of. The next morning, when Lan Hanlu arrived, she saw 2 women. One looked young, but since she was a medical professional, she could tell the woman was in her 40s. The other was in her 20s, with long hair, a slender figure, fair skin, and a gentle demeanor. Her voice sounded like a gentle stream. When they saw her, the mother and daughter were chatting with Chu Tianheng. They were smiling and chatting happily. But when she, dressed in a white coat, entered, their faces changed. Lan Hanlu regretted not wearing a mask. She had come from the hospital, walking up the stairs without taking the elevator. Feeling a bit tired, she took off her mask. Chu Tianheng was very enthusiastic when Lan Hanlu came over. "Dr. Lan, you're here.
Sorry to trouble you.
I have to make 2 trips every day." Lan Hanlu was used to his enthusiasm these days, but the mother and daughter looked even worse. She understood what was going on and sighed, not paying much attention. "Mr. Chu, let me check your pulse first." She took out a pulse pillow and placed it on the small table beside the bed. Chu Tianheng did this routine twice a day and was very familiar with it. Rolling up his sleeve, he rested his arm on the pulse stand. Lan Hanlu's long, delicate, white fingers rested on it, contrasting sharply with her dark skin. Both of them were used to this and didn't think much of it. However, the mother and daughter watching from the side clenched their teeth, trying to endure. They felt something was off about the 2 of them. After 2 or 3 minutes, Lan Hanlu removed her hand and looked at Chu Tianheng with slightly furrowed brows. "I remember prescribing a diet for you. Those blood-activating soups should be avoided for now. If you want to drink them, wait at least a week." Hearing this, Chu Tianheng felt a bit embarrassed. He reached up and touched his nose.
"Sorry, Dr. Lan.
I've been eating very light these days, so I couldn't resist. Rest assured, I won't do it again." Lan Hanlu nodded. "That's good to know." Your leg recovery is very important for your career. I trust you understand that. Yes, yes, Dr. Lon. No, next time, I promise. All right, keep taking the medicine. I'll come back tonight. After giving her usual instructions, Lon Hanlu turned and left. She thought that after she left, the mother and daughter would relax and continue chatting with Chu Tianheng. But as soon as she went downstairs, they hurried to catch up with her. Dr. Lon, please wait a moment. Lon Hanlu turned around and saw the mother and daughter rushing over. They approached her, slightly out of breath. We wonder if we could ask about Tianheng's injury. The older woman first touched her head and cleared her throat. Dr. Lon, we just want to know about Tianheng's condition. You should understand that hospitals require confidentiality about such matters, Lon Hanlu replied with a slight frown. The younger woman looked a bit shy. I am Tianheng's fiancé. Congratulations to both of you on your match. You look very well suited. Since you are so close, you can ask Mr. Chu directly. I have a few things to take care of, so I won't disturb you. Lon Hanlu raised her wrist to check the time, then quickly walked away. She was so beautiful that she didn't want to be misunderstood, so she definitely wouldn't get involved in this. Watching Lon Hanlu walk away, the young woman stomped her foot and said, Mom, look. Enough. The two of them don't seem to have any issues. Don't overthink. Let's go upstairs quickly. Your main goal now is to win Tianheng's heart during this time, the older woman gently scolded her daughter. After finishing her task, Lon Hanlu hurried to the door to greet old Xiao with Director Zhao. When a car stopped, Director Zhao quickly went to open the door. Uncle, you're here. Old Xiao was not very tall, just over 1.7 meters, with a slightly slim build, but his eyes were bright and full of energy. Uncle, this is Lon Hanlu, he said, then gestured to the person beside him. Lon Hanlu quickly stepped forward. Hello, old Xiao.
I'm Lan Hanlu.
I used to attend your classes at university. Director Xiao looked at old Xiao, noticing his appreciative gaze toward Lon Hanlu, and joked, You two really do have a good teacher-student connection. Old Xiao looked at Lon Hanlu with clear, sharp eyes and a lively personality, then nodded in satisfaction. Yes, there is some fate between us. They entered the building together. Old Xiao glanced at Director Zhao. You go ahead and get busy. Lon Hanlu quickly stepped forward. Just call me Hanlu. All right, Hanlu. Come with me, he said, nodding to Director Zhao before they parted ways. An older man and a young woman went upstairs in the elevator. During the ride, they exchanged a few words, and Mr. Qiao was quite pleased with Lon Hanlu's responses. Although her answers weren't perfectly systematic, they weren't wrong either. It wasn't a big deal. After all, Lon Hanlu hadn't received formal training. Of course, this was intentional on her part. At the door of a hospital room, two people were waiting for them. As soon as they saw them come out of the elevator, they hurried over. The young man in a suit greeted warmly, Old Qiao, thank you so much for your help this time. The person behind him, also in a suit, was clearly his subordinate, just nodding and greeting without saying anything. No need to be polite. I've known old Master Lu for quite some time. Indeed, their family was able to meet this national player thanks to old Master Lu's help. A group of people talked as they arrived at the hospital room. They pushed open the door to see an elderly woman lying on the bed, with a middle-aged couple sitting beside her. The middle-aged man looked pale and appeared weaker than the elderly woman on the bed. When they saw old Master Qiao and Lon Hanlu come in, everyone stood up. Hello, old Master Qiao.
Thank you for coming, they said.
Old Master Qiao nodded and looked at the woman on the bed. The middle-aged man took a stool and sat down. Madam Du, I will check your pulse. The elderly woman was slightly plump and kind-looking. All right, I've been a troublemaker for you all, she said with a smile, placing her wrist on the pulse pillow. Old Master Qiao took about 3 minutes to check her pulse. After removing his hand, he didn't say anything but looked at Lon Hanlu. Hanlu, come here and check Madame Du's pulse too. Madame Du smiled kindly and said, Child, don't worry. As a medical student, you need to practice. How else would you gain experience? Lon Hanlu stepped forward and sat in the position the teacher had moved aside. She began to check the pulse at her wrist, taking a little longer than usual before lowering her hand. Everyone watched old Master Chiao and her. With a slight nod of approval from old Master Chiao, Lan Hanlu explained her findings. Madame Du was exposed to a toxin when she was young. It's a slow-acting poison, a chronic toxin. After giving birth, most of this toxin was expelled from her body by her child. But not all of it. Some parts remain inside, mainly causing internal heat. Women are naturally yin, so this poison could stay hidden inside for so long. As you age and your resistance weakens, it has now erupted. Although your face looks red and healthy, inside, your body has been severely damaged, she spoke while old Master Chiao nodded along. What should we do to treat her? My mother is having trouble even sleeping now, the pale middle-aged man asked anxiously. After receiving old Master Chiao's permission, Lan Hanlu said, we can use silver needles to draw out the toxin, combined with traditional Chinese medicine to warm and nourish the meridians and internal organs. Hanlu, go ahead and prepare a prescription, old Master Chiao instructed. Old Mr. Chiao directly gave instructions. Lan Hanlu understood that he agreed with her previous diagnosis and was also testing her. She took out a piece of paper and a pen from her white coat pocket and carefully considered the prescription. After finishing, she handed it to old Mr. Chiao. Please review this. He took it and looked at it slowly, nodding repeatedly. Finally, he took out his own pen from his pocket and wrote a line of words on the paper. He handed it to the middle-aged man. Just follow the prescription to prepare the medicine. Take it for 3 days first. After 3 days, Hanlu will come back for acupuncture. The Du family members thanked her profusely and saw the old and young out. At the door, the young man handed Lan Hanlu a business card. Contact me using this number if you need anything. Lan Hanlu glanced at it, then took out her phone and dialed the number. The other person's phone rang, and she saved the number. Both parties then said goodbye. After walking a short distance, old Mr. Chiao said to Lan Hanlu, Hanlu, you're quite brave. Your prescription is both bold and careful. I wonder who you learned this from. Lan Hanlu smiled a little shyly. Honestly, I've been sneaking into classes at school. I've been interested in this field since I was young. Why did you choose clinical medicine back then? Old Mr. Chiao asked with some curiosity. Lan Hanlu looked a bit embarrassed. To be honest, I was young and impulsive then. I thought the country didn't have good traditional Chinese medicine. Hearing this, old Mr. Chiao paused for a moment and then smiled. Haha, you probably think no one is good enough to teach you. Old Mr. Chiao, don't make fun of me. With your relationship with Director Zhao, you should know I'm an orphan. Back then, I just didn't have enough perspective, but I was lucky enough to find many medical books and learn some on my own. I also took a few courses in college, Lan Hanlu said casually, not caring about her background. Hearing this, old Mr. Chiao's smile softened. You must have a good talent for traditional Chinese medicine. You've worked hard, or you wouldn't have reached this level through self-study. Back then, I searched online for courses on acupuncture and pulse diagnosis, things like water flow, catching loaches, learning embroidery. I tried many methods, Lan Hanlu said with a sigh, as if she was impressed by her own efforts. Yes, you are determined. You should also listen to Director Zhao, who mentioned that I am interested in taking you as my apprentice. I didn't know. He stopped mid-sentence as he reached a staircase. Lan Han looked surprised. I heard a little, but I didn't dare to believe it was true. You are a master of traditional medicine, and you haven't taken on an apprentice for many years. I thought. She seemed to choke up, and her eyes turned red. The old man saw her emotional state and comforted her. It's okay. In the future, having a master means having a family. Your master and senior brothers will take care of everything for you. But becoming an apprentice is a big deal. I will find time to prepare and let you know later. When old Xiao was about to step onto the stairs, Lan Han quickly reached out to support him. Master, take your time. I understand. I will do my best not to embarrass you. I will study hard to improve myself. Learning medical skills is one thing, but character is another. The old man kept talking as they walked. Lan Han listened respectfully and affectionately, often joining in the conversation, making the old man very happy. When they arrived at Director Zhao's office, he saw their positions and attitude, and guessed what was happening. He joked, "Oh, from now on I should call you little sister." Has my seniority dropped again? Maybe you feel it's unfair to call me your junior sister. Qiao Lao pretended to be upset. Oh, my dear big uncle, if you say that, when Aman comes, she might scold me. Look at how old I am, still joking with me, Director Zhao said warmly to Qiao Lao. Enough, stop pretending in front of me. Lulu will take the traditional medicine exam soon. Don't give her too much work during this time, so she can focus on studying. Qiao Lao was straightforward with his juniors. He then looked kindly at Lan Han. I have no children of my own. Before you, I took 4 apprentices. My 3rd senior brother died in a car accident. The other 3 are doing well. When I have time, I will introduce them to you. Otherwise, they will come to the apprentice banquet too. Be more confident in the future. The old man had no children, so he treated his disciples like family. That's why Lan Han's recent behavior made him feel a little sad and caring. The old man was very busy. After saying a few words, he didn't even have lunch and hurriedly left by car. Lan Hanlu and Director Zhao said goodbye and returned to the emergency room. Over the next 2 days, she gave Joey Man some adjustments. Joey Man was very satisfied. Because of her relationship with old Joe, she became quite close to him, and they went shopping together twice. She often showed off on social media, and as a result, Lan Hanlu's popularity also improved gradually. At least among the high-level ladies in the hospital, many came to make appointments. Lan Hanlu tried to act busy and important, making herself seem hard to get, which made her more valuable. Plus, news spread that old Joe wanted to take her as his close disciple, making her quite popular in certain circles. She was busy managing relationships and earning money, preparing for the traditional Chinese medicine exam, and seeking a master. Time flew by. When the exam results came out, the date for her apprenticeship was set. Recently, Lan Hanlu had little work in the health department. She accompanied Director Zhao to a few surgeries and tried her hand at a couple of procedures. Director Zhao praised her a lot and even complained to Joey Man that her apprenticeship with old Joe was arranged too early. While caring for her skin in front of the mirror, Joey Man glared at him. She didn't care much about Lan Hanlu's art skills. She liked shopping with her because she thought Lan Hanlu had good fashion sense and a keen eye. She knew how to care for her skin and do makeup. She carefully examined her face. Recently, she had gained some confidence on social media, and even her usually unfriendly second sister-in-law was now flattering her. She wanted to get in line to have Lan Hanlu do some corrections. Thinking about this made her feel happy, and she didn't mind Director Zhao's constant chatter. Old Joe's apprenticeship banquet was very grand. Many important people attended. Some couldn't show their faces, but close subordinates or partners sent gifts. Lan Hanlu took out a beautiful ancient-style purple silk dress from her space, paired with exquisite accessories. Her hair, which had grown a bit in the past 2 months, was barely styled into a simple bun. Originally, she wanted to change her hairstyle because she couldn't wear a traditional hair bun, but Joey Man pulled her to get her hair done. The playful bun matched her precious, but simple jewelry perfectly. The master was very pleased with his traditional style clothing. He lived in a 2-entry courtyard house. First, he took Lan Hanlu to the ancestral altar of the founder and the master's teacher. They offered incense and presented a petition, then performed 3 kneels and 9 bows to report to the ancestors and the master's teacher that he had accepted a disciple and that the tradition was being passed on. The master sat on a special seat beside them, not in the main position, but apart from the portraits of the ancestor and the master's teacher. A person named Huang Lao introduced Lan Hanlu's background. Lan Hanlu held the master's acceptance letter above his head and presented it to the master. Then he performed 3 kneels and 9 bows as a formal greeting. He took the tea handed to him, respectfully called the master teacher, meaning both teacher and father. After the master finished drinking the tea, Lan Hanlu took a tray from nearby, which held his gift for the master. It was a set of formal Tang clothing, including shoes, all handmade by Lan Hanlu himself. Qiao Lao, whose name was Qiao Xiahong, was very happy with his gift. After telling his apprentice to take the gift away, he also asked another apprentice to give his own gift in return. The 2 trays contained a property deed, a medical kit with acupuncture tools, 2 medical books, and a set of writing brushes, ink, paper, and an inkstone. Lan Hanlu took the items, which were then taken away by someone behind him. He listened as the master explained the rules of their school and his hopes and warnings for the future. Finally, the master led him and his 3 senior brothers to perform the 3 kneels and 9 bows to the ancestor. Then they took a group photo with the master and a few photos with the senior brothers. Next was the banquet. During the feast, the master first introduced him to some of the main guests at the table, then had a few senior brothers introduce him and others to the guests. Lan Hanlu handled the banquet well, always speaking in a way that pleased others. "This is Mr. Chow," said the 4th senior brother. Mr. Chow was accompanied by 2 women. Judging by their age, one was probably his wife and the other his daughter, who looked a bit chubby.
Hello, Mr. Gao.
Thank you for coming to watch. Your daughter is very beautiful, with a round face and bright eyes. She looks lucky and will surely have a happy family in the future. Mr. Chow and his wife were very happy to hear this. Look at our girl. The doctor said you're in good health now, so don't try to lose weight like some people do. If you become unhealthy, you won't be able to buy anything back. As they exchanged words, everyone's impression of her improved. After seeing off the outsiders, only the senior brothers and their families remained. Senior brothers also presented their apprentices with their gift of apprenticeship. The eldest senior brother has now taken on the role of a royal doctor. He was an orphan adopted by the master. Now 58 years old, in those chaotic times without a guardian's protection, he barely survived. He considers himself like the master's child. He takes good care of his younger brothers. Now that he has a small sister who is much younger than him, more like a child of his own, he naturally treats her as a junior. He was very generous and directly gave Lan Hanlu a look-up U9 vehicle. He also said, "I don't know what you young people like. I asked my youngest son to pick something for you, but I don't know if you like it." Lan Hanlu happily accepted the gift. "Senior brother, what are you talking about? This is just perfect for me." She then took out her own gift, which she made herself for him and his wife. She gave the eldest senior brother a folding fan and his wife a round fan embroidered on both sides. She also brought 2 boxes of good tea, which she collected during her time in ancient times. Next, the 2 sons of the eldest senior brother, along with their wives, came to give gifts. Although the younger son studies Western medicine and the older son works at a medical research institute, both families bought Lan Hanlu watches. They weren't very expensive, but still cost over 100,000. Lan Hanlu's return gift was a few jade pendants and some embroidered handkerchiefs. The 2nd senior brother works at the Health Commission. Now 51 years old, he gave Lan Hanlu a set of diamond jewelry. "Lulu, you're about the same age as our children. I've heard the master call you that, so I do too. Senior brother, senior sister-in-law, you can call me whatever you like." "My name is just for others to call," Lan Hanlu said, feeling good about her relationship with the 3 senior brothers and their families. "Your niece is 29 years old and works abroad. She didn't come today, but she bought you a bag. I don't really know what brand it is." Lan Hanlu happily accepted the gift, saying, "I'm sure I'll become good friends with my niece. Our tastes are so similar." The 2nd senior sister-in-law patted her hand and said, "Our little sister is very sweet-tongued. Everything she says makes people feel happy." The 4th senior brother, 44 years old, is currently working as a royal doctor in Ungshi with a leader. He gave Lan Hanlu a pair of jade bangles. "My nephew is actually my niece, a pair of twins. One went to military school, the other to medical university. They couldn't come today. They bought you the latest phone and computer, so please don't dislike them. Senior brother, please help me take the gifts back, just like 2nd senior brother. Don't let my nephew and niece think that I, as their little aunt, have forgotten about them. No matter how these families are, they all behave generously and are easy to get along with in front of the master. They don't pick fights or criticize." When he was sent back by the eldest senior brother's son in the evening, Lan Hanlu said to the couple in the car, "Chiao and Minmin, drive slowly when you go back. Call me if anything happens." The eldest senior brother's surname is Song. His 2 sons are named Song Chaoan, whose wife is Tao Aimin, and Song Chunin, whose wife is Li Meiqi. "Auntie, Let me and Minmin help you carry the things upstairs, said Song Qiaoan quickly. No need, although there are quite a few things, they're not heavy. The elevator is fast, and it will be upstairs in no time. It's getting late. You should go back quickly. You have to work tomorrow. Don't let it affect you. Lan Hanlu didn't really want them to go up. It was just that it was already almost 1 a.m., and everyone needs to work and support their families. Staying out late would really affect their work. As for the car she was given, it was still at the dealership and hadn't been picked up yet. Lan Hanlu could choose to have the dealership deliver it or go pick it up herself. Since she now has a car, she wasn't in a hurry. She wanted to see how the house her master sent her was. If it was good, she would move there and the car could be sent over later. The next morning, she finally managed to get out of bed. Last night, after returning and tidying up, it was almost 2 a.m. But today she had to go to work. No matter how tired she was, she had to get up quickly. After tidying up, she drove straight to the hospital. As soon as she entered her office, she took off her down jacket. Her long hairstyle surprised everyone in the office. Lulu, you tied your hair up yesterday. I think it looked beautiful. Today, with it down, it looks even better. Dr. Li also nodded. Yes, this look suits you very well. Lan Hanlu shook her long hair on her shoulders. Honestly, if it keeps growing like this every day, I might not mind. But I still feel a bit uncomfortable with this long braid. Hey, this is one of our busiest staff members. Why are you here so early today? Zheng Tianjiao entered wearing a white coat and holding a pen. She glanced at Lan Hanlu, who was looking at her sideways, and, matching his gaze, she flicked a strand of hair from her ear. I'm going to the traditional Chinese medicine health department. When I return, say hello to our colleagues. If Jiao Jiao misses me, don't forget to come find me and hang out. Then she started packing her things. In fact, they didn't have much interaction. When she first arrived, he was on leave, and when he returned, she was busy with her own work. But sometimes, people just don't get along. Just one glance or a slight turn can show that they probably won't become friends. When Lan Hanlu was carrying a bunch of things toward the traditional Chinese medicine department, Zhao Xinxin helped carry some items and followed behind. Don't mind her. Her father is our deputy director. She's a bit proud, but she's not really a bad person. Lan Hanlu had to admit Zhao Xinxin's gossip skills. A few days ago, she had met the deputy director with her master and learned that his daughter was in the same department as her. That's when she found out about their connection. Zhao Xinxin was quick to find out about this relationship, which shows she's quite capable. They arrived at her new office. Zhao Xinxin helped tidy up, but there wasn't much to do. Everything was already clean. She just organized the things she brought. Since she was recently transferred here, she didn't have much work. But if you ask how free Lan Hanlu was, she wasn't exactly idle. After all, many people came to see her after she became her master's apprentice. Most of these visits weren't suitable for the workplace. They came on Sundays or after work, mostly business people. Some had money but didn't trust Western medicine or surgery, so they looked for a good Chinese doctor. They couldn't reach her master or senior brother, so they came to her instead. At first, they just came to look around, but you can't fool people with medicine. If it works, word spreads, and more people start coming. Lan Hanlu looked at her small room. Things weren't looking great right now. She was so busy these days, she didn't have time to visit the house her master gave her. Finally, she managed to find time to drive over. The house her master gave her was in a neighborhood with very good security, and Lan Hanlu was quite satisfied with it. Holding the property certificate, registering, receiving the elevator card, and entering the community. The houses here are 1 floor per unit, so the elevator card only works on a fixed floor. If visitors come outside, they need to be greeted and ring the doorbell. Only after approval can they go upstairs. Privacy is well protected. Just as the elevator was about to close, 2 men who had just entered stopped it. Both looked very handsome and elegant. After coming in, they were very polite. Thank you, beautiful lady. One of them looked very charming, with a deep gaze that seemed to look at everything with affection. The other was slightly taller, with a tight belt that made his waist look very slim. However, his eyes were a bit cold, and his gaze felt sharp like a knife. Lan Hanlu modestly nodded with a slight smile but didn't say anything else. Their status and appearance suggested they were important people, not someone she could easily deal with. She now had money and could support herself, and she didn't plan to be responsible for anyone. So it was better to keep a distance from such people. She continued to play with her phone, not paying attention to the two men, and didn't notice the taller man's gaze once again sweeping over her. The shorter man was restless. He put his arm around the taller man's shoulder. Mu Qing, you have to stay with me for a few more days. My grandmother is crazy. She's looking for her second grandson and keeps urging me. He said he wanted to have a child with her, but if he could, he would love to do it immediately. Sadly, he couldn't because he lacked that ability. The man called Mu Qing was slightly taller than him. He had to hold the other's shoulder, which looked a bit funny. When he caught the other's sideways glance, he quickly took his hand back. The elevator dinged, and the two men got off. Before leaving, the man who spoke waved at Lan Hanlu. Lan Hanlu was on the upper floor. The first thing that caught her eye was the large living room and floor-to-ceiling windows. She looked around the whole house. Her master had put a lot of thought into it. He specially turned a room next to the entrance, probably a cloakroom, into a consultation room. The decor inside was warm, not cold and sterile. Lan Hanlu briefly looked at the simple decoration. Even the soft furnishings were ready-made. She just needed to buy some small ornaments. She quickly sent a message to her master. Not long after, the master's video call came through. When Lan Hanlu answered, her master's face appeared on the screen. He looked a bit unfamiliar with the technology, filling the entire screen with his face. Lu, is something the matter? Lan Hanlu smiled and turned the camera around, showing her room and a quick look at her surroundings. Look at where I am. Haha, how is it? Do you like it? I asked Sister Iman to help me with the decoration. I heard you two are close, so I thought you might like her taste. If you like it and don't want to change anything, just tidy it up a bit and you can move in. Master, I don't just like it. I love it. Thank you and Sister Iman for your effort. I recently changed apartments and have been busy, so I only had time to come see it now. She spoke sincerely, showing her youthful charm and affection. Old Mr. Chiao's previous apprentices were all older, and the younger generation didn't have much interest in traditional Chinese medicine. When he talked about it as a child, they would avoid him. But this new young apprentice was lively, full of energy, and knew how to handle things well. He truly cared for her. If moving is too busy, just call me. I'll arrange for someone to help you move. It's getting cold now, and you shouldn't do everything alone as a girl, the old man said, stepping back from the camera, apparently in the yard. Don't worry, Master. I'll find a good moving company. I don't have many things, and it should be done in a day, he said, walking into the clinic while holding his phone. Old Mr. Chiao looked around the room through the video and nodded with satisfaction. Iman does a good job. Having a place like this at home makes it much more convenient for you to see patients. But once your reputation is out, you won't need to see so many patients. If something is too easy to get, it's not valuable. He paused thoughtfully and continued, I looked at some of the pulse and medical cases you sent me. You handle them well. Your use of medicine is a bit bold, but not in the wrong direction. Lan Hanlu noticed her master seemed to have something to say, but hesitated. She smiled warmly and asked, Master, are you home alone? I'll stay for lunch if you're free. I'm a lonely little cabbage. No one to eat with. I was thinking of making some tasty snacks for you, Master. Can I come over and share a meal with you? Haha, you little girl, quickly bring the tasty snacks to your master. If they're not good, you won't get to eat and might even be punished. The old man liked joking with his youngest apprentice like this. Actually, he also felt a bit sorry for her, knowing she was an orphan. Lan Hanlu pulled out 2 boxes of pastries from her space. It's not that she didn't want to make them herself, but she was short on time. Her space is stocked with top-quality ingredients and skills, so her baked goods are just as good as her own. She thought for a moment and took out a set of traditional Chinese clothes. Men's outfits don't need to fit as precisely, and she had prepared small, medium, and large sizes just in case. She drove to the nearby farmer's market and, by chance, overheard that the old man liked beef. Since time was limited, she bought some quick and easy-to-prepare ingredients. Her car stopped at the alley beside the courtyard. She honked once, then got out and opened the trunk. The old man pushed open the door and came out with his hands behind his back. Seeing her unload things, he said, "Girl, you're just like your brother. Whatever you find, you bring here. Master, these are snacks. Please hold them carefully so they don't break," Lon Hanlu said, ignoring his teasing, and handed him a wooden box filled with pastries. "I already knew that," the old man said proudly. Okay, Lon Hanlu replied, closing the trunk and carrying the big bags and boxes as she followed her master into the courtyard. "You can't just leave things lying around. Go inside and call someone to help carry them. Why is a young girl so stubborn? Carrying all this will make your hands red," the old man said with concern, but his tone was gentle enough not to upset her. "I'll take them in just a few steps. Are Aunt Sun and Uncle Sun preparing lunch?" Without waiting for his answer, she headed straight to the kitchen, as her car was parked just a few steps from the gate. The old man opened his mouth to say something but closed it, muttering, "Such a big girl, and she's not careful at all," then carried the food box into the house. The pastries had a fresh, sweet aroma. He had already smelled it. He placed the box on the table and was about to open it when he heard a shout. "Master, you can eat the snacks after lunch," Lon Hanlu called from the kitchen door, then went back to help with cooking. Uncle helped organize the things she brought, while Aunt Sun assisted with cooking and chatting nearby. The old master has become more greedy with food these past 2 years. Yesterday, he ate most of a plate of pig's head meat all by himself. Master really is quite worrying. He spends all his time seeing patients and talking about health, yet he doesn't watch his own diet, Lon Hanlu said with a smile, though everyone knew she was just making a joke. She covered the pot lid and turned to Aunt Sun, saying, "I bought 2 sets of clothes for you and Uncle Sun, and I also embroidered 2 scarves for myself. Aunt Sun, try them on later. If anything doesn't fit, I can exchange it." Aunt Sun's smile deepened as she quickly took a towel to wipe her hands. "Oh, Lulu, you've gone to so much trouble. You're still thinking of me and Uncle Sunday. But I trust your taste. I'm sure it will be fine." Uncle Sun finished with the things and stood nearby. "This kid should save some money for herself. Don't spend everything at once. When the time comes to rush, she won't have money for the ferry." Uncle Sun and Aunt Sun only had one son, who died while on a mission. The couple had always taken care of old Master Chiao. They had been like this for decades, truly a family. Old Master Chiao awkwardly closed the food box again, muttering that he was not free and was being controlled, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Dishes were served and placed on the table. Old Master Chiao sat at the main seat, his eyes shining with kindness. Watching the younger ones act spoiled, he felt very happy. This was life. Before, it was just the 3 old folks, and their tired faces had become tiresome to see. After the meal, the 3 elders went to change their clothes and praised each other. Then, Lon Hanlu was led by old Master Chiao to the tea room. Naturally, she went to the tea cabinet to get some tea. She boiled water, washed the tea, and brewed it. Lon Hanlu liked green tea, so she brewed that without hesitation. Old Master Chiao wrinkled his nose because he preferred black tea, but he still picked up a cup and tasted it. He thought the tea was a bit lacking, but his brewing skills were decent. After setting down the cup, he cleared his throat. Lon Hanlu knew he had something to say, so she quickly put down her cup and sat up straight, waiting to learn from her master. Old Master Chiao was even more pleased. Although this girl was a bit mischievous normally, she was always serious when it mattered. But as he thought about what he was about to say, he sighed inwardly. That was the reason why a male master found it hard to accept a female apprentice. Some words spoken by his master may not be understood by his apprentice. However, since he has no wife and no female elders in his family, he cannot explain further. "Lulu, you've been doing very well with your medical practice lately, but you're a young woman in your prime, and without a man at home, rumors might spread over time. Although I, your master, don't mind these things, the world still talks about such matters." Lon Hanlu almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Her master's awkward, yet necessary words made her smile. She picked up the teapot and refilled her master's tea. Master, I understand what you mean. I know myself. As you said, I've gained some fame, and in the future, I can choose which patients to see. My main work is still at the hospital. You've helped me become a distinguished doctor there, and I will consider other things carefully. Hearing this, her master nodded and felt relieved. Luckily, his apprentice was smart and open-minded. Thinking this made him feel even happier. After that, her master let go of his worries and started sharing medical knowledge, along with his years of experience in practicing medicine and some life lessons. Learning medicine is different for everyone. Some are taught and some are not. Although her medical skills might even surpass her master's, she still found great value in listening to his experiences because everyone's perspective is unique. After dinner, he was about to go home because he was moving tomorrow. The day after, on Monday, he would return to work, so he had no time to stay. He said goodbye to everyone in the courtyard, then drove away. Only after his car disappeared around the corner did the three of them turn and head back into the yard. Oh, if Lulu could come live with us, that would be so nice. I could cook for her, and our yard would be livelier, Grandma's son said as she and Uncle's son fussed behind. Old Xiao walked ahead with his hands behind his back. Listening to this, he felt a bit tempted but shook his head. Don't get your hopes up. Young people today value independence and don't like living with us old folks. That's true. Lulu is at the age for dating. Living with us might make her feel a bit shy. Grandma's son nodded seriously at Xiao Lao's words. But it's okay. When Lulu has children, I can help take care of them. She is busy with work, and we shouldn't delay the young people's efforts. Aunt Sun became more excited as she spoke, even planning in her mind how to raise the children in the future. Old Joe originally didn't agree with Aunt Sun about Lulu finding a partner, but before he could say anything, he heard the second part of her words. Suddenly, he felt this matter needed to be dealt with quickly. Girls are getting older, and being a high-risk pregnancy isn't good for health. Also, since he's healthy now, he can teach his granddaughter a few things. Lulu's children definitely won't be like those troublemakers who can't learn anything. Everyone's thoughts were running wild. The old man even postponed his usual early bedtime and got up early, thinking about which young man from a suitable family might be a good match. Lan Hanlu was still thinking about packing her things to go back. She didn't plan to take most of her belongings, but there were still many things to pack. When the car at the alley entrance moved aside, a very stylish car passed by. Lan Hanlu's car was a gift from her senior brother, with a light-colored film on the windows. Because her sports car had a low chassis, her face was clearly visible to the driver of the other car. Lan Hanlu didn't see who was inside that car, but if she had, she would have recognized him. This person was the tall man she met in the elevator. His name was Wan Muqing. The old master of the Wan family lived at the very end of this alley in a large 3-section mansion. He noticed her car because he was familiar with everyone in this alley. You could say that the people living here weren't ordinary. He had never seen this car before, but as soon as he saw it, he recognized someone familiar. He had just returned and didn't know why this girl was here or whose house she was visiting. But he had a strong impression of her. The first time was at a restaurant. She was very confident but not annoying. The second time was in his building's elevator. Although she had long hair, he recognized her immediately. The third time was here. He knew she probably wasn't short of money, but seeing her drive such a nice car here, he didn't pay much attention after that. This had nothing to do with Lan Hanlu. She had no idea that her future work was a concern for her grandfather, and even her future children had been arranged. In the coming years, she would face all kinds of subtle pressure to get married. The moving company I contacted the day before arrived on time. The professionals did their work efficiently and carefully, moving quickly and smoothly. Since Blue Hanlu didn't have many belongings, they finished moving everything to the new place in just one morning. The housekeeper I hired earlier also started helping with the packing. Now that I had more money, I didn't want to waste my energy on these chores. I decided to spend money to handle everything. In the afternoon, I drove out to buy some household items and also bought some clothes for myself. I didn't need jewelry. I wasn't lacking in that. It was a busy day. By the evening, after dinner, and sitting on the sofa, I felt very tired and let out a long breath. The next day, I went to work. I had appointments in the morning, so I was busy then. In the afternoon, I had no appointments because traditional Chinese medicine practitioners often have slower pulse readings in the afternoon. People who are slightly inaccurate in their medical skills might give wrong diagnoses, but I wasn't like that. Still, I didn't want to insist on seeing the doctor, so I wasn't very busy. It wasn't that I had nothing to do, I had plenty of things I could do. In my previous life, I was always busy planning for the Blue family, so this time I wanted to relax a bit. After walking around the hospital area, I received a call from my fourth senior brother. Why are you free to call me, senior brother? Have you returned to the capital? How about coming to my master's place for dinner tonight? I'll cook myself to treat you. Haha, don't be so polite. I accepted an invitation from an old friend today to check on their health. How about it? If my little sister isn't busy, I can take you to see it. Blue Hanlu knew that her senior brother was also helping her by making connections. It was similar to arranging a disciple with their master. So, she had no reason to refuse and happily agreed. Okay, I'll have the car pick you up. After hanging up, Blue Hanlu changed her clothes and waited at the hospital entrance. Although she could drive herself, she knew some places were inconvenient to reach by car, so she didn't delay her senior brother's pickup. When the car arrived, she got in and immediately saw her fourth senior brother. Senior brother, thank you for the trouble, she said politely. Even with close family, politeness is important and shouldn't be taken for granted. Come on, don't be so formal with me. When we get there, just watch and listen more, he replied. From his tone, she could tell the person needing the checkup was not ordinary. She nodded to show she understood. This time, they didn't go to a hospital or a health resort. Instead, they went directly into a villa. As soon as Lan Hanlu entered, she saw that the villa was very luxurious. However, the middle-aged woman greeting them was dressed simply. This woman seemed to be very familiar with fourth senior brother. When they met, she quickly stepped forward and said, Dr. Bai, sorry to trouble you again. Let's go see old Sue, he said, and they all went upstairs together. At the door of a room upstairs, a few people were standing. But fourth senior brother just nodded to them and pushed the door open. Inside the room, there were quite a few people. Among them, Lan Hanlu recognized Old Huang. Old Huang, you're here, she said. Although Old Huang was only a few years older than fourth senior brother, he was still from the same generation as their master. All students of traditional Chinese medicine follow old customs, respecting their teachers and seniority. Lan Hanlu also bowed and greeted politely. It's just you two here. Is your master at home? Is he doing well these days? Old Huang saw them and smiled kindly. Our master is quite healthy, but he's getting old and a bit less energetic. He feels he can no longer do acupuncture, so he's staying at home, they replied. Fourth senior brother and Old Huang didn't hide anything. Yes, we're all getting older, and our bodies are weakening. I'm not as lucky as your master. You have several talented apprentices like you. Hearing this, Old Huang also looked a bit emotional. Old Huang, you're too modest. You're only a few years younger than our master. You're still strong and vigorous. By the way, how is old Sue? He quickly changed the subject. Lan Hanlu looked at the person lying on the bed, following their conversation. Her pupils suddenly shrank. That person was probably a member of the standing committee. She remembered he had attended her master's banquet. Now she understood why he was here, and not in the hospital. He probably didn't want this matter to get out. Fourth senior brother went over to check the pulse, then looked back at Lan Hanlu. Hanlu, come over and check his pulse. Lan Hanlu sat down and placed her fingers on the old man's wrist. After a moment, she removed her hand and walked over to her senior brother. As she moved, everyone's eyes followed her. She didn't pay attention to others, only nodded slightly at her senior brother. Hanlu, don't worry. Just tell us your results, her senior brother said, clearly eager to show off her skills. The patient likely has a brain blood clot. The clot is pressing on the nerves, affecting the patient's vision and hearing, and also causing headaches. This is similar to the situation in the film Mr. Su previously filmed, but before, he didn't specify where the pressure was. This time, the patient had a headache and tinnitus, so he sought help from a top traditional Chinese medicine doctor. She paused here, and her senior brother nodded at her. She continued, "The old man is quite old, and the pressure point is in a difficult spot. Surgery might have a success rate issue. We can try acupuncture to dissolve and drain the blood stasis. But to melt the blood clots on the head, we need to use tremor needles." She stopped speaking at this point. Seeing that the second senior brother clenched his hand, he was skilled in acupuncture but didn't know how to use tremor needles. After thinking for a moment, he asked Lan Hanlu. As for whether his master could do it, honestly, his master had long stopped practicing acupuncture, saying he was too old and his hands were unsteady, although he had used it when he was younger. But this young apprentice just learned from her master a few days ago, and she already knew how to do it. What kind of joke is that? Wasn't it his master who taught her, or who else? He restrained himself from touching his face and looked back at Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, and their son and daughter. Mrs. Su had been sitting quietly on the other side of the bed, not making a sound. When she met the gaze of the second senior brother, the old lady nodded calmly. Mr. Su then spoke, his voice a little weak but clear enough. "Dr. Lan, please do as you see fit. I will bear the consequences of whether it works or not, and I won't make things difficult for you." His children also nodded in agreement. Lan Hanlu had someone help the old man to sit in a chair. She took out her acupuncture kit, prepared everything with disinfection, and began acupuncture. Her technique was quick and precise. Soon, 8 needles were inserted into Mr. Su's head. The needles varied in depth and thickness. Under the light, it was enough to make people feel a little nervous. But that wasn't all. Lan Hanlu straightened slightly, exhaled softly, and then took out another needle to insert into his head. After inserting this needle, she released her grip and started to tremble the needle from the tail end, following the order of insertion. At first, the tremor was gentle, but gradually it increased in strength. Without paying special attention, one could clearly see the shaking. At this point, you might feel a slight dull ache in your head. Please don't move. If you feel anything, tell me immediately, but do not move on your own. After listening to Lan Hanlu, old Su blinked slightly to show he understood. About 10 minutes later, he suddenly let out a small gasp. Everyone heard the sound, and they all looked at old Su. They saw a faint bloodstain slowly appear at his nostrils. Dark red blood flowed from his nose. His family members looked at Lan Hanlu, who just stared without showing any emotion. No one said anything and continued to watch. The nosebleed was not heavy, and the blood flowed slowly. It took a long time before it reached his lips. The slight itching feeling made old Su uncomfortable, but he didn't move. At this moment, the senior brother recorded a video with his phone and sent it to the master, asking, "Did you hide some secrets when you taught me?" After another 10 minutes, Lan Hanlu quickly removed 9 silver needles, disinfected them, and put them back into the needle bag. She then checked old Su's pulse. The senior brother used a cotton swab to wipe away the blood from his nose, examined the swab carefully, and then checked his pulse again. He turned to Lan Hanlu and asked, "What do you think?" Lan Hanlu slightly smiled and said, "Most of the blood has come out, but some still remains. One more acupuncture session should be enough." The senior brother nodded, asked Lan Hanlu to prepare the medicine, and the two of them, along with old Huang, discussed quietly over the prescription. His phone in his pocket kept vibrating slightly, but he seemed unaware or unconcerned. At this time, old Su, who had been cleaned up, stood up with help. He no longer felt heavy on his head, his eyes were clear, and the ringing in his ears had stopped. Lan Hanlu handed the prepared prescription to the old master's son. Later, follow this to prepare the medicine. Give old Su 1 dose now, and another tomorrow morning. It shouldn't interfere with your light work. She added, "I'll come back this afternoon to do acupuncture again and revise the prescription. Just a few more days of medication, and he should be fine." Hearing this, the Su family members breathed a small sigh of relief. They respectfully saw the senior brother and sister downstairs. Lan Hanlu responded to the Su family, but she also noticed the senior brother replying to something on his phone. When she arrived, she was picked up by her senior brother. Of course, when she left, she would go with him. Lu Hanlu sat in her senior brother's car, thinking she would be taken home. But when she looked outside, she saw the road was wrong. "Senior brother, are you going to sell me?" Blue Hanlu, who was tired from needle therapy but feeling better physically, said with some annoyance. Her senior brother, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes. "How much do you think you'd be worth if I sold you? Just sit quietly and rest. I'm taking you to see the master. He'll test you later, so don't be tired." Blue Hanlu muttered, "Is this still not selling me? The thing is, if someone else sells a person, they might get some money. But you brought me along to get scolded." Thinking about how her senior brother was busy on his phone just now, Blue Hanlu curled her lips. She wasn't joking. She could guarantee her senior brother was up to no good. No wonder the master had always said he was a troublemaker since he was young. They soon arrived at the master's courtyard. The gate was open. Her senior brother and the second senior brother went straight in, but they found there were others at home. "Big senior brother, you're here," said the fourth senior brother happily, waving his hand to greet. "Big senior brother," Blue Hanlu also greeted and then looked at the master. "Why are you just staring? Come in quickly and close the door. I see cold air coming in," the old man said, clearly in a bad mood. Blue Hanlu hurriedly closed the door tightly, took off her down jacket, and hung it at the door. She cheerfully went to her master. "Master, is the fourth senior brother angry with you? You can scold him, no need to hold back." Her senior brother, hearing this, couldn't help but smile. "Finally, someone can deal with the fourth." "Humph." The master still looked angry, but the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be wiped away. "All right, stop being naughty. I have something important to ask you," the master said gently. "I watched the video that Xiao Si sent you." This was a question that wasn't really a question, leaving Blue Hanlu plenty of freedom. She could answer or not, say whatever she wanted. Blue Hanlu seemed indifferent. She picked up a pastry from the table, took a bite, then licked her lips and spoke. "I think I learned most of this myself. I found some old traditional Chinese medicine books before. At that time, I couldn't tell what was good or bad. Everything else was free, so I didn't spend much money. I thought learning wouldn't hurt, so I just followed along. If my master wanted to see me tomorrow, I would bring it to him." Then she pretended to be curious and leaned forward slightly. "Master, this matter, I wonder if fourth senior brother remembers. I have attended his classes and asked him some questions about this field. Back then, I was just glad to meet someone so skilled and didn't want to miss the chance to learn from him." Master pointed at her with his finger in the air. This is your own senior brother. In the future, you can't be so outspoken when you go out." Fourth senior brother picked up the teapot and poured tea for everyone. "Master, what you said is normal. Our little sister is quite casual with her own senior brothers, but the thing she mentioned, I paid attention to it during class, though I don't remember it clearly now. Honestly, I really envy her talent." Lan Hanlu lowered her head and continued eating her snacks. When she heard fourth senior brother's words, she felt a little relieved. Last time, when she found out she would travel again, she was very dedicated to studying. Thanks to the dividends from a game company, she worked hard to learn things. She even asked fourth senior brother questions many times. She asked so many questions that she forgot the details, but it seemed she rarely asked about acupuncture. Plus, a few years had passed, so fourth senior brother probably also had some vague memory. She smiled and said to her master, "The book has many acupuncture methods, but practicing with silver needles is very demanding. I only learned part of it. It can be enchanting, but not too enchanting." Then the group discussed the case that Su Lao had just shared. Lan Hanlu really enjoyed these exchanges in the medical field, as they often brought her valuable insights. When Aunt Sun called everyone to eat, they realized it was already dark. Probably because it was winter and it got dark early, so they didn't notice while chatting. Of course, on the way back, it was fourth senior brother's driver who took them home one by one. The new house was not far from the hospital, so staying up a little later was fine. Lan Hanlu first took out the book she and her master had discussed. It was collected from her world in ancient times. She often looked at it many times, so there was no need to make it look old. The next day, she went to the hospital to report her arrival, then visited Su Lao for acupuncture and got her medicine renewed. Old Master Su's condition is clearly better than yesterday, not just a little, and his voice sounds strong and full. Blue Hanlu still reminds him, you just started to recover, so you need to keep strengthening yourself. The body cells also need time to renew. Yes, I'll listen to Dr. Lan. After experiencing illness, I realize how important health is. This time, I will follow the doctor's advice. Old Master Su is genuinely happy now and talks more than before. As the Su family sees him off, Blue Hanlu drives back to her master's place. She first sends a message to her master and then presses the horn a few times at the gate. Uncle Sun opens the door. Lulu is back. Oh, why are you carrying these things again? He sees Blue Hanlu unloading items from the car. Uncle Sun quickly steps forward to help. Your hands are red from holding so much. Let me do it. There are still quite a few. Let's do it together quickly. She says this and goes into the yard with Uncle Sun. At this moment, Aunt Sun and her master come out too. Why are you bringing these things again? Is your salary enough for you? Master, you know your apprentice. I was counting on that small salary. I thought, with the new year coming soon, I'd come and go daily, saving some money so that Uncle Sun and Aunt Sun can go out and join the crowd. She puts the items in the main room, then turns to leave again. What's this? There's still more. Old Xiao sees her attitude and knows there are more things outside. Master, there's nothing left. Wait inside, I'll go again and finish it. Outside, the weather is still cold, so she doesn't want the old man to overexert himself, risking a cold or slipping and falling. She and Uncle Sun and Aunt Sun carry the items back and forth a few times before finishing. Then the three of them start organizing everything. The tea leaves, Master, take them to the tea room. The cakes, these few boxes, are for eating now. When the holiday comes, I'll come back and make a few different kinds. Freshly made ones are the best. Lulu is so skillful. Oh, what kind of meat is this? Aunt Sun takes out a piece of frozen, hard meat from the bag. Blue Hanlu glances back. It's venison. My senior brother introduced me to a farm. This meat is a gift. There's also a box of free-range eggs. This person is really generous. They even gave me 5 boxes of eggs. The eggs are a bit smaller, but very good. The yolks are bright red. The three of them worked hard for a long time to organize everything. In the end, they only left behind the calligraphy and painting supplies for the old man, some wine for Uncle Sun, and skincare products for Aunt Sunday and Sun. This is the skincare product I use myself. It's a traditional Chinese herbal formula. Lulu's products are always top quality. You're such a kid, Aunt Sun said with a smile, feeling happy inside. Old Mr. Chiao was fiddling with an inkstone. Lan Hanlu leaned across the table. Master, I brought the book. Do you want to take a look? The old man looked up and glared at her. If you brought it, why not take it out quickly? He put down his inkstone and took the acupuncture technique book. He didn't read it carefully, just flipped through it casually. Traditional Chinese medicine has many specialties. Some people are naturally talented and dedicated in certain areas. It's not always better to learn more. Although he didn't read it thoroughly, the book probably listed 9 different acupuncture methods, each very impressive. I remember you said you learned 3. Have you tried them out? Lan Hanlu grinned. Yes, I've tested them myself. She had used them many times but didn't want to say too much. As soon as she finished, old Mr. Chiao shot her a stern look. I've told you several times. Your courage is big, but you shouldn't experiment on old Master Su without proper caution. He kept nagging her about this for over 10 minutes. Lan Hanlu just smiled and responded cheerfully. That evening, she showed her skills by making a steamed fish. After dinner, Lan Hanlu was about to leave, but Aunt Sun was a little reluctant. It's so late, and it's dangerous for a girl to drive. Why don't you stay here tonight? I'll tidy up a room for you quickly. Seeing her hopeful expression, Lan Hanlu felt a bit reluctant to refuse. She looked back at her master, who was sitting there pretending to drink water. Feeling her gaze, old Mr. Chiao cleared his throat. What are you looking at me for? Your aunt's son already prepared a room for you a few days ago. It's cold outside, and if you don't want to go back, you can stay here. After saying that, the old man proudly set down his cup, crossed his arms, and headed to the tea room. Lan Hanlu took off her down jacket. All right, I won't go back. My driving isn't very good, and with all the cars in Beijing, I'm always nervous when I go out, she said, but it was just nonsense. Her driving skills weren't bad, probably close to racing level. Aunt Sun happily took her down jacket.
Sigh, sigh, sigh.
If you don't want to drive back and forth in the future, just ask Uncle Sun to pick you up. He was good at driving when he was in the military. Aunt Sun said this a bit proudly, and Uncle Sun nodded along. It's not hard. No one drives the car in our backyard. Next time you go out, if you don't want to drive, just call me, and I'll come to pick you up. Aunt Sun took her to see the tidy room, which was very girly. Everything was there. Even the pajamas were washed and ironed. Lan Hanlu hugged her arm, affectionately coaxing her with a smile, then went to the tea room to find her master. When she pushed open the door curtain, the old man just glanced at her and kept playing chess. This old man, you say he likes young people, but if you bother him every day with noise, he gets annoyed. If you say he doesn't like noise, there are only 3 people in the yard, and he still feels it's too quiet. Lan Hanlu knows how to keep the right balance. She doesn't bother him too much, but makes him feel appreciated. So, he always acts a bit proud in front of her. Although she often buys things here and there, the old man also gives her a lot. She only made him a set of clothes, 2 cans of tea, and some snacks. Plus, the set of calligraphy and painting supplies she gave today is quite valuable. But the old man gave her a string of top-quality jade beads. The beads are a deep green, like new spring leaves, full of life and energy. This bright green truly lives up to the reputation of jade. What she saw and what she didn't see was arranged for her work and expanding her contacts, even for her reputation and safety. They even planned to send Uncle Sun and Aunt Sun to take care of her. They've cared for old Xiao for 20 years, so she definitely can't just take them away. Besides, she has secrets and doesn't like others following her. After promising to take care of them in old age, her master was satisfied, and Uncle Sun and Aunt Sun were happy. After all, her master was old, and they were still young. When her master passes away, they will have someone to rely on. The next morning, after breakfast, she went to the hospital. She spent the whole morning seeing patients, then checked the ward in the afternoon. That's how the day passed. Before she knew it, it was New Year's. Her traditional medicine department wasn't too busy anymore. She scheduled her shifts and then took a holiday. She planned to celebrate the new year with her master, so she could go straight back to her master after work. During this time, Gu Xingji sent her 2 messages, but she didn't reply. According to the information from Zhou Mingkai, they still developed that game. Although they made some changes and adjustments, the game's design was very impressive. They didn't want to make too many changes, but because of these adjustments, the release date was pushed to April or May next year. Before that, Eni and company planned to finish and launch the game. This way, they could get ahead of others and suffer less loss. Developing a game costs a lot, and if they keep releasing new games, they can also protect themselves legally. This year was very busy. From the 30th to the 6th of the new year, she was never free. The gifts and visitors kept coming, filling up the storage room. Through old Xiao's introduction, she met many people. When her 3 senior brothers came to visit, they brought along their younger relatives. She had never seen these people before, but now she had. Some were easy to get along with, while others made snide remarks. Lan Hanlu naturally didn't bother with them. She didn't want old Xiao to feel upset during the new year, but now that she knew what kind of people they were, she decided to keep her distance. Besides, with Uncle Sun and Aunt Sun around, even if those people talked behind old Xiao's back, they wouldn't do so in front of them. Old Xiao would find out later, and he would definitely deal with those people. Lan Hanlu felt a bit helpless. She cared about old Xiao's kindness, mainly because she liked how he treated her. But these people had already set their sights on old Xiao's wealth. Old Xiao didn't have direct descendants, but he had a younger brother, and his family was close to him. She didn't know what those people were thinking. However, being close to old Xiao did bring her benefits. During the new year, he gave her a jewelry box, while the other senior brothers and younger relatives gave red envelopes. It wasn't that she was taking advantage or pretending to be modest. She genuinely didn't care about what old Xiao gave her. They were all fine quality, but she didn't need those things. She wasn't materialistic. What she cared about was old Xiao's favoritism. Favoritism is the most precious feeling in the world, without equal. Honestly, this new year was lively but also a bit tiring. The next day, she had to go back to work, and she felt a bit relieved. Just as she sat down at the hospital, her master's call came through in less than 2 minutes. "Lulu, are you busy? My master just arrived at the hospital and doesn't have much to do. She guessed there might be something urgent." "Yes, I have something to tell you. Our neighbor, the Wan family boy, came to see me. He said he's the second youngest in the Sheng family and had an explosion during an experiment. Because of the special nature of the experiment, tiny particles like glass fibers were shot into his body. The machine can't fully scan these small particles because of their properties. So he came to me for help. You know, my master is getting old, but even I can't be sure about this. I want to ask if you can help. Don't worry. If you can't, I'll go back." While she said this, Lan Hanlu was thinking. If it didn't matter much, her master wouldn't have made this call. Since her master called, it probably means there's a chance to save the person. The person is a researcher, and Lan Hanlu herself has the skills to help. "Master, I want to see the patient. I can't do surgery, but I can help stabilize his condition. If the master needs to do surgery, a few people will be needed to assist." "Okay, I'll ask Uncle Sun to pick you up. I'll arrange for helpers." Lan Hanlu hung up and took a day off. She then packed her medical kit, dressed neatly, and went downstairs. Just as she stood firm downstairs, Director Zhao hurried over. He looked calm as he stood beside her. Lan Hanlu knew he was one of her helpers, but they didn't say much. Soon, the car stopped in front of the hospital. Lan Hanlu opened the door and saw her master sitting inside. "Master, Uncle." Director Zhao quickly greeted and sat in the front passenger seat. Old Xiao nodded quietly. When the car started smoothly, he briefly explained the patient's condition and sent some pictures to the two of them. "Don't worry about anything when you get there. Say whatever you need to. With Master here, you can be confident." Hearing this, Lan Hanlu smiled. "With your support, I can work confidently. If I upset the patient, don't say I don't know you." Hearing her words, Old Xiao's face softened, and he shot her a look. "If I say I support you, I can cover for you. Do you have no confidence?" Actually, Old Zhou also knew that Lan Hanlu thought he was a bit serious and wanted to lighten the mood. He wasn't worried that this child might become arrogant. They had been together for a long time, and he believed he could see her true character clearly. At home, she could act cute and silly, making him feel like he had children around. Outside, she was efficient and neat. Not to mention her past relationships, her behavior in the hospital was also beyond reproach. Hospital leaders and nurses all spoke highly of her. Even the intern nurses who came to ask for help were generously assisted by her. Yes, before taking on a disciple, the old man carefully researched Lan Hanlu, including her past in the orphanage and later at university, in great detail. When they arrived at the place, a few people stopped talking. After the car stopped, they got out. Lan Hanlu helped Old Zhou and greeted the people waiting at the door before going inside. Once inside the hospital lobby, they took the elevator to the upper floor. As the elevator doors opened, a group of people greeted them. The hospital leaders also greeted Old Zhou. "Old Zhou, thank you for coming," one person said, then nodded at Director Zhao, indicating they knew each other. But it wasn't the time for chatting. The two just nodded at each other and didn't say anything else. As for Lan Hanlu, she looked too young, so everyone thought she was Old Zhou's junior, just brought along to see the place. They went straight into an office. First, they looked at some scans. A doctor around 50 years old explained the patient's condition. The patient's face and other parts of the body are filled with this fiber. Under the scan, this fiber only glows faintly. Because of the large amount taken in, it almost covers from above the knees to the neck. Another doctor added, "We can't do the surgery while scanning, so it's hard to remove everything completely, but the patient can't have a second surgery soon, whether for muscles or internal organs. If the fibers aren't cleaned properly, the surgery would be pointless." As he finished, the room fell silent. The hospital leader cleared his throat and said, "We asked some top traditional Chinese medicine experts, but none could find a solution. Old Joe, you came here, and we wonder if you have any ideas. The truth is that other doctors, when they received his call, all said they couldn't help. Some even said they were too busy to come. However, the young master of their one family said that once old Xiao arrived, he felt a glimmer of hope and wanted to see what traditional Chinese medicine could do. Since this matter was very important, he had already received many calls from leaders. Old Xiao stood up and said, "Let's go see the patient first. We need to check his pulse to understand his condition." Everyone agreed. Those willing to see and treat were the best, or else their hospital would be responsible. The group hurried to the ward. At the door, many people were standing or sitting. Lan Hanlu immediately saw two people sitting in the elevator with her. Because they were a noticeable group, the two people looked over. They made eye contact with Lan Hanlu and nodded without saying anything, then looked anxiously at old Xiao, who was being supported by her. Although Wan Muqing was surprised that the girl was old Xiao's junior, he knew most of the Xiao family. He had never heard of such a girl. Though he was curious, the most urgent matter was old Sheng's second son. "Old Xiao, please help us. We just want him to survive this ordeal. I don't ask for him to be completely fine, just to get through this deadly crisis," a beautiful noblewoman begged old Xiao with teary eyes. After saying a few words, she couldn't hold back and started crying. A handsome, dignified man embraced her gently. With red eyes, he looked at old Xiao and softly said, "Thank you." Then he stepped aside, opening the door for her. Once inside, Lan Hanlu quickly took out the pulse pillow. Director Zhao brought over a chair, and after old Xiao sat down, he began checking the pulse. He examined for nearly 10 minutes. His brow furrowed more and finally, he lowered his hand and let out a deep sigh. He could detect some foreign objects based on blood flow and pulse rate, but finding all of them was very difficult. Besides, he was getting older and no longer had the energy for a full search. "Lulu, come over and check the pulse," he said, standing up with Director Zhao's help, and gave his place to Lan Hanlu. When Lan Hanlu put down her hand, everyone looked at her. She went to old Xiao's side and quietly spoke to him. "It should be possible, but the surgery will take some time. It also needs several highly cooperative doctors from internal and external medicine to assist. Afterward, recovery will be quite complicated, and there are some risks involved." Old Xiao nodded calmly. Although the master and disciple were speaking quietly, there was no other noise in the room. Everyone's attention was focused on this, so those nearby could hear clearly. When Lan Hanlu spoke, everyone felt both hopeful and worried. After all, Lan Hanlu looked very young. She was old Xiao's newest disciple, but how long had she been apprenticed? But what if there are doubts? This is the only hope they have right now. No one dares to perform the surgery yet. Even with their good connections, they kept making excuses when calling, saying they would come a little later. Later? When everyone has already passed away, will they still come? Just to say they missed the chance. The beautiful woman who greeted them earlier quickly stepped forward and held Lan Hanlu's hand. "Dr. Lan, if you let go and sit down, what will happen? Our family will take responsibility. We trust you completely and believe you won't burden yourself with anything bad." At this moment, Wan Muqing approached old Xiao. "Old Xiao, thank you for coming. Why could the Wan family invite old Xiao, but the Sheng family could not?" "Because the Wan family has a good relationship with old Wan, and that helped. The Sheng family's elders had passed away early. Although the younger generation was doing well, the older generation's connections were weaker, which made them lose some influence. Even so, the Sheng family's members were quite capable, or they might have been pushed out of the top ranks." Old Xiao listened to Wan Muqing and waved his hand.
Let's not talk about that now.
"You should know I'm getting old. My speed and strength aren't what they used to be. This is my newest disciple, Lan Hanlu. She's very skilled in acupuncture, pulse diagnosis, and surgery. If you trust her, she will lead the upcoming surgery. If you don't trust her, then there's nothing I can do," Lan Hanlu added. "I can now use acupuncture to stabilize the patient's condition and buy you 24 hours to think it over." At this moment, the head of the Sheng family also came over. "Dr. Lan, I am the father of the patient in bed. I have the authority over his matters. You can go ahead with the surgery confidently. We will take responsibility for any consequences. He spoke very seriously, making eye contact with Lan Hanlu, with a look of utmost sincerity on his face. Since the Sheng family head has promised Lu, you should do your best. Rest assured, the master is here to oversee everything, old Qiao said. After speaking, he turned to call another doctor. Song Chinen, you follow your young master's wife. A well-mannered man stepped forward. Seeing him, Lan Hanlu realized he was the young master's younger son. Earlier, there were many people, and she was focused on the patient, so she didn't notice. Now, seeing this person, she understood her master's good intentions. As a newly apprenticed doctor with little fame, if she asked others to cooperate, they might refuse or cause accidents during the surgery. This time, with Director Chen and Song Chinen present, she felt much more at ease. The hospital also felt more confident. Song Chinen was a returnee from overseas, having been in the hospital for less than 2 years. If something went wrong, the hospital's responsibility would be much smaller. If the surgery succeeded and was performed by their hospital's doctors, it would also bring honor to the hospital. It's common for hospital leaders to think this way, to avoid risks and seek good outcomes, just like those who received Sheng family's help call and then refused to take responsibility. Master, you should find a place to rest first. We might need to prepare some traditional medicine later, and you'll also need to help me make some adjustments, Lan Hanlu said as she supported her master. These words were meant for Sheng family's ears. Wan Muqing and Sheng Linqi also understood the situation. Hearing Lan Hanlu, they quickly arranged for old Qiao to rest. Miss Lan, don't worry. We will take good care of old Qiao. Lan Hanlu wasn't worried about that. She knew her master was always proud and didn't want to cause trouble. She was worried that if he stayed here too long, he might tire himself. But with Uncle's son taking care of him, her worries were unnecessary. After arranging her master's rest, she followed Song Chinen to prepare for the surgery, including disinfection and other procedures. Then they entered the operating room. The assigned surgical assistants worked efficiently. Wearing a mask, Lan Hanlu's muffled voice came through. Someone come over specifically to help me take off my gloves. A woman stood behind her to the side. Lan Hanlu first extended her right hand, and the woman carefully took off her gloves. Then, Lan Hanlu checked Sheng Linen's pulse. Then she began to assign tasks. Director Chen 1 1/3 inches inside the left Zhongfu point. Good morning, 2 needles outside the right Chimen point. Both people quickly followed her instructions and started working. They carefully cut open the skin, avoiding blood vessels, and extracted a thin, shiny thread as fine as a cow's hair. Both of them listened well and understood her intentions, which made the task easier. After removing the items from 2 places, she pointed to 2 more spots. The 2 assistants quickly started working, and the nearby helper sewed up the wounds. She reached out again, and the nurse, knowing what to do, put on her gloves for her. She quickly sealed the acupuncture points to prevent excessive blood loss. She mainly took out the fine threads from the internal organs. When the nurse reminded her via the monitor, she used a gold needle to stimulate the patient, preventing vital signs from dropping. The operating room is equipped with surveillance cameras, and the video is played in the office. The 3 operators work more smoothly and precisely. Some hospital leaders who were originally present, along with doctors who heard about the surgery and came to watch, were still here giving advice. Old Qiao, who could have gone to rest, chose to stay and watch instead. Old Qiao, is this your top disciple? Truly impressive, your acupuncture skills are well passed down. This expert in traditional Chinese medicine was quite appreciative. Old Qiao nodded modestly. The girl is young and a bit impulsive. When you meet her outside, please be patient. If she makes mistakes, just tell me. This implied he didn't want others to discipline his disciple. The old man was momentarily stunned by his words, then smiled and shook his head. Old people love children and cats love their kittens. Your disciples didn't get much discipline from you when they were young. Now you're really protective. Old Qiao proudly lifted his chin. Can girls and boys be the same? Besides, My disciple's understanding and ability are so exceptional that you can't find another like her in traditional Chinese medicine, even with your fingers. The old man thought his words were sincere. Recently, he discovered that Lan Hanlu not only had great talent in medicine, but also in pharmacology. When her disciples brought out their homemade medicines, he was truly amazed. Once her prescriptions were published, they dazzled the older generation. Her straightforward words made the man pause again. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes moderation, but old Qiao had never spoken like this before. Now, after taking on a disciple, he seemed to have changed. However, he was not a bitter person. He smiled and agreed, saying, "That's true. There are few in traditional Chinese medicine who can match her acupuncture skills now, and her surgical techniques are also excellent. Plus, she's at that age. Her talent is clearly impressive." Hearing this, old Mr. Qiao felt even more proud. Others saw how much he was defending her, so they didn't dare to speak up, only quietly discussing Lan Hanlu's series of procedures. The surgery lasted 6.5 hours. If she hadn't started exercising again during this time, she would have collapsed by now. Her head was still buzzing with pain. After confirming there were no foreign objects in the pulse, everyone began the final stitching. Lan Hanlu quickly moved aside to let someone else do the suturing while she started writing prescriptions. She prepared 3 prescriptions, 1 ointment for the body, 1 incense, and 1 medication to take. "Give the prescriptions to my master first." The young nurse hurriedly took the prescriptions and went out. At the door, he was startled by the crowd outside. But he had seen scenes like this before, so he quickly calmed down and loudly asked, "Where is Dr. Lan's master?" Uncle Sun helped old Mr. Qiao along the path cleared by everyone. The nurse hurriedly handed over the prescriptions. "Hello, this is what Dr. Lan asked me to give you." The old man took the 3 prescriptions and examined them carefully. After a moment of thought, he took out a pen and wrote a few words on them. No additions, no reductions. Then he handed them back to the nurse. "Go get the medicine, and I will personally prepare the decoction." The young nurse eagerly took the prescriptions and ran off happily. Meanwhile, Lan Hanlu returned, put on her gloves, and continued observing. After finishing the final stitches on the wound, she carefully removed the silver needles from the patient. "Cover his body with something. Don't apply medicine yet. Wait until the ointment is ready." Everyone saw the patient on the operating table. He had sustained minor injuries from an explosion earlier, but now he had a surgical wound. He looked like a torn rag doll, sewn up and patched. But if all the fibers were truly removed and he rested well, his internal and external injuries could heal. In that case, the man's life on the operating table was saved. The patient was pushed out, and Lan Hanlu packed up her medical kit behind her, then followed with her bag. She explained to the patient's family outside, "Observe him for 3 days, then do a scan to make sure everything is fine. After that, he can rest and recover. During this time, apart from the medication I prescribed, no one should give him any other medicine." Then she took the medicine box to find her master. Making medicine is a careful and tiring job. Since her master is old, she needs to take over this task so the old man doesn't get too tired. Lan Hanlu went over, and the task was handed to Song Chinen. About half an hour later, when Lan Hanlu returned with the ointment, she was surrounded by a group of doctors from the hospital. "Dr. Lan, why aren't you giving the patient medication? Leaving the wound exposed easily causes infection. The patient is currently with low immunity. Yes, traditional Chinese medicine is good for recovery, but that should wait until the wound heals and the patient is fully conscious." Lan Hanlu doesn't have any issues with Western or Chinese medicine, but what these people said made her a little upset. She had worked hard, but now these people, who haven't contributed, are criticizing her. So she lowered the bowl she was holding and asked calmly, "Where are the patient's family members?" The couple from the Sheng family quickly came over, followed by Sheng Linshi and Ruan Muqing. Before they could speak, Lan Hanlu asked directly, "According to Master Ying's request, I have completed the surgery." She then looked around at the doctors present, especially focusing on the 2 who had just spoken. They said the next treatment will be handled by them. This needs to be approved by you as the family members. If you have no objections, I will go back now. She was the one being asked, so she didn't need to speak humbly. The future consequences for the patient are their own responsibility. It's not her fault. The parents looked a bit anxious, but since they are not ordinary people, they quickly calmed down. Dr. Lon, what you said is correct. Since we asked you for treatment, we hope the second child can recover under your care. As for the others, after saying this, they looked directly at the hospital leaders. They didn't dare to challenge these parents, who now seemed to have a higher status. They shrank back, trying to reduce their presence. After all, they had already come to argue, and it was clear they weren't fools, just that they hadn't understood the right timing and approach. The leader had no choice but to step forward quickly. Dr. Lon, I apologize. It was my poor management. Rest assured, our hospital will fully cooperate with your treatment. Please don't worry. He also felt helpless inside. Everything was going well, and their hospital's efforts wouldn't be overlooked, but some of these people are too eager for quick results. Lon Hanlu raised her hand and moved the bowl again. I'm going to give the patient medicine now. She then took the dark ointment and, along with Director Chun and Song Chinen, began applying it all over the patient's body. Except for a narrow on his back, Sheng Linen's body had almost no healthy skin left. Besides his original wounds, there were also surgical scars. So, after applying the black ointment, he looked like a mummified figure wrapped in white cloth, only the color was different. Just then, Uncle's son came over with another bowl of medicine. He placed the tray beside the bed, and when the medicine was measured to be just right for drinking, the person on the bed slightly trembled her eyelashes, as if about to wake up. Is the anesthesia wearing off? Why so fast? Of course, it wasn't just her who noticed the patient was waking. There's no anesthesia. We've been using silver needle sedation all along, Song Chinen replied. It's normal for him to wake up now. Hearing that the patient was waking, the family members quickly gathered around the bed. Nan, open your eyes and look at Mom. Sheng Linen's mother, even though she was excited, kept her voice steady and called softly. Lon Hanlu didn't stop the patient. She thought it was best for him to wake up quickly and then take the medicine. Now that he's awake, will he be able to handle the pain? This was after the anesthesia wore off. The pain right after surgery is not something most people can endure. Although he's conscious now, the anesthesia is still in his body. First, let him drink this dose of medicine, then he can rest properly, she explained carefully, also addressing the patient's family. The others didn't ask these questions, but listened carefully. When they heard Lon Hanlu's explanation, they all nodded. The patient, now awake, weakly called out, Mom. As her mother, she couldn't hear clearly what her son said, but her lips moved as if trying to understand. Seeing her son respond made her very emotional. Anan, how are you?
How do you feel now?
Does it hurt? As a mother, her main concern was her child's condition. Hearing this question, Sheng Linen suddenly realized he felt nothing below his neck. Panic quickly overwhelmed him. Lon Hanlu took a step forward and softly said, Below your neck is now numb. You probably won't feel anything until around 7 or 8 in the morning. This is to prevent severe pain after the surgery from being too much for you to handle. Just rest peacefully. Now drink the medicine. The medicine was easy to swallow, but lying there made it inconvenient. Lon Hanlu casually took a straw and inserted it into the medicine bowl. She didn't want the mother to feed the medicine spoon by spoon, which could be bitter and messy. The medicine contained valuable herbs, and the preparation required careful attention to avoid waste. There was only about 2 ounces of medicine, so he drank it quickly. As soon as he finished, he started to feel tired. The patient needs rest to recover now. Everyone, please don't disturb him. Sheng Linen's parents quickly told everyone to leave. Thank you all for caring for our son. His condition is now stable. Since you're not free, go ahead with your own tasks. When the child is discharged, I will thank you properly, said Sheng's father. Now that his son was out of danger, he had time to handle social matters. Sheng committee member, since young master is fine, we will leave now. If anything comes up, just contact us. A group of people politely said goodbye and left. This time, Director Chen helped old Xiao back home, and Lon Hanlu hurried to the door to greet them. Master, you must be exhausted. Making medicine is a delicate task. Old Xiao waved his hand. It's okay. This is the incense you wanted. I was in a hurry, so my technique was a bit rough. Lan Hanlu took what her master handed her. Master, if your technique is rough, what does that say about the delicate work? It's no exaggeration. The old man's skills were on par with Lan Hanlu's. In fact, she had learned longer than he had. The old man looked a bit proud. It's still because of the tight schedule. If I had more time, I could do even better. How is the patient? She just took the medicine and fell asleep. Master, please check her pulse again. Lan Hanlu quietly told her master about the patient's condition. She knew old Xiao would check the pulse again. She mentioned to herself, better than old Xiao, to avoid outsiders thinking old Xiao didn't trust her. Old Xiao carefully examined her and then asked Lan Hanlu, if the next step is up to you, what do you plan to do? Blue Hanlu stood straight and replied, Master, I acted quickly to save his life, so my methods were a bit urgent. Plus, the surgery caused some damage to his body. Next, he needs to rest and recover. During this time, we'll focus on speeding up his wound healing through 3 methods. He can stay in bed for about a month or so. When he can get up and walk, it will be the best time for him to recover. However, due to his injuries, this recovery process may take about 2 to 3 years to fully eliminate the root of the illness. This also depends on the patient cooperating with family and following medical advice. Otherwise, even if he looks better on the outside, his future health and lifespan could still be affected. Old Xiao nodded as he listened. Yes, although the rescue is a bit rushed, the recovery plan is very good. Then he turned to the Sheng family members. My disciple has a great talent in medicine, and her arrangements are very thoughtful. If you trust her, you can leave it to her. If not, you can find someone else. Traditional Chinese medicine still has many experts in recovery and healing. The Sheng family members, being clever, wouldn't change the healer at this point. The head of the Sheng family quickly stepped forward. Old Xiao, thank you so much. Even at your age, you're still helping your son. A great master produces outstanding students, and Dr. Lan is even more impressive. We only trust your medical skills and Dr. Lan's. We'll trouble her from now on. The old man saw no objections and simply nodded. A doctor's duty is to heal. Since you trust her, let her take over. Rest assured, if there's anything, the young man from the Wan family can come to me. The old man had been busy all morning. After finishing his words, he was respectfully sent off. Blue Hanlu couldn't leave yet. She had to stay here for at least the next 3 days. Everyone knew she had just undergone surgery and was helping with follow-up care, which was very tiring. Song Chinen arranged a private restroom for her. Blue Hanlu didn't complain. She closed the door, first enjoyed some pastries, set her phone alarm, and rested on the bed. An hour later, her phone rang and she got up. She first checked on the patient in the ward. Everything looked normal. Then she went to the pharmacy to prepare medicine, continuing to simmer the herbs. She didn't finish a single batch of herbal medicine yet, mainly to adjust the prescriptions based on the patient's condition at any time. When the medicine was ready, about 10 minutes later, the patient woke up. The Sheng family members found this very miraculous. Their trust in Blue Hanlu increased even more. After taking the medicine, the patient was still a bit drowsy, but clearly more alert than when he first woke up, though not by much. Lan Hanlu quickly instructed, no food or drink for him, I mean absolutely nothing. She spoke seriously, and the Sheng family members nodded quickly in agreement. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Sheng Linshi opened it and asked, Aunt Sun and Uncle Sun, how did you come here? They not only came but also brought a lot of bags and things. Aunt Sun first greeted the Sheng family, then spoke to Lan Hanlu. I know you'll be in the hospital these days. Old Xiao asked me to bring you some clean clothes. I should have come earlier, but I also made some food, so I was a bit delayed. Someone caring so much about Lan Hanlu made her feel very happy. Aunt Sun, you're so kind. What would I do without you? She then turned to the Sheng family and explained a bit before taking Aunt Sun and Uncle Sun to her restroom. She took her spare clothes from the courtyard and went to wash up. When she opened her bag, she found everything was complete, including toiletries, all prepared well.
She didn't hold back.
If she hadn't been so tired earlier, she wouldn't have been able to lie on the bed like that. When he came out, Aunt Sun and Uncle Sun not only brought food but also changed the bed sheets. Lan Hanlu saw only one pair of chopsticks and asked, "Why is there only one pair of chopsticks? Uncle Sun and Aunt Sun probably haven't eaten yet. Why not eat a little together? Just eat, don't worry about us. Later, you'll eat with old Qiao. If you want anything, tell me, and I'll bring it tomorrow." Hearing this, Lan Hanlu quickly swallowed her food. "Aunt Sun, don't bother. I can prepare my own meal here or order takeout. Running back and forth takes over an hour, and it's tiring." Aunt Sun thought about it and agreed. The trip takes quite some time, and nowadays young people prefer eating outside rather than homemade food. Although she thought it wasn't healthy, eating a few meals outside now and then was fine. She nodded in agreement. After Lan Hanlu finished eating, Aunt Sun took her lunchbox and left with Uncle Sunday. Before leaving, she kept telling her to call the family if anything happened. When 3 days passed during the morning rounds, a doctor stood in the room and called out a name, someone well known at various hospitals. These people's goal was simple. They just wanted to see the results of today's medical tests. Lan Hanlu was confident in herself, but others might not share the same confidence. Under Song Chinin's arrangement, Sheng Linen was pushed to get checked. After some busy work, the results were finally ready before lunch. A doctor wearing glasses brought over a report and handed it to the director. The examination shows no foreign objects remaining in the patient's body, and the wound is healing normally. All body functions are recovering, with no abnormal reactions. Lan Hanlu knew her body was already free of foreign objects. If there were any, she would have felt it in the past few days. But these machine-based tests are more convincing to the doctors. The happiest were the Sheng family members. Today, Wan Muqing also came. His tall stature and neat combat uniform made him stand out among the group. Seeing Lan Hanlu's gaze, he nodded at her. She nodded back slightly and then explained the next steps for treatment. The main plan was to use medicine along with acupuncture. She also wrote 2 dietary prescriptions for Sheng Jia so they could prepare different meals for the patients. From now on, Sheng Linen wouldn't need to watch over her constantly. He could just come in the morning or afternoon to check on her. After the patient was discharged, he only needed to come for a monthly follow-up. Knowing Lan Hanlu was returning to the second hospital to work, the Sheng family decided to transfer Sheng Linen to that hospital. Even if others wanted to stop it, they had no say. By the time Sheng Linen was discharged, it was already the end of the Lunar New Year. Although you look fine now and the test results are good, there are still some hidden injuries. To avoid suffering in old age, you need to keep up with your health. Lan Hanlu carefully explained. "I'll give you some medicine. You go to the pharmacy to get it, then brew it into a decoction and take it home. Come back for a checkup once a month, and I'll renew your prescriptions. During this time, stop smoking, drinking, and indulging in pleasures. Try not to have children in the next year or 2, and avoid spicy foods. Other than that, just keep a normal routine." While she was giving her instructions, Sheng Linen's brow furrowed more and more, and he looked increasingly unhappy. Eventually, he looked very grim. But Mrs. Sheng was very grateful and quickly stepped forward to speak. Good, Dr. Lan, don't worry. We will follow the doctor's advice. I will watch him take his medicine over the next 2 years. Thank you so much, you and old Qiao." Instead, Sheng Linshi leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed, looking very pleased and mischievous. He knew his second brother didn't like taking Chinese medicine, and seeing his expression made him happy. After the family was discharged from the hospital, on the way home, Sheng Linshi teased Sheng Linen, and Sheng Linen looked down on Sheng Linshi. Their mother watched the 2 brothers. She closed her eyes tightly in frustration, and then scolded them. "You ungrateful kids. You stayed in the hospital for 20 days and made no progress. All my efforts to give you both such beautiful looks were wasted." Hearing their mother's words, the brothers looked at each other. They also felt their mother was trying to bring them together. Honestly, Lan Hanlu was a very good match. Her appearance, status, and abilities made her a suitable wife, not a step up for either of them. But Sheng Linen was a bit nervous about Lan Hanlu. He was afraid of needles, and the acupuncture treatments these days made him nervous about the person giving him the needles. Having Chinese medicine 3 times a day was also hard for him to handle. Sheng Linshi liked Lan Hanlu a little, but not romantically. His usual taste was for soft, gentle girls. Being a bit naive was okay, as long as they weren't stupid. Lan Hanlu was gentle on the outside but strong inside, which was good. However, Sheng Linshi felt he couldn't handle her, so he turned his head to look out the car window, avoiding eye contact with everyone. Seeing their silent resistance, their mother was a bit angry at their lack of effort but also helpless. After seeing off the patient, Lan Hanlu had some free time and planned to visit Tianan. The game was about to enter its closed beta phase. Zhu Mingkai invited him and Li Qiu to go, and Lan Hanlu, of course, wanted to go if he was free. They went to the same tea house, even sitting in the same spot as before. This time, Zhou Mingkai poured the tea himself. The game is entering the closed beta stage and will be released soon. From what I know, the development is almost finished. He set down the teapot, picked up his teacup, paused briefly, then took a sip. After putting down the cup, he looked directly at Lan Hanlu. Noticing that the other person showed no strong emotional reaction, Zhou Mingkai continued, "Now, we face the risk that releasing this game early might cause the other side to stop the release. The huge losses from game development are something they must bear themselves, but at least they won't be sued in court, and the company's reputation remains intact. However, if they release their game before us, we could sue them, but this would mean our new game has a flaw." Seeing Lan Hanlu and Li Qiu put down their teacups, he picked up the teapot and poured tea for both of them. Lan Hanlu understood his meaning clearly. Although Xingchen is a rising star, the competition between the two companies has always existed. Anyone would be tempted to strike a deadly to their opponent. Then Director Zhou plans to release on the same day. Lan Hanlu directly revealed Zhou Mingkai's intentions. She didn't think Gu Xingji needed to hold back. After all, he had already clearly told the other party not to develop this game. If they continued, it was obvious what they were thinking. Relying on her being alone and the complications of legal disputes, they wanted to drag her down, waiting until the end to settle with a sum of money. They had made their move, and Lan Hanlu didn't see any reason to hold back. Hearing Lan Hanlu's words, Zhou Mingkai's smile deepened. "If Miss Lan has no objections, I have no reason to oppose, do I? Moreover, I am still a small shareholder of your company," Lan Hanlu said with a sly smile. Zhou Mingkai looked at her smile and relaxed. He then reached forward with his teacup. "Then I wish us a successful partnership and that the company can go further." The teacups clinked softly, making a clear sound. A few days after this, Xingchen Company launched a massive promotional campaign for their new game, working to bring Gu Xingji out of the blacklist. They issued a formal statement demanding the halt of the new game's release. Unsurprisingly, she received no reply. Lan Hanlu sent several more messages, and only that evening did she get a response, first to soothe her emotions, then to appeal to her feelings, and finally to continue proposing to buy her game plans. Lan Hanlu refused all offers and threatened to sue them. She kept all these messages as evidence. To gain an advantage before the lawsuit, they rushed to release their game early. However, at this time, Tianan also released a teaser for their new game. Compared to Xingchen, Tianan's teaser is very mysterious. Everyone only knows it is a competitive game. Other details are vague, but a few game screenshots show well-made characters. The advertising slogans seem to be intentionally targeting Xingchen. For a while, the two companies were full of tension. Lan Hanlu and Li Qiu directly filed their lawsuits. However, at her request, she would try not to get involved in other matters. The person handling her case happened to be one of his patients. Since it was convenient, he decided to use it. Lan Hanlu straightforwardly told him her requirements. She wanted the lawsuit process to be slow, preferably taking effect after the other company's game was released. The other party was happy to help her with this favor. They agreed happily. Lan Hanlu handed over her business card and said, "Call me if you need anything in the future." The other person was pleased to receive such a promise. The press conference was scheduled for April 22nd. Tianan's was half an hour earlier than Xingchen's. Because the two were competitors and released on the same day, the event gained even more attention. When Tianan's game details were announced, the Xingchen conference started to struggle. Since the game had an 80% similarity to another, one side was clearly copying, and Xingchen lacked the confidence to defend itself. They forced themselves to continue the conference, but someone refused to give them that chance. The court arrived with a summons. Qian Feng and Gu Xingji looked very unhappy. The other two partners only invested technically and were not involved in company affairs. But what could they do? Money doesn't fight power. Tianning used this controversy to successfully promote their game. Although the Zhou family helped, they also relied on Qiao Lao's influence. The Qiao family are all medical practitioners, involved in various social circles. When Lan Hanlu's situation was exposed, someone immediately contacted Qiao Lao, mainly to seek favor. Qiao Lao is well known for his connections in traditional medicine and can be life-saving in critical moments. Qiao Lao simply said, "Lulu is my disciple. She's young and not very experienced, but she has an open mind and hasn't gone down a dead-end path. However, since he was young and full of energy, and since he wanted to stand up for himself, I, as an elder, naturally supported him." Things went according to Lan Hanlu's plan. Otherwise, the Qian family would have found out long ago, as they still have some connections in the capital. They could interfere with this matter if they wanted to. After all, one was their son, and the other was their son-in-law. Since it involved their own business, the Qian family couldn't just sit back and do nothing. With solid evidence and strong power, the court's decision came quickly. The case was clear, and the court ruled fast. Xingchen Company ended up losing both money and face. It was once a rising star. Although they had been doing well these past few years, their foundation was weak. This was quite damaging. Still, Lan Hanlu only demanded financial compensation and did not pursue criminal charges. Whether they could recover from this depended on their own ability. As for Gu Xingji repeatedly trying to contact Lan Hanlu to meet and talk, she naturally refused without hesitation. She now had money, connections, and beauty. She didn't need to meet with them. She didn't want to risk another incident like in her past life, where she was caught in a foolish situation and met her end. But Gu Xingji and Qian Qili didn't give up. They even started waiting for her at the hospital, blocking her path. "Lulu, considering our past friendship, can't we sit down and have a good talk? Lan Hanlu, you're just jealous of us. You can't be so unreasonable. Brother Xingji grew up with you. He used to take care of you when you were little. People came and went outside the hospital." Lan Hanlu's reputation there was quite well known. Watching the scene seemed to be in her nature. When the two started arguing, many people gathered around. Lan Hanlu crossed her arms and sneered. "What's this, Gu Xingji? Is it not enough that you embarrassed yourself in court? Now you come here to lose face again? You're so shameless, I won't bother to show you any respect." Just as she was about to speak further, Gu Xingji stepped forward, trying to grab her wrist. Lan Hanlu had already been on alert. She took a step back, planning to turn sideways and dodge. But just as she retreated, she bumped into someone. Yes, she could feel it was a person, not a pillar. She was about to complain in her mind, annoyed that this person lacked awareness and was wasting her time. Gu Xingji had already stepped forward. Lan Hanlu was about to strike back, but the person behind her kicked her with a leg. She seriously suspected that her blocking the way had affected the person behind her's performance. Gu Xingji was only kicked back 2 steps. He held his stomach with one hand and supported himself on a stone pillar, grimacing in pain but looking at Lan Hanlu with deep affection. Qian Qili shouted in surprise and ran over to help Gu Xingji. Seeing Gu Xingji's face, Lan Hanlu felt a bit dazed. She didn't understand why she had been entangled with him in her past life, or why she now showed feelings for him, which were mostly replaced by annoyance. She didn't know when she started to change. As her abilities grew stronger, she cared less and less about things. Lan Hanlu looked back at the man's cold and distant expression and nodded gently. "Thank you." Wan Muqing was over 1.9 meters tall, while Lan Hanlu was only 1.67 meters. Since they were close, she had to look up at a 90-degree angle to see his face. So she stepped back slightly to keep some distance. He was wearing a black silk shirt tucked into black trousers, looking very stylish. But now he had to deal with that couple, so he just nodded in acknowledgement. Then she turned to the couple and said, "Gu Xingji, it's best if we never see each other again." Don't give me a reason to sue you and send you to jail. Lulu, do you really want to be so cold? I know I hurt you emotionally, but I believe I haven't been unkind to you. Lan Hanlu took a deep breath. Don't think that you've done me a great favor. I don't owe you anything in this regard. Even now, I can calmly explain myself because of our past friendship. But Gu Xingji, you should know your limits. You need to realize how much feeling we still have between us. After saying this, Lan Hanlu looked back at Wan Muqing. Wan Xiao, thank you for your chivalry just now. She couldn't help but smile a little. If Wan Xiao isn't busy, I'd like to invite you to my master's house for dinner tonight. Would you honor me with your presence? Wan Muqing's expression remained unchanged. His voice was a bit low. I'd be honored to accept your invitation, but I have other plans tonight, so I might have to decline. Lan Hanlu smiled politely and nodded. That's really unfortunate. When you're free, let's arrange another time. Wan Xiao, I hope you'll accept the invitation. This person is truly a young master from a prestigious family, the heir of the third generation. Wan Muqing actually doesn't like Lan Hanlu calling him Wan Xiao, but he is quiet and more relaxed around others. Everyone treats him well, and with just a look, he can handle things perfectly. Even if he makes a mistake, no one asks him to explain. But here with Lan Hanlu, he chooses not to explain, feeling that they are strangers and he doesn't know where to start if he tries. Lan Hanlu naturally notices his hesitation, but she doesn't like talking to people who don't speak much. It's too tiring. Why should she bother herself when she's so busy? After dinner at her master's place tonight, she didn't stay there to sleep. Zhao Xinxiang invited her out to have fun. Now that her problems are solved, she thinks it's time to go out and enjoy herself. Otherwise, her trip back to modern society would be pointless. She drives to the club, knowing Zhao Xinxiang's family is quite wealthy. Her clothes show it clearly. But being able to enter such a high-level VIP club isn't just about money. She thinks Zhao Xinxiang is a very nice person and feels comfortable around her, so she didn't bother to ask too much. Today, Zhao Xinxiang invited her out, so it seems she wants to be honest. Naturally, she dressed prettily for the outing. Since she's not a member, she waits at the door, and when she gets out of the car, everyone is surprised by her beauty. Of course, they're just briefly amazed. Zhao Xinxiang warmly approaches her, hugs her, and greets her. Lulu, I've been waiting for you. At this moment, two men and a woman walk over. The girl in a white dress asks Xinxiang, who is this beautiful lady? She looks like a fairy sister.
My name is Tao Zhongbai.
You and Xinxiang are friends, so I'm your friend too, Tao Zhongbai says before Lan Hanlu can reply. Lan Hanlu has heard of the Tao family. The head of the Tao family is well known. His eldest son works in the standing committee, and he's only in his 30s. It's just unclear whether Tao is the youngest son, or from a side branch. But no matter what, knowing someone so close to Zhao Xinxiang shows her family background is quite impressive. Hello everyone, I'm Lan Hanlu. Xinxiang and I are colleagues. I'm 27. You can call me sister, Lan Hanlu introduces herself confidently. Sister, I'm 2 years younger than you. My name is Yi Qian, the girl who spoke first says. Lu Hanlu shook hands with her. You look very beautiful. That's not just praise. It's the truth. You have a classic beauty, very easy to look at. Feeling a bit shy from the compliment, Yi Qian covered her face. Sister not only looks pretty, but also speaks nicely. No wonder Xin keeps telling us how great you are, but she's not good at praising people. Another guy stepped forward, resting his hand on Tao Zhongbai's shoulder. He looked a bit rebellious, with thin lips and charming eyes that seemed very affectionate. Unlike Sheng Linqi, this man looked like a flirt. Sheng Linqi, on the other hand, looked more refined. His appearance was charming, but his nature was also a bit mischievous. Still, no one thought he was a bad person after they broke up. I won't call you sister anymore, since we're the same age. You're such a beauty. Calling you sister would be rude. I'm Yi Xiaoza and I'm related to Yi Qian. Sister, stay away from him. He's just a player, she said, but as soon as she finished, she was hit on the forehead. Do you have to ruin our cousin's reputation like that? Yi Qian glared at him and then linked her arm with Blue Hanlu's. The group headed inside. This club was very private, which meant only certain people could come here. Only those with some status in Beijing could get in. So, when they met Sheng Linshi and Wan Muqing, it wasn't surprising. But standing across from them were a few people whose identities looked quite impressive. Lu Hanlu didn't greet them, but her friends, who were from the same circle, saw them and called out, Wan Xiao, Sheng Xiao, upon hearing their titles. The people opposite them turned around. Lu Hanlu didn't recognize them, but her friends were quick to respond. Sheng Dashe. Seeing the respectful attitude of her friends, Lu Hanlu realized that Sheng's family was not ordinary. But it was strange. Sheng Linan had been badly injured, yet Sheng's eldest son hadn't appeared. The eldest son of the Sheng family also noticed Lu Hanlu. He took a few steps forward and bowed slightly. Dr. Lan, I am Sheng Linshi's older cousin. Everyone was surprised to see such a handsome girl and how politely he spoke. Adanan was injured earlier. I only came back once for the company's matters and didn't get a chance to meet Dr. Lan to thank her in person. I've always felt sorry about that. He then asked if he might have the honor of inviting Dr. Lan as a token of thanks. Lu Hanlu had always thought they were brothers, but after hearing his introduction, she realized they were actually cousins. The Sheng family's affairs are not a secret. Most people in the circle know a little about them. The original head of the Sheng family was Sheng Lindong's parents. 30 years ago, Sheng Lindong's parents returned to Beijing for the new year and unexpectedly died in a car accident. Sheng Lindong's younger uncle, who is now Sheng Lin Nan and Sheng Linshi's father, took over the family. He raised Sheng Lindong, and others thought there was something suspicious, but there was really nothing. The family was loving and close. Most of the Sheng family's current businesses are managed by Sheng Lindong. The second brother works at a research institute, and the third, Lan Hanlu, always thought he was in business. Later, she found out he was pursuing a political career and now works at the Justice Bureau. It's an honor to be invited by young Master Sheng, but I have plans with friends today, so I can only regretfully decline. Hearing Lan Hanlu's words, Sheng Lindong looked at her companion. Then he nodded to himself, reached back, and a slightly chubby middle-aged man bowed and handed over a card. Sheng Lindong took the card and handed it to Lan Hanlu with both hands. This is a black gold membership card for the club. It doesn't fully express my feelings, but I hope Dr. Lan will accept it. He has a refined face similar to Sheng Linshi, with deep eyes, a high nose, and a perfect outline. His slightly upturned lips carry a faint, subtle smile. Lan Hanlu took the membership card. Thank you, young Master Sheng. This club is really suitable for relaxing. With this card, it's perfect. Dr. Lan is fortunate to be appreciated here. I wonder if I could exchange phone numbers with you? In the future, I'd like to invite you for tea when I have time. Lan Hanlu listened and gave him her phone number. He immediately dialed her number on the spot. She took out her vibrating phone and saved his contact. Then I won't bother Dr. Lan. I'm very happy to meet you today, he said to the middle-aged man beside him. Manager, today Dr. Lan and Xiao Shi are my guests. I'll treat them to show hospitality. Brother, we're lucky to have Dr. Lan's help. By the way, Dr. Lan, I told you my brother has a shooting range that's very easy to get to. We'll take you to see it. Sheng Lin, she came over with a cheerful smile, lively and friendly. The group said their goodbyes, and Lan Hanlu, after consulting her companions, decided to go with Sheng Linshi and the others to the shooting range. The half-landlord from Shenglingxi was having a very fun time. After a few drinks, they played cards, sang songs, and played mahjong in a private room. They didn't leave until the next day to return to the city. Although some of them were just wealthy kids with nothing to do, most had their own jobs. Zhao Xinxin rode back to the hospital in Lan Hanlu's car. That night wasn't wasted. Everyone was smart and friendly, and they shared connections with each other, which made them feel closer. So on Friday afternoon, Sheng Linshi called Lan Hanlu. Hey, Hanlu, do you have time tomorrow? It depends on what you want to talk about. I need to know before I decide if I'm free, Lan Hanlu said as she took off her white coat. Sheng Linshi often sent messages to Lan Hanlu, complaining about Wan Muqing, his brother, or sometimes his parents. They said they were familiar, but they only met a few times. Yet, they often exchanged messages daily. She didn't have OCD, but she didn't like seeing a red on her phone screen. Good news. I'll treat you to a special dish from a top chef, Sheng Linqi said, glancing at someone nearby. Getting promoted, making money, finding a partner, or having a baby, just tell me first. I'll prepare a gift before I come, or it would seem rude. When Lan Hanlu heard this, she frowned. She knew she couldn't handle this woman. She was strong and smart. Hello, Dr. Lan.
I'm Shen Lindong.
I found a private chef with great dishes and want you to try them. Lan Hanlu sat in her car, adjusting her seat and starting the engine. It's Sheng Dasha, huh? If you told me earlier, I would have agreed right away. Let that young master pass the message, and I'll consider it. She chuckled to herself after saying that. Anyone listening would feel happy. So, should I send Linqi to pick you up? Then I'll accept your kindness. Thanks, third young master Sheng, Lan Hanlu said as she drove out of the parking lot. Lan Hanlu, are we still friends? You're so dismissive of me in front of my brother. Just wait. When we have dinner, I'll come to pick you up. I won't let you leave me. Blue Hanlu listened to him and smiled, knowing that she was not very familiar with his brother and worried about awkwardness, so she tried to smooth things over. He was very good at social skills and made conversations very comfortable. Just after she finished her call, her phone rang again.
It was Zhou Mingkai.
Our shareholders really don't care about their own money at all. As soon as she answered, he started joking with her. After the court's decision, Blue Hanlu did feel a bit neglectful of this side. Chairman Zhou, I admit it was my mistake not to pay attention to the progress of our company's game.
But it's not because of that.
I trust our Chairman Zhou because he is capable and trustworthy, so I feel at ease. Haha, you girl are only about 3 or 5 years older than my son, but you're such a good talker. All right, since you're busy and trust me so much, I'll take care of things for now. Our game is now growing rapidly with over 100 million users. I think by the end of the month, it should reach over 300 million. He started laughing happily, clearly excited. Blue Hanlu was also pleased when she heard the news. That's the power of driving progress. Otherwise, she would be busy calculating how much she could earn. Congratulations. TNN Group is making great progress. Thank you, thank you. After confirming she would visit during the holiday, Blue Hanlu and Zhou Mingkai said goodbye and hung up. Finally, she parked her car in her community, carried her bag upstairs, and after dinner and tidying up, she sat on the floor, placing her tablet on the coffee table. While browsing the news, a story about Xingchen Company caught her eye. The second-largest shareholder, Qian Feng, withdrew his investment. The news analysis said that the company had suffered a major from a recent infringement incident. This withdrawal of the second-largest shareholder weakened Xingchen Company's strength again. According to analysis, Xingchen is now just a small third-rate company. After reading the news, Blue Hanlu felt puzzled. Given Qian Qili's feelings for Gu Xingji, why did Qian Feng withdraw his investment? Could it be that their relationship had problems? That seemed impossible. It wasn't that she doubted their feelings, but Gu Xingji was very good at judging the situation. At such a critical moment, he wouldn't let Qian Qili drift away from him. Qian Qili was just a love-struck girl. How could they easily part? Her mind was full of thoughts, but they quickly faded away. After all, paying attention to them is just out of curiosity, and there's no need to invest too much effort. On the second day after work, Lan Hanlu didn't rush to leave. She waited until she received Sheng Linqi's call before grabbing her bag and heading out. Since she was going out to eat, she specially wore a long dress. The dress was dark blue, with a simple yet elegant design on the top. The fitted cut showed off her graceful figure. The neckline was a stylish V-shape, revealing her long neck. The sleeves were loose and flowing, adding a touch of lightness. Her outfit made even the hot summer feel cooler. Sheng Linqi leaned against the car door, dressed in a neat shirt and trousers, which made passers-by glance at him secretly. When they saw each other, both commented on how well they matched. In fact, they often teased each other when they met. Wow, this outfit and this car don't match our handsome Xing Xiao's looks at all. Oh, I dressed up just to match our beautiful Londa. That's why I'm so formal, Sheng Linqi said, opening her car door. Don't try to act innocent with me. You just came straight from work, right? Lan Hanlu sat down without hesitation and fastened her seatbelt. Sheng Linshi walked around and sat in the driver's seat. Haha, your sharp eyes can see through everything, Londa. They drove through the winding traffic for nearly 2 hours to reach the place. It was an ancient residence with a large area, green trees, and red walls, creating a peaceful scene. Even in summer, it didn't feel hot. A gentle breeze rustled through the treetops, bringing a cool feeling. As soon as they entered, a tall, slender woman in a qipao led them inside, passing through a big sycamore tree in the front yard. They walked along a winding corridor into a room. Sheng Lindong was already waiting inside. When he saw them, he quickly stood up and pulled out a chair for Lan Hanlu. His gesture made Lan Hanlu feel a little nervous, though she didn't show it. She wondered if he had some important reason to act so humble. It was rare to see the proud and aloof Sheng Xiao lower himself like this. It's an honor to have Dr. Lan agree to come. Sheng Xiao is too polite, she replied, feeling tired and not wanting to chat much with these people. I ordered some light and simple dishes. Dr. Lan, please see if there's anything you like. The chef here is a descendant of the imperial kitchen, known for their careful and tasty cooking. Sheng Lindong saw her sit down and immediately handed over the menu. She took the menu and then picked up the teapot to pour tea for Lan Hanlu. Lan Hanlu politely chose 2 of her favorite dishes and pushed the menu back. Young Master Sheng, you're so polite. It makes me a bit uncomfortable. Although she said that, she still took a sip of the freshly poured tea, her eyes showing a playful teasing look. Sheng Lindong smiled and shook his head. There are some things to discuss, but there's no rush. Let's eat first. Actually, Lan Hanlu was quite anxious, but she had to hold it in. She smiled and started chatting about other topics with the 2 of them. The meal was quite enjoyable, even if she kept her worries inside. At least, her cooking skills were decent enough for Lan Hanlu. When everyone finished eating, Sheng Lindong raised his hand to signal the 2 to follow him to a nearby tea room. This time, they brewed her favorite green tea. The tea leaves floated and stretched gracefully in the water, and as the steam rose, the tea aroma spread out. Seeing Lan Hanlu quietly savoring her tea with her head lowered, Sheng Lindong spoke first. I heard that when treating your second brother, Dr. Lan made 2 kinds of medicine, one for external use and one for aromatherapy. Seeing how your brother recovered, I believe these 2 medicines must be effective. Finally, he got to the main point. Lan Hanlu looked up at him, but didn't reply. Sheng Lindong cleared his throat and said seriously, you should know that mainland China is the origin of traditional Chinese medicine, but Japan has registered over 70% of the world's Chinese medicine patents. Plus, Japan controls 90% of the global herbal medicine market, so Japan has been holding China's neck for a long time. Traditional Chinese medicine has become a lucrative tool in Japan. He took a sip of the remaining tea in his cup and then placed the cup heavily on the table. The international market is now dominated by Japanese and Korean herbal formulas, while our own country, the birthplace of traditional Chinese medicine, has no visibility on the world stage. Lan Hanlu carefully sipped her tea, lost in thought. She cleared her throat and put down her cup. You should understand that, although those reasons are true, traditional Chinese medicine relies more on personalized treatment, believing that each person and each illness is unique, and there is some inheritance from the past. It's not just about the prescriptions being correct. Whether you eat more or less, it can still be harmful to your health. Hearing her words, Sheng Lindong shook his head with a helpless smile. Dr. Lan, you don't have to talk about distant things. Just consider the nearby. Among all the Western medicines available on the market, which ones don't have side effects? Are those side effects harmful to the body? As a doctor, you should know that sometimes saving a life comes first, and health can be restored later. The survival of life is the most important thing. Lan Hanlu was not convinced by his words, but she understood in her heart that these were facts. However, she couldn't say these things herself. If the other person wanted to produce the medicine, they would have to face public opinion afterward. Although it was true, some people would still be unhappy. Young Master Sheng makes a good point. But if this project succeeds, it would be a big opportunity. She didn't need to say more. He would consider it. Dr. Lan, what you said is indeed true. If you have any opinions on this, you can tell me directly. He continued pouring tea. I may not have as much ambition as Shengda. I don't have a lot of money right now, but it's enough for daily needs. However, many people in China can't afford medicine. She picked up her teacup, raised it slightly, and sipped slowly. Young Master Sheng, who had already brought the cup to his lips, paused when he heard her words. His deep eyes flickered with turmoil. I'm not a saint, and I don't plan to sacrifice others' interests for favors. But as you said, I also have some prejudice against countries like Japan, Korea, and the United States. Sheng Lindong carefully sipped his tea, listening to Lan Hanlu's calm arrival. A strong nation and a prosperous people, that's what I believe in. After saying this, Lan Hanlu took out her phone and fiddled with it. Sheng Daxiao's phone vibrated. He hesitated for a moment but then unlocked it. When he saw what was on the screen, he clenched his phone tightly. After a while, he relaxed and, holding his teacup in the other hand, brought it to his lips and drank the remaining tea in one gulp. Dr. Lan, you're generous. I, Sheng Lindong, am not a dishonest businessman. I'll contact the higher authorities now. He placed his phone on the tea table. He tapped a large image on the screen with his finger. I think this is something you want old Xiao to personally report. A smart person knows when to speak and act briefly. Lan Hanlu extended her hand to pick up her teacup, and Sheng Lindong raised his own, and they clinked cups. They exchanged a smile, understanding everything without words. The finished Chinese medicine requires high-quality ingredients. I wonder if Dr. Lan has any specific requirements in this area, Sheng Lindong asked cautiously. I don't care about other things. The quality of the ingredients must be good, and the prices for domestic sales and exports should be balanced, she replied. Hearing this, Sheng Lindong couldn't help but laugh. Dr. Lan, you're very honest. It seems I really need to plan carefully. Those who are capable do more work. I believe my few prescriptions will surprise you, she said confidently. Before leaving, Lan Hanlu took a few samples of 4 medicines from the report and placed them on the tea table. She gently tapped the ink box containing the medicines. These are samples. Sheng Daxia can take them for testing. That way, you'll have some proof when you handle your affairs, she said with a bright, cheerful smile. Sheng Lindong also looked intently at the boxes. When Lan Hanlu was sent back home, her mind was full of thoughts about today's conversation. She felt she was returning not only to resolve regrets, but also to earn merit. She hadn't thought about building a pharmaceutical factory before, but as she said, her prescriptions were hard to swallow, and since she needed to practice medicine, she also needed a reliable partner. Actually, it's better to have 2 partners. 3-legged stools are the most stable. Sheng Lindong, although somewhat cold and with well-established capital, was not necessarily a good person, but he was a legitimate and upright individual. With another country as a partner, she believed there wouldn't be major problems. Lan Hanlu guessed that Sheng Lindong was tempted by the testing reports of those prescriptions, but she didn't expect him to act so quickly. They met on Saturday, and by Tuesday, a leader had already scheduled a meeting with her. When she arrived at the meeting place by car, she realized she had underestimated things. Inside, besides Sheng Lindong, there was the head of the Sheng family, whom she had met before, and her second senior brother. Oh right, her second senior brother works at the Health Commission. Next, she didn't recognize the other 2 people. One was probably in his 50s, roughly the same age as her senior brother, and the other was slightly younger, with a straight posture and firm muscles, clearly someone who exercised regularly. As soon as she entered, her senior brother enthusiastically introduced her and the others present, mainly focusing on the 2 sitting at the head of a table. This is Director Qin Qi from the Development and Reform Commission. This is Wan Jingtian, the director of the Central Military Political Department. This is my master's close disciple. My junior sister is young, but very smart. Our master once said that she is better than the other 3 brothers. Lan Hanlu stepped forward to shake hands with them. Director Qin, Director Wan, hello. My name is Lan Hanlu. Thank you for coming personally about this matter. My younger senior brother treats me like a child, so he often praises me. Please don't take it seriously. Ruan's surname is uncommon, so I think he must be from the Ruan family. Comrade Hanlu, don't be polite. I should thank you for thinking of the country and always considering protecting our homeland. He sat there with a commanding presence, but Lan Hanlu's impression of him was good. She could tell their relationship just by looking at the others. In the past 2 days, Sheng Lindong had already tested the medicine Lan Hanlu gave him. He even took a risk and ate one himself. The effects go without saying, otherwise, these people wouldn't value it so much. Considering the medicine's effects, he quickly reported to his uncle. The Sheng family was once weak, and the Wan family had helped them. With Lan Hanlu's hint, they naturally wanted to include their Wan family. They discussed these prescriptions in detail. Lan Hanlu explained her medicines. One is a bone-setting ointment that works very well for fractures and broken bones. The second is for healing wounds and removing scars, similar to what Sheng's second son uses. The third is for beauty, taking 3 to 5 pills to see quick results, but it has a drawback. If not taken regularly, the skin quickly reverts to its original state. When you want to take it again, the effect is greatly reduced. Basically, the skin becomes dependent, so it's necessary to use it. The fourth is an incense for treating insomnia and vivid dreams. The fifth is a hemostatic ointment for internal and external bleeding with very good stopping effects. This formula is derived from an ancient recipe called Tai Shan San. I divided these medicines into 2 types of preparation. One is a refined version with high-quality ingredients and strict techniques, but the effects are very good. The second is the one you see now with lower-quality ingredients and simpler methods, but the effects are as they are. Lan Hanlu, who has seen many good things, doesn't care much for this lower quality. But the people present are different. Hearing that such effective medicine is a substandard product, they wonder what the real, high-quality version must be like. Second brother's heart was like a cat scratching. This young junior sister indeed had something special. The medicine she developed was so good that it shouldn't be underestimated. Junior sister, your understanding is even better than what Master praised. You just now took out that rare treasure. If there's anything you need, just say it. Although we are different ages, we are close friends. This senior brother was very considerate.
Lan Hanlu smiled sweetly.
She looked innocent and harmless when she smiled, which often made others lower their guard. It also made others feel a little more friendly toward her. We can make these medicines in both high-quality and regular versions. I suggest that regardless of the version, we should earn money from abroad. If domestic customers want to buy, we can lower the price a bit and I can take a smaller share. Dr. Lan, you understand the big picture. Don't worry, our Sheng family has developed from humble beginnings in Manin to where we are now. We will naturally give back to our ancestors and the country. As for the 2 representatives from the government, it was even easier to talk to them. There was no reason to hide such good news. The group discussed and quickly reached a preliminary agreement. The main support came from the country, which provided land and policy support. Lan Hanlu shared her formula, and the military would arrange some retired soldiers to help. This was a win-win situation. The overall direction of the business still depended on the Sheng family. The shares were divided accordingly, and everyone was satisfied. Lan Hanlu was waiting for the factory to start production, so she could guide the process. Once the company was fully developed and the future was clearer, she would decide whether to continue the partnership. For now, with the information so advanced, the company decided to first launch a beauty and skin rejuvenation pill. Everyone knew that women and children's money was the easiest to earn. After building a brand reputation with this medicine, they would gradually introduce other medicines. Lan Hanlu wouldn't need to manage that. Sheng Lindong was in charge of the Sheng family's business, traveling domestically and abroad. Whether for domestic sales or exports, with the country's policies and the powerful effects of the medicine, it was all very easy for him. Sheng Dasha was setting up the company and building the factory. Lan Hanlu first made a batch of pills herself, waiting for Sheng Dasha to handle the paperwork and clinical trials, then she would start advertising. Lan Hanlu was still seeing patients every day, but today, some patients came with strange looks, always staring at her. While she was feeling the other's pulse, the person across kept looking at her closely. The person seemed a bit too thin, and although makeup covered her, her complexion didn't look very good. After she finished feeling the pulse and was about to put her hand down, The woman who had been staring at her with strange eyes finally spoke. Are you Lan Hanlu from Angshi Hua Orphanage? Hearing this, Lan Hanlu raised an eyebrow. Is this someone she knows? But she couldn't remember. From her clothes and bag, it was clear the woman was somewhat wealthy. Her outfit and bag were new for the season, and her jewelry, though not very expensive, was tasteful. She smiled and said, I'm Lan Hanlu. I grew up in Huan Orphanage. May I ask who you are? The woman looked excited after hearing this. She leaned forward on the desk. My name is Qin Wenwen. You just arrived at the orphanage and I was 6 years old then. 2 years later, I was adopted. She hesitated a bit and said shyly, actually, when I first got your medical record number, I suspected it was you because your name and age were so similar.
I didn't expect.
When you arrived, you were one of the special children in our orphanage. You and Gu Xingji always kept yourselves neat and loved studying. The other children in the orphanage were actually quite jealous of you too. That's probably why they didn't like you. She sighed as she spoke, clearly reminiscing about those times. Lan Hanlu couldn't help but think back to her past life. Although her start wasn't great, she was full of hope. The orphanage was not completely peaceful, but it was stable. Life had goals, and there was hope. Life then was full of expectations. But what does it feel like when a person dies? Oh, by the way, last year I went back to the orphanage and got contact info for many people from the director. I created a group chat. Gu Xingji is also in it. I just asked him for your contact info, but he didn't give it to me. Now that we've met, let's exchange contact info. Everyone wanted to get together. Although most are scattered across different places, there are still quite a few in Beijing, she said, showing her phone screen to Hanlu. Lan Hanlu glanced at it and saw there were 8 people in the group. She was also told, it's fate that we're connected. These people never bullied you when you were in the orphanage. Isn't that a coincidence? She asked softly. When did you create the group? Are all 8 people in Beijing? The other person didn't mind her tone and said, last year during the New Year holiday, I went on a trip and happened to visit the orphanage. I got the contact info from the director and gradually added quite a few people. The Beijing group was created later, probably after the holiday break. Oh, you might not know, but I'm now working at Xingshe Group. Lan Hanlu didn't care about her slightly boastful words and just thought quietly. In her past and present life, she didn't seem to have heard Gu Xingji mention this group. Thinking about it, she sneered coldly. That dog really is quite scheming. She didn't have a good impression of the orphanage staff, as those kids weren't exactly kind-hearted. But Gu Xingji is very good at social skills and gets along well with the children there, so it's not surprising that Qin Wenwen could contact him. Coming back to her senses, she quickly interrupted the person bragging about Xingshe Group's benefits. Qin Wenwen, you're not up to anything, just some coldness in your, and a bit of gynecological inflammation. Her words also caught the woman's attention. Really? Lan Hanlu, do you know I went to great lengths to get a ticket from a scalper just to see you? You must let me examine you properly. She hesitated a bit, then added, you know, I have a boyfriend from a good family. I want to get pregnant soon, but we've been together for half a year, and I still haven't conceived. That's normal. If both partners are healthy, it's common not to get pregnant within 2 years. Besides, it's a matter between 2 people. You can bring him here and I'll check his pulse, but you should also take some medicine to improve your cold. That way, your periods will be more comfortable next time, and your gynecological inflammation should be treated promptly. It's something you shouldn't delay. Women should take good care of themselves. All right, Lan Hanlu, I trust you. Just prescribe the medicine for me. We can prepare the herbs, right? She was happy to hear that her health wasn't too serious. Yes, you can prepare the herbs. It'll take about an hour or 2. When it's ready, you just heat it up and take it. While answering her questions, Lan Hanlu started writing the prescription. 1 for drinking, 1 for washing. When you prepare the herbs, they'll tell you. Next time, just come directly for a checkup. No need to call ahead. The woman took the prescription, glanced at it with some confusion, and quickly looked up to thank her. Hanlu, thank you so much. Maybe we can exchange contact info? I'll invite you to the group later. Lan Hanlu didn't refuse and took out her phone. The two scanned each other's QR codes to add as friends. Just adding as friends is fine. I won't join the group. It would be too awkward to join after breaking up with Gu Xingji, The woman was surprised to hear this. She knew a lot about them, how they had grown up together, and even hoped they would get married someday. She didn't expect they would break up. But she was smart enough to see through things. Thinking about what Lan Hanlu had just asked, her impression of Gu Xingji immediately dropped. Inside, she cursed him as a bad guy but smiled and said to Lan Hanlu, "Since you're so open about it, don't worry. I have my flaws, but I'm not someone who's clueless." She not only said this but also made an okay sign with her hand. "I know you're busy, so I won't bother you. We can keep in touch privately if anything comes up." She waved her phone and then left. That evening, after work, she was lying on the sofa watching a surgery video when she suddenly received a message. She paused the video and picked up her phone, seeing it was from Qin Wenwen. "Lulu, everyone in the group agreed, and the gathering is set for Saturday." After that message, a moment later, another popped up. "Yeah, and Gu Xingji also responded that he'll go. Someone asked about you in the group, but he didn't reply. If you don't want to go, I won't mention you. Don't worry, if that bad guy dares to say anything bad about you at the gathering, I'll stand up for you." No matter the reason, Qin Wenwen's words made her happy, so she replied, "Thanks, Wenwen. I'll come to the gathering, but you don't need to mention it in the group yet." As soon as she sent the message, she received another reply. "Got it. When the time comes, you can expose that guy. Don't worry, he's doing well now, but I don't rely on him for anything. I don't like him." Her words carried a bit of rebellious spirit, but didn't sound unpleasant. Lan Hanlu responded with a smile. "Thanks, Wenwen. Just send me the exact time and place for the gathering. I'll be there on time. Once the business deal was settled, I send it to you. You're busy with work, so go to sleep early. I'm a night owl, so you don't need to reply when you receive this message. By the way, since there aren't many people, you can bring a partner. Lulu, you're so beautiful and smart. When the time comes, bring your other half to impress the bad guys." After they finished chatting, Lan Hanlu was still thinking. This person is clever, but they can still be friends. Lan Hanlu put her phone aside and kept watching videos. The environment here is so good, no danger, and no big worries. It's a good chance to learn more things, especially since she will face tougher challenges in the future. Learning more now gives her more chances to stay safe, just like now. She was watching a liver transplant surgery video. The technique in the video was a bit different from what she knew, so it was worth learning. The next morning, she woke up a bit late. She didn't even have breakfast, and went straight to the hospital. When she entered, Nurse Yuan was still there. "Nurse Sun, I ordered takeout. When you see it, please bring it to me," she said. She stopped the nurse who was about to leave. "Dr. Lan, you didn't have breakfast this morning? If you're in a hurry next time, just send me a message. I'll bring you breakfast. Thanks a lot. I just had a late night watching videos yesterday, so I didn't get up early today," Lan Hanlu explained to the enthusiastic nurse. "Okay, I'll wait at the front desk. When I see it, I'll bring it to you. If you need anything, just come to the front desk," the nurse said politely, and left with a basin of water. Lan Hanlu changed into her white coat and sat down. She took out her phone. The red notification dot on WeChat was blinking. She opened it and saw several messages from public accounts, all from Qin Wenwen. The main message was about the time and place of the gathering, a fancy venue. The average cost was high, but she saw that the expenses were covered by her, Gu Xingji, and another well-connected person. The event was scheduled for 7 p.m., which was convenient and wouldn't interfere with daytime activities. She replied to Qin Wenwen with a message saying she knew, along with a medical note. During treatment and recovery, try to avoid activity. Then she saw the nurse bring in her ordered takeout. "Dr. Lan, you should eat quickly.
There's still time.
I'll arrange for others outside to wait for you. Once you're ready, I'll call someone in," the nurse said. Blue Hanlu nodded. She wanted takeout with steamed buns and fresh milk, so she ate quickly. After a few bites, she rinsed her mouth and started her work. After a busy morning of consultations, she checked the ward in the afternoon. There wasn't much to do, so she went to see Wan Lindong. Since there were some plans for Saturday and Sunday, she might not be able to go. She drove to Shengshe Group building and suddenly remembered that Qin Wenwen mentioned he worked there yesterday. But that didn't really matter to him. Before coming, she called Sheng Lindong, So when she arrived at the lobby, someone was waiting for her. They took the special elevator directly to the top floor. The person who came to pick her up took her to the office door. Blue Hanlu knocked, and a voice inside said, "Come in." She pushed the door open. Sheng Lindong heard the door open, looked up, put down his pen, and saw her. He quickly stood up, and they shook hands across the desk. "I hope I didn't disturb you, Chairman," she said as she sat down on the sofa. Sheng Lindong walked toward the fridge and said, "I wish you'd come more often. Do you want coffee, tea, or a drink?" "I'm a bit thirsty after the trip, just water is fine," she replied. Sheng Lindong took a bottle of water from inside, opened it, and placed it on the table. Then he sat down on the sofa next to her. He said, "It's not clear from the phone, but I have something busy this Sunday." He was referring to her invitation to visit on Sunday, which she declined. Blue Hanlu took a sip of water. "It's nothing special. Some people from the orphanage want to gather. They contacted me, and I want to go see." Actually, after Qin Wenin left, she thought about this. Many children in the orphanage have disabilities. She was raised by the state and now has the ability to help. She usually sends money or gifts each year, but she didn't pay much attention to the details because her memories there weren't very good. Now that she has the ability, she wants to help ease their physical pain. If possible, she'd prefer to return to Ungshi City. But because of the new pharmaceutical factory project here, she couldn't leave for now. So she wanted to take this chance to learn more about the orphanage. That's quite good. If you need any help, just let me know. Shengshi operates several nice hotels and clubs. He is not just good at social skills. He also feels close to Lan Hanlu and wants to take care of her. Thank you very much for your generosity, young Master Sheng. They have already booked a place, but if I need anything, I'll call you again. Dr. Lan, you are too polite.
We're all on the same team now.
If you need anything, just tell me. Come on. I'll take you to our company's cafeteria to try some food, then we'll go straight to the lab. There are many things that need your guidance. Yes, the lab has just been set up. Right now, the main focus is on mass-producing those medicines. Young Master Sheng has a dedicated driver and bodyguards when he goes out. Lan Hanlu didn't drive herself. She rode in his car. On the way, they discussed the company's progress. Previously, Sheng Lindong had only worked with her because he was interested in the medicine she made for his brother. Unexpectedly, in the first step, he gave her a big surprise. Plus, he didn't underestimate her connections and influence. During the next business talk, she realized what her third brother had said. This woman is good as a friend or a buddy, but he's just not attracted to Dr. Lan, who's like a fairy. His eyes changed, but Lan Hanlu didn't notice. She only frowned at the people in his lab. Seeing this, Sheng Lindong quickly explained, the lab is newly built. It's not easy to find truly capable people. We've already contacted professors from 2 universities to collaborate on developing these medicines. They talked as they arrived at the place. Right now, the so-called lab is just a place with some basic equipment. Not all the staff are there yet. The real lab will be built together with the factory. They only stayed for 2 hours, but the trip back and forth made it quite late. They ate dinner together again. Lan Hanlu drove home herself and worked for 2 more days. On Saturday, she got up early. Even though she stayed up late the night before, she didn't plan to stay at home. She decided to go shopping. Her wardrobe mostly has professional clothes or sportswear, as her work is mostly in those areas. Sometimes, when I go out with my mentor or senior colleagues to see patients, I dress more formally. The space is well prepared, but who can resist the temptation of shopping? When there's no financial pressure, shopping is a rare leisure activity. I toss my full shopping bags into the car and drive to a beauty salon. This salon is a partnership with Joyman. They use a special beauty and body cream made by Lan Hanlu. Because it's limited and very effective, only very expensive clients can use it here. As soon as Lan Hanlu arrived, a pretty receptionist quickly came over to greet her warmly. "Dr. Lan, you're here. Sister Aman is still here. I'll go let her know." Before she finished, the girl hurried off to the office in her high heels. I wanted to stop her, but there was no need now. She had already gone to inform Aman. She would come out to say hello when she arrived. I found a small round table to sit at. I took out my phone to reply to Qin Wenwen. Another young receptionist brought over a cup of coffee and set it down. Dr. Lon, please wait a moment. Sister Iman will come out soon. She knows you're here. Thanks, but it's okay. I'm not in a hurry, I replied with a smile and started playing with my phone again. Don't worry. I remember the time and will definitely go. Chin Woman said, Oh, I'm not worried you won't come. I just got excited when I heard you were coming. I've booked a makeup artist. Once I'm done, I'll come over. Lulu, you should also dress up nicely. You're already the most beautiful here, so don't embarrass us when we meet. Lon Hanlu chuckled, Okay, don't worry, I won't embarrass you. Chin Wenwen said, What do you mean embarrass me? With your looks and status, you won't embarrass yourself anywhere. But at our age, why not dress up fresh and lively? It's not just about looking good for men, it's also about feeling comfortable. Plus, it'll impress those who don't see your worth. She was speaking kindly, just worried that Lon Hanlu wouldn't take it seriously. They exchanged words back and forth. Meanwhile, Joyman hurried over. Lenu, why didn't you call me before coming? What if I wasn't here? She said warmly, giving her a friendly hug. Lon Hanlu smiled helplessly and said, Yuman just came by for some basic hydrating skincare and maybe someone to help me relax a bit. I know you're very busy now, so I didn't want to trouble you. Hearing this, Joymon patted her arm and said, You, girl, just don't like to trouble others. We are family, so we understand each other. If it were outsiders, they might think you don't want to socialize. As she spoke, she led her upstairs, walking and talking. You know, if you're capable, don't be afraid to owe favors. Just pay them back slowly later. That's how relationships grow, by give and take. Being straightforward isn't bad, but it makes others feel distant from you. Lon Hanlu understood she wasn't being criticized but was being taught how to behave. She happily agreed, handing over her clothes to be washed, dried, and cared for, then relaxed comfortably for a full-body treatment. During this time, Joymon knew she was going to a gathering and insisted on helping her get ready. Sister, it's just a simple get-together. No need to go through so much trouble.
Just change into a nice dress.
Look, I already bought one. Joymon rolled her eyes and gently patted her arm. You're still so young, but you live so casually. Even if you don't dress up fully, you should still make an effort. Don't worry, I'll handle it. She picked up the freshly washed and dried clothes and held them up in front of the mirror, showing her. I told you we have the same taste. This dress is perfect for you. But you should add some jewelry, nothing too flashy, just a little decoration. And your hair. She wasn't asking for Hanlu's opinion, but was planning the look. Lon Hanlu knew her taste was good, so she didn't interfere. When she heard about jewelry, she took out a set of sparkling jewelry from her bag. Joymon, dressed like a doll, made her look bright and charming. She lowered her hands, straightened up, and spun around Lon Hanlu. This is beyond what you see in the world. It's truly a rare beauty. I wonder which noble family you belong to. She then whispered something to a nearby young lady, who left briefly and returned with a bag. After she took it, she pointed at Lon Hanlu and said, By the way, this color matches your outfit perfectly. It won't stand out too much. Quickly put your things in here. Oh, I just came for a quick visit and I get this kind of treatment? I should come more often. I've missed so many good things before. Hearing this, Joymon glared at her. I really want you to come more often, but everyone knows you're busy. Even old Zhao from my family told me not to bother you too much. That makes it sound like I'm always busy. I do have my own time. But you've been running things here so well lately, you must be really busy. They joked and talked, and Lon Hanlu was already dressed very nicely. When she drove off to her appointment, Joyman's smile didn't fade. Driving at this time wasn't smart. The traffic was heavy, and what should have been a 1-hour drive took almost an hour and 40 minutes. On the way, she kept getting messages from Chin Wenwen. At first, she asked when Lon Hanlu would arrive, then told her who had arrived. She asked what they were doing, if they came with a boyfriend or girlfriend, what they were wearing and carrying, with some praise and some criticism mixed in. But the messages were sporadic until suddenly her phone kept popping up with new messages. Lon Hanlu opened the messages directly. It was still Chin Wenwen's messages. Her tone changed as soon as she read them.
Ah,
Hunlu, that scoundrel is here. He even brought a woman. Hunlu, he's trying to hide the real reason you two broke up. That woman is talking badly about you. I'll expose her. Hunlu, that scoundrel is denying everything. He didn't tell you about the group chat messages. I'll help you confront him. Hunlu, when will you arrive? Come quickly. I'm so angry. I can't argue with him. Everyone's been fooled by his gentle appearance. Lan Hanlu used voice to text. Wenwen, don't be like them. I'm almost there. Come out and meet me. When I arrive, we'll get our revenge. Okay. I'll be at the door to pick you up. But don't rush. Drive slowly and carefully. Qin Wenwen locked her phone, grabbed her bag, and headed out. Another woman, about her age, stopped her. Wenwen, what are you doing? You're from the same neighborhood, so why are you really angry? Come back quickly, the meal is about to start. If you leave now, everyone won't be happy. Qin Wenwen shook her bag slightly. You don't need to stop me. I won't leave. I just can't stand them going out to get some fresh air. Should I go with you? The woman asked, frowning slightly. Please don't. I have family and friends here. It's hard to get out, so I want to connect with everyone. I'll just step out for a moment, wash my hands, and come right back. A man who had been comforting Qin Wenwen said, I'll go with her. You all can chat inside. The man was probably under 1.80 meters tall, around 1.75 meters. He was a bit chubby, but not in a greasy or unattractive way, just looking a little sturdy. He put one arm around Qin Wenwen's shoulder and gently urged her, and they left together. As Lan Hanlu's car stopped, Qin Wenwen hurried over. She opened the door, handed the keys to the parking attendant, and quickly grabbed her friend's arm. Oh my God, you're so beautiful. With such a pretty face and great figure, you hardly ever dress up. She said this with a tone of regret, stomping her foot. You're wasting your beauty. This is a big waste. Come on, let's go inside before that clueless person regrets missing out. Lan Hanlu grabbed her quickly. Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you introduce me to this person? Qin Wenwen seemed to realize something and looked shyly at her boyfriend. The man quickly stepped forward to introduce himself. Hello, Dr. Lan, my name is Jiang Tao. Hearing this, Lan Hanlu also reached out her hand, and they shook hands lightly. Hello, no need to be formal. Just call me Lan Hanlu. The three of them chatted happily. When they reached the door of a private room, the door was slightly ajar, and the voices inside were loud and clear. Xingji, when do you plan to get married? Your wife is really beautiful, a man's voice said. Oh, you're too kind. When I have my wedding with Xingji, I'll send you an invitation, Qian Qili's slightly coquettish voice responded. Have you contacted Lan Hanlu? Why isn't he in our group? I heard you got into medical university, but I don't know what happened afterward. If you can contact her, please give her a call. Although we had some disagreements when we were young, we are grown up now. Having more friends and different paths, we should try to get along well. Hearing this, Gu Xingji's smile stayed the same, and he sounded a bit sad. Yes, you know Lulu. When Qian Qili received this, she coughed unhappily. Gu Xingji paused slightly, then continued, Lan Hanlu has always liked to be alone and has a bad impression of our school, so you should understand. He spread his hands to show his helplessness. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Before anyone entered, a voice came through. What should I understand? Gu Xingji explained carefully. You know me well, so just be clear. Don't let everyone misunderstand. Gu Xingji's face stiffened completely at these words, but since he had come this far, he wouldn't be easily defeated by a single comment. He quickly adjusted his expression and looked cheerfully at the person entering. Seeing that beautiful face like a peach blossom, his pupils suddenly shrank. Then he said, I was just worried you'd be uncomfortable, so I didn't tell you. If I had known you wanted to contact everyone, I wouldn't have played the bad guy. He truly is talented. Next to him, Qin Wenwen looked angry. The way her chest rose and fell, and the understanding look on others' faces, showed that this person was quite capable. Lan Hanlu smiled slightly. Everyone was momentarily stunned by her smile, but only Gu Xingji's pupils shrank sharply again. He heard her clear voice say something that made him feel ashamed. You didn't even ask me before making decisions for me. What are you trying to do? Are you afraid everyone will find out you're cheating on me after using me? Lan Hanlu took 2 steps forward and entered the private room, standing opposite Gu Xingji. Cut off all contact between me and the orphanage. Gu Xingji, you must have some big plans. Now I suspect whether the money I send to the orphanage every year and the things I mail there actually reach the orphanage in my name. Seeing her stiff expression as she said this, Lan Hanlu showed a mocking smile. Are you trying to dodge the question? I believe the chat record stored on my phone can prove some things. The children in the orphanage have experienced many ups and downs in society. No matter how high they climb or how low they go, they still have the ability to read people's intentions. Now, everyone has their own sense of right and wrong about this situation. Although these people may not share the same values, Gu Xingji still seems somewhat contemptible. The strange looks from others around him are almost as bad as a punishment for Gu Xingji. He is very concerned about his own interests and reputation. Lan Hanlu, you hurt Brother Xingji so badly. What more do you want? I tell you, only those who are unloved are considered third parties. No matter what, Brother Xingji won't look at you anymore. Just forget it. As Qian Qili spoke, Gu Xingji looked tearful. Lulu, someone once said that coughs and love are hard to hide. Sorry, I realized my feelings too late, and I was overshadowed by family ties. That's why I hurt you. I didn't correct my mistake in time, mainly because I was afraid you'd be sad. Whatever you think of me, as long as you're happy, I don't mind. After all, I know I was wrong. This is really disgusting. Lan Hanlu couldn't hold back anymore and slapped him. Before everyone could react, Qian Qili rushed forward, but Qin Wenwen stopped her. While the two were arguing fiercely, everyone finally reacted and separated them. Just as they were about to persuade them, suddenly a voice was heard. It was a voice message Lan Hanlu had recorded earlier. Gu Xingji, tell me, are you the one who started the affair? Among the top 6 most profitable games in your company, 4 are my projects. The game currently in production is also my idea. Lulu, that's true. I'm sorry. This was a recording from that day at the restaurant. The voice recorder was almost turned off when she continued. No, Xingji, do you realize how disgusting you are? We were just dating. We didn't have to be together forever. Even if we got married, we could choose to divorce. But you cheated and hid it from me. That's your fault. What I find most disgusting is that you can shamelessly use me to support your affair. At this point, she couldn't help but laugh. She straightened her face and said, if my guess is correct, that the money you sent to the orphanage was for your affair, then you are beyond what I can describe as disgusting. Qian Qili looked back at Gu Xingji's face and realized that Lan Hanlu was telling the truth, but she was a love-struck girl. She quickly stood up and said, Lan Hanlu, don't be so harsh. What do you mean I didn't give you money? The money is from the company's profits and Brother Xingji earned it. It has nothing to do with you. Using my ideas to earn money, and it has nothing to do with me? Lan Hanlu reached out and patted her face. TSK, I didn't understand before why you two liked each other. Now I see. Fish find fish, shrimp find shrimp, and green beans match with turtles. You two are a perfect match. Stop bothering innocent men and women. At this moment, a waiter knocked on the door and asked, can we serve the dishes now? A girl who had been talking to Qin Wenwen stepped forward and said, yes, the food is ready. Everyone is here, so today we just want to gather and chat. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Another boy quickly stood up and said, yes. We haven't seen each other for many years. My name is Li Hongwei. I used to be the shortest. Look at me now, I'm 1.84 meters tall. Seeing everyone trying to lighten the mood, a boy came over and put his arm around Gu Xingji's shoulder, guiding him to sit down. They arranged for Lan Hanlu to sit farther away from them. Although she disliked Gu Xingji, she didn't want the gathering to fall apart. So she said nothing and sat down carefully. The dishes arrived quickly and the servers paid attention to different tastes, bringing a variety of foods. Li San stood up, raised his glass, and toasted everyone. It's been many years. Let me introduce myself.
My name is Li San.
When we were kids, you all called me Monkey because I was dark and small. But don't call me that anymore. I've grown, and my current size doesn't match that nickname. He spoke humorously and everyone laughed. As he spoke, everyone introduced themselves. Some of these people, including Lan Hanlu, didn't match their names with their faces. The Chinese dining culture is very important. As everyone ate and drank, the previous unpleasantness gradually faded away. 4 of them had brought their partners and 2 were couples. Only Lan Hanlu and another man didn't bring a partner. Everyone here is around the same age, so as we talked, the conversation naturally turned to this topic. Ting Ting and I got married 2 years ago. We run a flower shop together. Lee San stood up and took out a stack of business cards from his pocket. If anyone needs this kind of service, remember to contact me. Qin Wenwen took a card and smiled. I can help promote your business. Maybe you could give us a discount because of our past friendship. Qin Wenwen, you're the richest here, and you still want a discount? Your capitalist heart hasn't changed at all. They seemed very familiar and playful, making the atmosphere lively. Lan Hanlu also took a card. The design was simple and fresh, and the details on it were very complete. It showed that these 2 people put a lot of effort into running their flower shop. I see this address is not far from the hospital. Bring me some more cards, and I'll ask the hospital staff to help distribute them. There's a good demand for flowers there. Lan Hanlu said this because the person used to be practical and straightforward at the hospital. He didn't form cliques and often collected trash to sell as scrap. Although his school grades seemed poor, his current appearance showed he was a hardworking person. Oh, I must thank Dr. Lan, he said, bringing his wife over. The girl named Ting Ting took out a stack of cards from her bag and handed them over. I know you're very busy being a doctor.
Just do what you can.
Making these cards isn't expensive. If you can share them, great. If not, just toss them. His words were sincere and full of gratitude, which made him very likable. His wife didn't speak the whole time. Seeing Lan Hanlu's kind eyes, he quickly explained. Ting Ting was born deaf and mute, but she can read lips. She's just a bit shy. Please don't tease her. His nervousness about loving his wife more deeply impressed Lan Hanlu even more. One man, smoking a cigarette, looked serious. Is your sister-in-law born deaf and mute? Don't be mad. My daughter also became deaf due to an infection during pregnancy. His words drew everyone's attention. The person next to him was also single, so they sat close together. Hearing this, they quickly asked what happened. What illness did the child have? It sounds similar to the daughter-in-law of the 3rd son. Another single man patted his shoulder comfortingly and asked. The child was infected inside which caused deafness, and they missed the best time for treatment. I brought her here because I thought the medical conditions might be better. As he spoke, he took a sip from the nearby glass. The man patted him on the shoulder. Why didn't you tell us when you contacted us in the group earlier? What's the point? Everyone's life is hard. I now deliver food for a living. It's tough, but I tighten my belt and save a little money to pay for my child's treatment. He wiped his face with his hand and then smiled. Thanks, brother, for still remembering me. Your words make me feel a bit better. Although he was smiling, there was a lot of bitterness in his voice. This is just how life is for many people. Everyone has their struggles. Hey, don't be so down. If I had money, I would tell you. I've saved some over the years, about 30,000 or 50,000 yuan, enough for emergencies, but I'm lucky to be single. Otherwise, I probably couldn't save any money at all. He laughed at himself. How old is the child? Have they had any checkups before? I couldn't help but feel uncomfortable seeing others suffer, and I still managed to ask. Everyone knew she was a doctor now. Hearing this, they all looked over, and the man also glanced at her, a bit nervous. He tightly gripped his glass of wine. Lan Hanlu. He didn't know what to say. When he handed her his business card earlier, a guy called Xiao Sanzi quickly pushed him aside. Why are you nervous? Hanlu is a doctor, and she probably knows more than you. Just tell us the situation. All right, I'll give you my contact info. When you have time, bring the child over. Lan Hanlu wrote down her phone number. Same WeChat ID. Contact me before you come, so you can get the hospital's number easily. He tore off the paper and handed it to the man. The other took it tremblingly, looked at the details, then folded it and put it inside his shirt. He wiped his face again, poured himself a glass of wine, and raised it. Sorry, everyone, for delaying your meal. Come on, let's have a toast. Consider it an apology. Feel free to chat and talk. Don't let my little problem ruin your mood. He took a drink of beer directly, and everyone clapped. After a few comforting words, they continued talking. He shared his recent life, and she talked about her future. Actually, these people are doing quite well. Their financial situations vary, but they all came from hard times and are very resilient. Won, tell us about yourself. Your family's young man looks like a rich kid who cares a lot about you, said the woman who had spoken to Qin Wenwen earlier, named Li Shuangshuang. Another woman, Li Qingqing, added some unkind words. Everyone knows Wenwen is lucky. When she was a child, she was adopted from an orphanage, went to a good university, got a good job, and now she's with a wealthy second-generation guy. Li Qingqing has always looked down on Qin Wenwen. She thought that if it weren't for Wenwen, she would have been adopted instead. Besides Lan Hanlu, only they two are pretty. When Lan Hanlu heard someone was going to adopt a child, she would hide away. So, in the end, they chose between the two of them, and the lucky Qin Wenwen was selected. Li Qingqing has always been resentful about this. Now, she's also angry because her current boyfriend looks like a rich guy. His car, clothes, jewelry, all make her mad just thinking about it. But she's not good with words. Although she speaks harshly, she wouldn't do anything truly bad. She doesn't have the guts. If he really had bad intentions, Qin Wenwen wouldn't tolerate it. Her words were harsh, but her boyfriend quickly grabbed her arm. When she saw his expression was unhappy, she quickly held onto his arm. Seeing her pleading face, he sighed and didn't argue further. Noticing no one was paying attention, Qian Qili cleared her throat to get everyone's attention. You all grew up with Brother Xingji. We're planning to get married.
Just wanted to tell everyone first.
Once the date is set, we'll send out invitations. Her words made the room fall silent, with small groups chatting quietly. After a while, Li Hongwei stood up to lighten the mood. You two are getting married? Congratulations. He then shifted the topic away from them. Let me introduce my girlfriend, Han Moyun. She works in car sales. If any of you need anything in the future, don't forget to support her. Everyone followed the change of subject, praising her for being beautiful and capable, and asked when the couple would get married. Qian Qili was a bit disappointed that her topic didn't cause much excitement. She looked at Lan Hanlu, who was chatting quietly with Qin Wenwen, and her eyes lit up. She pretended to be surprised and said, Lan Hanlu, you're so beautiful and successful. You must have a boyfriend now. Her words drew everyone's attention back to her. Ignoring Gu Xingji's attempt to stop her, she continued. Hanlu, don't look at me like that. You grew up with Brother Xingji, so we're not strangers. Even if we can't be family in the future, there's no need to hate each other so much. Lan Hanlu put down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth with a tissue, and looked at her with a half-smile. Someone like you who hits someone on one cheek and then turns the other is really shameless. That's something most people can't learn. What does whether I have a boyfriend have to do with you? You don't need to worry about me looking for Gu Xingji. To me, he's like leftover food, something I don't care about. I don't mind if it grows mold or smells bad. Now I have beauty and money. I can eat whatever I want, but I can't get it. I have to fight for leftovers like a dog, and those leftovers are already spoiled. People with good health get sick eating, and those with poor health might die. I guess I have some masochistic tendencies, or maybe I just think you're as clueless as a fool. Her words made the whole place fall silent. After a moment, Gu Xingji stood up and turned to leave. Even if Lan Hanlu had completely torn his face apart and stepped on it, he wouldn't have the face to stay. Qian Qili was first stunned by Lan Hanlu's words, then saw Gu Xingji turn and walk away. She hurriedly dropped what she was holding, grabbed her bag, and chased after him. Everyone here had come from tough backgrounds and was not naive. They understood the complicated feelings between these two, so no one tried to interfere. Originally, Qin Wenwen, Gu Xingji, and a man named Jiang Chao had paid for the meal and the outing. Now that Gu Xingji had left, Lan Hanlu decided to pay for everything herself. But she realized that all these issues had started because of this gathering. She raised her beer and apologized to everyone. Everyone's impression of Lan Hanlu improved a lot. Someone took the initiative to lighten the mood, pretending the two people hadn't been there, and the atmosphere became more harmonious. Although no one was drinking heavily at the party, Lan Hanlu had already finished more than one bottle. She knew she couldn't drive home, so she planned to call a designated driver. But as she reached the door, she saw a group of people outside. "Lulu, you're here for dinner too? Are you meeting someone? Why didn't you tell me? It would be nice to get together," Sheng Linshi said quickly before she could say anything. Lan Hanlu casually put her phone into her bag, smiled, and greeted him and Ruan Muqing. She didn't know the others, so she just nodded politely. "Just catching up with some old friends. We're going to a bar to have fun. Come join us. It's Saturday, and you don't have to work tomorrow. The night is just starting, so don't rush home," Sheng Linshi said excitedly, almost breathless. Whenever she saw him, Sheng Linshi seemed to talk nonstop. She was about to refuse, but Ruan Muqing, who usually stayed quiet, spoke up. "It's still early. Let's go have some fun." Lan Hanlu was a bit surprised by his invitation, but she thought, why not? She didn't have anything urgent to do, and it seemed like he hadn't been to such places in a long time. Going out to relax sounded good. Most importantly, she had spent a lot of effort dressing up beautifully today, so she wanted to show off a little. She nodded in agreement, but first said goodbye to Qin Wenwen and the others. Qin Wenwen's boyfriend clearly knew some of the people there. He was talking to one of the young men, with a bit of flattery. When Sheng Linshi saw the look in Lan Hanlu's eyes, he glanced over and said, "That guy over there is from Yongheng Real Estate, Zhao's family." They weren't far apart, and the other person probably heard Sheng Linshi mention his name. He stopped approaching and smiled politely. "Brother Sheng, call me." Sheng Linshi patted his shoulder and said, "This is my sister, Lan Hanlu. If you see her outside, make sure to keep an eye out for me." Then he turned to Lan Hanlu. "This is Zhao Rongguang from Yongheng Real Estate." Zhao Rongguang was a wealthy second-generation heir with a large family fortune. But that fortune was built by his father, who worked hard during the boom times. To top-tier elites, he might seem like a nouveau riche, but to outsiders, Yongheng Group was already quite large. Seeing Sheng Linshi introduce Lan Hanlu so seriously, Zhao Rongguang didn't dare to be careless. "Miss Lan, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. I, Zhao Rongguang, promise not to neglect you." While speaking, he took out a business card from his pocket and handed it over. Before Lan Hanlu could say anything, Sheng Linshi beside him pulled her into a hug. "Brother, you're quite thoughtful." Under the watch of that group, Lan Hanlu, and they all got into a car and left. Qin Wenwen's boyfriend held her hand and said, "Baby, your good friend is quite impressive. You should spend more time with her. When we get back, I'll give you a card. Tomorrow, if you're free, you can go shopping or get some beauty treatments." His family is in the building materials business, and Yongheng Group is a big client. He's been wanting to strengthen their partnership. But big groups usually have fixed suppliers and distributors, so it's hard to get in suddenly. He didn't expect an unexpected gathering to bring such opportunities. Seeing Zhao Gongzi, whom he usually tries to flatter, acting so respectful toward his girlfriend's friend, he felt proud of his good judgment. They arrived at a bar, not to rent a private room, but to get a VIP seat on the second floor. Colorful lights softly shone on Lan Hanlu's fair skin. She slightly bent down to pick up some fruit on the table, trying to mask the taste of alcohol in her mouth. Her bent posture, flowing hair, and delicate collarbones caught the eye of the person sitting diagonally across. But when she looked up, her striking features carried an indescribable coldness, as if she was keeping everyone at a distance. The warmth he felt suddenly cooled. Ruan Muqing reached out, opened a bottle of wine on the table, poured himself a glass, and took a sip. Whether he wanted to rekindle that warmth or extinguish the fire in his heart, he wasn't sure. He decided to stay calm and got up to go to the restroom. At this moment, Sheng Linshi squeezed closer to Lan Hanlu and loudly shouted, "Hanlu, come on, let's go dance." Lan Hanlu shook her head and made a gesture asking them to go ahead and have fun. Sheng Linshi and the other person waved and went downstairs to dance. Lan Hanlu took the bottle of wine, poured herself a glass, and slowly walked to the railing, watching the crowd below twisting wildly. Suddenly, someone approached her and leaned beside her. "Miss, can I buy you a drink?" Lan Hanlu turned to look at him. When their eyes met, He immediately became nervous, clutching his glass tightly and unconsciously applying more pressure. His long fingers, with visible veins on the back of his hand, carried a hint of flirtation. From his appearance and voice, he didn't seem very impressive. Although her lips are a bit thin, her nose is very straight, and her long eyelashes make her look delicate. Because she is nervous, her hands tremble, making it hard to resist wanting to touch her. Lan Hanlu gently taps her glass against his, then takes a sip. The fresh malt aroma flows down her throat into her body. The other person quickly drinks his own glass, feeling a little nervous, and coughs softly. "My name is Lin Owl." Lan Hanlu doesn't reply, but keeps looking at him, waiting for what he'll say next. "I am a second-year student at the sports college, 20 years old." As she looks at the sparkling light reflected from his earrings, Lin Owl licks his lips. Lan Hanlu feels that her previous sip of wine didn't quench her thirst. Both of them sit back on the sofa. Lan Hanlu lounges lazily, leaning on the sofa, with a few strands of hair falling on her face as she moves, giving off a charming, flirtatious vibe. Lin Owl wants to say more to get closer to her, but suddenly a figure walks over confidently. The person has a serious face and a cold aura, with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. "Hanlu, is he your friend?" he asks for the first time in this way. Lan Hanlu, hearing this, smiles even more brightly. "My younger brother came to invite me for a drink." She casually picks up a bottle of beer and pours half a glass for herself and Lin Owl. Lin Owl tries to ignore the other's gaze and continues talking with Lan Hanlu. She is elegant and charming, the kind of woman he immediately feels drawn to. Wan Muqing feels his once passionate heart suddenly cool down. Looking at Lan Hanlu's charming smile, he takes a deep breath, closes his eyes slightly, and suppresses his inner frustration. He slowly picks up some pistachios from the table, shells them carefully, and places them on a small dish, pushing it toward Lan Hanlu. "Eat some pistachios to help settle your nerves." Lan Hanlu looks up at Wan Muqing, who is serious and focused, but she still smiles and plans to accept. Just as she reaches out her hand, a group of noisy people come over. Sheng Linshi plops down beside Lan Hanlu, blocking Wan Muqing, and takes a bottle of beer, drinking directly from it. After setting down his bottle, he notices the person on Lan Hanlu's other side. "Hey, who is this kid?" he asks, then looks at Lan Hanlu. Lan Hanlu smiles and says, "Just met a younger brother." This makes Sheng Linshi's eyes light up, and a mysterious smile appears on his face. "Just met my younger brother." Every word was spoken with emphasis. He took a bottle of wine and poured some into Lan Hanlu's glass, then gently tapped her cup with his own bottle. Then, mischievously, he whispered in her ear, "This younger brother isn't bad. He's a bit less impressive than me, but he looks quite pure." He wasn't wrong. Lin Owl's eyes were clear, and his nervousness and awkwardness were obvious. But as soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. Wan Muqing looked unhappy as he forcefully placed his glass on the table. He is a top celebrity in the city, so everyone pays attention to his actions. When a small disturbance happened here, everything else quickly quieted down. Sheng Linshi looked at his good friend's gloomy face, feeling confused. But then he followed his friend's gaze to Lan Hanlu and suddenly understood what was happening. He patted his forehead with a big hand, quickly stood up, and said as he headed outside, "Oh, I forgot. Muqing, you wanted to see Hanlu, right? Come sit over here." Turning around, he went to the other side and gently patted Lin Owl's shoulder. "Brother, give me a moment. I need to talk to my sister." Lin Owl was still young. Hearing this, he hurriedly stood up in a panic. By the time he realized what was happening, someone else had already taken his place. Unwilling, he pursed his lips. "Can I exchange contact info with you, sister? When our school has a basketball game, I'd like to invite you to watch." Seeing his slightly red face, Lan Hanlu thought if she refused, this guy might lose his temper. So she took out her phone and they added each other as friends. Looking at the verified friend request in her phone, Lin Owl felt very happy. He waved at her and went back to his friends. Once Wan Muqing recovered, the atmosphere at the booth became lively again. After all, these people came to flatter the two young masters, so they naturally tried to liven things up. Lan Hanlu also joined in the fun. Until the gathering ended, Neither of them spoke a word. Sheng Linshi was so anxious he wanted to force his friend to open his mouth. On the way back, a driver came to pick them up. Under Sheng Linshi's arrangement, she was also driven home by Ruan's chauffeur. After getting in the car, neither of them spoke. Wan Muqing took out a cigarette from the pack, perhaps thinking there was someone nearby, so she just sniffed it lightly and held it between her fingers without lighting it. The atmosphere was very tense. She looked at her watch. The remaining journey would take about 30 minutes. She sighed inwardly. Young Master Wan, thank you for your invitation today, and also for what happened the other day. Is there nothing else you want to say besides thank you? Lan Hanlu turned to look at him with a half-smile and said, like what? Do you want to remind me of something, young Master Wan? Although Lan Hanlu's voice didn't change, he could sense the other person's unhappiness. But what if others are upset? He's always been a bit bossy, but looking into those clear, sharp eyes, he suddenly felt uneasy. Someone used to being spoiled might find it hard to lower their head. His brief look of panic was noticed by Lan Hanlu. He sighed inwardly. I've been free since I was a child, used to living without restrictions. I dislike being tied down and hate trouble. Now that I finally have the life I once dreamed of, I don't want to ruin it. So, I think I'm not suitable for serious relationships. Is Lin Al suitable? She asked seriously. Lan Hanlu crossed his arms, resting his chin on his hand, and listened to her with a helpless smile. Whether he's suitable or not doesn't matter. At first, hearing this, he felt cheerful, but then he thought more carefully and felt something was off. He had only met Lan Hanlu a few times, but he could clearly sense her independence. He knew he shouldn't be too aggressive, or he might push her away. But she had never been soft-spoken before, and now she was abandoning her true nature, unsure how to communicate. Maybe it was her heart's desire. Without thinking, he blurted out, "Sorry, I didn't mean to sound harsh. I just think that person isn't right for you, and being with him might make you unhappy." Seeing Lan Hanlu's face break into a smile, she felt relieved but also threw in a little teasing. Nowadays, boys are quick to get involved in society, and many are quite scheming. When they arrived back at their neighborhood, they saw that Sheng Linshi's car was already parked in the underground garage. Neither of them spoke. They closed the car doors and took the elevator upstairs. Lan Hanlu was on the floor above him. When the elevator door opened on their level, Wan Muqing leaned against the door frame and didn't immediately go out. He just quietly watched Lan Hanlu. They looked at each other for a moment. Wan Muqing helplessly lowered his head and smiled. Good evening, young Master Wan. Wan Muqing was a bit disappointed. He held his unlit cigarette in his mouth, stepped out of the elevator, watched it slowly close, then took a lighter from his pocket and lit the cigarette. He took a deep breath, inhaled the smoke, swallowed it into his lungs, then slowly exhaled, letting the smoke spread out in front of him. His usually cold eyes became deep and thoughtful after the smoke dispersed. If someone had been there, they would see his gaze gradually sharpen, like a hawk, showing his hunting desire. The door opened. Why are you back? Sheng Linshi asked after saying this, then glanced at the elevator door again. Just you? Wan Muqing turned without looking at him and walked straight into the room. Sheng Linshi sensed his displeasure. He understood, but couldn't hold back his words. After closing the door, he kept talking. Brother, I've helped you as much as I can, but you still haven't caught the person. And we're all talk, except for eating, breathing, and talking. Who wants to stay stuck with a gloomy person? He saw Wan Muqing go to the bar, take out a bottle of wine, open it with a bang, pour himself half a glass and take a big sip, then loosen the collar of his shirt. He leaned on the bar, looking at the person across from him. Sheng Linshi's voice grew softer. If it's not working out, there are plenty of other places to find beauty. If not, we can look everywhere again. You're not tired? His words sounded cold. Sheng Linshi immediately became alert and quickly turned around. He muttered, I'm so tired I need to go back and rest. Only after closing his bedroom door, cutting off that gaze, did he breathe a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he was cowardly. The other person's gaze was just too intense. Now that he was alone, Wan Muqing relaxed all his burdens. He clearly understood that Lan Hanlu's words only made him more annoyed the more he understood. After so many years of finally meeting someone he cared about, it was hard to give up. But he wouldn't give up. He deeply exhaled. Lan Hanlu has never really wanted to settle down or have children. Because of her attitude of only dating without marriage or kids, it's best she avoids getting involved with people she can't trust. Not wanting to get involved, she sent a message in the group chat saying she arrived home safely, then tidied up and went to sleep. The next morning, just after waking up, her phone buzzed with a lot of messages. She didn't open them right away, but first washed up and then drove out for breakfast. Actually, it was already past 10 a.m., so it wasn't really breakfast but brunch. While waiting for her food, she took out her phone to check the messages. First, there was a message from Wan Muching inviting her to eat together. She replied that she was already out and told them to eat on their own. The person who received her reply seemed a bit disappointed. Their gaze at Sheng Linshi changed. If that person hadn't delayed earlier, they might have met up. Then there was a message from Liang, the person whose child was sick. All the unnamed children in the orphanage had been given the surname Li. The ones with names kept their original names. Liang is older than them, about 37 or 38. He contacted Lan Hanlu mainly to send some medical checkup results for the children. Finally, there were a lot of thank yous and apologies. From his words, you could tell he was nervous. Just as she was about to open the first picture he sent, she received another message. It was from Liang again. He said, "Yesterday, I heard about your donation to the orphanage with Gu Xingji. Last night, I called some friends still at the orphanage. He runs a breakfast shop in Engshi, and his wife works at the orphanage. Asked him to help check the donation records over the years. If it's convenient, he might have some news soon." Liang had been thinking for a long time about how to repay Lan Hanlu. He wanted to find a way to thank her. After reading his message, Lan Hanlu was silent. This was a father's full effort for his daughter. As long as there was a little hope, he would try his best to hold on. Liang didn't really know how skilled Lan Hanlu was in medicine. He just thought that since she had made some connections at the hospital, it was good that she trusted doctors enough to help review the medical records. I didn't rush to reply to him, but first opened the pictures to look at them. Over the past few years, he has really been working hard to earn money to treat his child's illness. He sent over more than 20 pictures, including Western and Chinese medical checkups, along with some previous medication records. Lu Hanlu kept studying them even as the meal was served. Looking at the test results, it seems the child isn't completely deaf. If the condition had been discovered and treated early, it might have been better. But now, the child is already 8 years old. After finishing the meal, I postponed my brother's appointment and packed my things to go see my master. But before that, I still sent a message to Liang. "Liang, thank you so much. I haven't been back in years. It's a bit troublesome to check on the orphanage, but I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. I really appreciate it. As for the child's case, I just looked into it. It's complicated, but acupuncture and medication might help improve the child's hearing. They said that restoring normal hearing is difficult, but it might be possible to improve it. I'm going to take your information to my master now, let him look into it and help with the research. Once we have some results, I'll let you know. You can bring the child over then." The other person was very grateful, even choking up a few times during the call. After finishing the chat with Lu Hanlu, Liang buried his face in his hands and took a long time to calm down. The first thing he did was call a friend in city. Coincidentally, his friend's wife had just finished work and was having lunch. He sent over some photos of the information he found. After looking through them quickly, he forwarded everything to Lu Hanlu without delay. Lu Hanlu saved the data, but what he didn't know was that in just a day or two, these files were accidentally destroyed by a staff member. Was it human error or an accident? No one knows for sure. However, she also inquired about Gu Xingji's news, not to learn more just in case. She found out that Qian Feng had withdrawn from the company, but Xingchen was unaffected because Qian Feng transferred his shares to Qian Qili and had her sign documents to give up other inheritance from the family. These shares were considered her dowry. The Qian family's actions mainly stem from the parents believing that Gu Xingji is not someone they can trust for a lifetime. They want their daughter to stay away from him, but they didn't expect that their daughter is quite love-struck. They tried scolding, hitting, threatening, all to no avail. It was only after Qian Feng suggested a plan that the parents came up with this idea. Because of this, Qian Qili had a big fight with her family and cut ties with them. Now, she is officially living with Gu Xingji. As for why they didn't get married, no one knows. Lan Hanlu feels a bit sorry for Qian Qili's parents. They are experienced and see things clearly, but their daughter is not doing well. What else can they do? Li Yang's daughter's condition, after research with her teacher, is believed to be recoverable to about 60 to 70%. The main problem is that she missed the best time for treatment. Once the treatment plan was confirmed, Lan Hanlu didn't delay anymore. She quickly told Li Yang. Luckily, Li Yang has a flexible schedule and decided to take the child for treatment the next day. Lan Hanlu only had 30 appointment slots in the morning. Since Li Yang arrived early with the child, she checked the child first. The child is deaf and doesn't speak clearly, but she can make sounds. She is very pretty, with big, bright eyes that look clear and make people feel pity. It's obvious that Li Yang takes good care of his daughter. Li Yang was wearing a black and gray t-shirt, which was originally black but has become gray from washing. He wore simple jeans and cloth shoes, which are clean but look a bit worn. The child wore a lantern-style pants and a small pink t-shirt. The fabric isn't very high quality, but it looks new and the colors are bright. After the check, Lan Hanlu explained the treatment plan. It mainly involves acupuncture, massage, and medication. Treating the illness costs money, and the process is long and complicated. First, taking medicine is difficult. The Chinese medicine is very bitter and hard to swallow. It's normal for a child to be wary of medicine. Also, acupuncture needs an adult to accompany her. Since the treatment is slow and recovery takes a long time, parents need to come back repeatedly. For a father who is already somewhat hopeless, this is not a problem. He was very grateful. While waiting for treatment, he also heard other patients talking about Lan Hanlu. He never expected that Lan Hanlu would be so famous. Someone nearby mentioned that just buying this scalper account cost over 800 yuan. He felt both grateful and relieved. He was planning that if the treatment costs were not enough, he would have to be shameless and borrow some money from people he knew before. But that was okay. He wasn't the type to be a freeloader. He promised himself to work hard and repay the money, never forgetting the kindness of his friends from the hospital. After his first treatment, he paid over 300 yuan for medicine and consultation fees. He was a bit confused. When he arrived, he didn't even register. The prescribed medicine was for 9 days, but he also received acupuncture. Looking at the costs, they weren't too high. He knew it was because the medicine wasn't expensive and partly because of Lan Hanlu's help. Otherwise, a specialist consultation alone could have cost him several days' worth of medicine money. No matter how much he expressed gratitude, it wouldn't be enough. In the future, he would definitely help whenever he could and teach the girl to remember kindness, not to be ungrateful. As Lan Hanlu's reputation grew, she became very busy, almost like a spinning top, yet she still helped out with people she barely knew from her childhood. Both familiar and unfamiliar people thought Lan Hanlu was very kind and righteous. But she also had a sharp side. Anyone looking for trouble couldn't get any advantage from her. People who knew her well thought she was very straightforward, never suffering injustice, but not petty either. So, she had a wide network of contacts. But she didn't mind being busy. Everyone needs some time to relax. The key was that someone was always chasing her, like when she received flowers and gifts after work. However, Lan Hanlu wasn't very fond of flowers, and since she drove herself home after work, the other person quickly changed tactics. Recently, she kept running into him at her master's place. He would follow her openly with his eyes. The people in the yard were all sharp, so they saw everything clearly. Her master initially had some opinions about this flirtatious guy spying on his disciple. But for some reason, Lan Hanlu didn't know why, her master's attitude had changed in the past 2 days. Not only did he give her subtle hints, but he also started creating chances to match the two of them. Hanlu is here. Isn't it a beautiful autumn day with the sky high and fat? Mu Qing brought a lot of. I've asked Sister Sun to prepare some. I'll go find old man Ron later and invite him over to eat. You can entertain Mu Qing for me. He nodded slightly and then left with his hands behind his back. Wan Muqing's great-uncle came over first and took the things from Lan Hanlu's hands. Are you going to the market? I have a farm that grows some pollution-free vegetables. I brought some today. I picked out the ones you like to eat. I'll pack them up for you. When we go back later, I'll bring them home. His previous cold and distant attitude was gone. Although he didn't talk much compared to others, he was no longer so serious when he was with her. Like now, when they took the vegetables to the kitchen and Lan Hanlu was about to sit in the yard, he quickly pulled out a chair for her. He also asked, "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat some fruit first? Young Master Wand doesn't seem busy these days." The other person paused while peeling the apple, then continued to peel it evenly. "I took some leave, so I'm not busy. I wasn't called back." He not only peeled the apple but also removed the core and cut it into small pieces on a plate. "I am indeed a bit busy here. My schedule isn't fixed, but my family is considering my future. When I get married, I'll transfer to the National Security Department. Although it's busy, it's easier to contact than being in the army." His family had planned this long ago, mainly because the tasks he's doing now are very dangerous. Not only their Wan family, but also his grandfather Chao's family had arranged this early on. But he thought he was still young and didn't want to retire so soon, so he hadn't agreed. But now he's thinking about the future, so he told his grandfather. The old man was naturally happy. Happy that he finally agreed to get married and come back. After all, he was getting older, and he was always worried about his grandson. So, the old man strongly supported Lan Hanlu and him. He even personally called Wan Muqing's parents. While Lan Hanlu was eating an apple, hearing this, he didn't know whether to swallow or spit out the apple in his mouth. Seeing Lan Hanlu's reaction, Wan Muqing looked a little sad and lowered his eyes. "I'm not in a hurry. My mom also said that women marrying is like a second rebirth. The first time, you can't choose, but the second time, you have to be careful." Lan Hanlu was completely stunned. Where had this person learned all this? Not only was he more talkative, but he also knew how to focus on the main point. "I used to think he was a bit proud, but now I realize he's quite perceptive." Before he could think of a response, the other person changed the subject on their own. "Do you have plans tomorrow?" "I have a small farm in the suburbs of Beijing. We grow some pollution-free vegetables and raise free-range chickens. Recently, I also left 2 retired military dogs there. You can come and see them." He watched as Lan Hanlu's eyes brightened more and more while talking, and he naturally became more detailed in his description. He used to think that when talking to smart people, he didn't need to say much, and with those who didn't understand, he didn't need to say much either. Now he realized he could not help but speak so much, and he didn't think the other person wouldn't understand or that he was being unnecessary. The 2 old men who came and saw the 2 people happily chatting. They exchanged glances and quietly moved towards the side room. Lan Hanlu and Wan Muqing were not ordinary people. Although the 2 elders tried to hide their identities, the courtyard was small, and everything was visible. "Master, old Wan, you're back. I brought some tea leaves. There's still some time before dinner, so I thought I could brew some for you 2 to taste." As he spoke, he got up to go to the kitchen to fetch hot water for tea. The 2 old men felt a bit awkward for a moment, but straightened their backs and went to the table and chairs. "Old Wan, come quickly and try the tea my disciple brought. It's a gift for you," he said, about to pull out a chair. Wan Muqing quickly pulled out a chair, and old Xiao was very pleased with his attentiveness. Old Wan felt a little uncomfortable, but knew his grandson was not truly unaware. He hurried over and also pulled out a chair for old Wan. "Master, Grandpa, you 2 chat first. I'll go get water for Lulu," he said, lowering himself and acting with proper manners. Old Wan was very pleased. His grandson's willingness to get married meant stability for the future. Moreover, he fully approved of the person his grandson chose. In their family, they mainly considered the woman's character first, then her talent, family background, and social connections. However, there was no doubt about Lan Hanlu. Aside from her orphanage background, there was nothing else worth criticizing. In some ways, this could be seen as a flaw, but in others, it was an advantage. After all, Lan Hanlu was now the direct disciple of old Xiao. Her medical skills were outstanding, and she was excellent in dealing with people and matters. This alone was enough to make up for any shortcomings. Sunzi said that he had found the right person, so he naturally wanted to investigate. After all, their family and his grandson's identity required some caution. As Lan Hanlu moved, the aroma of tea slowly filled the air. Several people enjoyed tea and chatted. Even those who usually didn't talk much occasionally joined in the conversation. Time seemed to pass quickly. Before they knew it, it was time to eat. After finishing the meal, they didn't say much, and it was already getting late. Under the arrangements of the two elders, Lan Hanlu couldn't drive her own car home. Instead, she got into Ruan Muqing's car. As soon as they left the alley, Ruan Muqing's phone rang. He glanced at it and answered quickly. One person was driving and the other was in the front passenger seat. Even in a spacious car, space was limited. So, she could occasionally hear a few words from the call. After hanging up, Ruan Muqing looked back at Lan Hanlu. She turned to look at him, and before he could speak, she started talking. Turn around and take me back. My medical kit is in my car. Otherwise, I'd have to go home to get it, which is farther. Her words made Ruan Muqing pause briefly. Then he turned the steering wheel and changed direction. Thank you, he said with a slightly tight voice. They had turned back, and Uncle Sun was the first to notice and inform the two elders. Since they had just left not long ago, they must have had something urgent. The two old men came out and saw Lan Hanlu shining her car's lights. She took a medical kit from the trunk. Grandma Qiao quickly stepped forward and asked, "Are you going on a mission?" Ruan Muqing stepped forward to explain. Before the team received a call, a young soldier was injured during a mission. It turned out he was allergic to anesthesia and needed surgery. They probably knew about Lan Hanlu already. The call was originally to ask me to help here. Lan Hanlu, carrying the medical kit, greeted the two elders. Master, old Ruan, it looks urgent. We'll go first. Both were soldiers who served the country and the people, so Grandma Qiao couldn't say much. She just said, "Be careful." Ruan Muqing quickly assured them, "Don't worry. No matter how late, I will make sure to safely send her home. You're a good kid. If you say you'll do something, you must do it properly. The person you took out must be brought back whole, and no one should suffer," said old Ruan. Time was urgent, so no one said anything further. The two of them got into the car and headed straight to the military hospital. After getting in, Ruan Muqing immediately called the hospital. He spoke a few words on the phone and then handed it to Lan Hanlu, mainly to let her understand the patient's condition and communicate with the chief doctor at the hospital. The patient's injuries look serious to most people, but actually they are manageable. The only problem is that the patient hid his allergy to anesthesia. Now he needs surgery quickly, but if he's allergic to anesthesia, he can't be given the usual drugs. Heart surgery like this could cause him severe pain, or worse. The doctor on the other end was also worried. For their special unit, such issues must be reported. Who knew this young soldier was so tough? He had never had injuries requiring surgery before, and he had always borne minor injuries himself. I saw that you used acupuncture anesthesia during your previous surgeries, so when this situation happened, I thought of that. It's also convenient because this kid is one of Ruan's soldiers, the doctor said, with a tone that showed a close relationship with the Ruan family. Acupuncture can produce anesthesia, but long-term use of acupuncture for anesthesia can block the meridian flow, which can harm the body. Last time, the surgery was only local and gradually numbed the area. To help the patient wake up quickly and take medicine, we used this method. Lan Hanlu wasn't refusing but was informing about the risks in advance. This was also agreed upon by the other side. I thought, given his physical condition, a 3-hour surgery would minimize the impact. The other side clearly had some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine and considered these factors. Although traffic was heavy, it was past the peak hours, so they weren't stuck in traffic. As soon as they arrived at the hospital entrance, people waiting there greeted them. They moved swiftly upstairs. Lan Hanlu held a stack of freshly prepared reports, flipping through them quickly. Then she looked up at the head of surgery. It's possible, but the surgery must be quick because the acupuncture point sealing anesthesia takes time. The longer it lasts, the greater the impact on the body. Don't worry, Dr. Lon. Our surgical team is the best, and honestly, this injury isn't very serious for a hospital. This was a combined surgery using both Western and traditional Chinese medicine. Lan Hanlu inserted the needles, but she needed to adjust the acupuncture every 10 minutes. The Western doctors here also demonstrated their top skills on the operating table, successfully shortening the surgery time to 2 hours and 40 minutes while ensuring everything was perfect. After the surgery, everyone watched the monitor for half an hour. The patient showed no major changes, and everyone finally relaxed. At the same time, they felt very satisfied. Although they all studied Western medicine, they are Chinese and worried about the decline of traditional Chinese medicine. Who wouldn't feel a little regretful? Now, seeing such a young doctor with incredible acupuncture skills, they felt proud and excited. They ignored that it was already 2 a.m. and, after leaving the operating room, they pulled Lan Hanlu to discuss medical techniques. The director couldn't stand it anymore and asked everyone to leave. Lan Hanlu sat in Wan Muqing's car heading to the community travel agency. She was already sleepy, but was awakened by a gentle break. When she opened her eyes, she felt a moment of confusion. A slightly deep laugh came from outside. You must be exhausted. It's already 3:40. He tilted his head toward the outside of the car. This is a traditional breakfast shop. The food there is authentic and very clean. I thought you might be hungry if you go home and wash up, or if you're not sleeping, you should have breakfast. Lan Hanlu looked at the rising smoke from the shop, and her stomach started to growl. Yes, performing a surgery is definitely tiring work. It's a mix of physical and mental exhaustion. That's great. I've never been to such a place. Seeing people come so early, it must be very delicious. They talked as they got out of the car. Seeing an old man inside, she greeted him. Hey, Wan Xiaoji, you haven't had an easy time lately. She was about to say more but saw Lan Hanlu come in. He reached out and pointed at Wan Muqing, quickly calling out, Come eat.
Hurry in.
I tell you, our breakfast has been around for nearly 100 years. Before the founding of the country, my family was doing this. Everyone who found this place was either an old resident nearby or a food lover. See how authentic it is? Come on, tell me what you want to eat, he said enthusiastically. The old man warmly welcomed them. Lan Hanlu wasn't shy and looked confidently at the menu hanging on the wall. There weren't many options, so she chose a few dishes. When the old man went to get food, he saw Wan Muqing washing dishes and chopsticks, then wiping the table with a tissue. He secretly chuckled, thinking, this kid usually has a stern face, but I didn't expect him to win over the little girl's heart. Seeing the old man leave, Wan Muqing poured half a cup of hot water for Lan Hanlu. The water was just boiled, and some of it was cooling down quickly. This kid finally has some sense, the old man said, recalling Wan Muqing's rebellious phase. He was the third son among the siblings, with the eldest and second eldest ahead. But Ruan's family was strict, and as the eldest grandson, he couldn't afford to be rebellious. He was sent to the military for training. Even if he was a rough piece of iron, they would forge him into steel. 2 kinds of buns, one with lamb and one with vegetables, along with a bowl of bean juice and a bowl of tofu pudding, were served steaming hot. After drinking a few sips of hot water, he felt a little less tired. Lan Hanlu was in a good mood and wanted to chat about something else. I think the old man has some resentment towards you. Hearing this, Wan Muqing felt a bit embarrassed. Such an expression was rare on his face, which surprised Lan Hanlu. I was strong and had a good memory when I was young. Studying didn't take much effort, so I had plenty of time. My family was busy too. He stopped there, lowered his head, took a bite of the bun, and sipped the bean juice. Lan Hanlu watched him for a while, growing impatient. And then, hearing this, the person drinking bean juice slightly curled his lips, then swallowed and looked up at Lan Hanlu, who was full of anticipation. His smile became more obvious. He cleared his throat and said, It's nothing much. Just a bunch of kids around my age playing with cats and dogs. Back then, they played happily and got hungry quickly, so they searched the streets for food. This was a place they often visited. At that time, they didn't care much about what the old man thought, which made him very angry. Lan Hanlu raised an eyebrow, implying that was just part of it. Of course, there was more, but could he catch his own hints? Especially since the person across from him was someone he wanted to pursue. By the way, how are things with the Sheng family's pharmaceutical factory? He changed the subject. It's in preparation. I've already made the first batch of beauty pills. He took them abroad to see if he could open up the market. Lan Hanlu believed that with her medicine's effectiveness and Sheng Lindong's business skills, opening the market would be easy. She even worried that sales might be too successful, making it hard to supply everyone and causing problems. So, the two of them agreed that she would use her contacts to select some people for promotion. After the first batch of products from the factory was ready, they would expand the promotion. You and Sheng Dasha, you handle the technology, and he handles the ability. It's hard not to make money with such teamwork. They continued chatting casually, finishing breakfast, and feeling closer. They lived in the same building, going home together. Lan Hanlu watched him try to find topics to talk about. Whenever she showed even a little disinterest, he would quickly change the subject. Maybe because he had never done this before, or didn't know how to hide his feelings, he was a bit cautious. To Lan Hanlu, his awkwardness was a little cute. When they parted, he looked at her with affection, watching her go upstairs. He had planned to change clothes and go to the hospital, but he didn't have time to sleep. Just as he arrived home, he received a call from the hospital saying she was given 2 days off. It seemed someone had arranged this for her, and she happily accepted. After a sleepless night, she was very tired. She sent a message to Wan Muqing, who was waiting to take her, and after getting a reply, she went straight to sleep. In the afternoon, she packed her things to visit her master. When she opened her phone, she saw that Wan Muqing had been urgently called back to the army, probably to avoid disturbing her, so he only left a message. Seeing the message, she felt a little sad. She shook her head to forget about it and prepared to go to her master's place, mainly to talk about the case. She took a taxi there. Her master also knew about Wan Muqing's return to the army. He was a bit disappointed, but Lan Hanlu didn't have time to feel sad like before. The main thing was that the bonus from Tianan Company had arrived. When her phone chimed, she saw a string of zeros in the message, and her mood instantly lifted. She planned to go shopping to improve her space. But first she needed to organize her work. Over the past 2 days, she had looked through her 2 stacks of business cards. This was the time when connections really mattered. First, she needed to buy a large number of containers so she could better utilize her space. Then, she would carefully organize her current collection of jewelry, gold, silver, fabrics, and other valuables. She focused on storing food, water, fruits, vegetables, and most importantly, meat. She planned to use one compartment specifically for meat, half for beef and the rest for pork, chicken, duck, goose, and fish. Although storage compartments are not very convenient, they keep things perfectly preserved because time stands still inside them. This way, she can store more items. The 99 containers of meat should be enough. She has already ordered several RVs and off-road vehicles online, all customized to her needs. She plans to buy gasoline, diesel, generators, and weapons abroad. She stayed up all night making a shopping list and itinerary probably because she wanted to store too many things and had high expectations. Later, she realized her list was a bit too long. But there's no rush. She will earn more money later, and she can stock up then. First, she will call the container company and then contact a steel frame manufacturer. After hanging up, she thought it's best to find someone to help with the work. When the time comes, she can just gather everything herself. After thinking it over, she decided to get ready quickly. The next day, after breakfast made by Aunt Sun, she went to work. By late morning, she finished her tasks and asked Nurse Li Yang to bring the child over. At first, the girl didn't seem to change much. After all, she had only been here for 3 days. Today, she was mainly here for acupuncture. Although she was a little scared of the silver needles, her trembling eyelashes showed her nervousness, but she sat still without flinching or hiding. Once the needles were inserted, they would stay for 15 minutes before being removed. Lan Hanlu was chatting with Li Yang. "Brother Li Yang, I still want to thank you and your friends for what you did before." Li Yang was a bit awkward with her calling him that. No need to thank me, Lon Hanlu. You and Guai Guai are my great benefactors. I don't have much ability, but if you need anything from me in the future, just say so. I won't refuse. He used to serve in the army, where he met his partner. He could have stayed in the military, but she strongly disagreed, so he retired. He opened a military supply shop with the money he saved, then got married and had children. When he found out his child was sick, he closed the shop to focus on treating the child. However, that woman took all the money and ran away. He worked hard to find her, but the money was already gone. If it weren't for his daughter holding him and crying loudly, he would have definitely hurt that person. Over the years, taking care of his child's health, he faced many looks of pity. During the hardest times, he and his child lived at the train station, eating expired instant noodles bought on sale for 3 yuan a bag, surviving on that for 3 days. Later, he collected recyclables, did odd jobs, and delivered food. Things got a little better, but his child still needed medical treatment and medication, and he was saving money to buy a cochlear implant. His child is now old enough to go to school. The special school they wanted is expensive, and under all these pressures, he feels hopeless about the future. Qin Wenwen reached out to him and added him to a group. He never spoke there unless someone specifically mentioned him. The last gathering was mainly an excuse to enjoy a good meal without paying. He didn't expect that his old friends from the neighborhood, despite their ups and downs, never looked down on him. When they found out about his situation, they hurried to help.
Don't be so polite.
I charge for medical help, but I also know how to be kind. Besides, our kid is well-behaved and pretty. Who wouldn't like her? His child is smart. She doesn't understand lip reading, but if he speaks slowly, she can understand clearly. Are you still delivering food? Have you thought about finding another job? Lon Hanlu took a small toy from her bag and placed it in the child's arms. I don't have much education or skills. I only deliver food because it's cheap and I can handle some hardship. I plan to work for a couple more months and then send my child to school. He was feeling more hopeful about his current life than before. Lon Hanlu shared her idea. I'm asking because I have a job opportunity here. Would you be willing to do it? It mainly offers a base salary plus reimbursement for travel, phone, and food. You might get some extra pay based on your ability. Lon Hanlu, if you need me for something, just tell me. I don't have any other serious work. Money isn't the main issue. He spoke seriously, but Lon Hanlu couldn't just do that. Don't worry, listen to me. If this is just a one-time thing, I wouldn't say anything. But it's a long-term job. You need to support your family, and I need to earn money too. So let's not refuse. He nodded in response to her words. I have some connections, and it's easy to coordinate business upstream and downstream. But I don't have much time, so I want you to help me make contact. Basically, I want to store some goods at a fixed location. When the boss comes to pick them up, I will give you a minimum purchase price.
You can negotiate the rest.
The larger the order, the more your share will be if you get a better price. Is this okay? Li Yong felt both excited and nervous. He was only in his 30s and thought this could be a good opportunity to try something new. He was nervous because he had never done this before and was afraid he wouldn't do well. He didn't mind, but he was worried that Lon Hanlu might get involved and cause trouble. Unlike his current job delivering food, where his children were locked inside, now Li San's wife was helping by watching the flower shop and looking after the kids. At first, he felt embarrassed to trouble others, but the girl said it was dangerous for the kids to stay home alone. He knew he had no choice but to accept. Now, with other options, he was willing to be bold and leave his children with her. Li San's wife was born deaf and mute, so she couldn't be treated. But the girl was clean, quick, and friendly, and the children liked her. This made him feel more at ease about working outside. Hanlu, don't worry. After your next acupuncture session in 3 days, you can help me negotiate about the containers and shelves. There's less risk involved with those. I'll help connect you, so there shouldn't be any other problems. You just need to check the quality and quantity of the goods and find a place to store them. Later, I'll send someone to pick up the goods, so you don't need to worry about that. Your main job is to buy, transport, and store the supplies. It didn't sound too difficult, so Leon decided to give it a try. If what Lon Hanlu said was true, he could give his daughter a better life. He stood up from the chair. Hanlu, since you trust me so much, don't worry. I'll take care of this. If anything goes wrong, just find me. Later, I'll give you the money. You should get everything ready first. After your next acupuncture, I'll give you the other person's phone number, so you can contact them. No need. Don't worry, everything is fine. I still have some money. I've already arranged a good school for the kids, and I'll send them there. Lee San will help me with the pickup and drop-off. He spoke while planning in his mind. Lan Hanlu listened and quickly opened a drawer. After searching for a while, she took out a business card, looked at it carefully, and then handed it to him. This is a disability organization. They have a very good school underneath, where children stay full-time. You can choose to bring the child home once a week or once a month. However, the entrance requirements are quite strict, and the fees are not low. You don't need to worry about that. Just contact them using the number on the card and say I referred you. It's a good idea to send the child there for a couple of days to get used to it. If it doesn't work out, we can think of other options. While speaking, she sent him 100,000 yuan via WeChat. Don't hesitate about the money. Making arrangements for the child's well-being is the most important. In the future, it can also be deducted from your salary. Li Yang was deeply moved. After 15 minutes, the needle was removed. He first took the child to eat something, then called the number on the business card Lan Hanlu gave him. At first, the attitude was very formal. When they heard it was Lan Hanlu's recommendation, the other side was very enthusiastic and even offered to send a car to pick them up for a visit. He didn't agree, feeling it was a way to take advantage of Lan Hanlu's kindness. He held the child firmly and took a taxi to see the place. The conditions were obvious. Teachers were responsible and caring. Led by a female supervisor, he initially hesitated to leave the child with a teacher. But after touring the school with the supervisor, the child was already having fun. When asked, the child was willing to stay. The tuition fee was 80,000 yuan. If they agreed, they would need to pay when bringing the child back in 3 days. This was all arranged out of respect for Lan Hanlu. The supervisor kindly saw him off at the school gate. Bring some of the child's belongings. If anything is missing, you can talk to the teachers. They will buy what's needed and give you a list. Thank you very much, Director. I really appreciate your help. If anything happens with the child, just call me. You're too polite. Dr. Lan already told me about you. I will take good care of the child. Rest assured. In 3 days, you can pick up the child and take her to see Dr. Lan. Please talk to her and see what she thinks. Li Yang said goodbye to school, went home to pack his daughter's things, and then sent her off. This time, her responsible teacher was the one to see her off. The teacher told him she would occasionally send him videos of his child, so he shouldn't worry. This made him feel a bit more at ease. After dealing with some matters outside in the evening, he found an internet cafe mainly to look up the containers and shelves that Lan Hanlu mentioned. He wanted to understand these things better before leaving. Over the past 2 days, he researched the origin, installation, quality, and price of these items in detail. When he went to pick up his daughter on the 3rd day, she looked a little upset, as she had never been away from him for so long. But she was sensible. When he explained the situation, she didn't fuss much. That's why he felt sorry for her. He asked about her situation here, and she said she liked it. She even said that if her dad needed to work, she was willing to stay here. She asked if she should go to Uncle Lee San, but after thinking for a while, she shook her head and gestured that she wouldn't go, saying Uncle and Auntie are very busy now. Lan Hanlu had taken back her business card, which was then handed out by a young nurse. The flower shop's customer flow had clearly increased. The couple was so busy arranging and delivering flowers that they couldn't even find time to eat. It was only after hiring 2 more people a few days ago that things improved. After 1 treatment session, Lan Hanlu confirmed that Li Yang was really going to leave. She directly gave him the contact numbers of 2 factory managers and called them to explain. Of course, she didn't say she was buying. She just said she was helping to connect the 2 sides. Both factory managers said they welcomed the cooperation because some of the containers needed to be fitted with racks, which required both sides to confirm the dimensions. Fortunately, these weren't precision parts, so the tightness wasn't critical. The next day, Li Yang took his new computer and 2 changes of clothes, then took the train and left. Lan Hanlu continued her work. After her successful cooperation with the military hospital last time, she now had a new task, working with a hospital on medical research and recovery after illness. A few days later, she received a call from Li Yang. The contract had been negotiated and signed, and they were just waiting for the deposit. He probably thought the buyer was the one paying the deposit. But unexpectedly, the buyer was Lan Hanlu herself. Less than 2 days after she transferred the deposit, the first 1/3 of the goods arrived. The remaining delivery will probably take about a month. Actually, the quantity she said is already quite fast. Lan Hanlu plans to go out for a trip before the new year, under the excuse of traveling, and will organize and store everything in her space. After the first batch of goods is delivered, Li Yang won't need to watch over it anymore. Lan Hanlu has given him another task, to collect surplus products from various regions across the country and even the world. Any region with excess production will have prices set very low, which is frustrating. Although money can be earned, it's better to save when possible. She had already planned her holiday before the new year. In 2 days, she can finally relax. The military hospital informed her that a soldier was bitten by a poisonous insect during training. This poison was previously unrecorded and highly destructive, spreading quickly. They called in traditional Chinese medicine doctors for consultation. She received the news late. By the time she arrived, other doctors had already examined the soldier. The best they could do was to find a way to suppress the toxin. Currently, if they use conventional methods to detoxify, the soldier would likely lose the ability to work. Surviving past 35 years old would be a miracle. When Lan Hanlu arrived, she needed to personally check the soldier. Combining her examination with the lab reports, she studied for a long time and then exhaled softly. It's a bit late. The immune system is already destroyed. Even if the toxin is removed, the person will be weak and prone to illness. In the future, they won't be able to do strenuous work, and even minor carelessness could cause colds or fevers. Hearing this, other toxin experts were pleased.
Dr. Lan has studied this toxin.
When should treatment start, and what do we need? Start as soon as possible. Although someone has slowed the toxin's progress, it hasn't been completely stopped. Every minute the toxin remains, the damage to the body increases. As for the method, I plan to use gold needles to force out some of the poison, then steam the body with medicinal herbs to detoxify. During this process, the patient should also eat medicinal dishes to nourish the body. She discussed with a few senior Chinese medicine doctors. Whether it was steaming to detoxify or nourishing the body with medicinal food, they exchanged ideas back and forth. However, when it came to using gold needles for detoxification, they kept silent, listening carefully as Lan Hanlu explained her needling techniques and the specific acupoints she designed. An elderly man, with some emotion, stroked his beard and said, "Gold needles are soft by nature, so they require high skill to use. Dr. Lan's special needling methods make it even more challenging. Sigh, I don't know much about this area, so I can't be of much help. I have to admit that traditional Chinese medicine is declining mainly because of the serious loss of inheritance. Now, seeing how young Lan Hanlu is and how skilled she is at acupuncture, the others are quite impressed. They don't look down on or exclude her at all. Not just them, even the apprentices and their patients can't handle all the cases. They don't need to exclude anyone just because of a couple of patients. Also, traditional Chinese medicine has its strengths in different areas: gynecology, pediatrics, herbal prescriptions, acupuncture, bone setting, and so on. The competition isn't as fierce as you might think. Of course, this refers to those truly skilled doctors. The amateurs and scam practitioners don't count, since they're already involved in medical fraud, which shows their character. The detox process is very painful, but Lan Hanlu uses her golden needles to stabilize the struggling patients and calm everyone else. It's like she knows what everyone is thinking. She explains, "This method works, but it requires a high level of skill. Everyone here knows what can happen if the needles are inserted incorrectly. It can also harm the person receiving the treatment. If not done carefully, it can cause paralysis or other injuries over time." While she explains, her hands move very quickly. Her movements are so fast that it looks like she's shooting several needles at once. And the person being treated? He's a soldier selected for a special unit. His basic training was already finished before he joined the army, and this was his first mission with the team leader. The mission ended, but on the way back to the city, he was bitten by a bug. He didn't think much of it at first, but within just over half an hour, he started to feel terrible. Now, after detox, he's regained some awareness, but the experience is very unpleasant. Tingling, numbness, itching, pain, all at once, making him feel like he wants to die. His muscles involuntarily tense and tremble. It's not because he's weak-willed. Lan Hanlu quickly stabilizes his body, which doesn't interfere with the acupuncture, but as she said, it does affect his body. She works fast to minimize this impact. The special acupuncture technique also consumes a lot of mental energy, and sweat drips like water down her face and hair. The toxins were pushed to the limbs. Lan Hanlu gently exhaled. Basin, knife. Everyone wasn't stupid. They naturally knew what it was for. They quickly placed the basin next to the young soldier's limbs. The two experienced traditional Chinese doctors who had been talking earlier came over. They took a thin surgical knife and carefully cut open the skin. The toxic blood quickly flowed into the basin, filling the room with a foul smell. When the blood's color lightened, the two old doctors applied medicine to the wounds and then moved on to the next. After all the toxic blood was removed, Lan Hanlu quickly pulled out the silver needles. She took a small medicine bottle from her pocket, poured out a pill, and directly gave it to the young soldier to swallow. This is for blood and energy. Eat it. Then she dragged over a chair and sat down, feeling exhausted. It was really tiring. Once she recovered a bit, she quickly wrote the steaming medicine prescription. A young man helping his master treat the patient's wounds asked, "Master, why do we use steaming? Wouldn't drinking medicine directly for detox be faster?" His master was still studying the acupuncture method from earlier. Hearing the apprentice's question, he didn't get impatient and explained directly. This young man's body has been badly damaged by toxins. Using medicine to detox now would only cause more harm. Steaming detoxifies more slowly, but is safer. Plus, with dietary therapy and medicinal supplements, it might take longer and cost more, but at least it ensures this young man can take care of himself in the future. The old man admired the young girl. Looking at his naive apprentice, he shook his head helplessly. "Do you have any feelings to share?" The young man looked up at his master with a dazed expression.
Feeling?
"Yes, I do. Dr. Lan is really impressive. Don't worry, master. I will work hard to learn so I won't fall behind her too much." His tone was genuinely full of admiration. The old man was so angry, he turned around abruptly, muttering to himself, "Really? If her medical skills aren't better than others, fine. But she has no eye for beauty. Just because she's a beautiful girl." He didn't even look at her. "If I hadn't raised him since he was a child, I would definitely give him a good scolding." The patient needed to have all the toxins completely removed before she could leave. Otherwise, she wouldn't need to take leave before the new year. She could enjoy the holiday peacefully. At this moment, she received a call from Liang. "Dr. Lan, a comrade of mine in the Northeast said this year's grain harvest was good, but grain prices have been falling. You asked me to collect surplus produce, so I think this counts. This year the prices of corn, soybeans, and potatoes are very low. Farmers either sell at a loss or don't sell at all, so they probably have a lot of these items now." Lan Hanlu understands that he is asking whether she wants to buy some. "I can buy a little but not too much. The price is negotiable, but the quality must be good, and you also need to arrange transportation back to the capital." Li Yang hears this and chuckles. "That's okay. Dr. Lan, my friend has quite a bit of these items at home and was complaining about it. I just thought I could see if I could help." Lan Hanlu doesn't mind. Her main goal is to exchange money for supplies. It doesn't matter where Li Yang gets the supplies from or what his relationship is to them. "Alright, go take a look. If you can process the items locally and then send them back to me, that would be perfect. As long as the quality is good, we will pay the highest price locally." Hearing this, Li Yang smiles even more. The two finish discussing everything and hang up. Lan Hanlu thinks for a moment, then takes her car keys and goes shopping for some fruit, snacks, and clothes. Li Yang is busy outside running around for her and doesn't have time to look after the children. If she has free time, she should go see them. Since it's not a weekend, the school doesn't allow visitors to enter freely. She calls the director, who, along with a young female teacher, hurriedly comes out. "Oh, Dr. Lon, why didn't you call me in advance? It must be cold for you outside." No, I knew you're busy and didn't want to bother you. I only realized I should contact you when I arrived. The management here is really good, and I feel at ease knowing the kids are safe." The director is pleased with Lon Hanlu's polite and thoughtful response. Come on, you're here to see the kids, right? I'll take you to them. This is our teacher Xiao Zhang, who is in charge of Liana's class. The kids just finished their nap. They went to the bathroom and drank some water under the teacher's supervision and are now playing. The young teacher speaks softly and kindly, making a good impression. I grew up with Guai Guai's dad. He's on a business trip now, so I thought I'd come see how Guai Guai is doing. How is she behaving? Does she miss her dad? Lon Hanlu asks gently. The kids are very well behaved and obedient. They study seriously. She can now say a few single-syllable words, but she might be missing her dad because she keeps looking out the window. It was indeed my mistake. I should have let her video call her dad more often, since she is still getting used to everything. I will fix this mistake right away. The teacher is very thoughtful. When she saw Director Lon Hanlu being so respectful to her, she was very touched. That's really kind of Teacher Zhang. You seem very careful and responsible. The parents must feel very at ease leaving their child in your care. As they talked, they arrived at the classroom. Lon Hanlu left her things and took out a pair of incense sticks from her bag to give to Teacher Zhang. I study traditional Chinese medicine. These are homemade and have no side effects. They help with sleep and repel insects. Thank you for your hard work. This is a small gift for meeting you. Teacher Zhang was very happy, but politely declined. It's my duty. I shouldn't accept your gift. After some insistence, she finally accepted. When the director saw her off at the school gate, Lon Hanlu took out 2 more pairs of incense and a box of heat patches for the stomach. This is for you. These patches help with stomach pain. If you're healthy, they won't cause any side effects. The director was pleased and a little shy, but still accepted. She had previously seen Lon Hanlu for gynecological issues, and the results were very good. She liked these heat patches very much.